Other person who was apologizing for having stretched his clothes. What do you call people who are busy doing just this? The police aren't the ones who run errands. It was funny that he immediately withdrew his hand after saying something that didn't even sound like a word, but it felt empty because the two eyes that met each other looked so frightened. Director, I have expressed my opinion sufficiently. I told him several times on the phone that I wasn't interested. You said you would agree without hesitation if you just meet me once, so you came out like this, but you didn't even keep your promise. Even if I wanted to write a screenplay, I don't want to work with someone I've already lost trust with. Sorry. And last time I told you not to go around wearing such thin clothes. Did you come dressed like that on purpose? I think there will be more animosity then. As I frowned, Director Jang panicked. No, I told you on the phone. Because this is my lucky outfit. When I wore this coat, I signed a contract for the first time. Because I even got to meet you. If you're lucky or lazy, you'll freeze to death, and that's the end. I had a lot to say, but I thought it would be ridiculous to get angry at someone I would no longer be involved with. Instead, I untied the scarf that was wrapped around my neck. As I wrapped it around the other person's neck, a dazed face said thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm not giving it away because I have surplus clothes. I'm giving this to you because I hate the cold. Then wouldn't it be worse if you gave it to me? You have to use it, right? He tried to untie the scarf he had tied, so I stopped him with my eyes. Director Jang, seeing the look in my eyes, stopped and muttered, "Thank you. I'll return it to you later. You don't have to give it back. It's a gift, so use it well." Gift. That day was my first time going to the movie theater. Thanks to the director, I saw that movie too. As I said back then, there were a lot of disappointing things, but it still wasn't bad. You gave me a great gift of 2 hours, so I'm giving it to you in return. Oh, he said as he looked at the other person who had become quiet. I want you to stop contacting my manager. He's already busy. Huh, I won't do it anymore. Sorry. Yes, I'll believe it. I declined to work on the script, but I still hope it goes well. I signaled to Jinbei, who was sitting at the table next to me, to go. Just before I got up and left the store, I heard a small voice. If I ever rewrite the scenario, can I contact you then? Just read it. I slowly turned around. This time, I opened my mouth to see a face filled with hesitation rather than anticipation. Great. Thank you. Instead, please don't contact our manager. Please convey this through your agency like everyone else. After saying hello to the other person who nodded enthusiastically, I finally went out. Actor. It's snowing. Right. If it rains like this again tomorrow, it will be a white Christmas. What did you do for Christmas last year? It's only been a year, but it feels like it's been so long. The streets were filled with songs announcing Christmas. We always had Christmas parties at the orphanage, but it always seemed like someone else's business. It's a little late, but how about buying a Santa hat or something? I think it would be good if we all use it together when we have a party tomorrow. It's good. Can I choose what you can use? Even if you say no, you will. You said you trust my insight. Did you lot? Jinbei shook his head with a despairing look on his face. The next day, a film camera photo of Jinbei wearing a Rudolph headband and nose appeared on my desk. I want to go back to Christmas time again. The party was fun. I had fun too. Do not be ridiculous. He was making an expression that he wanted to go home right from the middle. No Bai-hyuk smiled in exasperation. He had nothing to say. Because the party was held at my house, I had nowhere else to go, so I stayed. For Christmas, I invited my brother Jong Hyun, No Bai-hyuk, Song Ijun, and Nam In-hoo to my house. It was an ordinary dinner with nothing special, except that Nam In-hoo was more embarrassed than expected when he saw Jong Hyun for the first time. It was a small party compared to the fancy parties seen in movies and dramas, but it was still not a bad party. It was fun. It was just a little noisy. You must be really tired too. I like being quiet like that, but the surroundings are noisy. I think it would get better if you talked a little less. I didn't say anything, but I think it was conveyed through my eyes. No Bai-hyuk averted his eyes and changed the topic. Lee Yunjae, can I get a birthday present? Suddenly, what birthday present? It's your birthday soon. But your fans went crazy because you said you didn't get a birthday present. There's so much chaos. Yes, it seemed more like a riot than a riot. I couldn't bear to say no to a guy who spoke so casually that I blurted out my words. Because it's true that my fans are angry. Even if you can't help but refuse all lunchbox tributes and support, isn't it okay to accept a birthday present? I'm even more upset because I was the person who got into the fandom last year with a birthday gift confirmation message. This time, I wanted to receive a message as a gift I gave myself. Everyone, please calm down. What can we do if we are disappointed that Bambi won't accept it? Still, I'm glad they didn't block Subway advertisements or anything like that. The reason why I announced that I would not receive a birthday present was simple. A year ago, when I received a gift from the fan club, the number of members was less than 10,000. Now there are over 60,000 people. I searched for celebrity tributes, birthday gifts, etc., and quickly came to a conclusion. The scale of fans raising money to give gifts to their favorite celebrities was beyond what I expected. It may be a vain fantasy, but it took my breath away just to imagine that something so massive could rain down on me. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything for my fans just because it was my birthday, and it was literally just my birthday, so why would I receive a gift? So I refused. The sparkling eyes that looked at me during the fan signing event were enough for me. I had refused from the beginning to send a separate cafe card to the filming set, so I thought it would go smoothly this time too. Do you think the fans are very angry? Rather than being angry, I guess I'm just sad. I've been putting up with things that I normally couldn't do even though I wanted to, and now I try to do it for them. But they said they didn't want to do it. I pondered No By-hyuk's words. I don't want to hurt your feelings for no reason. But that didn't mean I wanted to receive a gift. It was even more so because I remember seeing a gift list from other celebrities that never ended even after scrolling down. While I was wondering what to do about this, No By-hyuk's cell phone rang. I have to go to practice now. Cheer up. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay. Anyway, I'm giving you a birthday present. You can't refuse mine either. Okay. I am thankful. Just give me anything. I feel sad when you say that. Brother, I'll pick something great and give it to you. That's it, man. The guy picked his ears and disappeared. I remained alone in my room, lost in thought. What should I do? The fan club president was lying on the living room floor with a heartbroken face. Her younger brother came out to drink water and got bored. Madam, be surprised. My world fell apart. I'm not interested at all. My younger brother indifferently returned to his room. The chairman, who was left alone, muttered. I even came up with an amazing list. How can this happen? Bambi. A few days ago, the fan club executives had a meeting. They had an offline meeting for Yanji's birthday, which was only a month away. It was the first time I had seen these faces, but the awkwardness went away quickly. This is because they have a common interest called Lee Yunjae. So what should I give Bambi as a birthday present? I don't usually say anything good about him. You wear the same watch every day. Why don't we give you several branded watches? I don't think Bambi likes luxury goods. As expected of those who have a lot of love for Bambi, their interpretation of the character was accurate. The chairman picked up his cell phone and said that we should first watch and talk about the magazine video that had just been released. And the group fell into silence. That's because all the products Bambi introduced in the video introducing his favorite items were all gifts. Every time I took something out of the bag, the introductory text was the same. This is for my manager, this is for my friend, etc. Anyway, I got it from someone. When asked by the production team if he had bought anything himself, Bambi only made an embarrassed face. Because I'm not that interested in things. The manager takes good care of the items we need for daily life. Even if it wasn't something you absolutely needed in life. Was there anything you wanted or were greedy for? Anything from today's pictorial? It was a voice that seemed like it would be stolen if I talked to him. As expected, the production team also fell in love with the cuteness of our Bambi. What the chairman saw was a series that made him smile. Well, these are all products with a price range. I'm not greedy. I just like it right now. The tone of voice was as if it were okay to leave this world like this. The management team was momentarily confused, but the collective intelligence was still great. The list is made up of products that are not high in price, but are not low in price either. However, the post was posted when everything was going perfectly. The text in the series clearly states, I will politely decline your birthday gift. All of Bambi's fans, including the management team, were upset. As the inflow increased due to the gift certification post in last year's series, there were quite a few fans who were looking forward to it this time as well. I wonder if he decided not to accept it because he felt burdened by it. Whatever the reason, it was all the same. However, I couldn't force it to be given to a child who didn't like it. So the conclusion we came to was to donate to the underprivileged in the name of the series. I was determined not to tolerate even this rejection, but fortunately, I was able to receive a positive answer. First of all, we will proceed with the electronic signboard advertisements at Gangnam Station and Jamsil Station as is. I just need to compile a list of donated items. The chairman calmed his bitterness and opened the Excel file. As money was at stake, the settlement statement had to be neatly organized in advance. So, there was a reason why it took the chairman a long time to realize the following fact. That Bambi had sent a text message to his cell phone. 2 days after talking to No Bae-hyuk about the birthday present, I visited the company. Actor. He's waiting in conference room 5 right now. Yes. I rode the elevator with Jin Bae. I took a short breath in front of the door that said conference room 5. Let's not show that we are nervous. Because I've already had the experience of meeting fans. You will be able to do well. After making that hint, I opened the door. And when I opened the door, what I saw was a very pale and frozen woman. Where does it hurt? Are you okay? His face was so stiff that he couldn't even say hello, and the words just flowed out. As I hurriedly approached, the woman made a noise and took a step back. Just a moment, just a moment. Please stay there for a moment. Please don't come closer. He was definitely the president of my fan club. Why like that? You're looking at me like you're watching a horror movie. Chapter 123. Yes, I'll be here, don't worry. I was surprised by the unexpected reaction, but I stayed quiet because I thought there must be something going on. The woman apologized while looking at the floor. Sorry, I was so nervous. No, I was actually nervous too. Nice to meet you, comrade. I spoke as softly as I could, hoping to relieve some of the tension, but the other person's face became even harder. Did I do something wrong? As I just rolled my eyes, Jin Bae smiled and whispered into my ear. You didn't forget what I told you last time, right? There are people who really like the actor. I think that's what the chairman said. I finally understand. So, if you're avoiding my eyes right now, it's not because you don't like me, but because you're such a fan. In fact, I still didn't understand, but I nodded, thinking of singer Choi In-jun. President. Yes. I have no schedule today, so I have a lot of time. It's okay, so please tell me when you calm down. Until then, I won't move a single step from here. Oh no, sorry. Because I'm a fan. The woman hesitantly raised her face. When I saw the face raised so vaguely that only the eyes were visible, a strange feeling of déjà vu passed by. Did you come to the autograph session a month ago? Yes. Your name is Sister Ina? What was your last name? Was my memory this bad? While digging through distant memories, the woman's face suddenly brightened. That's right. This is Kwon In-ah. How do you remember? There were so many people. You gave me a deer headband decorated with flowers back then. Yes, that's right. Wow, you really have a good memory. Thank you. Shouldn't I be the one to be thankful? Although she was shocked by the words that seemed to change her position, the significance of this was that the woman's expression relaxed. Then can I come closer now? Yes. Sorry. I'm not immune to the actor's face yet. The chairman looked embarrassed and said something even more embarrassing. After a few more conversations, the awkward atmosphere eased. At first I thought it was voice phishing. In the meantime, I only communicated with the manager via email. Yes, I'm sorry for surprising you. It was an urgent matter, so I wanted to contact you right away. No, I was fine. So, you want to hold your first fan meeting on the actor's birthday? I smiled and nodded. I've been thinking about this ever since I talked to No Bae-hyuk 2 days ago. If a fan is upset about not receiving a gift, what is the way to make it go away? Following Jong Hyun-is advice, who asked me if I should hold a formal fan meeting at this time, I borrowed my work phone from work and contacted him. I want to proceed in a way that doesn't require fans to spend extra money. The discussion ended with the company covering the rental fee and event hosting costs. Then we should proceed with a random drawing. I think we can select the number of people who have joined the fan cafe, as many as can enter. The chairman was a much more mature person than I thought. As if he had been avoiding my eyes for some time, he looked straight at me and was immersed in the meeting. Can you take a look at my laptop screen? These are recent fan cafe subscription statistics. It's been like that since Hello, My Summer. But the influx of foreign fans has increased significantly because of the Look advertisement. Because of the Look ad? Yes. I filmed a dance challenge video for the actor. That was a huge hit on Tik. Oh, I think I heard about it in passing from the PR team. The video was played a lot in apps whose main content is short videos. The chairman explained that as foreign influencers participated in the challenge with the same choreography, more attention was drawn. What I said was that there may be foreign fans among those participating in the fan meeting at that time. Of course, someone who can even participate in a fan meeting must be able to speak Korean to some extent. Yes. Thank you for your concern. I guess I should study English more just in case. From then on, the president's words were deeply engraved in my brain. He's a really great guy. How do you know all this? You are truly amazing. I have a lot of experience as an otaku. No, as a fan. I think I did a good job of contacting Ina. Thank you. When I smiled and said thank you, the chairman bowed his face. No, I really appreciate you discussing such an important matter. As I said before, there are so many things to prepare, so I think I'll have to talk to the management as well. Yes, please feel free to contact me. And, actor, can you please call me chairman instead of my name? Oh, did I feel bad? I was about to apologize hastily, but before I could even open my mouth, the chairman spoke urgently. It feels friendlier to be called by my name, and of course it's 200 or 2,000 times better. Normally, the relationship between a celebrity and a fan needs to maintain a certain distance for it to be good for both parties. It's really sad to say this, but, to be honest, I almost want to swallow the words again. The chairman continued speaking with a truly shocked expression on his face. Some people may say that I am being treated specially, so you just need to treat me like a fan club president, especially in places where there are other fans. Isn't being the fan club president a position that warrants special treatment? I didn't understand it rationally, but since it was an area I didn't know much about, I immediately agreed. 2 hours of fruitful conversation passed by in a flash. Yeonji, you came early? Hi. As I was slowly warming up before starting a full-fledged workout, Song Eun-jun approached me. It's so nice to see your face like this every day. I like it too. Song Eun-jun, who smiled shyly, was already blushing even before he exercised. How did you become a celebrity with that personality? It's really amazing to look at. Are there any inconveniences since moving in? Can I help you? Are you okay? Originally, I was a little frustrated because I had to wear a hat and mask when jogging. It's convenient to go to a separate gym like this. I recently moved to a new apartment. Still, since I had lived in the house for almost a year, I heard about it and wondered if there was a need to move. Since it was a direct order from CEO Jang, I followed it without a word. I was embarrassed because the house was so large, but it was easier to exercise because there was a gym for residents only. After all, money is everything. This is a place where a lot of celebrities live, so even if they bump into each other, they won't talk to you. I didn't know you and I would be neighbors, but I'm so happy. And Song Yi-jun was living in the apartment we moved into. Why does he look like he's about to jump around like that? Maybe it's because I've seen that foggy face so many times, but I've developed a useless attachment to it. I'm happy too. I'm about to start running now. Oh, okay. Do well. Maybe today. Let's have lunch together again today. Despite my indifferent answer, Song Eun-jun looked at me with eyes full of laughter. After working out for a full hour, I went out. Seonji, do you have any other work in preparation right now? I'm just reading the script and practicing. What about your brother? I think I'll be starting a drama soon. I asked what kind of drama it was, in a voice that seemed to lightly touch the air. When I heard the answer, I stopped walking without realizing it. I told the writers separately. Yeonji, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? I looked at the bewildered face and tried to manage my facial expression. No, I also read the script for that drama a while ago. It was fun. That's right. I read it and found it so interesting that I immediately asked our CEO if I wanted to do it. What is your role? What are you asking? Of course it would be Han Sungmin. Han Sungmin. I contacted them first, wondering what if it didn't work out, and it was confirmed right away. I'm planning to start filming soon, and I'm really looking forward to it. You'll do well, brother. He raised the corners of his mouth. Song Yi-jun smiled brightly. What does this feel like? It's a very strange feeling. Helplessness? No, then it wouldn't be this unfamiliar. It wasn't originally my position, so of course it wouldn't be. Unfair. The agency's opinion was fully understandable and reasonable, so I accepted it without saying anything. Why? Why do I feel so dirty? I looked at Song Ijun blankly. A strange feeling of discomfort crept up on me. Should I have endured at that time and said I would do whatever it takes? It would be useless to regret something that had already happened, but I regretted it only slightly. At the same time, I sighed deeply at the familiar feeling that arose. Let's stop the self-loathing. It doesn't even help. Yanji, are you angry at anything? Perhaps I said something wrong? Brother, I didn't do anything wrong. It's because I'm narrow-minded. Looking at his confused face, the emotions I was feeling right now felt even more pointless. What kind of stupid thing is this? Actually, I wanted to do that drama too, in the role of Han Sung-min. I ended up doing it because my agency was against it, but after hearing what you said, I feel very regretful. I guess I coveted that role more than I thought. Well, that's possible. Sorry, I didn't notice. I said it wasn't my fault. I'm the one who missed the opportunity. My brother took the opportunity well. He's saying it's cool, and he's jealous. At the same time, one strong thought occurred to me. Next time, I'll have to do whatever it takes to convince the agency. Regardless of whether I persevere or use any method, I will do it without any regrets. Of course, I am still the agency's product, and I have an obligation to do what the agency wants. But after feeling so bad that I felt like I was going to die, I finally came to my senses. There is a high possibility that things will not work out the way you want, but you can think about it later. You are more honest than I thought. It's not easy to say you're jealous. You're just narrow-minded, right? But I'm sincere when I say that you'll do well. I'm sure you'll do well. I already know that I have the skills to do that. Song Eun-jun pursed his lips, saying thank you. While waiting for the elevator, I imagined Han Sung-min, played by Song Ye-jun. It suited me better than I thought. I'm curious. Han Sung-min, played by my older brother. Okay. He's basically a poisonous character, but he has a softer side than you might think. I think my brother will take advantage of that part well. I was practicing focusing on that part too. Song Ijun's voice, who had been secretly watching, suddenly became brighter. We went to Sung-jun's house and talked about Han Sung-min the whole time we had lunch. The conversation was more interesting because the characters we interpreted were subtly different. After talking with you, I got a sense of how to practice. Thank you. It was nice to talk to you too. It was fun. I'm sorry that I feel like I'm the only one getting help. I have a lot to be sorry for. Despite being told not to worry, Sung-jun whined like a puppy. Didn't you say you're studying foreign languages these days? I'm mainly studying English. The fan meeting, which was only a week away, was not the main purpose. A foreign language is not an area where you can become proficient by studying it for a few days. The real purpose was to prepare for the Cannes Film Festival, which is now 4 months away. Well, then would you like me to help you study English? I was about to refuse out of habit, saying it was okay, but then I stopped. Now that I think about it, Seonjin. He was American. What kind of pumpkin is this? Chapter 124. I ignored the chaos unfolding in my head and answered as calmly as possible. Aren't you busy starting the drama now? There's a lot of cranking left. Of course, you can refuse if you don't need it. Please tell me comfortably. Because I'm really fine. I'm not okay. Is there any reason to refuse native English education? Then, when you have time, can you just look at my pronunciation? Of course. Song Ijun smiled brightly. He was smiling so brightly that it was embarrassing what he was thinking about. I didn't know I would get this much help. My agency assigned me a foreign language teacher. I also took tests to ensure proper lectures. The results weren't that bad. Of course it wasn't a good thing. Your memorization skills are very good. He learns words quickly, and his grammar is pretty good. But the pronunciation. Do you have any experience traveling or studying abroad? Yes. These days, I have a lot of friends who visit New Zealand or Canada for short periods of time during vacation. So I asked. I had never received a private education, let alone traveled abroad. Since all I learned was English in school, my pronunciation was bound to be bad. The teacher looked very disappointed, but it didn't really bother me. All Koreans need to do is speak Korean well. It may be frustrating when talking to foreigners, but I thought, what's the point of being intimidated when the other person would also be frustrated? Still, what is his actor image? Team leader Wu asked me to practice just enough so that I wouldn't be ignored, so I planned to pay extra attention to my pronunciation during the remaining period. What should I do for Seonjin? What do you want? I can't show you around the filming set like No By-hyuk did. I would have rather received it, but no matter how I looked at it, it didn't seem like I had anything worth giving. Thank you for giving me your time. Is there anything you want? Whatever you need. Huh? I don't have any. Also, then what should I give? Is there anything useful to Song Ijun? Cash. I think it would be like a beggar taking money from a rich man. As I seriously thought about it, Song Ijun was embarrassed. I suggested it first, so it's okay if you don't want to give me something. Yanji, where in the world is there anything free? I wasn't that naive. I didn't even pretend to listen and kept thinking. It was then that Song Eun-jun hesitated and spoke. Then, if it's okay with you, can I contact you on a regular basis? Communication? You still do it now. Now I only do it when I have business. Other than that, sending small, meaningless texts. Really, like a close friend. I don't send meaningless texts. I wondered what he was talking about, but he said he would understand. Is that worth as much as correcting your English pronunciation? Well, I thought it was fortunate that the face of the person I was facing was bright. But isn't this too meaningless? Song-jun, I think math is really difficult. It's a really meaningless text. I wondered why he was saying this, but my confusion was short-lived. I promised, so I have to answer. Mathematics is difficult for me too. Is this right? I don't think you want this answer. I wasn't sure if I should include any nutritious information, so I just sent it. I don't know. If there is something you want, you will say it yourself. Studying English was more urgent now. As I studied for a while, time passed quickly. When I checked my phone again, several messages had piled up. Seongjin, I thought you were good at math too, haha. Seongjin, then what is your favorite subject? Seongjin Hyung, you're very busy. Please answer when it is convenient for you. Seongjin, Hyung, Yanji, do you like bread? I bought a few by chance, but there were too many. Can I bring it to you now? Brother Seongjin, of course, if it's okay with you. I thought it would be good if you gave me bread and taught me English. Don't feel pressured. Song-jun, now that I think about it, it might be a burden. You don't have to worry about it. Why on earth are you doing this? I looked at the message and sighed deeply. Hello? I'm Lee Yunjae. I just saw the text while studying. Sorry. No. Sorry to disturb you. Stop just texting. Brother, do you want to come home now? I immediately heard the answer that I knew. Less than 10 minutes later, I heard the doorbell ring and opened the door. My hands were full of bread, as if I had visited a bread factory. After quickly handing the bread to Jinbei, I dragged Seongjin into the room. The moment the door closed, the words I had been holding in came out. Brother, something else. Huh? Isn't there something else instead of meaningless text? Anything you want. OMG. Sorry. I'm so annoying. It's because I'm more comfortable on the phone than texting. In fact, I don't even look at my phone much. No By-hyuk sometimes leaves long, useless remarks, but he doesn't care whether I reply or not. But Song Eun-jun definitely seems to care. I was worried for no reason because it was similar to what the fog does when it gets scared. Look, even the way he lowered his head was similar. I want to be friends with you. Aren't we close enough? Is that so? Then, even though we only filmed a few times, we had lunch together 7 times. I'm glad you think so. Actually, I don't have many friends my age. If it's okay with you, I really want to be close to you. Song Ijun's eyes sparkled like dew. Is it really so tempting to say that you want to be friends? Although I was a little nervous, it wasn't difficult to nod my head. Okay, then let's be closer than we are now. Thank you. I wondered why on earth I was obsessed with someone who was more famous than me, but I guess I just wanted a friend my own age. Well, it's hard to make friends while homeschooling. I finally understand. Feeling much more at ease, I patted Song Eun-jun's back. Thank you for the bread. I'll eat well. Since you're here, can you correct my pronunciation? I keep getting stuck in the same area. Huh. I have a lot of time. It was quite nice to see Song Ijun, who had the brightest face I've ever seen. Even the fog smiles like that. I want to see the fog. Seonji, follow along slowly. Exactly. Execution. I'm doing really well, but should I improve my ZA pronunciation? How do you do that? No, that's not it. You have to pronounce the T sound a little more slurred. So how do you do that? Unfortunately, Seongjin was not as good a teacher as he wanted to be. Well, being good at something and teaching well are two different things. After that, I continued doing useless things for about 30 minutes. Brother, could you just read these words line by line? I think it would be better to record it and practice. Huh. Because I can't keep holding on to my brother. Song Yi-jun read the words slowly with a serious expression on his face. That evening, I played the video file on repeat for several hours. It was exactly 2 days later that Song Eun-jun showed a surprised expression. And, how did you do it? I just followed suit. Like imitating vocal cords. Does that mean I just follow it? Because I'm just following along. Just as he imitated Park Ha-eun's speaking style, he simply imitated Song Jun's pronunciation. It was literally just an imitation. Still, if you proofread 200 words in 2 days, the result isn't bad. If I do this a few more times, I wonder if I'll get the hang of it. Even though I was ignorant, I had nothing to say. Anyway, I'll be formally learning from the teacher after the fan meeting, so until then, I'll just fix what I can on my own. By the time I had 3 lunches with Song Yi-jun, the fan meeting was quickly approaching. Lee Yun-jae's best friend Sexy by Hyuk. I had a great fan meeting today. Don't forget that you and Bai-hyuk decided to meet in the evening. Where do you get these emoticons? Yes. No. I didn't say that to my brother. After giving a cursory answer to no Bai-hyuk, I put my cell phone away. Sweat was beading on Jinbi's forehead, who looked even more frantic than me. It seemed like it was going to fall on my ear, so I quickly wiped it away. Brother, take your time. It's not too late. Why are you so calm today, actor? You were really nervous about the fan signing event. That's because I didn't know what I would lose by experimenting with the fog. The day of the fan signing event was truly like a surprise gift. Maybe it's because I can't believe I can receive such a precious gift again. Because of the sense of unreality, I didn't think much of it. I think it will probably harden when I go outside. It's okay to make mistakes. There are only people out there who like the actor. There is no need to be nervous at all. Wouldn't it be better to wipe your sweat before saying such things? But I couldn't say anything harsh to someone who was also nervous, so I just wiped the sweat off one more time. I will be standing at the bottom right of the stage, so if you are in trouble or want to take a break, you can look at me. Okay. Yes. Okay. A murmur was heard beyond the curtain. I got a little nervous. They took their time to come here. Let's pay that price. I still didn't understand why he liked me, but I still liked the sparkling eyes that looked at me. So much so that I get greedy. If you just lift this curtain, you can see those eyes again. With that in mind, I slowly opened the curtain, and what I encountered was countless starlight. The eyes that twinkled at the same time as they looked at me were like the universe. As I was looking at the starlight that seemed to pour down at any moment, my mind felt dreamy. For a moment, I came to my senses as if a switch had been turned on due to the huge cheers. Bambi, Seonji, sister is here. As soon as I heard a scream that sounded like it was going to break, I picked up the microphone. Then my throat hurts. Be careful. Oh, I should have said hello first. It was messed up from the beginning. What should I do? Hello? This is Lee Yun-jae. Being in front of so many people made my hair turn white. I consciously raised the corners of my mouth. Oh my God, I feel like my hands are shaking right now. What am I talking about? Although the words were clearly coming out of my mouth, it felt like a foreign language I had never heard before. I was planning to take charge of today's fan meeting without any other MCs. The fan cafe management gave us their opinions in advance on what kind of content to do, so it wasn't difficult to write the script. I have repeated and memorized the same sentences hundreds of times, so everything I say now will be exactly as it is written in the script. There will be no problem. No, let's stop thinking about this. Please focus first. I paused for a moment to sort out my complicated thoughts. At that time, something struck my ear like an arrow through the quiet hall. Crazy, my ears are red. It's cute. The voice was too loud to be said to be talking to oneself. For a moment, I didn't know what to say, so I froze while holding the microphone. Immediately, people burst out laughing. After awkwardly laughing along, I tried to read the next words written in the script. I definitely tried to do that. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Even without looking in the mirror, I knew my ears were bright red. Because the heat rose, even the nape of her neck was hot. After gasping a few times, I couldn't help it and covered my face with both hands. Please, everyone, please look elsewhere. Chapter 125. Oh my God. So cute. Bambi, are you okay? It's not okay at all. No matter how hard I bit the inside of my cheek to come to my senses, my feverish face showed no signs of going away. I turned around even though I knew it wasn't polite. I'm really sorry, but just wait a moment. Sorry. We're okay. Take your time. The warm encouragement made me even more excited. Stop. Jinbei came up on stage and handed me cold water. I turned my head and drank some water. He finally came to his senses after swallowing the cold liquid. How far can I go? Yes. First of all, thank you very much for your valuable time. Thanks to you. I think it will be an unforgettable birthday. I tried to remain as calm as possible and spoke one word at a time, because I wanted to say these words of my own volition and with sincere gratitude. I personally meet the fans like this. Xianji. Bayan. Bayan. Ah yes. Rain. A kite. What do we do? I kept stuttering like an idiot. It felt like the other actor was constantly ad-libbing without consulting him in advance. I heard people laughing. Although the repeated mistakes were embarrassing, it didn't feel like an NG during filming. Meeting Bayan today is an excessive birthday present for me. Really, thank you. I barely finished one sentence. What was this? I heard applause and cheers. Is this really not a dream? I feel like I have ascended to an undeserved position that I should not dream of. I felt sick to my stomach, perhaps because it was so awkward or because I felt strangely guilty. The more he smiled, the brighter he smiled. Come to your senses. Actually, I just wanted to see you all, but I wasn't sure what I should do when I met you. Fortunately, the management helped us. First, fans take the time to answer the questions they wrote before entering. Among the scenes we filmed so far, we will reenact the lines that fans want and talk about episodes that occurred while filming. And finally, this time, I'm going to show you the dance I learned while filming the Look commercial. I wondered if it was right to dance when I came to see an actor, but more actors than I expected sang or danced at the fan meeting. Seeing as the screams poured out as soon as the last word was said, fortunately, it wasn't a bad composition. Let's have a Q&A session first. Inside this box is a note that you filled out before entering. Due to time constraints, I will only read part of it here, but I will reply to the rest in a post. The words flowed smoothly as practiced. Thank God. Okay, now is the time to relax. He took out the first note and smiled leisurely. First question. Bambi, do you know why there are 6 days in a week? I got thirsty while waiting for you. There. As I read leisurely, my speech gradually became slower. As I held the note and froze, I heard another sound. I somehow relaxed my frozen face and smiled. Yes. Well, this. You can't lose your neck. Then you die, no. Are you crazy? I immediately closed my mouth that was about to speak gibberish. Let's patch things up. Ah, yes. Let's try a little harder. Thank you for your question. It was dark. She closed her eyes for a moment. Did she fix this? What are you going to try? How to reattach the pan neck. There was a twitch at the corner of my mouth. With trembling hands, I took out the second note. Fortunately, the questions that followed were about filming and acting. This is the 8th question. You wrote, do you have a favorite moment while acting? In fact, I like it every time, so it's hard to pick the best. Still, if I had to pick it. I'm here now. If I hadn't acted, I wouldn't be here and I wouldn't have had the opportunity to see you all in person. I felt sorry that my feelings could not be fully expressed in words, to the point where I was worried that it would sound too light. He closed his mouth for a moment, then slowly raised his head and spoke. I heard that everyone likes me for various reasons. I still have no idea what the reason is. I don't know exactly if it's because of my shell, my acting, or the character I played, but thank you so much for taking time out of your day for me. From now on, I will do my best to ensure that the time you spend loving me is not a waste. As soon as he finished speaking, fans everywhere shouted, cute. Love you. Thank you. It's enough now. It's serial. No, it's not enough. I kept a smiling face and quietly looked around at the people. It doesn't matter anymore whether I can really enjoy this. Because I want to continue enjoying it. Much more intense emotions poured out than when Sung Yi-jun was confirmed to play the role of Han Sung-min. The earnestness of not wanting to lose this look in your eyes and willing to do whatever it takes to do so. If you don't qualify, I can fit it. If I don't deserve to be looked at like this right now, I can become that kind of person. If you can't become that kind of person even if you try hard, then just imitate it. After all, the way I live is by imitating others. Serial Day at Yanji_Day. January 15th. Our Bambi's precious 15th birthday. Seeing him say thank you for liking him several times brought tears to my eyes. It's a series. You deserve to be loved. We will love you more. Hashtag flying underscore Bambi. Hashtag hello underscore our series underscore 15th birthday flowers. Jimmel at Psycho Milk. Today's collection of Lee Yunjae's guilty remarks. I like it a lot too. Actually, I think I'm still dreaming. Other people can like it too. Because I just have to do better. Now we have to break up? I don't want to send it. Surprise itself. Sunnying Bambi at Sundub underscore Bambi. No, Lee Yunjae is crazy haha. At first, her ears were red and she was slurring her words, but then suddenly woke up and made a guilty comment. I was obviously going there with the intention of feeding my baby 3 bowls of food, but as soon as I got home, I searched for the location of Changja Women's Prison. I felt like I was guilty of something. Title: Our Bambi ended up caught in silt. What on earth did they say at the fan meeting that made silt look like this? Lee Yunjae crazy, Bambi eyes, guilty human. Are you asking me to give medicine to people who couldn't make it? Ugh, I miss Bambi too. No, there are 60,000 people in the fan cafe. So does it make sense to only select 200 people? It's not level. Next time, let's go to Jamsil Cone, Our Bambi. And I feel sorry for the writer. But they said they would upload the video of serial dancing separately on the agency's channel. Let's wait a little bit. Today I woke up an hour earlier than usual. When I finished practice and washed up, dawn was just breaking. After finishing the preparations I had planned last night, I stood in front of Jinbi's door. Brother, are you awake? I didn't even knock because I was afraid he might be sleeping, but the door opened right away. Actor, did you have a good dream? Why so early? Did you have a nightmare? You think I'm a kid. She swallowed her sigh as she saw her face suddenly overcome with worry. No, I woke up a little early because I had something to do. What are you going to do? Wash up slowly and come out. I'll show you. Jinbei went into the bathroom with an incomprehensible look on his face and immediately came out with a wet face. It looked like they had just roughly poured water on it. Anyway, I really don't listen. What's going on? It's not like that. I answered calmly and went to the kitchen. Jinbei, who was following me, stopped when he saw the table. This? My brother's favorite is tiak galbai and beef radish soup. Are you sure it was made by an actor? I wish it were, but it's instant. The original plan was to buy raw ingredients and make it myself, but I decided to do it while searching for recipes. Let's give up. You should have tried cooking at least once. Before I met the fog, I had to help with cooking at an orphanage. However, after an accident that almost resulted in my finger being amputated, I was banned from even entering the kitchen. After that, I couldn't do it because Jinbei took care of all the cooking. Why suddenly is it my birthday today? It's not. It's still a long way away. Yesterday was my birthday. His still half-asleep face was full of wonder. I forced my older brother, who was standing blankly, to sit down. I was originally going to give it to you yesterday, but it's a shame. Yesterday, I was so busy with the fan meeting that I didn't have time to cook something at home. As I clicked my tongue at the disappointing taste, Jinbei slowly asked, First of all, thank you, actor. Then why did you suddenly make breakfast? As if I was slowly coming to my senses, my eyes became clearer. Every time I saw him, I looked into his gentle eyes. Just like that. I learned that on my birthday, I should say thank you to my parents for giving me birth. The school teacher did not explain cases where there was no one to convey the message to, but I vaguely thought that way. If I ever meet someone like that, I should definitely talk to them and not forget about it. I just wanted to make it for you at least once. But feeling burdened by the other person is another problem. I was afraid he might feel awkward or embarrassed, so I tried my best to pretend it was no big deal. Fortunately, Jinbei smiled brightly. It's the actor's birthday, and I received a gift. Thank you. Eat a lot. Eat it slowly. Jinbei ate well. Really, I ate well. I couldn't control the amount, so I baked more than I expected, but I ended up eating a lot of it. It was delicious. Actor, I'll do the dishes too, so take a break. No? I will do it. Please just lose. Brother. After finishing the dishes so smoothly, I felt refreshed. I don't have any schedule today. Should I go for a drive with Jinbei? The plan I had made in my head was cruelly shattered after hearing Jinbei's words. Actor. Team Leader Wu asks if I'm free today. What should I say? Say you're going. I answered reluctantly. It's work, but I can't do it. I hadn't made an appointment in advance to go for a drive, but I was feeling steamy for no reason. When I went to the company, Team Leader Wu was waiting for me. To be exact, Team Leader Wu and a ton of documents came together. What is all this? What is it? It's work. Did you sleep? Team leader Wu had dark circles under his eyes. I always felt like a cool-headed robot. That person is also tired. I'm going crazy because of all the work going on because of you. Because of me? Advertisements, pictorials, ambassadors, etc. There were endless offers coming into you. So I spent all day yesterday just sorting them out. Since I had organized it first, I handed him the paper and asked him to just check it. The neatly organized list also included the names of large companies that were familiar to me. I will only film one of these commercials. It doesn't matter to me, but the more you do, the better, right? In the short term, yes. In the long run, it's a handshake. If you take a lot of pictures at once, it's perfect to hear the sound of handshake as the number decreases later. I see there are endless things to consider. Take a look and see if there's something you want to do. I'm trying to refer to it when reporting. Yes. Okay. Oh, and the script came in under your name. Jang Jun-suk. Do you know someone? My brows furrowed at the familiar name. The last time I met director Jang Jun-suk, who wore a thin coat, was on Christmas Eve. It's only been 3 weeks, and you've already written a new screenplay? Are you sure you are that confident? Or not? I read the script director Jang sent me with a nervous feeling. Not even 10 minutes later, I nervously closed the paper. When Jinbei asked me how I was feeling, I was trying to say something in an appropriate tone, but when I realized that we were the only ones there, I said this. It's the worst. Chapter 126. Is it that bad? Yes. It wasn't worth saying anymore. I've read numerous scenarios and scripts over the years, and I've had many different impressions, but this was the first time I felt this way. The saying I want to buy eyes that I haven't seen is used in times like this. As I nervously rubbed my eyes, Jinbei gently took my hand away. This is my first time seeing an actor react like this. There is no obligation to provide separate feedback, so I will just convey my refusal. Yes. Thank you. Then, what should I do with this scarf? Jinbei held up the scarf that came with the scenario. It was a new product with packaging, different from the scarf I had given to director Jang as a gift at the time. Since I knew what it meant, I would have received at least a scarf, but now I didn't want to see that either. So I asked them to send back the scarf as well. Upset. All right. I don't have any plans left, so should I go home right away? Then we dashed. I was about to ask Jinbei, who asked while packing my luggage, to go for a drive. The conference room door burst open with a knock. The person who came in with an urgent expression was team leader Wu. Thank God. He didn't go. What's going on? The CEO is looking for you. I sighed as I saw team leader Wu nodding to go up. Yes, I guess today is this kind of day. CEO, please say something. It's been quite a while since I've seen CEO Jang. So, I entered the representative's office feeling happy, but I was shocked to see the person just staring at my face without saying a word. I asked him again why he called me, but he just looked at me, so I just ignored him. The person with business will speak first. I guess it's not business to look at my face. I waited patiently, hoping that something else would happen. It was about 5 minutes later that CEO Jang opened his mouth. You? How is that possible? It wasn't said to me. I was just talking to myself. CEO Jang muttered, still looking intently at my face. This is my first time seeing a kid like you. What should I do with you? Why are you doing that? I looked at Jinbei for help, but he also had a puzzled look on his face. The talking to himself that continued for a while ended with CEO Jang sighing deeply. I didn't know if I would say this, but I say it because I think it will be easier for my conscience if I speak honestly. Yes. Are you thinking about going to another agency? Yes. What does this mean again? Objectively, we are the best actor agency, but that is also limited to our country. That's why I'm talking about it. CEO. First, may I ask why you say that? I thought he was playing a practical joke, but when I met him, CEO Jang was serious. I came to meet director Yoon Kang-yeon this morning. I also stopped by his studio. I didn't know you were friends with director Yoon. No, I saw it for the first time today. You even visited my studio when I first saw you? My doubts deepened after hearing what followed. While I was at the studio, I also saw the final version of Twins. The editing went well. What did I, the lead actor, not see? I was dumbfounded and shocked at the same time. Even though director Yoon had a naive side, he was extremely strict about his work. Did you make some kind of threat? No, he wasn't someone who would go down even if I threatened him. I remembered what Zhang Hai and I said when he first introduced CEO Zhang. Hi, Yanji. Say hello. The CEO is not very polite, but he does a good job. Looks like you're really good at your job. I was also curious as to what kind of trick they had used. That's it. So what does seeing the final version of twins have to do with changing agencies? CEO Zhang must have read the question on my face and spoke first. I've been working on this floor for 30 years. I saw dozens of kids who acted like they were crazy about it, and hundreds of kids who had amazingly handsome faces. But this is my first time seeing someone like you. Of course, it's true that I'm that greedy. But it's just as scary. I feel like the support we provide is too little to cover your talent. That's why you asked me if I was thinking about changing agencies. Honestly, I want to swallow my words again. It's such a shame I'm dying, really. TSK. A lot of frustration was evident in the hand scratching his head. I was frustrated that things weren't going as planned. I looked at it in silence and then calmly asked, other than coincidence, which agency are you talking about? If I were to bet my career, you would become a big actor in at least 5 years. When I become an adult, I will fly more. Are you receiving English education now? Yes. Okay. If you improve your English skills, it will be possible to advance into Hollywood. If you think about that, it would be best for you to move to a global agency with overseas actors. There are a few places I have drilled, so you can decide from there. CEO Zhang's face looked confused as he said that. It was my first time seeing this face. At times, he was a person who seemed clumsy, or even like a businessman. Both Jiangyan and I were mistaken. Can a real snob say something like that? It was impossible according to my common sense. So, after thinking about it for a while, I asked, do you really think I have that much talent? After watching the video, Director Yun said one thing. He said capturing you in his lens would be his greatest achievement. And I think so too. Everyone will think that when the movie comes out. Really? Sigh. Honestly, it's such a waste that it makes me throw up. So what can I do? We'll have to find out later that you were part of us for at least a year. He looked like he wanted to smoke right away, so I told him first that he could smoke. After hesitating for a moment, CEO Zhang looked at Jinbei's eyes and said, that's it. He put the cigarette pack back. Hasn't there been any actors from our agency who have advanced overseas? It's not a lot. These days, it's common for Korean actors to become known abroad because of Netflix. That's why we created a separate global team last year. Then, if you can help me on that team dash. No, we can't handle you. No, you can, but you can. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to take risks. Only then did CEO Zhang return to the face I knew and whine. An actor who has not been able to appear in Korea until now will be born. It's scary to even think that I could ruin it. That's a crime. Then you can do better than you are now. CEO Zhang, whose legs were shaking, stopped. Regardless of the label snob, he was a very honest person from the beginning until now. And I liked honest people. To be honest, I don't think I'm good at acting to deserve that level of praise. I just do the best I can each time. That's what genius is. Yes, thank you for the compliment. So CEO, please do the best you can. He continued speaking calmly. Recruit more capable employees and use human resources to the best of your ability. The CEO's job is to create an environment where not only me, but all other actors can act properly. Do you believe I can do that? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe in anything. Still, if I'm that good at acting like you just said, yes, believe. That's why I want to stay here. I want to continue working with the CEO. Then this statement will sound true. I quietly faced CEO Zhang, and after seeing his face, I realized, I guess I'm good at acting. Representative Zhang was smiling brightly, and dimples were clearly visible at the corner of his mouth. It looked the clearest and most satisfying I had ever seen. After that day, CEO Zhang gave separate instructions to Team 1 to which I belong. Just review the things Lee Yunjae said she wanted to do without any objections. Even this was something I was trying to say. Let Lee Yunjae do whatever she wants to do, but I stopped her and changed it. Is there anything that can discourage hardworking people? Just as an actor's good acting doesn't necessarily mean his or her work will be popular, there were countless people who helped out behind the scenes for just one celebrity. No matter how good I am at acting, I will never be able to beat the inside of people who have worked in this industry for several years. Every time I hear a word from Team Leader Wu, I realize that so many things have to be taken into consideration. In other words, I was a kid who couldn't do anything on my own. I had to know my topic and receive help in all areas where I could get help. That way I can keep looking at those eyes. I remembered the starlights I saw during the fan meeting. These days, apart from practicing acting or thinking about fog, I spend my time thinking about the fan meeting. I want to go back to that time. Yanji-kun, can we move on to the next chapter? Yes. Sorry. For a moment, I was stunned without realizing it. I quickly turned a page of the book. I was receiving English lessons from a teacher assigned by my agency. The teacher, who had always been disappointed with my pronunciation after the test, changed her expression on the second day we met after the fan meeting. Suddenly, the pronunciation, "No, it's only been 2 weeks. What have you been doing?" I practiced. The teacher looked at me with an expression as if he were encountering a living creature he had never seen before. Anyway, the quality of the classes that followed was better than I expected. This is why kids go to academy. I have never felt dissatisfied with my school classes, but my progress has definitely improved since I received one-on-one classes. Your grammar is perfect now. Next time, we will focus on studying words and sentences that are actually commonly used locally. Yes, thank you for your hard work today. Thank you. I have trained many celebrities, but I have never seen anyone grow as quickly as Yanji. I am more grateful. I just smiled and responded to comments that were made as a greeting. I already know that such words don't mean much. It's probably one of those things a planner says to a bride wearing a wedding dress. I've never seen such a beautiful bride before. When I came out of the classroom, Jinbei, who was sitting on a chair in the hallway, jumped up. "Actor, are you finished with class?" "Yes. Thank you for your patience. Let's go home now." There was an exciting new script I discovered yesterday, so I was planning on reading the rest as soon as I got home. If Jinbei hadn't said this with an embarrassed face. "Actor, someone is waiting outside." Chapter 127. Who? Director Jang Jun-suk. I thought he was a person who upholds basic lines, but I guess I was mistaken. Jinbei, who saw my face quickly hardening, added something. "First of all, I would like to tell you that I am truly sorry for coming to the company without notice." He said he couldn't contact me because of what the actor said the other day. I told the actor that I would tell him later and that he should go in today. "You're going to wait until I come out?" Jinbei nodded slightly with a troubled look on his face. I swallowed the sigh that came over me. What happens after watching a movie? I really got it wrong. Then let's talk for a bit in the conference room. Yes. Actor, please go in first. I will take you up now. After nodding, I walked towards the conference room I often use. It would be safer to watch it inside the company. Due to the entertainment nature of celebrities coming and going, the security at the entrance lobby was quite tight. If you bring any metal equipment, such as a knife, it will be taken away from the lobby. I don't know if I had the guts to do that, but even though I knew what was going on in the water, I didn't know what was going on in the water. It was unexpected for me to get this wet. Sigh, work has become a nuisance. I should send him back after a brief conversation. It must have felt quite fateful for Director Jang to meet a recently famous actor named Lee Yun-jae, while his debut film was a complete failure. So, I guess they wrote that kind of scenario and sent it to me. He came to me like this because he was embarrassed because I refused even the scarf. Yes, it was something I had to face at least once. At this point, you should tell me the reason why you refused. What kind of face do you want to come in with? Is his face trembling with humiliation? Or a dejected face that doesn't know what it did wrong? And the face I encountered 20 minutes later was the second. "Hi. Thank you for your time." I greeted Director Jang, who entered the conference room with a frozen face, and offered my hand. "Let's shake hands." "No. The director's cell phone. Can I keep it with you while we talk?" "Okay. Here." Director Jang took out his cell phone with a puzzled look on his face and handed it to me. Don't be fooled by that face. Because we already know how vicious a person in a difficult situation can become. After confirming that it was not recording, I put the phone down in front of me. If there were any other devices capable of recording or video recording, it would have already been caught on the device in the lobby. In other words, no matter what I say here, it won't spread on the internet. I don't have to surprise my fans by saying something cool and uncharacteristic of Bambi, because that was more important to me than anything else right now. The reason you came here like this is because of the scenario you sent me last time, right? Of course I refused. I thought I could do it. Lie. If I had just refused, I wouldn't have come to see you. Since I didn't even receive a scarf, I was wondering if I had done something wrong. I looked at him with his eyes rolling like a frightened herbivore and said, the scenario the director sent me was really the worst. I've seen so many scenarios so far. I've seen many scenarios that were much lower quality in terms of story and development than the director's scenario. But regardless, the scenario you sent me this time will be the worst I remember. I could see the hurt face in real time as the words were spoken one after another without any change in pitch. I wasn't sorry, because I was like that the whole time I was reading that script. Why? In some parts it's so worst. Did you think I wouldn't know? What? I looked sharply at the face in front of me. It was a face that truly did not know the reason. I didn't mean to. That's a good thing. If that was your intention, I was planning on kicking you out like this. I sighed deeply. In the silence that followed, she calmly opened her mouth. The director's debut film, which I saw at the cinema the other day, was a work that clearly showed the director's philosophy, even though it wasn't that great commercially. As I said at the time, it was surprising that the scene where the shadows on the actor's face were reversed was created with just one lighting device. You did the best you could, even in difficult circumstances. Thank you. But in this scenario, there was none of that. In fact, the director probably knew it subconsciously. He spoke slowly while looking at the frozen person. You were planning to use me as an actor, right? If I come out, it will receive more attention than so I can feel that it was written with only that commercial value in mind. I am. Considering commercial feasibility is not a bad thing. It's actually a bigger problem if you don't pay attention. A movie becomes complete only when there is an audience. However, considering commercial feasibility and aiming solely at that were different. The scenario director Jang sent me was like that. Aside from the story that makes a decent amount of sense, there are also glitch elements, a combination of lines you've probably seen before, and even a sloppy plot with popular scenes all over the place. It was a type that existed for actors, not for movies. I know there are many people who write such scenarios. If you do it well, it works. Even if the director wants to make such a movie, I have no desire to criticize him, nor do I have the right to do so. But at least you shouldn't have sent it to me. If you had a conscience, you shouldn't have done that to me. After appreciating your work for 2 hours, I was completely focused on the conversation about it, so that shouldn't have happened to me. I remember your eyes shining the whole time we talked. I'm sure my eyes were like that too. That made me even more angry. I don't mean to be arrogant. I have no intention of criticizing the director's scenario as if I were somehow responsible for it. I'm just telling you how bad I felt while reading this scenario. It wasn't a script for a movie or for me. It was just an article written for popular actress Lee Yun-jae. We had a really fun conversation at the cafe for the first time. At that time, the director didn't know I was Yeonji Lee. After finding out that I was Lee Yun-jae, I felt strange receiving such a script as a gift. I meant everything I said at the cafe back then. I felt like it was all pointless. You might feel funny, but it's more than you think. I was hurt. It would be better if it was just more insulting. I felt like it would make me feel even worse if I said these words out loud, so I just didn't. Director Jang was already lowering his head. What kind of intentions are they hiding? Anger? Humiliation? Shame? And after a few minutes, he slowly raised his head and his face looked complicated. You're right. After I found out that you were Yeonji Lee, I wanted to please you. It seemed like that. There's nothing to deny. I think I was just worried about that the whole time I was writing this. How should I use it? Will you like it? I guess you want to do it. There were gaps in between, but the pitch was not unstable. It was a vital sign that he wasn't lying, but I couldn't completely believe it. Sorry for making me feel that way. I can't deny that it was an insult, but it was really. There was no intention. Yes, then I will think so too. What does it matter whether that statement is true or not? What is clear here is that I received an apology. In other words, going deeper now is inefficient. Let's stop here. It was true that I felt bad after reading the scenario, but that didn't mean I was actually harmed. When I looked at the other person's face, which seemed to be extremely shocked by myself, even that felt trivial. I think my nickname Bambi is too much. Wouldn't it be better to use Reeds rather than Bambi? My emotions subsided so quickly that I felt embarrassed. There was an awkward silence. I said this because I thought we would never see each other again, but maybe I should have said it in a more gentle way. I touched the back of my neck and opened my mouth first. I'm sorry if my words hurt you. No, thank you. Thank you for being honest. Thanks to you, I've come to my senses. After that, Director Jang was silent for a moment and then stood up. I think it took up too much time for talking to me today, and I really appreciate the conversation at the cafe then. I'm serious. I looked him in the eye and responded that I was grateful for the words he said. After receiving the cell phone, Director Jang turned around without hesitation. Since it was an action without any hesitation, I spoke first. Director, when you finish writing the next scenario, please send it to me. With a scarf. Director Jang smiled slightly and left the room. February has come. There is 1 month left until school starts. I have had a great time for 2 months since the day team leader Wu said he would like to take a break. There's nothing more to play with now. I'm bored. After meeting with CEO Jang, the company responded that if there was a project I wanted to do, they would consider it positively. However, other than Han Sung-min, who was already confirmed as Sung Yi-jun, there were no roles of interest. No Bai-hyuk was busy with practice, and Young Hai and I was also filming a new drama, so it was hard to see his face. Since I had nothing to do, I was practicing acting enough, but I was so bored. It was a lazy weekday morning when I received a call from Baek Seo-jin. Baek Seo-jin, first year acting class A Yeonji. Do you have plans today? I was playing with my friend, and he said he was curious about you. If it's okay, would you like to play together? It was because I was so bored that I accepted the call, which I would normally have declined. If Baek Seo-jin's friend had this kind of personality, he wouldn't have appeared. Wow, this is my first time seeing someone more handsome than me. Hi. Hello, I'm Seo-jio. Please feel free to call me Gio. I, along with Seo-jin, am an aspiring actor. Seo-jio, unlike his languid appearance, had an affable personality like no. Bai-hyuk, I'm transferring to your middle school this time. Okay. I'm really nervous because I don't know anyone in this neighborhood other than Seo-jin. I don't want to eat alone. Should I go to the bathroom and eat? I could sense what he was saying with intent, so I didn't respond. Seo-jio smiled loosely, as if he didn't want a positive answer either. It's difficult. You're more blunt than I thought. Is there an image you were expecting? I saw your fan meeting video. I was expecting him to laugh with a soft face in the video. Do you know that you've never smiled at me? That's because you talk too much. I felt like the dizziness I felt when I first met No Bai-hyuk came back. I was planning to take the opportunity and run away home. But surprisingly, there was an area where we communicated well. I like that director's movies too. Have you seen Anna's Now? Wow. This is my first time seeing someone who knows that. It's my favorite movie. Honestly, I think it should be better known. That's right. It was surprising that my tastes in movies and dramas overlapped more than I expected. Song Yi-jun and Nam In-woo were also actors, but their tastes did not overlap, so there was no one to talk to about this. As I was concentrating heavily on the conversation, I received a call from No Bai-hyuk. Hello. Where are you? I'm outside. What? I'm at your house now. I finished practice early today, so I came to play. Who? Are you meeting? When Baek Seo-jin and Baek Seo-jin's friend said that the three of them were playing, a moment of silence passed through the cell phone. Okay. How long are you going to play? Well, I do not know. I'm your house. So what should I do? Chapter 128. I didn't make an appointment in advance, so there's no reason for me to run just because No Bai-hyuk came home. I definitely thought so in my head. Then I'll be there by 7 o'clock. Let's have dinner together. When I heard a slightly sulky voice, words came out without me realizing it. Okay, I'll wait. After I hung up the phone, I just felt uneasy. Who is this? No Bai-hyuk. She always gets soggy when the mood is good. Anyway, without fail, Baek Seo-jin saw No Bai-hyuk's scars. At this point, it seems to be a habit. Just a little longer, and I'll be able to breathe. It's not squishy. Because he's at my house now. That's what's soggy, Yeonji. I should have become friends with you earlier than No Bai-hyuk. I just laughed at the sight of Baek Seo-jin tapping his forehead as if he was truly disappointed. Seo-jio, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, intervened. Who is this friend named No Bai-hyuk? Same middle school? She's an aspiring singer, so it's half different. It seems like you two are very close. We're friendly, though? As long as I continue to be famous, I won't have any problems. It looks like you. The atmosphere is similar. That friend Bai-hyuk looks similar to me? Huh. If Seo felt loose, no Bai-hyuk seemed more sad. However, the folds of the eyes when smiling and the rhyme in the way they spoke were very similar. Then he must be handsome too. Yes, even this part. As I looked at him in awe, Seo smiled and waved his straw. Even in those slow movements, there was a slight hint of innate sensitivity. You can see he also has the same personality. No Bai-hyuk also smiled and walked around. And just by looking at his eyes as he quickly scanned the surroundings when he arrived in an unfamiliar space, he was no ordinary kid. It was the same with Seo. When I first met you, I felt your eyes moving quickly as if you were analyzing me. Well, me too. It's funny that I even think like this. It's not a good attitude to act like you found out something about a girl you met for the first time today and whom you don't really know. Let's stop thinking about it here. Who Seo is, it has nothing to do with me. After organizing my thoughts, I focused on the conversation again. However, my quiet cell phone kept bothering me, so I ended up having to get up before 6 o'clock. Actor, are you here? Yes. What about Bai-hyuk? Please wait in the actor's room. After washing my hands in the bathroom, I went into my room. As soon as I opened the door, I saw no Bai-hyuk with his swollen lips sticking out. I guess you had a good time? Despite the fact that he ran so early, the words he came back with were blunt. This is my first time seeing him grumble like a child like that. Huh. It was fun. His mouth was closed like a clam, and it looked like fog. The fog didn't look unfamiliar because it had done so many different things with no Bai-hyuk's face, but it was unfamiliar nonetheless. Why are you like that? Bai-hyuk, are you angry? Why me? This is absurd. Why am I angry? The snorting guy made an embarrassed face when I looked at him without saying anything. Sorry, it was childish. Little. The guy looked even more embarrassed. He smiled and sat down next to me. Next time, at least call me before you come home. Don't do it after you come. I sent you a text message, but you're the one who didn't see it. Call me. Phone call. Why do you like phone calls so much? I'm tired of moving my fingers. Doesn't it bother you to open your mouth? I stood up holding the hand of the guy who was poking my cheek. Let's eat dinner first. I'm hungry. Okey. Before I knew it, I checked on the guy who came back as usual and left the room. Raising a child isn't easy, really. Actress. Smart. As soon as I heard a knock, I opened the door. I was going to ask you if you were ready, but I guess there's no need to. I smiled shyly at Jinbei, who was looking at me with wide-open eyes. Yes, I am ready. Today was the first day of filming on site in a long time. A day of real acting. It's been so long that my body feels itchy. Shall we eat breakfast first? There is still a lot of time left. Yes. Actually, I wanted to skip breakfast, but I quietly sat down at the table. I couldn't even taste what it tasted like. Jinbei told me to eat slowly, so I ate breakfast quickly and got into the car. At the same time, the cell phone rang. It was Song Yi-jun. I'll see you later. Why did you call? Hello. Seonji. Did you sleep well? I'm on my way to the filming location now. Already? It's 9 o'clock now. Weren't you filming at 3 o'clock? Although it was an afternoon shoot, I decided to go in the morning to prepare in advance. I also wanted to stay on set longer. I want to watch my brother act. What's going on? I know it's not like that. I just wanted to ask if you slept well. That's a really lame reason. But, again, calling was more convenient than texting. The shorter the call became, the longer it got. It was only when the set building was visible through the windshield of the car that I was finally able to hang up. Of course it had no meaning. As soon as I opened the car door, Song Eun-jun jumped out. Seonji. Hi. Hyung, your hair suits you well. Thank you. When did you dye your hair? Oh, it's not dyeing, it's a wig. This color requires bleaching several times to achieve this color. But if you do so, your hair will be too damaged. I see, I didn't know. I briefly touched Han Sung-min's hair, which was dyed yellow to match his character. I was surprised that the wig wasn't visible. First, let me introduce our director and staff. Okay, thank you. Today is the day Song Yi-jun participates as an extra in the new drama Dogs on Leashes. It was also the drama that I told team leader Wu that I wanted to do. If I had been a little more greedy back then, the person wearing this wig could have been me. But it's already over. I thought I would have mixed feelings when I saw Song Yi-jun, who plays Han Sung-min, But surprisingly, I didn't feel anything. Rather, it was amazing, because it's completely different from the character I created. I didn't know you could say that line in such a raised tone. What was written in the script was literally just type. There are cases where the writer emphasizes nods, eyes, hand gestures, actions, etc. as directives, but it is up to the actor how to implement them. Depending on which actor takes on the role, a completely different character may be created. I felt like I was finally learning about acting little by little. If the task of completing a character made of letters is acting, there is no correct answer in the end. Song Lee-jun's acting, which gave a different answer than mine, was very good. As I was watching it quietly in the corner, trying not to disturb as much as possible, I felt a presence next to me. Our Lee-jun is a really good actor, right? He was. The main producer of Dogs on a Leash. Yes, you're really good at it. Hee. I really feel happy every time I see it. I was the first to ask her if she wanted to try acting. I guess you've known Lee-jun for a long time. Yes. It's been quite a while since Lee-jun became a brother with his father. When I see Lee-jun, he just seems like my son. I see it was unexpected for him to suddenly approach me and say something like this, but it didn't mean I couldn't understand it. You're a fool if you don't notice those eyes. I didn't necessarily want to cause a dispute, so I told him what he wanted to hear. I also want to be a good actor like Lee-jun. Haha, you two can do well. I learned a lot today. The eyes that had been looking at me unfavorably since I said hello earlier softened. He was a person who didn't need to be nervous. It's easy to handle. It's annoying, though. When our Lee-jun asked if we could invite you as an extra, I was actually very upset. But now that I look at it, my eyes are really nice. Yes, thank you. The main PD left after chatting for a while. My ears hurt. I thought I was finally going to get some rest, but Song Lee-jun approached me. Yeonji, aren't you bored? Huh. Your acting is really good. I enjoyed it. Thank you. The last time I talked to you helped me a lot. While sitting next to me and giving a vague answer to Song Jun's chattering words, I recalled the overall story of the drama. The main characters in Leashes of Dogs were teenager Han Sung-min and man in his 40s, Lee Jan-hyuk. Han Sung-min was one of the common gangsters who left home when he was young and lived on the streets. Then, through some opportunity, he gains superpowers, but he wanders without being able to utilize the value of those abilities properly. It was a drama where Lee Jan-hyuk discovered and raised Han Sung-min. The overall plot was that two people who were bickering at first became a team and fought against other supernatural powers. Superpower. You'll have to be good at directing. Heroic. It was a genre that could easily become childish even if it was a little overdone. Even though it was far from my taste, the reason I was greedy was purely because of the character. Because Han Sung-min was an attractive character that had not been seen in any other drama. It's still disappointing, but why even film extras? The character I would play today was Student 1, who is being ripped off by Street Thugs 1, 2, and 3. Not long after gaining superpowers, Han Sung-min saves Student 1, who is being robbed of his money, from gangsters. When Student 1 says thank you, Han Sung-min takes the money back with a shameless face, saying, I have to pay you for saving me. It was truly a unique character. TSK, I'm left with regrets. As I was about to lose myself in random thoughts, Song Ijin glanced at me and said, Do you remember what I said when we first met? Hey, Butterfly Flower Riding a Zelkova Tree was my first drama. Huh. This is my second drama, and I'm glad I can film with you again. The face that spoke shyly was full of sincerity. I guess I needed a real friend. At that rate, wouldn't it be better to go back to school? I also like filming with my brother. Let's take a good picture today. Huh. Song Eun-jun answered brightly. I got excited thinking that this face would change into Han Sung-min before my eyes. I want to act quickly. Han Sung-min's superpower was obedience. If you look directly into the other person's eyes and give a command, the other person will move accordingly. When Student 1 panics about having his money stolen from the person who saved him, Sung-min Han uses his superpower out of annoyance. As this is a scene where Han Sung-min's superpowers are properly expressed, Student 1's facial expression of submission was important. 3 days ago, when I received an urgent call from Song Lee-jun, I practiced paying attention to that part. The thought of standing in front of a camera for the first time in a long time made me feel excited. Actor, now you need to change your clothes. Following Jinbi's instructions, I changed into my school uniform. It was a much duller and heavier color than the school uniform I attended. After creating the scar around the lips and applying makeup to lower the tone of the face, the real photo shoot was just around the corner. I hope you enjoy filming today. Ah yes, us too. When I greeted the people who were playing the role of thugs who would take money from me, the group flinched. I glanced at you earlier, but do you have something to say? Either way, I settled down. Let's not get excited. Calmly, I slowly closed my eyes, and words that I hadn't heard in a very long time reached my ears. Stand by, Q. Chapter 129. You got beat up like that yesterday, and this is all you can get today? I guess I got hit less. Aren't you afraid of us? My pride is hurt. The faces in front of me giggled. One guy took money out of my wallet and trampled it. One guy spitting on the floor, another guy tapping me on the shoulder. There were 3 trash people. And if you include me, who can't say anything to these trash, there are a total of 4. Sorry. Poetry, I also wanted to bring more. There is no money at home, so what are you asking me to do? You bastards. What are you sorry about? You should feel sorry for your face. Are you ready to be hit? My body automatically trembled as the hand pressed hard on my shoulder. I wish I had hit him sooner. It was when I closed my eyes tightly, wishing for this moment to end quickly. What are you guys? Wow. I thought the line was go worry from a while ago, but seeing his face makes it even worse. A person who looked more like a gangster than a set of trash approached me smiling. I felt it instinctively. That person wins. I knew better because I was in a position where I was always getting beaten up. The fight was full of momentum. By that standard, it was a game that had already been decided. Who are you? Germination. The trash must have been embarrassed by his stuttering, so he accidentally hit me on the head. I was scolded for staying still, but I gritted my teeth and held back my screams. I hope you finish it quickly. I didn't wonder why he was helping me. Maybe he didn't want to see those who were weaker than him pretending to be strong, and it wasn't my place to ask anyway. Okay, I'm sorry. Stop hitting me. The fight ended more smoothly than expected. The scumbags threw money in my face and ran away. Only after the sound of running footsteps became further and further away did I kneel down and pick up the bill. No matter how hard I tried to straighten the bill, it was already dirty. Just like me. It was a violence so familiar that it made me feel miserable all over again. Still, but even so, I wasn't used to meeting someone who appeared like a savior. I glanced at the person casually removing the blood from his hands. Will I be able to become that strong someday? It was an unfamiliar face, but I felt a strange sense of relief. It was also the reason why I laughed, even though it was not a situation to laugh. Thank you. I have to pay for my help, right? Yes. I felt the corners of my mouth that had been raised awkwardly stiffen. The other person offered one hand. I'm not suggesting we shake hands at this time. Just by looking at the bills I was holding, it was clear what I should put on my hands. It's funny. It was okay even when I got beaten up every day. Seriously, I was starting to feel miserable. If it weren't for this person, the money would have been taken away anyway. So there shouldn't be any regrets. What did I expect? In my head, I had already handed over the money, but the bill was still in my hand. At that time, I heard the other person click his tongue. Hey, lift your head up. Hearing the familiar tone of command, I raised my head without realizing it. The moment I met light brown eyes, my entire body suddenly relaxed. As if I was momentarily possessed by something unfamiliar, I lost my mind. I felt like my body didn't belong to me. It was so fascinating. Hand me the money. The voice that said he was going to die from being bothered was brilliant. My hand automatically rose as if I was being dragged by a rope tied to my wrist. The moment I carefully placed the crumpled bills in my precious hand, I was smiling faintly. I can't believe I can talk to such a noble person. I felt like I had achieved a great achievement in life. It wasn't a face I dared look at, but I wanted to see that precious face just once more. When I slowly raised my head, I saw him looking at me with a blank face. Cut. Ing. At that time, a sound like glass breaking was heard. When I opened my eyes again after a moment of confusion, the filming set was immersed in silence. What? It wasn't me who made the mistake. Just looking at the atmosphere, everyone was looking at me as if I had made a mistake. Sung-Joon was the same one who was staring at me blankly. Brother. Why is he like this again? Originally, it was a cut where Han Sung-min had to casually pick up a bill and turn around. However, Sung Yi-joon just looked at me with a blank expression, so I ended up making a NG. The main producer came running right away. Is our Lee Jun very tired? Oh, yes. It's okay, you can do that. Should we take a break for a bit? Yes. Please. Song Eun-jun looked like he was lost somewhere. Why are you acting like that all of a sudden? When the PD called for a 10-minute break and then restarting, the staff moved as if they had finally come to their senses. I was about to ask Song Yi-jun if he was okay, but the actors who played Gangshi 1, 2, and 3 approached me first. You're really good at acting. I was shocked. Thank you. How did you like my acting? Anything you can say. The expressions on the faces of the actors who seemed to be around my age were slightly reminiscent. I was so nervous that I didn't know why, so I took a step back without realizing it. Yes? What are you saying? Acting advice. Something that needs to be corrected in my acting. It was good. You're doing a good job. You can be really honest. No, I wish you would. Please. Looking at the 3 pairs of eyes full of passion, I hid my bitter smile as best as I could. Well, I think it would be difficult for me to give you advice on acting, but I think it would be good to relax a little. Strength. Yes. Earlier, aren't you scared of us? You put emphasis on G when you said your lines. I think it would feel more natural if I said it a little more flowingly than that. As I kicked one person away, this time another person got in my face. I don't like commenting on other people's acting because it's not very pleasant, but it didn't seem like it would fall off easily, so I just told him. After a few minutes of conversation, I bowed to the actors who bowed and said thank you very much. I'm tired. I need to get some rest now. Okay, let's start filming again. Okay, let's act. NG was constantly repeated in the same part. All you had to do was just turn around. But Song Yi-jun kept making a blank expression. The main producer couldn't bear to say anything to Song Yi-jun, so he just quietly continued filming. Then, perhaps because he was annoyed, a spark flew out at me. Yeonji, aren't you here as an extra? No matter how good you are at acting, you can't imitate the main character. When did I imitate the main character? I couldn't find anything to say, so I just stared at him, and the main PD's face turned bright red. Don't you understand me? I've already done all your close-ups anyway, so do it appropriately. Don't you have to be considerate of your co-star? Sorry, I will be careful. To be honest, I still didn't understand what he was saying, but I lowered my head. As the main producer walked out, the interior of the filming set became quieter. The gaze on my face stung. Did I do something wrong? No matter how much I think about it, I don't think I did anything wrong. I looked around to see if I was not capable of self-reflection right now. He must have been looking at me the whole time, and I immediately met his gentle eyes. And those eyes were talking. I didn't do anything wrong. After catching Jinbi's signal, I sat down in the chair with a more relaxed mind. Even though I had already memorized the script down to every point, I read it again. Because there was nothing else to do besides this anyway. Originally, he would have chatted with Sung-jun, but after the first NG, I could see that he was annoyed with me. Well, if it's okay, he'll talk first. Excuse me. Yeonji. Yeah, like this. Can I sit next to you? Hasn't it been a while since I asked that question? But he nodded like nothing happened. Song Yi-jun sat down on the chair next to him with an awkward gesture and hesitated. It was clear that I wouldn't be able to say anything more if I paid attention to it. So I just watched the script and waited. Sorry. I made a mistake and you got criticized. Are you okay? I don't want to make mistakes either. It's not easy. The voice that came out like a complaint was extremely tired. It's worth it since I've been filming the same scene over and over again for hours. I was about to ask why I was making mistakes, but I ended up thinking that it wasn't a question I should ask given the atmosphere. What would be an appropriate consolation here? Is it okay if I make mistakes? But you have to do it in moderation. It is true that the more Song Eun-jun makes NGs, the more his other schedules are delayed. It was impossible to just say nice things as if to comfort a child. After thinking about it, I decided to say what I really thought. Then how about making it not a mistake? Of course, I know that's not the expression you intended. Still, I don't think it's strange that Han Sung-min makes that kind of expression. Yeah, really? Although Han Sung-min is a scoundrel, he is not a piece of trash that cannot be rehabilitated. Assuming that the people who have been stealing money have been mainly the same gang, you may feel guilty because this will be the first time you have taken money from an ordinary student. You might think so. Song Yi-jun showed a blank expression again. But even if you do that, the build-up will not collapse. Even though Han Sung-min is a tough character, he has a soft side. Huh. By forcing a child who looks like a victim into submission for the sake of earning a few pennies, you are setting yourself up for an embarrassing situation. Then, even if you make a blank expression, it won't be a mistake. Of course, the most convenient and desirable way is to just follow the script. This was said because Song Eun-jun was in a situation where he was unable to do that. Song Yi-jun was silent for a moment, then nodded that he would do so. I'll talk to the producer. Huh. And tell me this is what you came up with. Huh? Why? It's your idea. That's because the main producer hates me. I didn't want to say it out loud to someone who had called my main producer uncle since I was young, so I just gave it a rough explanation. What does it matter whose idea it is? It's just an opinion. Opinions are just that. Opinions. Unless murder is an extreme topic, you can't say strongly that an opinion is right or wrong. Opinions can change at any time depending on newly acquired information. However, there are not as many people who accept this as you might think. There are many people who confuse opinions with identity. When opinions become identities, from that moment on, constructive dialogue becomes difficult. The moment you bring up something that is contrary to that opinion, there are too many people who think you are attacking them. In particular, the main producer was the type with a strong opinion. It is obvious that people will be offended if I say that I have a different opinion than their own. It's obvious that it's going to be a hassle, so why go back that far? Seongjin had a look on his face that I couldn't understand, but he did as I said. As I expected, the main producer got angry and asked how he could think of such a thing, and filming ended right after the next take. Seonji, you had a hard time today. I'm sorry for making so many NGs. No, brother, thank you for calling me. It was so much fun. To be honest, I was hoping that someone, whether Song Yi-jun or someone else, would make more NGs so that filming could continue until tomorrow. I was sad that today was the end, so I didn't walk well. So, if I had known that the production team would call me back the next day, I would have gone home right away. Chapter 130. Reshoot. It was around breakfast the next day that I got a call from Jinbei. My ears perked up at the word reshoot. Jinbei seemed to think the call would take longer, so he got up and told me to eat first. And the face that came back was bright. Actor, a reshoot 4 Dogs on Leashes has been scheduled for tomorrow. Really? For a moment, I couldn't control my expression and smiled brightly, although I stopped after laughing. Well, since Jinbei Hyung was the only one there anyway. Why all of a sudden? The writer said he wanted to change the direction slightly after watching yesterday's filming. The parts that actors have to play are the same. So what part has changed? Jinbei briefly explained what he heard over the phone. Then, actor Seol Sung-jun, who plays the character Lee Jan-hyuk, has changed to appear early. Yes, that's right. After seeing the footage shot yesterday, the main writer liked it so much that he insisted that Lee Jan-hyuk's character be included in this timing. Dogs on a Leash was a drama where a teenage gangster, Han Sung-min, was discovered by a man in his 40s, Lee Jan-hyuk, and the two teamed up. As the planning intention of the scenario stated, bromance between two characters, the two characters constantly clash and become entangled. It was also a story about Han Sung-min, who was wandering and not belonging to a group, forming a sense of belonging with Lee Jan-hyuk and growing up. That's how important the chemistry between the lead actors was, and I heard that discussions took place for several months about who would play Lee Jan-hyuk. Seol Sung-jun, an actor with 26 years of experience, played that role. You've watched all of the works that actor Seol Sung-jun has appeared in. I'm sure you're looking forward to tomorrow. Yes, well, Jinbei looked even more excited. I couldn't deny it, so I smiled shyly. I never thought I'd actually see it. There are so many actors who are good at acting. And Seol Sung-jun was an actor who was particularly good at acting. The day I first saw his acting, I looked up all his works like I was fascinated. It is true that I became even more greedy for Han Sung-min when I heard that actor Seol Sung-jun would appear in Dogs on a Leash. Then I guess I'll be able to watch the performance tomorrow from the side. I felt more excited than I thought, so I took a deep breath. At that time, I got a call from Song Yi-jun. Are you trying to talk nonsense again? Seonji, did you hear that Senior Seol Sung-jun will be appearing tomorrow? Nope. Huh. I heard it in the morning. You're filming tomorrow at 2 o'clock, right? Hey, if it's okay, can you come out in the morning? Okay. What's going on? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was harsher than usual. It's not a big deal. Have you ever met Seol Sungjun in person? No. This is my first time. But I've seen all the works that have come out. Entire? Even your debut work? Huh. Song Yi-jun paused for a moment and asked if I was a fan of actor Seol Sungjun. Well, is this a fan? I thought of the starlights I saw at the fan meeting. By that standard, it's definitely not. I was hesitant about what to say, but I just said I was looking forward to meeting him tomorrow. Oh, I see. Brother, it's not a big deal, right? That is. No, we'll talk about it tomorrow. After that, Song Yi-jun hesitated for a while and hung up the phone. The next day, Song Yi-jun, whom I met on set, was still strange. From the first greeting, he was rude, and after that he continued to give me a hard time. Brother. Lee Jun. Hyung. What on earth are you thinking? No matter how many times I called him, he couldn't come to his senses, so I had to hold his hand and gently shake him. Where are you in pain? No. I watched as he hesitated and avoided eye contact. He asked me to come out in the morning, so I wondered if he had something to ask me, but there wasn't anything like that. He just constantly looked around as if he was nervous. Why on earth are you doing that? It was frustrating, but I just endured it because it reminded me of the fog. I'll tell you when I'm ready. It was then. Actor Seol Sungjun is here. Hello everyone. Is our famous actor here? The entrance to the set seemed to be noisy, and actor Seol Sungjun appeared in the crowd. Despite his age of nearly 50, his tall height caught my eye. I have to say hello. As I was slowly getting up, Sungjun quickly got me up with a thoughtful look on his face. Hey Yeonji, hurry up and say hello to your senior. Hurry, Song Eun-jun whispered and pushed my back hard. As he suddenly ran, the staff surrounding actor Seol Sungjun moved out of the way as if they had been waiting. Everyone's eyes turned to me, who suddenly appeared. Actor Seol Sungjun's eyes too. At the same time, time passed slowly as if in slow motion. It was the same face I saw on the screen, but it seemed like a strangely different person. The tone of his face was much redder, and his eyes were cloudy. The moment it took a step closer to me, I smelled a very subtle scent of alcohol. No way. Before I could even think deeply about the doubts that were rising in my head, actor Seol Sungjun spoke first. Is this your first time seeing this face? The corners of his mouth that turned up when he smiled were full of blue whisker marks. The veiny eyes were strangely unpleasant, but I planned to say hello first. As I lowered my head and looked down, I saw the expressions on the faces of the staff nearby. Fear. It was a feeling that was clearly revealed. Fear. My head quickly turned to the questionable situation. His head was already half bowed, and all he could see was the other person's feet. Before I could think of anything, my mouth moved. Like a survival instinct. Hello, seniors. This is Yeonji Lee. First time greeting you. I briefly lowered my head, which was about to go up, and lowered it with gritted teeth. I bowed my back at a 90-degree angle and greeted him in a loud voice. Is this right? It was something I did with just a fleeting thought. All I could see was the dirty filming floor. The surroundings were full of silence. I still couldn't judge the situation, and my mind was confused. However, my tense muscles were telling me that it was not time to raise my head yet. As the silence continued for a few more seconds, boisterous laughter was heard from above. Have you seen your polite friend after a long time? Lift your head. Why are you being so polite? I'm not that scary of a person. I woke up when a hand roughly tapped my shoulder. While I was raising my head, I quickly glanced at the staff without being noticed. Instead of fear, relief appeared on her face. What did you say your name was? Youngjae Lee. This is Lee Youngjae. Please speak comfortably. Seniors, it's nice that you have a friendly personality. It's been a while since I like a junior like this. My head turned quickly. To some extent, the pieces of the puzzle were put together. I see. First of all, it was clear what I had to do in the current situation. We'll figure out the details later, and end the conversation first. I'm really a fan of you. I'm so happy to have met you like this, and it's such an honor to be able to act on the same set. I raised my voice, imitating No By-hyuk's sad smile. It was my voice, but it was loud. I can't even remember the last time I made this level of decibels. As the distance got closer, the smell of alcohol became more evident. I thought I might frown if I let my guard down, so I smiled brightly. As if it wasn't a useless act, the other person's face brightened even more. This is my first time seeing such a nice junior. You were my fan. Somehow. I'll sign it a little later. Thank you. After more meaningless conversation, actor Seol Sung-joon took his first step. The assistant director quickly followed behind him. No, you'll be in the waiting room, so don't let anyone in. Just knock when you're ready to shoot. Of course. How dare we interfere with a famous actor capturing his emotions? I'll be watching from the front, so don't worry, just let me know when you're ready. Actor Seol Sung-joon closed the door without replying to what the assistant director said with a smile. Bang! The moment the door to the waiting room was slammed shut, even the tense atmosphere was released at once. Ball, really. In front of the waiting room, the assistant director muttered a low curse. I quietly watched the other staff sigh as a group. Yeonji, are you okay? Huh. Answering Sung-joon, he carefully relaxed his neck. My throat felt sore because I spoke loudly when I was not prepared. I looked at Song Yi-joon, who was looking at me worriedly next to me. The story I've been hesitating to talk about since yesterday was about you? Yes. I sighed when I saw the sullen face. It's not like there wasn't enough time to talk. Is there a reason you couldn't tell me? That is. I guess you didn't mean to embarrass me. I didn't think so because of the way he was whining. He's also an actor. How can you believe that? If that was the intention in the first place, I wouldn't have pushed my back earlier. Just by looking at the current atmosphere, you can guess it. What would have happened if I hadn't greeted you properly? If Sung-joon had not pushed my back with all his might, I would not have been able to pick it up and eat it in time. Still, it would have been much better if you had told me in advance. Sorry, I really wanted to tell you too. I was frustrated with Song Yi-joon's slow tone today, but I patiently waited. Anyway, it is true that I received help. Did you feel uncomfortable because it felt like you were talking behind your back about a senior in the industry? I think it would have been difficult even for me. I understand. Oh no, it's not like that. Song Yi-joon hurriedly shook his head. I didn't want to be that person. A person who talks about other people behind their backs. But now I know that may not be true. As Sung Eun-joon said that, his pale eyes turned to me. Senior, it's a little. There are some parts that are not comfortable, but it may be different for you. I didn't want to open my mouth hastily. But I saw you coming in, and your steps were unsteady. I felt like I had been drinking today too, so I asked you to say hello right away. On days when you drink, you become much more sensitive than usual. Today? It's not the first time you come to the filming set after drinking. I was shocked. She barely restrained herself from accidentally clicking her tongue. He slowly patted Seongjin's shoulder, who seemed very intimidated. Thank you for your help. Did you greet me properly the first time? No. Song Yi-joon smiled bitterly. Even if I were an extra, the two of us would have to film a lot together throughout the filming of the drama. As my expression hardened, Song Yi-joon waved his hand and said it was okay. But you don't hit me with a finger. I know that the main producer cares about me. Hanjijijum. Hey, Yeonji. Lower your voice. What did I just hear? My bone hurt. I felt like I was going to tear off my styled hair, so I clenched my fists and held on tight. If you say you don't do it to your brother, does that mean you do it to other people? Song Yi-joon nodded slightly. I was so shocked that it was hard to breathe. You were truly a crazy bastard. Chapter 131. Seol Sung-joon was a middle-aged actor with a solid fan base in the film industry. It was a mask that was well suited to noir and action scenes, but due to its outstanding acting skills, it was also popular in comedy and drama genres. It is true that I have seen all of his works, but I did not know any other information. He wasn't interested. Still, it's shocking that his original personality is such an asshole. Who are you stabbing? Did you see it yourself? The other day, a male actor came as an extra. He suddenly slapped me while I was acting. Why? Just act properly. I hit the youngest staff members on the head sometimes. All I saw were men. They don't do that to women. Song Eun-joon hesitated, but continued speaking to the end. For women, torment me with words. Finally, a sigh that I couldn't hold back came out. I wasn't so stupid that I didn't know what it meant to be verbally harassed. From assault to sexual harassment? He's a guy I really can't get along with. There was a lot I wanted to say, but there were too many eyes watching. First of all, Hyung, let's finish filming well today. Okay. Regardless of how I felt, I had something to do. I wonder if the staff will put up with it because they don't have any emotions. Everyone is probably enduring it with difficulty. I knew that reality wasn't that easy, but today my mouth got sore. I guess there's nothing I can do. After thinking for a moment, I turned on my phone. After turning on the notepad app, I slowly wrote, "It's fog. I need your help. Sionji." As soon as I opened my eyes, I hugged the rushing fog tightly. My body, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed. When I didn't fall right away, the fog seemed to be embarrassed, but it smiled and hugged me. "You miss me a lot." Huh. Today was a very difficult day. That person was the worst. I'm so angry too. I couldn't even film because of that person. Therefore, even thinking about it again made me feel feverish. Seol Sung-joon did not come out for a long time even after the assistant director knocked. After an hour or so, Seol Sung-joon's manager came out and said this. "My brother said he was very tired today. Let's reschedule. There have been some schedules that have been pushed back. So if that happens, the entire schedule will be dashed. Aren't we going to pay all the money anyway?" "Yes. All right." The assistant director was seen gritting his teeth, but he ended up smiling without saying anything. Just by looking at the red nape of the neck, I could tell what emotions he was suppressing. All staff left work in silence. The assistant director cautiously asked if I could come back next time, and I immediately said yes. The assistant director's face was full of complex emotions as he muttered, "Thank you. It's really not easy to make money." I put my head down as if it was going to burrow into the fog's shoulders, and the fog slowly stroked my head. "Sionji, are not you tired? Should we lie down? Let's stay like this a little longer." In the midst of my anger, my clumsy touch made me laugh. Why is he so clumsy no matter what he does? "It's fog. Did you see what I asked you to do earlier?" Then, I confirmed everything Yunjae said without exception. "Thank you. Hi. My body relaxed as I heard a voice as soft as a marshmallow. "I wanted to lie down like this, but come to your senses. Then will you show me Seol Sung-joon's memories?" Huh. What I asked Foggy to do was read Seol Sung-joon's entire memories. I don't even know how to use this. Still, it's better than no weapon at all. But it's a series. I have a question. Huh. You know, the last time I showed you the memory of a human singing. A singing? Human? Are you talking about the space singer Kang Se-hyun? Huh. Back then, you hated seeing other people's memories. Is this person okay? I was speechless for a moment. That's right. It is an unchangeable fact that Seol Sung-joon is an asshole, but it was also an overstep for me to read his memories. As I was silently lost in thought, the fog became confused. I'm not saying anything. Last time, I saw Yunjae's memory of that person and her expression was so bad. I asked because I was afraid it might happen again this time. Huh. No. Thank you. My mind was complicated. As I opened my arms, I was greeted by the familiar mist of her. I gathered my thoughts while touching No Bi-hyuk's unique curly hair. Is it right for me to read other people's memories? Of course, it is not ethically right. But is there anything else I can do? I still don't know why my fans like me. However, if you think about common sense, the reason why people like celebrities is simple. Because it's not easy to see around. Something special you can't find anywhere else. This was a world where you could not survive if you did not meet the conditions. Are you good at acting? That's something an actor should definitely do. Is it that every work that comes out is a hit? That may be an important issue for investors. In the end, there is only one reasonable answer that can be given now. My goal is to maintain the image that fans see of me as long as possible. Words that commonly follow when searching for Lee Yunjae. There was something handsome, genius, kind, gentle, polite. I felt embarrassed, but my feelings weren't important right now. The look in your eyes that I saw during the fan meeting, I can't lose that. In order to continue receiving those words that made my face burn, simply acting well wasn't enough. Which actors are you usually friends with? Do you have any conflicts with other fellow actors, etc.? I should also care about my reputation. I've been lucky so far. There are countless people like Seol Sung-joon. We will meet again and again in the future. I didn't have time to waste time worrying about how they would affect my image and how it would reach my fans. Then, so far, I made a decision while listening to the confused voice of the fog. The worries end here. Is it ethically wrong? What does that mean? No matter what situation unfolds in the future, I must always be prepared. If there was room for gossip to arise, it had to be completely blocked in advance. Even if I use everything I have, I'm ready. Can you show me Seol Sung-joon's memories? Even if it means causing someone's destruction. The youngest staff member of Dogs on Leash's side. I hope we can finish filming quietly today. I already knew that celebrities have different personalities than what you see on TV. Even the staff, who had been struggling for several years, were shocked by the person. Named Seol Sung-joon. There were rumors that he hit someone with his car and buried them in the mountain behind him. And there were even rumors that he covered up cases that were due to go to trial with money. Still, since it was just a rumor, I thought it was completely unbelievable. Until I got hit by him. The staff member who got hit on the head so loudly in a room full of people just for touching his clothes with dirty hands made a confused face. I want to post something on the internet. Since there were so many people who had been victimized by Seol Sung-joon, it wasn't that there were no posts about him at all. But thanks to the strong support he had, every time a rumor spread, it was buried without a word. The people who complained about Seol Sung-joon gradually began to give up. His rumors became more and more vicious, and the powerless staff had no choice but to bear it. Hello. It was then that a calm voice fell into the ears of the staff member who was absent-mindedly taking out the equipment. Yes. Hello. You've had a hard time since morning. Please do this while having a drink. Yeonji Lee handed him a drink. The plastic cup contained a strawberry latte. How did you know I liked strawberry lattes? Lee Yeonjae smiled, probably because she read the puzzlement on the staff member's face. I thought you were holding a strawberry latte the other day. We had a conversation 2 days ago. Wow, I remember that. It was really brief. The staff member muttered, "Thank you," with a bewildered look on his face. There's a coffee truck in front of the building right now. There's strawberry juice there too. If you need anything, just go and talk. Oh, did you prepare it? Yes. Last time I was filming a movie, Lee Jun sent it to me as well. You may be busy, but please eat whenever you can. The upright boy's typical face disappeared after he lowered his head. The staff was standing there blankly, as if they were possessed by something. It was only after the water droplets on the plastic glass fell on his hand that he came to his senses. The kid is really nice. If such a good boy works for a long time, he will turn into Seol Sung-joon, right? Thinking about that made me feel bitter. Contrary to my bitter thoughts, the strawberry latte was sweet and delicious. Let's do our best today. The staff sipped on strawberry latte as if drinking the water of life, and then prepared even harder for filming. Perhaps because of the coffee tea prepared by Lee Yeonjae, the atmosphere on set was warmer than usual. Lee Yeonjae looked very friendly as she smiled and talked to the staff with a soft face and massaged Sung Eun-jun's shoulders to relieve tension. The main producer, who is a Sung-joon idiot, seemed strangely annoyed by this. However, the main producer also exchanged a few words with Lee Yeonjae, smiled happily, and patted her on the shoulder. Do you think today's filming will go well? Can one person have this much influence? The expressions of the staff, who had been gloomy ever since filming began, brightened. It was only for a moment that the friendly atmosphere was broken. PD, let's replace him with someone else. Mr. Sungjoon, why are you doing this all of a sudden? How much did the main writer look forward to this scene? Sungjoon's outstanding acting adds to the scene, making the scene really lively. It's okay, he's annoying. It's an extra anyway. Let's change it to someone else. The scene being filmed now was a modified version of Han Sung-min trying to extort money from Student 1, but stopping when he saw the submissive expression on his face. Lee Jan-hyuk, who was trying to ignore it, reads the guilt on Han Sung-min's face and makes an interesting expression. Lee Jan-hyuk approaches the two with a look that says, "I'd be happy to take him around," and uses his abilities on Student 1. Lee Jan-hyuk's superpower was memory deletion. When Student 1 came to his senses with a blank face, he was alone in the alley, and the filming ends. It was a simple shoot that could be completed in 2 hours if done well. The problem was Seol Sung-joon's stubbornness. Seol Sung-joon, who was laughing and saying that he was able to drink precious coffee thanks to his polite junior, hardened his face as soon as he saw Lee Yeonjae's performance, and he insisted that he be replaced with another actor. There is no way to keep it in check. No matter who looked at it, it was an inferiority complex. No, it's not that I can't act, so why do I do that to a child so young? A look of patheticness appeared on the staff's faces, but it didn't mean they couldn't understand it. Because Lee Yeonjae's acting was so great. The moment I was obeyed by Han Sung-min, I lost strength when I saw the student's clear eyes. Dazed face, fascinated eyes, drooped corners of the mouth. A sound was heard in the ears of those who saw the expression completely change in a very short period of time. The sound of the barely holding ropes snapping was as vivid as an illusion. It was a perfect performance in itself, without the need to insert additional sound effects. Sungjin, let's go together. Huh? Producer, why can't I understand what you're saying? Do you need more money? As the main producer closed his mouth due to the mounting humiliation, the filming set fell into silence. The staff looked at Lee Yun-jae with full of pity, and I froze in shock. When I blinked for a moment, Lee Yun-jae was standing there with a troubled look on her face. Oh, what is it? I guess I was wrong. Yeah, there's no way he would look that cold. Chapter 132. CEO, this bastard is calling people right from the morning and is being damned. Seol Sungjin scratched his head with an annoyed face. The manager who has been working next to him for nearly a year gave an easy answer. You must have suddenly become senile. As my brother became more successful, it might have been annoying. My good-natured brother is patient. As the manager who stayed by Seol Sungjun's side for the longest time, his skill in pleasing people was a work of art. TSK, I understand. I have to endure it. I guess I'll just listen to the nagging and come back. The car carrying Seol Sungjun entered the agency's parking lot. It took him 3 minutes to reach the representative office. Seol Sungjun, who entered the representative office with a bored expression, changed in less than 30 seconds. You bastard. I told you to take good care of yourself so you don't get photos taken, right? Ball. I raised you to become a great actor. So are you repaying the favor like this? You bastard. Worse than this magpie. The CEO's eyes as he looked at Seol Sungjun were vivid. I didn't even have the presence of mind to grumble and ask why I was suddenly acting like I always did. Seol Sungjun just looked at the photos scattered on the table with a pale face. Who is it from? I don't know either. It came in the mail anonymously this morning. I wonder if someone has been released and sent. You crazy guy. Do you want to feed the paparazzi yourself? The CEO screamed like a crazy person and threw things around. A few minutes later, the CEO sat down on the sofa with a tired look on his face. As his legs rose onto the table, numerous photos fell out. The photo was filled with only Seol Sungjun's face. To be exact, his face was drunk on something. I was able to get past the photo of someone driving drunk no matter what. Anyway, there are more than 1 or 2 celebrities who are doing well even after drinking and driving. But this photo was a fatal blow. Hey, this was done properly. You know, the representative's voice sounded faint. Seol Sungjun looked blankly at the photo of himself being handed something from a drug dealer. There were no demands? Money or something. It just came with a note. The CEO threw the paper with a pained look on his face. Concentrate on your duties. If you do that, I won't have to send you a second photo. Seol Sungjun's hand holding the paper was shaking. It would have been better if I had asked for money, tisk. Foot. Brother, this is dashed. First of all, be considerate of yourself. Don't make anyone look bad. No dashed. You're filming a drama right now, right? Once that's over, let's stay alone for a while. Brother. Foot. Listen to me. Why is this bastard so damned? When Seol Sungjun shouted with an angry face, the CEO flinched. Only then did Seol Sungjun's frightened voice rise out into the quiet office. It's the same as my handwriting. Huh. I got caught by a crazy idiot. Have you had a grudge against someone recently? I don't know, Ball. There were too many suspects to choose based on that standard. The CEO, who was watching Seol Sungjun tearing out his hair, spoke calmly. Sungjun, just do what's written on the paper. What? They say focus on your duties. What do you have to do? You're acting. Seol Sungjun's eyes blankly landed on the paper. I heard you're filming while drunk these days. They messed up filming on a bad day and slapped a new actor in the face. It's not that I don't have ears. I crossed over because I could cover it in my line. The guy who sent this must be around you. First of all, let's finish the drama smoothly. Got it. The CEO finally couldn't bear it anymore and lit a cigarette. Seol Sungjun's deep sigh was also mixed with the cigarette smoke that filled the office. Who are you? Just get caught. Seol Sungjun looked around the inside of the filming set with bloodshot eyes. It's already been a week since I received the threatening letter. I felt the staff glance at him as he was outside the waiting room, which was unusual for him. I felt like screaming and asking what I was seeing, but I gritted my teeth and held back. At that time, a soft, flowing voice was heard from next to me. Hello? Seniors. It was Lee Yun-jae. Unlucky bastard. I didn't even have time to manage my image right now. Of course, I wasn't always good at it. It was even more unpleasant because it was 3 days ago that the main writer came to Seol Sung-joon's house and begged him to film with Lee Yun-jae just once. What does he say? Ball. I was really upset when the writer emphasized that it would be the highlight of episode 1. There's nothing you can't say with the main character in front of you. Still, since it was right after I received the threatening photo, I just sent it back, saying I understood. Is the person who threatened him related to this person? I was busy worrying about who sent the photo for a week. I must have bullied 1 or 2 people during this time. But when I thought about the timing, the photo came the day after I asked to replace Yeonji Lee. Hey. Yes. When I called him with an uneasy feeling, his face turned around. I was about to say more to the pure face that seemed to be free of any impurities. It's done. Yeonji Lee quietly kept her mouth shut. I like that you don't make noise. Seol Sung-joon had no choice due to the blackmail photo, and remained silently immersed in his acting until all filming was completed. The staff asked, "Did that guy suddenly take medicine?" I looked at him with these eyes. However, everyone hurriedly moved their equipment as if they could not miss this moment. The filming of one scene was finally completed on the 3rd day when Lee Yun-jae appeared on set. Seonji, you had a hard time. You really worked hard. Will you come out next time I call you? Could you please sign it? Song Ei-jun, the main producer, and other staff members ran to Woo Soo-soo and Lee Yun-jae. Seol Sung-joon caught the eye of each person making eye contact and talking affectionately. When I saw that, something made me feel sick. That was why. Seol Sung-joon approached Lee Yun-jae. You are a polite junior. Can you give me your number? Sure. Seniors. Lee Yun-jae, with a bright smile, received the cell phone with neat hands. The staff and Song Ei-jun looked anxious as he entered the cell phone number without hesitation. Next time I call you, please make some time. Yes. Seniors. Yeonji Lee smiled brightly. Looking at those clear eyes made me feel nauseous. I've got to see that face fall. Only then did this dirty feeling seem to go away. There's no problem with meeting close juniors in private, right? I was already fully immersed in acting. At this level, I've concentrated on my duties. This time, I'll have to be careful not to get photographed. Seol Sung-joon laughed evilly, thinking of a store that was completely unknown to the general public. Senior Seoljin, come to this address by 7 o'clock today. I'll buy you something delicious. Senior Seoljin, take a taxi when you come. Don't bring the manager with you, happy face. I glanced at the message and then checked my watch. It's 4 p.m. now. It's a one-sided notice 3 hours in advance, so it's not polite. First, I searched for the address Seol Sung-joon sent. There wasn't much information about whether it was a regular home, so I turned on road view. The moment I saw the screen, words came out without any time to hold back. I do it in a variety of ways. The red building on the phone screen was a familiar one, having seen it many times in Seol Sung-joon's memory. Of course I remember what he did here. I pressed my hand to my frowning brow and sighed. There's no way he wouldn't know that I'm a minor. How can you invite me here? What on earth must you be thinking to be so complacent? Only a week has passed since the photos obtained through the fog were sent to Seol Sung-joon's agency. 1 week. I thought you would take care of yourself at this level. They say there is no answer if you are stupid, but in another sense, I even respected him. I'm sure this person has fans too. Are you not thinking about the fans' point of view at all? What will be the shock to fans when they see this photo? I didn't feel very happy because it was my first time threatening someone. But at this point I thought maybe I was being too clumsy. It doesn't make sense with my common sense. I sighed deeply. If you don't understand, the answer is simple. I have to give up trying to understand. How should I handle this? For now, my filming 4 dogs on leashes is over. Even so, I couldn't block that text message without replying. Since I decided to continue acting, I could run into Seol Sung-joon at any time. First of all, you have to stop me from entering that building. It would be difficult if even a photo was taken. If Seol Sung-joon's actions are revealed to the media, it won't be good for it to be known that I have even a slight relationship with him. The problem is that I have to refuse a call from a senior with 26 years of experience. What good excuse can there be? The excuse of schedule is likely to be caught. If you say you have a prior engagement, they will ask you if you dared to call them out on someone you are meeting. It is too early to turn into an openly hostile relationship with Seol Sung-joon. Is there anyone around me who has the experience to beat Seol Sung-joon and who he can immediately convince? As soon as I thought of a person, I made a call. Hello? I'm Lee Yunjae. Do you have time now? Senior Seol Jun. I forgot that you filmed a movie with director Kang Yun Happy Face, I understand. Talk while Happy Face. As soon as I arrived at Director Yoon's studio, I sighed when I received a text message. For now, it's been an hour. Of course, it was only a temporary measure. A second rejection would be difficult. Before that, I had to come up with a proper way to handle it. While I was trying to figure out what to do with this idiot, Director Yoon placed orange juice in front of me. I suddenly heard you were coming to the studio, so I wondered if something was going on. Did you come to use your cell phone? Oh, I'm sorry. I got a text message from Seol Sung-joon. Seol Sung-joon? Director Yoon frowned. If possible, don't get involved with her. I heard from other kids that they play very dirty. I sincerely want to do that too. I wish someone could tell me how. It's not a matter that can be easily shared with anyone, but the situation before my eyes was overwhelming, and the sound of my cell phone vibrating in succession made my heart feel even more frustrated. Senior Seol Jun. Is the conversation over in about 3 hours? Come right away when it's over. I'll be waiting for you. Senior Seoljin, we're going to play until dawn anyway. Don't feel pressured, Happy Face. Huh. As soon as I saw the text, I let out a deep sigh without any time to hold it back. What should I do with him? Why is the child sighing like this? What's going on? Something is going on. Why? What's going on? I raised my head. Director Yoon was looking at me with an innocent face, eyes shining like a child discovering something exciting. Come to think of it. My head turned quickly. While I was hesitating, the urging came back as if even that was frustrating. Why are you doing that? Is this fun? Hold me too. Are you that curious? Huh. What? You'd better not know. As he finished speaking, he deliberately smiled meaningfully. Then Director Yoon hung on, as if he was even more impatient. If you're curious, I can tell you. But just know that it can be annoying to the director. Director Yoon hesitated for a moment. But that was only for a moment, and he jumped up like a child who couldn't contain his curiosity. Okay, ready. Let me know. I grinned. At the answer I had been waiting for. Found. My long-term horse. Chapter 133. Before that, can I ask you one thing? When have I ever said no? What? Director, what criteria do you use to select actors? Director Yoon wrinkled his nose, as if he thought this was a completely unexpected question. What? I only have one. Is this an actor who can embody the character I created? Other than that? At all. I'm not interested. At all. I quickly asked back at the unexpected answer. What about the actor's reputation or morality? What is important about how the actor lives his daily life? What is captured in my lens will be characters anyway. Director Yoon smiled brightly. It was a childlike laugh. At the same time, it seemed like a devil. I don't care whether the actor killed someone or committed a crime. I just have to embody my character perfectly. Well, but that's just my opinion. The investor's perspective is different. Because the audience doesn't like it? Yes. There was a possibility of a boycott, so they persuaded me to leave it out if possible. Nevertheless, if we had to use that actor, what reason would there be? Didn't you say you were only asking one question? If you answer this, I'll tell you the truth. Joy. It's so cheesy. Director Yoon looked at the ceiling again, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. The words that came out were simple. There is only one case. An irreplaceable actor. He is an irreplaceable actor. If it's impossible to film without that actor, we have to push through no matter what problems arise. It was a very simple answer. At the same time, it also contained the answer to the question I had been worrying about. Is Seol Sung-joon an irreplaceable actor? No. It wasn't that much. Of course, that could happen to other people. But that wasn't something I cared about. As soon as I finished thinking about it, I immediately put it into action. After checking the 3-digit number that appeared on the phone screen, I pressed the call button. Yes. Emergency call 112. I feel refreshed. After completing everything I had planned, I returned to the studio. When I opened the door and came in, Director Yoon, who was stretched out on the sofa, asked, You suddenly left? Where did you go? A convenience store. If you need anything, let me know. What did I buy? I didn't buy anything. Then, I smiled softly as he asked me why I went to the convenience store. I reported it to the police. What? Right now? Actor Seol Sung-joon is having a drug party with people. If I hadn't made the excuse that I had a prior contract with the director, I would have been called too. I received a text message telling me to come back as soon as I finished talking with the director, so I borrowed the phone from the convenience store owner and reported it anonymously. He looked at his dumbfounded face and smiled. It's refreshing. Director Yoon opened his mouth blankly and paused for a moment. No, wait a minute. What did you do after thinking about it? Of course. I told you not to get involved with Seol Sung-joon, but who told you to mess with me? Do you know who's behind her? Yes, I know. The phrase, "How on earth do you know that?" was written on the other person's face. I didn't think there was any need to explain that, so I shrugged. No, then you do it yourself. Why are you telling me this? So I warned you. It can be annoying to the director. Director Yoon touched his forehead as if he was in pain. Hey, Yeonji. Now, you made a mistake. Do you think that reporting it to the police is the end? I'm sure the local police already know anyway. It's called Go Stop, where everything is planned and played. Probably so. Why are you answering so calmly? Driving me crazy. Am I weird now? Where did your manager go? Please bring him. Jinbae took me to Director Yoon's studio and then went home. When I said I wanted to talk to the director alone, he told me to call him when I wanted to come home and stamped his finger 3 times before leaving. I'll call you later when I get home. They said taxis are dangerous. Yes, taxis are dangerous. No, you're in a taxi and you're in danger. Director Yoon hit his chest in frustration. Hey, do you think there are 1 or 2 celebrities who use drugs? They must all be related, but what are they thinking? Why are they doing that? I told you. No matter how well I get through today, I think it will only be a matter of time before I get dragged away. I can't make excuses for the director every time. Director Yoon, who opened his mouth as if he was shocked, was left speechless. The other person, who had been silent for a long time, asked quietly. First of all, it was a good thing I borrowed someone else's cell phone. Is it because of reporter tracking? Yes, but it doesn't mean much anyway. If you ask the owner of the cell phone, he or she will tell you that it was borrowed by a customer. If you turn on the CCTV at the convenience store at that time, you will see me. Even though I'm wearing a hat and a mask, anyone who knows me will recognize me right away. Above all, on the day that actor Seol Sung-joon sent me the address and a message, the police went there. No matter how stupid he is, he wouldn't be able to receive a signal like this. But it doesn't matter if Seol Sung-joon notices that I called. Anyway, by tomorrow you won't even be able to care about me. As I was calmly organizing the things I had to do in my head, Director Yoon waved his hand as if shooing away flies. I don't know. I don't know either. You are really weird, huh? It's really, really weird. Yes. Thank you. Isn't that a compliment? My head hurts because of you. Then I'll go and see. Thank you for your time today. When I got up, without any regrets, the astonished gaze returned. When I sat down on the sofa again, wondering if he was telling me not to go, Director Yoon yelled at me. Go? Go quickly. Yes. Goodbye. I calmly got up again and contacted Jinbae. After a while, I received a text message saying that I had arrived, and as I was putting my shoes on, I felt a sign of presence behind me. Seonji, let me ask you just one question. Yes. Are you sure you can handle it? The voice, filled with anxiety, sounded like a child today. That means what I did was not light. But I didn't feel lighthearted either. It wasn't something I did without preparation. He answered with a quiet smile. Even if I can't handle it, I have to do it. It was my own choice, so it's too late to complain. Look at you not answering the phone. Seol Sung-joon called the same number with the intention of destroying his cell phone. However, I was already hearing the 15th time that the phone was turned off. Oh, really? How do I kill this bastard? I felt my reason being paralyzed by anger. I felt like beating up anyone passing by, but I gritted my teeth and glared at the saved name that appeared on my phone screen. Lee Yun-jae. From the first time I saw it, I didn't like something about it. He seemed like the type that wouldn't suit me anyway, so I just thought about hanging out with him a few times. If you act recklessly like this, I won't tolerate it either. It was okay when Lee Yun-jae contacted director Yoon Kang-yeon and said she was truly sorry and that she had a prior engagement. Because I had a lot of time anyway. We couldn't postpone the party we had already prepared just because one child was late. So, we just gathered together and played as usual. When I heard the doorbell, which should never have been rung, I went out and saw the police standing there. Fortunately, it was a police officer who was close to Seol Sung-jun's group, and he also gave a light warning with a troubled look on his face and left. The police said they would sort it out as best as they could, but said they had to post a report as reports were received. In other words, the place to play had to be changed. I was annoyed at having to throw away something I had already set up perfectly. What kind of side is this to the kids? I couldn't bring myself to tell my juniors, who suddenly got angry and asked what kind of surprise this was, that I thought it was the kid I invited today who reported it. The police said they would try to track down the reporter, so they sent him away to tell him to be quiet for now. And after finishing the meeting, I called Lee Yun-jae all the way home. Then that photo was also sent by Lee Yun-jae. It is said that the reporter clearly told the police, "People are gathering together and doing drugs." How did he know I was weak? The heat spread all the way to the top of my head, and I was boiling, but after a few hours I calmed down. Well, he's still a kid. Did you say you are now in your second year of middle school? His face was still full of youth. I knew better because among the group of people I was partying with today, there was a person of the same age as Yeonji Lee. What can a child of that age do? No matter how much of an actor he is from Wooyeon, he doesn't have someone as strong as him. There were parts where I wondered how on earth I got that photo, but my drugged mind immediately turned positive. It's okay. I'll have to call Lee Yun-jae out tomorrow as soon as I open my eyes. It was dumbfounding to think of how embarrassed I was when a middle school student sent me a threatening photo. At best, you'll be harmed by a clumsy child who reports it to the police. I plan to repay this insult double. When I thought of Lee Yun-jae apologizing with a very frightened face, the corners of my mouth turned up. Let's think about it after we sleep. I'll have to step on it tomorrow. After taking a refreshing shower, Seol Sung-jun closed his eyes. And the next day, he was greeted by a cell phone filled with numerous missed calls. What's this? Seol Sung-jun, who still didn't understand the situation, looked blankly at his phone. The numerous missed call records were left by one person. A person who does not fit into such behavior at all. Why is this person? Why did you call me so much? At that time, the cell phone I was holding vibrated. Sister. Hey. Simple save name without a name appeared on the screen. It was the same number left on the absent list. I felt it intuitively. That's it. The hair that was full of Lee Yun-jae turned white in an instant. Whining dash. Every time my phone vibrated, my anxiety grew stronger. Let's take it first. He was someone who should not have been kept waiting for a long time. I hid my confusion and spoke as kindly as possible. Sister, what's going on? Why did you call me so much? I missed you a lot. Come down to the parking lot. Because I'm waiting below. Huh. Only a foolish answer came out in a bloody voice I had never heard before. The other person didn't even care about that and gave an order. Come crawl over right now. Then Senior Seol Sung-jun decided to leave the drama? Without explanation? Huh. All I got was a contract termination document. So my uncle, no, the PD went to my senior's agency directly, but it seems like there's confusion there now. They say there is no one there who can contact you. Song Eun-jun's voice on the other end of the phone seemed very unstable. It's only natural that your co-star will suddenly leave the show. I felt like I was responsible to some extent, so I calmly comforted him. Brother, don't worry too much. It's not common for a lead actor to drop out, but there are many other actors who are good at acting. Huh, yes. And since Senior Seol Sung-jun had a puncture several times, there hasn't been much filmed so far. There will be no problem if we film more diligently after casting actors again. Thank you, Yeonji. Hearing what you say makes me calm down a little. After a few minutes, Song Eun-jun returned to the calm tone I knew. Senior Seol Sung-jun. Why on earth is that like that? If you act like this, there's no way it won't be covered in news. I know. Aren't you in a dangerous situation? No. Seol Sung-jun is alive and well now. Because I saw with my own eyes through the fog that he was at a villa overseas with his girlfriend. If you're considering whether it's safe, aren't the standards for safety different for each person? By my standards, Seol Sung-jun was safe. For reference, my standard is that the limbs are intact. That's enough. Chapter 134. I knew about the existence of girlfriend ever since I checked Seol Sung-jun's memories. Just looking at Seol Sung-jun's attitude toward her, they were not ordinary lovers. Well, if you were a normal girlfriend, you would have no obligation to clean up after her like that. A different word would be better suited for such a relationship. A sponsor or a backdrop. Words like that. There really is such a thing as a sponsor. I've seen it in movies and dramas, but it was awkward because it was my first time seeing it in person. Seol Sung-joon's sponsor was a person with quite a lot of power. The atrocities committed by Seol Sung-joon so far were horrendous. The handshake and sexual harassment are laughable. The power she had was so great that she buried so many things without a word. So, as my first threat, I sent a picture of myself barely dealing drugs. We planned to avoid using photos of Seol Sung-joon meeting women other than his sponsor as much as possible. This is because, when looking at past memories, it did not seem like the sponsor would react normally after finding out the truth. It doesn't matter if you ruin Seol Sung-joon so he can't go out. It will affect the drama. If that happens, then what is wrong with the staff and Sung Eun-joon? But I realized it through director Yoon's words. The Owner of Dogs is a drama that can be made without Seol Sung-joon. Plus, I no longer have to get caught up in gossip. It was a win-win situation for everyone. Except for one person, Seol Sung-joon. I said it simply, but honestly, it wasn't simple. I'm not the main character of any movie. I was too ordinary a middle school student to be able to skillfully threaten someone. With the help of the fog, I was able to obtain photos that couldn't be found anywhere, but actually sending them to someone was another matter. It was relatively simple to send mail to Seol Sung-joon's agency, making it difficult to trace the sender. Compared to the work of sending photos to Seol Sung-joon's sponsor, we have to make sure we handle it. He was an opponent who could easily end up in trouble in many ways if he did it sloppily. And got caught. Online was better than offline, but the problem was that I needed a different cell phone. The cell phone is not in my name, but in someone else's name. It wasn't something I could do alone, and I couldn't ask Jin Bae for help. Of course Jin Bae Hyung would help. But what do you say when they ask why you need it? Why would an ordinary second-year middle school student need a Canon phone? No matter how I tried to explain it, I had to accept that it would look strange. At least I didn't want to look like that to Jin Bae. You need a Canon phone. So in the end, it was this person who asked. Looking at his bewildered face, I had nothing to say, so I answered hesitantly. Yes. Is it possible? No. What the hell is going on? It's difficult to explain in detail. I need a cell phone whose location is difficult to track. I plan to discard it immediately after using it once. There was no one around me to ask for help, so I contacted my brother, and I'm sorry for causing you trouble. That's okay. Singer Kang Se-hyun hesitated for a while, and then asked quietly, What are you? Is it like the National Intelligence Service? Do you think so? If it were a real National Intelligence Service, it wouldn't have stopped something as trivial as this. When I was dumbfounded by the unexpected question, the other person shouted that he was even more dumbfounded. Even with a shocked expression on her face, Singer Kang Se-hyun answered that she understood. And within a few hours, my phone was saved. I thought he might ask me something, but surprisingly, he just handed me the item without saying anything. You must have doubts about me in the first place. It was I who gave Singer Kang Se-hyun an MP3 that could not exist in the world. I didn't ask anything because of the conditions, but of course I would have noticed something was strange. That image was stuck anyway, so why would it be difficult to add a few words to ask for a Canon phone? Using the cell phone I obtained, I sent a text message to the sponsor's private number, which I found out through Seol Sung-joon's memories. I attached one by one photos of Seol Sung-joon meeting other women. I felt strange waking up early in the morning and sending a text message. I feel like some kind of villain. Of course, he was actually doing something a villain would do. From identity theft to threats, these were actions that were completely against the law. I hesitated for a moment before sending the text. Is this really true? Is it okay to manipulate a person's life as you please? Me too. How dare I do that? Even if you are labeled as a rude junior, how can you avoid this by blocking Seol Sung-joon's number? It was the sun that had already risen that woke up the confusion. When I saw the lights slowly spreading over the dark mountain behind me, it automatically came to mind. The countless starlights I saw at the fan meeting. Okay, let's not forget the most important thing now. There was no intention of neglecting the risk factor. This is something I have already chosen with my own hands. There was no time to complain or regret. Even if I can't handle it, I have to do it. As I said to Director Yoon, it was my responsibility to handle everything, no matter how it comes back. Seol Sung-joon wants to take a hiatus from activities due to recently worsening panic disorder. the agency said, confirming. Actor Seol Sung-joon, who revealed his true feelings on social media, virtually announced his retirement. Seol Sung-joon suddenly leaves the film after 3 weeks of filming Dogs on a Leash. How does the production company feel? The internet was abuzz with the actor's sudden retirement announcement. Actor Seol Sung-joon, who was famous for his clean image without any controversies, became even more of a hot topic. People's reactions varied. There were people who sympathized with me by asking how hard it must have been to write something so rambling. And there were also people who criticized me for not being responsible, saying that no matter what, I should finish what I was doing. Still, I had no doubts about the panic disorder and depression that Seol Sung-joon mentioned as the reason for his retirement, because it was a disease that so many celebrities complained about. However, it was an excuse that anyone who had seen him even once could not help but laugh at. You crazy bastard. You're making a living. Didn't you suddenly get sick? Didn't she say that her sponsor is the youngest daughter of Sung-hee Group? I guess I was abandoned by him. It looks good. I believed it and trembled like that. Perhaps because it was an office full of reporters, there was no hesitation in the words floating around in the air. One day, I wanted to collect people who were slapped by Seol Sung-joon and post a special article. It's gone to waste. Do you know anything? How many months will you be back after that? Shall we place a bet? Oh, I'll take 6 months. I'm 8 months old. Perhaps because it was well after work time, people started chiming in one by one with the provocative word bet. It was one woman who calmed down the increasingly noisy office. Would you like me to bet too? The reporters jumped up from their seats, as if struck by lightning. Hello, director. Sorry, we dashed. No, I was just asking you to join in on the bet too. Director, what month will you pay? PTN's director smiled and answered the new reporter's bold question. I vote for not coming back until I die. OMG, did you hear anything? The reporter's eyes brightened in an instant. When I inquired about Seol Sung-joon's location, he was already in Korea. The last place it was captured was near Rome. Rome? Huh. Do you know why I came down here? Let's all form our own teams and dig into it. After saying that, the director disappeared. Immediately, the new reporters who had just arrived stood still, but the reporters who had already had a good time got dressed in a hurry. PTN reporter Kim Yeon-do, who had just taken off his new uniform, followed the shooter and asked, Seniors, why are you doing this all of a sudden? What did the director say? Do you know that Seol Sung-joon's sponsor is the youngest daughter of Sung-hee Group? Yes. The youngest daughter has a villa in Rome that she goes to every summer. So Seol Sung-joon is with that youngest daughter? You don't know that. You, too, should make good connections and find out. All right, but even if I find out this, can I publish an article? After all, I had already announced my retirement. When Kim Yeon-do slurred his words, the shooter became irritated, as if he was frustrated. Information is beneficial anyway. I know how to use it later. And if you are a Sung-hee Group, you can make a lot of money even without publishing articles. We need to find out before other media outlets ask anything. I understand. Yes. Then you go to Seol Sung-joon's agency and get an interview. I'm going to meet some of my acquaintances from Sung-hee Group. Just like that, the reporters left the office in a hurry. While reporters were wandering the streets determined to catch a big catch, the person who knew Seol Sung-joon's location more accurately than anyone else was asleep. Seonji, hi. Today again, I smiled brightly, hugged the rushing fog, and then laid down on the bed. Even though he didn't say anything, the fog floated Seol Sung-joon's day-to-day on the ceiling. Thank you. Hi. But this person seems to be living too comfortably, so I'm pissed. Look at that expression. Don't you think you're so happy? Well, you don't know what it looks like. Currently, Seol Sung-joon was living in his sponsor's private villa. To be precise, I was imprisoned by that very sponsor. As the fog said, Seol Sung-joon's expression looked quite calm. Still, how would you know what's inside? My career, which I had built up over 26 years, was in vain in an instant, even against your will. But I think I would be scared if I had to live with a woman like that for the rest of my life. The fog said, trembling. I habitually patted myself on the back and thought about the woman the fog was talking about, Park Yi, the youngest daughter of the Sung-hee Group and Seol Sung-joon's sponsor. It's definitely not normal. Even at a glance at Seol Sung-joon's memories, Her possessive desire for Seol Sung-joon was too much to describe as love. I wasn't interested in what kind of emotional exchange there was between the two, but I knew that Park Yi had long strongly wanted Seol Sung-joon to retire. In the first place, the photos I sent to Seol Sung-joon's agency were also photos that Park Yi had collected separately. Park Yi, who found out that Seol Sung-joon was cheating on her, through a text message I sent, immediately dragged him in. The message, "How dare you date another woman over my property," was clearly readable on her angry face. In a way, it was natural that Seol Sung-joon, who was brought to Rome, was urged to retire on the spot. Park Yi showed the photo I had sent as a threat to Seol Sung-joon and said, "If you don't write that you are retiring right away, I will release this photo to the press." The look in Park Yi's eyes was that of a truly crazy person. Instead of being a drug addict and a drunk driver, Seol Sung-joon chose to win the title of a great actor who announced his retirement at the top without any regrets. I looked into Seol Sung-joon's daily life for a few days to find out, but he seemed to be adapting well to the unemployed life. Is it because of Park Yi? I don't think I care at all. Are you sure that they think it was Park Yi's fault that she sent the threatening photo to her agency? Well, even if you guessed that way, it didn't make any sense. I was completely caught. In the first place, it seemed like I didn't have the nerve to ask Park Yi outright. If that's the case, wouldn't it be okay for Seol Sung-joon to start paying attention? Above all, because I have a long-term horse. Director Yoon Kang-yeon, come to the studio when you have time. I have something to say. The next morning, as soon as I received the text message, I went to Director Yoon's studio. Director Yoon greeted me with a serious face I had never seen before and asked quietly, "Seol Sung-joon, is this your doing?" I didn't answer and just rolled my eyes. As I looked around, Director Yoon said as if I was dumbfounded, "You're not eavesdropping? What about recording?" "AC, really? I'm not recording. No, I'm betting on all my works and awards. So tell me, is this your doing?" I answered calmly as I saw him yelling, "Yes, I did it." Chapter 135. You really did it? How? Even though he asked with such a confident expression, when he actually heard my answer, he seemed like he couldn't believe it. He said that you don't have to believe it if you don't want to believe it. Director Yoon scratched his head as if he was in pain and muttered softly, "Does your manager know about this?" "No. Why are you telling me?" "The director asked me to wear it." "Stop talking bullshit. Say it straight." "It's true. By the way, I've been speaking without a filter since a while ago. Was this intentional? Or does that mean you're too excited to even do that?" "Yeonji," I asked everyone around me. But no one knew why Seol Sung-joon was like that. Not a single one. Who is behind you? Why on earth did you tell me? I think it's the latter. I put aside the innocent face I usually put on and looked at the other person who was grinning. There is someone behind me. I can't tell you who it is. Of course you can talk. They say they meet a transcendent being in their dreams. And I'll just be locked up in a mental hospital. It doesn't matter who it is anyway. The reason I only told the director is important. What is that? Looking at the other person with a serious expression on his face, he smiled softly. Please tell me how to manage my images. What? I want to keep my public image the way it is now, but I don't know how. The person around me who was best at managing their image was neither the popular actor Jong Hyun-I nor the first-tier idol singer Kang Se-hyun. It was this person right in front of me. I've never seen anyone manage their image as well as the director. Is that a compliment? For now. After hearing my answer, Director Yoon made an even more puzzled face and looked like a child. Sometimes like an innocent child, sometimes like a weighty movie director. Director Yoon was a person who quickly changed the mask on his face depending on the situation, place, and person. Sometimes I feel more like an actor than an actor. I'll say it again, I was still just a kid. When I needed help, I had to beg for it, out of pride and all. Just as I look to my older brother Jong Hyun when I have any obstacles regarding acting, I plan to look to Director Yoon in the future when it comes to image management. I need a teacher. Someone who will tell me how to deal with certain situations and what kind of image I can form and maintain. Seol Sung-joon was lucky. There was also a good prey named Park Yi, so there was no need to get my hands dirty. Considering that you will encounter people like Seol Sung-joon many times in the future, you need to prepare in advance. I want to know how my fans view Lee Yoon-jae now and how I should work to protect this image. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Anyway, I get it. I'll think about it too. Director Yoon nodded with an expression that showed he had no idea what was going on. It was more cooperative than I expected. She said something she thought was good. And director, can I ask you one more favor? What? The director's network is very wide. Even now, you are shocked that among all those people, there is absolutely no one who knows the story of senior Seol Sung-joon. Yes, but why? To expand your network? No, I'm not interested. From now on, I plan to keep my distance from anyone who is not absolutely necessary. Then, he smiled softly at the question on his face. What on earth are you asking for? Please spread the word. What a rumor. I'm sure there are at least one or two people like Seol Sung-joon. Please just quietly spread the word to similar groups. If you don't want to be bothered, avoid Lee Yun-jae if possible. Huh, really? Are you really a middle school student? I just shrugged my shoulders when people looked at me as if I was seeing all sorts of strange creatures. Then I must be a high school student. If you ask me why I avoid it, what do you say? Just do whatever the director wants. The kid is out of his mind. He looks like a fool, etc. I think you can talk about it in moderation. Actually, I was hoping that Seol Sung-joon would tell the story about me to the people he used drugs with. There would be no more effective way than to imprint the phrase, Lee Yun-jae equals crazy person on people like him. However, I was disappointed because Seol Sung-joon was taken away by the sponsor faster than I expected. Well, okay. It's not like it's not there. You look like a fool enough. I will say so. Yes. Thank you. It's not a compliment. Director Yoon closed his eyes tightly, as if he had a headache. I shouldn't bother you anymore. I think I'll have to stop here for today. After checking Jinbi's text message saying he was waiting downstairs, I quietly got up. I'll go then. Thank you for meeting me today. Okay. And eat this when you have time. When I handed over the items I had purchased yesterday, her round eyes looked back at me. What is this? It's a bribe. He carefully opened the box with a frown on his face. Anyone who sees it will think you gave them a bomb. This is bakery brownie. Yes. The director said he wanted to eat it last time. How do you know that? Who did you hear it from? You mentioned it last year when we were filming Twins. Why is your expression like that? I was also embarrassed by the unexpected and embarrassing reaction. When did I do that? That was when we were filming at dawn at the reservoir. You said you were falling short. Because of the extremely tight schedule, he looked half disgusted. Still, I don't think I heard wrong. Did I give it to you too late? If you don't want it right now, you don't have to eat it. No, that's not it. You have a really good memory. I also forgot. It's a compliment this time, right? After saying thank you to everyone, I left the studio. Director Yoon's face brightened as he saw me off, as if waiting to buy brownies wasn't a waste of time. It was a smooth harvest. In March, the spring of the new semester has arrived. After wearing a red name tag indicating that I was a second-year middle school student, I walked to school for the first time in a long time. Seonji, how have you been doing? Seojin. Hi. Baek Seojin jumped up and came towards me. Because of the still chilly wind, his slightly red nose looked like a rabbit. Wear comfortable clothes. Yeonji, I heard you're appearing as an extra in Dogs on Leashes. I saw an article a while ago. Huh. I came back from filming last week. I envy you. I'm a fan of actor Kwak Woo-hyun. What does it look like in person? What is your personality? You seem calm. He's really good at acting too. After Seol Sung-joon's unilateral departure, the production team of Dogs on a Leash quickly sought a replacement. The actor who was cast after several discussions was none other than Kwak Woo-hyun. Unlike Seol Sung-joon, he had a calm expression and was always serious on set, and thanks to this, refilming was completed in 1 hour without any NG. Compared to Seol Sung-joon, the filming was very simple and easy. Why on earth did actor Seol Sung-joon retire? I still don't understand. It was truly the peak of my career. I know. He definitely acted well. Considering that he only pursued one path for 26 years, Seol Sung-joon must have been sincere about his acting. However, considering that he came to the filming set while drinking, it must have happened at some point. More than anything, it has nothing to do with me anymore. I watched Seol Sung-joon and Park Hee-hee's day for a while just in case, but decided I didn't need to worry about it anymore. If there were any rumors about me related to Seol Sung-joon, Director Yoon decided to let me know right away. From now on, alcohol, cigarettes, women, drugs, etc. I won't go near anything controversial. We must avoid anything that fans don't like. I was thinking about how I could become someone worthy of Bambi. While I was talking with Baek Seo-jin, someone came to hold my shoulder. It was a familiar weight. He always moves his shoulders to the left. Is it some kind of habit? She thought nothing of it and looked back at Na Bi-hyuk. Hi. It's a series. It's not No Bi-hyuk. What was his name? It's too much. Don't you have to remember one of your first and last names? Shall I give you a hint? Initial consonant hint. It was only then that the name came to mind as the conversation continued naturally. Seogyo. I remembered it, so the hint is okay. You can call me Gio. Was it January or February? Seogyo, whom she met at the place Baek Seo-jin called her, was smiling as languidly as that day. They said you were transferring to a new school, but you started coming today. Huh. It's easier to adjust to the new semester. Today was the first day of the first semester of my second year of middle school and the opening ceremony. Seogyo, wearing the same red name tag as me, asked. I heard Seojin is in Class A. What class are you in? You already know. How did you know? Because it's written in your eyes. When I saw his playful eyes, different from No Bi-hyuk's, I wondered why he was like that. Seogyo continued speaking slowly. That's right. Actually, I heard it from Seojin. They said they were in the same class this time too. Huh. Then what class am I in? Guess. Can't we just go to school quietly? The voice was so low that it didn't hurt my ears, but the constant talking was tiring. As I walked without saying a word, Seogyo smiled happily. If you react like that, it's hurtful. I'm in the same class too. Isn't it so amazing? I see. Why doesn't No Bi-hyuk come? Originally, I was always running around here. I looked around. Luckily, we made eye contact with No Bi-hyuk, who was looking at us. Great. Come quickly and take it away from me. The guy who looked like he was going to come right away stopped. He was standing there frozen as if he was surprised by something, so I approached him in confusion. No, I tried to approach. There's a heavy weight on my shoulders, so my body can't move as I want. Seogyo, can you please lower your arm? I told you to call me Gio. I understand, so just put it down first. It's heavy. Seogyo, who pretended to cry and said he was heartless, roughly threw Baek Seo-jin away and approached No Bi-hyuk. Bi-hyuk. Where are you hurting? No. Why don't you come and stay here? Let's go. Oh yes. It looks like it hurts somewhere. The reaction was one beat slower than usual. No Bi-hyuk, standing next to me, hesitated and scratched his eyebrows. Who is the person who put his arm around you earlier? This is Seojin's friend I told you about last time. He said he transferred here. I was about to say that loud sounds would suit you well, but I stopped. When I introduced Sung-joon and Na Min-hoo, I accidentally added a comment and ended up ruining it. Just stay still. And I thought about it when the four of us gathered around lunchtime. It was a good thing I didn't say anything earlier. No Bi-hyuk and Seogyo did not seem to get along well. I never want to eat lunch like this again. The first to speak was Baek Seo-jin. He looked pale, as if he had eaten lunch in a suffocating atmosphere. Do you two know each other? Why are you looking at me with anxious eyes because I can't eat both of them? To Baek Seo-jin's question, Seogyo smiled and answered. I'm curious about that too. Did I do something wrong to Bi-hyuk? Seogyo, don't act nice. I was glaring at you the same way. I think it's because Bi-hyuk glared at me first. While Baek Seo-jin and Seogyo chatted as if having a comical conversation, No Bi-hyuk was quiet. Why are you doing that? Baek Seo-jin sighed as he was thinking about asking a question later. I don't know. I'm going to eat comfortably starting tomorrow. Which of the two would you rather fall for? Baek Seo-jin was a child who was strong at saying difficult words easily. I raised my head to a rather interesting question. However, why are you both looking at me? Chapter 136. I know. Yeonji, who do you want to leave out? A faint smile appeared on Seogyo's face as he asked slowly. Do I have the power to decide? Anyone can see that you have it. How do you come to that conclusion? I was curious, but if I had the power to decide, the answer was easy. Then you. The corners of Seogyo's mouth, which had been smiling leisurely, stiffened slightly. Too bad. Why me? Bi-hyuk was the one who glared at me first. Should I care about that? What kind of image did he expect from me? How on earth did I appear in the fan meeting video? I was shaking. I was thinking rationally. Originally, the three of us ate with Seojin and Bi-hyuk, and if I started to feel uncomfortable eating with you, it would have been right to leave you out. To the words spoken calmly, the answer came back faster than before. If you're going to be rational, isn't it better to eat with the same class? It's easy to eat, and Bai-hyuk will have friends in the music class. Of course. I agreed because it was true. Then this time no Bai-hyuk looked at me as if I had been betrayed. Really, what are you doing? Then do you want to do that? Will we reasonably eat together in the same class from now on? Lee Yunjae. If you're going to fight, just fight openly. Why are you putting me in the middle? When I awkwardly turned my head, I saw Baek Seojin looking at us with excited eyes. It doesn't help either here or there. I swallowed my sighing and opened my mouth. I'll just ask one question first. Are you sure I have the power to decide? There were no words in return, but positive answers were read on the three faces. So I smiled and answered. Then I'll leave. You three eat. When I got up without any hesitation, Baek Seojin grabbed my right leg. Why? There is nothing wrong with me. Seonji, Seojin, let go of this. They two fought like idiots. I'm happy with where I am now. What kind of fight? What does it mean to be satisfied with your position? My head hurt. She barely got the white paper jeans off. I will ring the bell soon. Let's go back to our classroom first. Okay. Since we are in this same class, we should move together. Seo Gio smiled softly and looked at No Bai-hyuk. Stop it. Baek Seojin, who saw the look in my eyes, hit Seo Gio on the back and dragged him away. In an instant, I was left alone with No Bai-hyuk. Bai-hyuk, you don't like Seo Gio? I didn't think it was a good time to say anything, so I asked outright. No Bai-hyuk hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Why? Did you two know each other? No. I saw it for the first time today. So you just don't like it? This can be happen. I nodded my head quietly. Do you need a special reason to dislike someone? I know that there are times when you don't want to be close to someone for no reason. There's no way I wouldn't know that. Sorry, I'm in the same class as you, but I made the atmosphere uncomfortable for no reason. To No Bai-hyuk, who apologized with a sullen expression, I replied that it was okay. Anyway, I had no particular intention of staying close to Seo Gio. Seo Gio's purpose in approaching me was obvious. She was a girl who couldn't hide her eyes. As you. He looked at No Bai-hyuk quietly and spoke softly. Bai-hyuk, you don't have to laugh with everyone. That's not even possible. But considering you're about to debut, I think it would be best to avoid creating a hostile relationship if possible. Let's reduce the number of encounters with Seo Gio in the future. When I said that it would be better for the two of us to eat lunch together, No Bai-hyuk hesitated and then answered yes. Then he scratched the back of his neck shyly. He seemed to know that he too had been acting like a child. Lee Yunjae. Sorry. I said it's okay. Do you have training tonight? If not, let's have dinner together. Okay. I strangely didn't like the weak voice. It suits him better if I just shamelessly ask him if we can eat together. This all happened because he came. Seonji. Why? What's on my face? Handsome. As soon as I returned to the classroom, I felt strange at the sight of my face. Did I get it from No Bai-hyuk too? I obviously didn't think much of it, but it felt uncomfortable to see Seo Gio for no reason. Wow. Are you not even going to answer me now? Because I like to be quiet. Still, I couldn't openly chew on people talking to me. I thought that if I responded appropriately, I would get off on my own, even if it meant hurting my pride. So, I didn't know it would last this long. Seojin. Can you take a look at my ears? I feel like I'm bleeding. Our poor series. Before I knew it, it was time to leave school, and Seo Gio was still next to me. I was so tired because I had been tormented by Seo Gio all day. Baek Seojin gave her candy to cheer her up. I wish you could just take her with you. What candy? What about mine? Aren't you going home? I was waiting to go with you. I sighed at the answer that seemed like I had been waiting for it. Even though he sighed openly in front of his face, Seo Gio was still smiling leisurely. Seo Gio. Can't you just say Gio? You seem to be particularly harsh towards me. Is it because of your mood? It's not my fault. Now I didn't even have the strength to soften my tone. Too bad. That's right. I'm not doing too well right now. So, why don't you play with other kids? No. No one else is as famous as you. It looks like you have no intention of hiding it anymore. The way he said it out loud was so shocking that it was funny in a different way. As I laughed quietly, Seo Gio slowly stretched out his hand. I also want to be close to you, like No Bai-hyuk. I want to see your popularity too. A neat white hand tapped my hanging hand. Since Seon Rai was right next to me, I thought he would accept me too. Is there a reason why No Bai-hyuk can do it and I can't. It felt as if the hand lightly touching my hand was poking my cheek. How can even this be the same as no Baihyuk? I laughed out loud at the passing sentiment. It's not that I don't particularly like you, but that doesn't mean I have to get close to you. There is no benefit to me. As I spoke quietly, Seogyo frowned. What benefit did no Baihyuk give you? He's fun. I guess I have more fun than him. I already have enough of him. It was an impassioned conversation. Even though he spoke stiffly without any breaks, the fact that he managed to sneak in was amazing. Instead of being offended, Seogyo looked strangely more excited. Then maybe you should get closer to me? Let me show you that there is a feeling that is more satisfying than enough. This guy is really not normal. I had no idea how to remove it. A sigh filled with frustration was about to burst out. In the meantime, perhaps because he was quick to notice, Seogyo raised his hands as if he was surrendering. Okay, that's all for today. Let's talk tomorrow. For the first time, it makes me want to quit school. Wow, I'm glad I'm the first. Basically, conversations are with people. What am I doing with someone I can't communicate with? I didn't have the energy to get annoyed, so I just got up. I'll see you tomorrow. It's a series. I glanced at the loose corner of my eye and turned my back without saying a word. Let's just ignore it. It will fall someday. Let's surrender. I lost. With a tired face, I called out to the child who was giggling in front of me. Seogyo. If you call me Geo dashed. Okay, I get it. It's Geo, let's talk. I realized it only after a week. Even ignoring it takes stamina. Seogyo was no ordinary crazy person. On the third day, I couldn't bear it anymore and brought earplugs. As soon as class was over, I put on my earplugs, but Seogyo didn't pay any attention and squatted down next to me. Then he wrote a note with a smile on his face and attached it to my arm one by one. I threw it away without even reading it, and the next day, I wrote something on my phone and held it in front of my eyes. Seonji, I can make it more fun, heart suit. I was shocked to see the letters floating here and there and disappearing with a spectacular effect. It's not some kind of idol concert, but this is the first time I've seen a kid using a mobile phone signboard app in class. I held on like that, and after a week of holding on, I finally admitted it. That he is not a kid I can handle. Seogyo was dragged to a quiet place behind the playground. Geo, I lost. Stop it now. Stop what? You understand. I'll let you do whatever you want, so do it in moderation. I feel sad if you say that. Seogyo, who opened his mouth with a smile, looked at me and stopped. Because I encountered Seogyo for the first time, with unconcealed emotions. I guess I was more troublesome than I thought. Do you know that now? Seogyo, who read my contemptuous gaze, shyly apologized. Sorry. Because you ignore me so much, I also feel embarrassed. I asked what the difference was between you and Baihyuk. Seogyo and no Baihyuk were similar in many ways. Eyes that look like they're hoping for something, a sly gesture, a habit of trying to smile, a height that's much taller than other kids their age, and even a look that's easy to like. But the two were never the same. It's simple. He keeps the line, you don't. No Baihyuk was also very playful, but he always kept a keen eye on the line. Sometimes he's so soft that it reminds me of fog. That was the reason why I thought of no Baihyuk differently. Of course, he's actually quite nice and a good guy. To the point where I thought, if I stay famous like this, will you still be by my side? I said I wanted to be by your side because I was famous. Do whatever you want. Feel free to use it. But Geo, I'm asking because I'm really curious. I didn't feel like laughing, but I laughed. This is the first time I've laughed in front of him in a week. But the funny thing is that Seogyo, who used to smile all the time, has stiffened. Was I sold at auction without my knowledge? What is that? When I see what you do, it feels like I'm being sold as a toy. You've had a good time with it over the past week. There was no answer to what I said with a smile. There were only Seogyo and I here. I couldn't feel any hidden gaze, and Seogyo's cell phone was the type that couldn't record. In other words, this is a place where neither Bambi nor actress Lee Yoon-jae are needed. Do it in moderation. Just keep the line straight. Then I will stay still too. Seogyo quietly met my gaze. I looked at his relaxed eyes for a moment and then turned around. I said everything I wanted to say. I feel refreshed for the first time in a while. Just before leaving, Seogyo spoke to me. Seonji, I'm sorry for making you feel bad. Okay, I understand. Upon receiving the apology quickly, The other person's eyes widened as if they had not expected it. It was unexpected for the conversation to be this long. As I walked faster again, Cogio hurriedly approached me. I will keep the line carefully from now on. Stop fussing. Huh. And it will be a relationship from which you can also benefit. The funny thing is, no Baihyuk said he would do it, so I decided to do something else. What benefit will you give me? I didn't necessarily say it out loud, but I think it was conveyed through my eyes. Cogio smiled meekly and opened his mouth. With me. Chapter 137. Do you want to go to the Jeonju International Film Festival with me? It opens soon. Film festival? When I looked at Cogio quietly, the loose smile returned. You and I have similar tastes in viewing art. I will guide you. Find a place to stay and decide which movies to watch in advance. Please give me 2 days. 2 days? Huh. I'll prove my worth in those 2 days. And if you are still not satisfied with me, I will let go without any regrets. I don't even pretend to know you. I nodded roughly, trying to put a smile on my face full of confidence. What difference will it make no matter what I answer here? Thank you for giving me a chance. You've become closer to me this way, but what if it doesn't help you as much as you thought? I had sincere doubts. What does he believe in that makes him cling to me like this? I don't have the power to tell you to select me for this role, and I don't intend to do so even if I were to have that power. You can only find out when you go there. And no Baihyuk probably didn't know that when he first spoke to you, right? Thanks to you. He may have been able to film a commercial before he even debuted. That was correct. But I don't feel good. Why isn't it good? I don't know. It was just not good. I nervously shook my bangs. I feel like talking to you only makes me irritated. Haha. Okay. Why on earth do you like it? When I looked at him with a disdainful gaze, Cogio laughed out loud as if he was genuinely having fun. It was a cheerful smile that did not suit his drowsy face. I didn't want to see it. What's so funny? Because you are so honest. I feel like I'm already proving my worth. What does my honesty have to do with your values? At least in front of me, you don't have to pretend to be sweet and talk like you're dealing with a child, right? As I frowned, Cogio lightly pressed my forehead as if asking me to look at him. I don't like touching other people's faces carelessly, so snap. I slapped my hand away. Cogio laughed heartily, as if even that was fun. You sure have quite the personality. I always spoke so kindly that it was hard for me. I think I've been cold enough to you so far. Compared to now, it was like a tropical night, so what? It's better because it's honest like this. Please make it easier for me from now on. Because I'm not so soft that I cry or get upset even if you don't treat me kindly. Cogio, smiling while saying that, really looked like a solid log. A log that won't budge no matter how much you say to its face. Done. I already lost. If I had mixed my emotions more here, it would have been my loss. As I returned to the classroom without saying a word, Cogio quietly followed me. The way we kept a certain distance seemed like we were walking along the line between us. Brother, can I ask you just one question? Sure. Have I been rude to you or said something hurtful to you lately? Yes. Jinbi's hand, which was cleaning the shepherd's purse, stopped. There was shock in the gentle eyes that looked back at me. Why do you say that? Just these days, I feel like I have become too sensitive. I wonder if I made a mistake with my brother too. This was something I had been thinking about ever since I talked to Cogio. It certainly seems like I've become more nervous these days. If it were me before, I wouldn't have been so nervous about Cogio. Whether he was playing with me as a toy or not, I would have just given him an indifferent response. I can't ignore it as well as I used to. If you look at it accurately, it seems to have been like that since the time of director Jang Jun-suk. When I read the script he sent me, I was definitely angry. Why are you angry? No matter how much I felt ignored, I should have let it go. I should have passed it off as if it was familiar. Don't be so sensitive. You sure have quite a personality. I always spoke so kindly that it was hard for me. Cogio's words confused me. Was I a person with an angry temper? Have I been acting on a regular basis without even realizing it? Bambi is supposed to be a soft and affectionate child. What is my original personality? So if I act like my personality, wouldn't my fans end up hating me? What should I do to prevent that from happening? How much more should I act? How much more? My heart felt tight. It felt like a large rock was pressing down on my airway. At that time, a large hand grabbed my chin and lifted it carefully. I met gentle eyes. Actor, look at me. Are you okay? I have never been hurt by an actor. The actor is always kind to me. I asked while looking at the folded eyes while smiling. Really? Have I really never been too sensitive? Yes. Really. Jinbei smiled calmly and sat next to me. It looks like you're worried about something. Do you want to talk to me? No. I looked into his hard wooden eyes and shook my head. Not to Jinbei Hyung. Even if I could get a helpful answer, I didn't want to talk about this with Jinbei. What should I do if you look at me strangely? After that, he was silent for a while, but then he came to his senses and spoke urgently. Oh, it's not because I don't trust you. It's not because I'm unreliable. Yes, I know. A hand came up on my shoulder as if to tell me not to worry. It seems like just yesterday I was clumsily patting myself in the air out of fear of getting a bruise. Before I knew it, my brother had become a person who put his hand on my shoulder without hesitation, as if he could control the intensity to that level with ease. He became that person to me. A calm voice settled in my ear. The actor told team leader Wu the other day, "There is no one who doesn't change." Yes, I will be a different person than I was back then, and the actor will also be a different person than he was back then. Humans have no choice but to do that. That's right. But isn't turning more negative something we should avoid? My heart still felt tight. And the moment I heard the next words, I felt my heart sink. I think the actor has changed a lot. I stopped breathing for a moment. Does Jinbei think so too? So what should I do to get things back to the way they were before? The thing that summed up my thoughts, which had suddenly become so big, was a funny, light word. Become kinder and more honest every day. Honestly, yes. In the past, you would have told me right away when I asked if you had any concerns. Instead, you may have made up something else instead of saying it was a real concern. Because that was the actor's way of being. Considerate. I quietly looked at the person next to me. But you honestly say you don't want to talk right now, and you even care about my feelings. I like that. I think your kindness is changing to become more mature. How could this guy change my mood like this with just a few words? A sweet, mature person. People say that I am kind to them, but objectively Jinbei is a much more kind person than me. I am. I want to stay with my brother longer. Then what should I do? You can just do it like you do now. I don't know what the actor is worried about, but I'm really happy right now. My brother will be happy no matter what I do. The best part is that you know that well. What the? When I saw the corners of his mouth turn up as if he was really happy, I smiled without even realizing it. When I smiled brightly, the other person also laughed in the same way. Concerns are still tightly packed together. I don't even know what to do. Still, I think I'm okay now. I leaned my head on the shoulder next to me. He was so strong that he wouldn't fall. Of course I know. Even if someone is this strong, they won't always be by my side. After faith, there is only disappointment. The only way to avoid disappointment is not to believe. But still, I had that thought. Even if Jinbei Hyung leaves me one day, it won't be because of a few mistakes I said. So, what I am saying is that there is no need to be nervous and anxious all the time. As if he understood my feelings, Jinbei's head was leaning diagonally on top of my head and was warm today. After that day, surprisingly good days continued. This is because Co Gio, who promised not to joke around, was less annoying than expected. He stopped trying to stay by my side for a week and only came to me when I got up from my seat. And the topic of conversation changed. Seonji, did you see the movie I told you about yesterday? It was fun. I was most impressed by the part where the main character's expression changes in an instant at the end. He was really good at acting. The directing was good too. I didn't know how to express the similarity in atmosphere between the protagonist and the villain using shadows. Talking about movies and dramas with Co Gio was very interesting. I'm not a fun person to talk to. The conversation did not stop because Co Gio changed the topic eloquently. From movies currently showing to independent film audition information. Once we started talking, I was deeply immersed without even realizing it. There you two. Can you please concentrate? I suddenly raised my head at the class leader's shout. The eyes of the class were on Co Gio and me. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to set an unconditional limit of half tea by today. I'll focus now. He apologized with an embarrassed face. The class leader was about to say something more, but turned his head to the monitor. Clothes such as cow uniforms, police uniforms, soccer uniforms, etc. were floating on the screen. Class monitor. How about our prison uniforms? No. I heard that the third-year seniors have already added that to their wish list. As I said before, please focus. Guys, The class leader's face looked tired as he muttered with a tired face. I'm sorry for no reason. Actually, I wasn't interested in the sports competition at all, but I felt sorry for chatting with Seogyo during the meeting, so I focused on the screen. Seonji, what do you want to do? Well, what about you, Seojin? I do at Potter dormitory uniform. I thought it might be too hot, but I just smiled because I liked it so much. Last year, I missed all of my early semester schedule because of twins filming, so it was surprising that there were so many group activities to participate in. It's a sports competition and all, so I just want to go home right away. I thought there must be one or two people who thought like me, but the kids were more excited than I thought. Even though Baek Seojin said that, I didn't know that this guy would do this. Lee Yunjae, what did you and your class decide to do? I looked at No Baehyuk with a flushed face. You seem to be looking forward to the sports competition. Then, it's fun. It was really fun last year too. I'm finally doing it with you. Isn't that our opposing team? Still, there is meaning in doing it together. It was funny to see him grinning like that because it was so old-fashioned. I decided to compete in most sports, but what about you? Well, our class hasn't been decided yet. I'm going to play soccer, and you should too. Even when we were in elementary school, we couldn't do it in the end. I don't really like soccer. Still, I couldn't say it out loud in front of a brightly smiling face, so I blurted out my words. After talking about the sports competition with No Baehyuk all lunch, we returned to the classroom. I'm a little tired. I calmed down my expression and opened the classroom door. And finally, I found someone with a face similar to mine. I'll bring a Polaroid to the sports festival, so let's take pictures together. I understand. How many times are you saying the same thing? Baek Seojin was babbling like an excited rabbit next to Seogyo. My eyes met with Seogyo, who was very tired. When I looked at it quietly, something strange appeared in my empty eyes. He quietly expressed his sympathy with the look in his eyes that said, You too? Chapter 138. Why on earth do you like sports competitions? Therefore, why on earth? I nodded eagerly and agreed with Seogyo's words. It's hot, sweaty, noisy, and crazy under the sun. That's right. That's right. I'd rather just play a movie in the classroom. The kids sleep well, and the kids who need to study. How reasonable. I think the same. I couldn't help but be amazed at the words that seemed to be just my thoughts laid out in sentences. For a while, Seogyo's grumbles and my affirmations went back and forth. But the film festival is coming up soon, so I'll have to hold on while thinking about that. I looked at Seogyo, who was lying on the grass with a drowsy face. Did you say the film festival is this weekend? The sports competition is next. I made all reservations, including accommodations and restaurants. It's thorough. Then, it's an opportunity to prove my worth, so I need to prepare thoroughly. These words were completely out of sync with his usual sloth-like behavior. I was dumbfounded by the sincere pride in his voice, but I still smiled. Thank you. Thanks to you, I got to go to the film festival. It's my first time going to a place like that. If it wasn't for Seogyo, I wouldn't have even known that something like that was open. Even if I went alone, there would have been a lot to prepare, and it would definitely have been a hassle to take care of my own part. No matter how unpleasant his feelings towards Seogyo were, expressing gratitude was a separate matter. But why is the reaction like that? Why do you look at me like that? Have you ever given a snack to a stray cat? Suddenly, no. There's a stray cat living in front of my office dell. At first, he didn't come to me even when I called him, but when I kept giving him food and snacks, he came to me. So, I feel like that stray cat is sitting on my lap. For the first time. What on earth are you talking about? When Seogyo looked at me with a look on his face as if he was saying something out of the blue, he laughed. Anyway, I'm glad that you don't seem to mind talking to me too much. You haven't crossed any lines so far, right? Then I'll get out of here. Please enjoy the silence a little longer. Seogyo stretched and stood up. When I saw him waking up without any regrets, I spoke to him. Seogyo. I didn't mean to be arrogant. I'm sorry if I offended you last time. He said, looking at his genuinely puzzled face. You know what I said last time. Do it in moderation, keep it good. Of course, it's true that you were very flirtatious in the beginning, but it's also true that I spoke excessively. What? Suddenly, it feels like a stray cat is giving me a hug. Could it be that the stray cat is referring to me? Seogyo gave up his serious look at the absurd answer and smiled loosely. Amazing. I didn't know you were kind to me too. I'm not being sweet. I'm just apologizing. It's amazing how shy you are at strange points. I'm not saying I'm embarrassed. Let's not talk. As I shook my head, Seogio smiled and poked my cheek. Okay, but it's true that I crossed the line. Don't worry about it, because you deserve to be angry. I'm really going. Then he got up and slowly disappeared. I've got all the grass on my back. I didn't feel like taking it off. I turned my head again and quietly looked at the flower bed. And then he opened his mouth. Are you going to keep hiding? When did you find out? No Bai-hyuk shyly came out from behind the pillar. It's amazing to think that its size will be hidden. It looks like you've become very close with him. Well, just so and so. It didn't start out so well, but it's okay now. The conversation wasn't bad either. I looked at No Bai-hyuk, who looked like he had something to say. Bai-hyuk. Why? You are my best friend. Wide-open eyes turned to me. What, suddenly? Huh. I just wanted to tell you. To be precise, I feel like I need to tell you. Because he seems to be anxious. Because I've never played with boys other than myself. Since Song Yi-jun and Nam In-hu were different ages to begin with, Seogio would be the first person to keep No Bai-hyuk in check. Since he approached me for the same purpose, he is naturally worried that the benefits he will enjoy will be diminished. I can't say it out loud like Seogio, so I just said it back. I don't know if my intention was conveyed well, but the face in front of me didn't look bad. What? Okay, thanks. It's a bit cringy, though. Who wouldn't cringe? At best, I just told you. No Bai-hyuk scratched his forehead for a moment and returned to his usual sly expression a few minutes later. Actually, Bai-hyuk knew it too. You would be so boring without me. Huh. I guess so. Can you please make a sincere face? For once. He who is so good at acting only does that at times like this. I grabbed the hand of the guy who was poking my cheek with a playful face and put it down. It hurts, man. No Bai-hyuk, who suddenly returned to his bright tone of voice, laughed heartily. All right. I'm enjoying what you gave me. Don't forget, and eat well. Sahayan said he eats it. A few days ago, I brought No Bai-hyuk some joint supplements. Ever since I danced in the Look commercial, I've been concerned about it. Sean said it's better to take care of it in advance. In particular, if cartilage is injured, recovery is slow, so be careful when practicing. Okay, don't worry. I couldn't quite believe the way he was answering. So, when I was asked if I had decided to participate in soccer, I quickly changed the topic. I hope the sports competition ends quickly. Fortunately, the film festival took place before the sports competition. Jin Bae-hyung parked his car in the parking lot of the express bus terminal and looked at me with an anxious face. Is it really okay if we don't go together? Yes. In the meantime, brother, please rest well. You haven't used your annual leave properly. I'm really fine. I can walk around while maintaining a certain distance without disturbing the actor. Don't worry, I will keep wearing my hat and mask. All I do is watch movies with my classmates. It was a conversation we had already had yesterday, but the face we faced seemed so anxious that we brought it up again. I even installed an app that allows me to check my location in real time. So why on earth am I so anxious? I'll go and come back. Have a safe trip. Actor. I got out of the car with a warm greeting. I entered the express bus terminal with my hat on. I expected it, but as expected, it was crowded, perhaps because it was the weekend. It was easy to find Seogio among so many people. It stands tall. Seogio. Hello, Yanji. Fully armed. Isn't it hot? Hot. I looked enviously at Seogio, who was smiling without a mask. Because it's a premium bus, you can put up separate curtains. Stay comfortable inside. Let's go in quickly. Thank you. Because people were moving around in the east, west, south, and north directions, it was the perfect environment to become lost. Fortunately, Seogio was a skilled guide. I found the bus I needed to take without any problems, stopped by the rest area, and arrived in Jeonju safely. When I arrived at the hotel and left my luggage at the front desk, it was not even noon. It looks like you've been to Jeonju a lot so far. Huh? Is this my first time coming today? I raised my head at the unexpected words. The face I met contained only sincerity. Well, there's no need to lie. I told you. These 2 days are the days to prove my worth, so I prepared well. You don't have to go that far. I felt like an evil businessman who was exploiting people for nothing. Shall we eat lunch? First, I reserved a movie reservation for 1:40. Okay, I'll buy you lunch. Wow. Then you have to eat something expensive. His loose eyes folded, and he smiled. The face that looked so hateful just a few days ago now looked like a child in its own way. No matter how much I think about it, Bambi is too much of a nickname for me. Wouldn't it be enough to rename it to Lee Galday at this level? After watching 3 movies in a row, I made a decision over dinner. From now on, I will be a toothbrush. I no longer hated the drowsy face in front of me. No, rather, it felt special. What was the funniest thing you saw today? Shall we say it at the same time? I am dashed. Second. Wow. It worked. His smiling face looked like a mushy tomato. His face was flushed, as if he also liked the movie. We talked about the movie for a while until the pizza we ordered for dinner got cold. Stories poured out like water, such as scenes that impressed me, the actor's performance that I liked best, etc. The atmosphere was warm until we returned to the accommodation. Until I realized it was a room with only one bed. It's a series. Why are you looking at me like I'm such a shameless pervert? I sighed as I looked at his embarrassed face. There must have been 2 rooms. I'm a student. Considering the cost of accommodation, this was my limit. I couldn't sigh any longer in front of a child who was pretending to cry and said it was too much, so I held it in. I had no intention of being unusual about sharing a room with people of the same gender. The problem is that I have to wake up early tomorrow and practice. Since I was in an unfamiliar place, I had to practice even more thoroughly. If you don't practice enough so that your unhappiness factor doesn't drop, you could end up harming Seogyo for no reason. I was planning on doing it for at least 2 hours. I'm not a really bad boss, and I had no intention of making an individual pay for accommodation alone. I was planning to say that I would send half of it to you when it was over. I should have told you in advance. Is it possible that you can't sleep with someone else? Should I sleep in the hallway? It's not like that. Even at the orphanage, I had to stay in a room by myself due to the director's consideration, so I wasn't used to sleeping with someone else. Still, since no Baehyuk often came to visit, I had some degree of immunity. I'll just go to the bathroom and practice. There were more movies to watch tomorrow. In order to follow a schedule broken down to the minute, you need to avoid waking your child up in the middle of the day. I set my phone's notifications to vibrate and held it in my hand. Good night. It's a series. You also. The unfamiliar bedding rustled even when the body was slightly moved. Contrary to my thoughts that I would not be able to fall asleep easily, I encountered fog within just a few minutes. Seogyo looked at Lee Yunjae's face as she fell asleep. What kind of kid can step away like this? It was Seogyo who said he would prove his worth, and he was confident that he would actually do so. But I realized this long before I came to the film festival. Lee Yunjae has already accepted herself. He was a child who was so weak in affection that he let his guard down after just exchanging a few words. My nervousness was in vain as he glared at me with a sharp look. Still, I did a good job preparing for the film festival as scheduled. A child who was passing by a booth full of people with bored eyes came out after watching a movie and became full of life. He was so passionate when talking that it was hard to believe that he had been giving short answers all this time. Is it okay for me to stay next to you at this level? It was fortunate that he was less emotional than I thought. Will the day come when I too can benefit from Lee Yunjae? With that thought in mind, Seogyo also fell asleep. How many hours had passed, and I woke up to the sound of the blanket rustling. While I was blinking to see what was going on, Lee Yunjae got up from the bed without making a sound. Where? Chapter 139. Didn't you sleep? It was hard to see because it was dark, but it seemed like he was embarrassed just by hearing his voice. I woke up because you woke up. A bathroom store. Uh-huh. Yeonji Lee answered hesitantly. Did you try to see something big? I'm going to sleep again. Don't worry about it. Just go about your business. I thought I had embarrassed myself for no reason, so I laid down again. When I deliberately turned around, Lee Yunjae entered the bathroom. The white light in the bathroom peeked out from under the door. It's ruined. I really tried to sleep so as not to embarrass the other person, but I could only sleep in complete darkness. I should have brought an eye patch. I now regret it, but it was a problem that could be solved if I waited until Lee Yunjae came out. I didn't think much of it until 10 minutes had passed. Even after 30 minutes, I thought it was constipation. But as almost an hour passed, I started to get worried. Can you really sleep in there? It doesn't make sense, but when I think of a face that was so soundly asleep that I wouldn't even know if someone was carrying it, I don't think it makes any sense. So I knocked to check. Seonji, is something wrong? After a few seconds of silence, The door creaked open. I blinked a few times in the sudden light and saw Lee Yun-jae with sweat beading on her forehead. Didn't you sleep? Huh. I can't sleep. Did you really work out inside? Why? In the bathroom? At this early morning? I knew he was an unusual guy, but he's really unique. Lee Yun-jae, unable to hide the nervousness on her face, answered while scratching the back of her neck. No, I practiced acting. Acting practice? Huh. I usually wake up early in the morning and practice for about 2 hours. Can you concentrate better if you do it in the bathroom? I asked cautiously just in case, but I was met with pitiful looks. Aren't you looking at me so openly and pathetically? What are you talking about? I'm afraid you'll wake up. Me? Huh. I did it in the bathroom because I was afraid it would disturb your sleep. Now I finally understand what happened as I cautiously got out of bed. I looked at Lee Yun-jae roughly wiping away the sweat with her hands and then shrugged my shoulders. I woke up anyway. Come out and make yourself comfortable. I have to do it for another hour. Huh. Doesn't care. Can I watch it next to you? Lee Yun-jae replied in an indifferent tone that it was okay. I turned on the light in the living room. In the dark of dawn, in the brilliant light that seemed to be lit only in our room, the first thing I saw was black eyes. I won't disturb you, and I will stay quiet. I couldn't even lift the blanket for fear of making a noise, so I quietly sat down on the bed. But I guess I was worried for no reason. Don't do that. Because I won't tell my father. Yes. Lee Yun-jae's eyes were already filled with tears as she muttered into the air. Her voice, which had been sound just a moment ago, became subdued as if she had been crying for hours. The occasional screeching sound brought out the character's precarious atmosphere, as if it were about to break at any moment. You will regret it. Please don't do this. Please. Mother. Let's go back home. Please, don't go. Naturally, the other person's lines were not heard. However, perhaps because of Lee Yun-jae's gaze, her wriggling fingertips, and her wobbly steps, her partner's cold attitude was clearly visible to her eyes. As if the practice scene was over, Lee Yun-jae suddenly closed her eyes. Then, a few seconds later, it returned to its original position and repeated the same scene. It was the same line, but this time it had a completely different tone. You will regret it. Please don't do this. There was no anticipation in the voice that was drier than before. The desperation disappeared, replaced by a sense of despair about the future ahead. Perhaps because of his calm tone but empty eyes, ironically, he looked even more dangerous than before. He really is a genius. I got goosebumps. Seo Geo forgot to even blink for an hour and just stared at Lee Yun-jae's performance. Only after Lee Yun-jae turned off the beeping alarm on her watch did Seo Geo finally come to his senses. Practice is over. Before I knew it, I looked at Lee Yun-jae, who had returned to her usual indifferent eyes. By the time I came to my senses, the question had already popped out. How do I act like you? Dawn slowly began to break. The light coming from outside the window illuminated Lee Yun-jae's face like waves. Yanji Lee answered dryly as, if asking such a question, practice. Don't answer like that. Then, of course you have to practice. But how do I practice to act like you? After watching Lee Yun-jae's acting for an hour, I realized something. He realized that the one-on-one acting lessons he had received so far were completely useless. Of course, the technical part could be improved sufficiently with practice. But Lee Yun-jae's acting was more than just technically excellent. It really feels like that person is being born before your eyes. Realism, vividness. What kind of mindset do I have to be able to immerse myself that deeply? I was truly anxious to know the answer. Seo Geo frowned without realizing it. Lee Yun-jae, perhaps aware of his nervousness, looked at him blankly and said this. When you play a character, act with the mindset that you really want to become that character. Of course, it's not as obvious as you think. The roles we will take on will be diverse. It could be an immature brat from a rich family, or it could be a gangster who grew up on the streets. You might have to play a homeless person who has to rummage through food waste, or you might have to play a student who gets stares from parents, friends, teachers, and everyone around them telling them they'd rather die. The voice that came out dryly was calm. Lee Yun-jae, who was speaking calmly as if she was talking about someone else's business, looked at Seo Geo. Black eyes, unwavering, touched him. No matter what character it is, you just have to practice with the hope that it will be your real life. Can you do that? The answer came back right away. as if it was obvious to what I said hesitantly. Huh. I am. Lee Yunjae's eyes turned out the window. Even though he was facing full sunlight, his eyes were still black. These were eyes worthy of someone who had been trapped in darkness for a long time. As long as it's not me. The words without any hesitation gave me chills. Yet, for some reason, it sounded sad. Seogyo. Gio. Seogyo was dazed today. I wondered why I was like that, and then realized that it was because of me that I didn't get enough sleep. I'm sorry for no reason. Should I pass on the last movie? Let's rest there for a bit. No, are you okay? You don't look okay at all. I have a lot of time anyway. There were more people at the film festival than expected. From people just out to have fun, to people who look like officials, to booth operators wearing uniforms. I bought chicken skewers at a food booth in the middle. Eat this. You? I'm a bit reluctant to take my mask down. Of course, it may seem like an excessive celebrity disease, but there is no harm in being careful. There are more people looking at Seogyo than you think. As an aspiring actor, Seogyo also had good looks by social standards. Maybe that's why I felt people's eyes on me as I walked down the street. But just take one bite. Ruler, are you okay? You can just put up your mask right away. I said it's okay. You bastard. No matter how many times I declined, Seogyo kept bringing me chicken skewers. I thought I would have to eat it to finish, so I quickly lowered my mask and took a bite. And at the same time, someone spoke. Excuse me. I quickly put on my mask. At the same time, I glared at Seogyo, and he naturally covered me with his back. What's going on? It's no different, because we are experiencing this at our booth. It's free, so please feel free to visit. It's over there, near the movie theater building. Ah yes. Thank you, Sai. Seogyo, who was politely handed the flyer, suppressed laughter. Why don't you just laugh out loud? Yanji, aren't you upset because you didn't recognize me? I couldn't bear to hit the guy who was laughing at me with his eyes, so I just sighed. We have some free time anyway, so why don't we go here? What kind of experience is it? They say you can act on a small stage. They say there is a mask too. Wow, it's gonna be fun. Shall we go? Then what if I get noticed? However, it was an embarrassing thing to say from someone who had just overdone it. So I silently followed Seogyo. Hello? I received a flyer. Yes. Welcome. The booth was noisy. It's full of people. Mom, I want to try this mask. Whoever chose the mask, please tell me. I will give you a script that matches the masked. There were more children than adults. I headed to the corner to avoid the kids who were fighting among themselves to wear a cooler mask. The masks placed there, perhaps inspired by traditional fairy tales, looked quaint. As I held up a mask with a long mustache, a person who appeared to be an employee approached me. That's a mask used in Hungjin. You know Hungbu and Nalbu, right? Yes. Are you acting alone? No. Actually, we learn. I'm learning too. We are acting as your counterpart. You can do it while looking at the script. In short, it is a theater experience. I was wondering why I was experiencing theater at a film festival, but I heard an employee next to me gently flirting with my parents. If you want, I can also take a video with the camera used for filming movies. If you write down your email address, I can send it to you. Is that free too? We can do it for just 10,000 won. Mother, the staff's voice was very friendly. If you can get a video of your kids acting cutely in high definition for 10,000 won, it's not bad in its own way. I don't need to film a video. He looked at the employee, holding a mask with a dangling mustache. Can I just act without filming the video? Sure. Then you don't have to pay any extra money. For a moment, the feeling that it was a waste appeared on the employee's face and quickly disappeared. Looks like he's an actor. She swallowed a smile and nodded her head. I'll go with Hung Byujin. Seogyo, did you choose? I want to take a look at you. No, you said it would be fun. I was about to put down my mask thinking, why should I do something if he doesn't do it, when a script came out with my other hand. You can read the lines written in highlighter. Then shall we go up on stage right away? Before I had time to say it was okay, I was dragged behind the stage by an employee. I flinched for a moment when asked to take off my mask. I'm sorry, but I just won't do it. Ugh, you don't have to be shy. It's over in less than 5 minutes. There are only a few lines. No, that's not it. It's okay. We do all the funny stuff. Do not worry. I sighed as I saw the employee smiling even brighter, as if telling me to trust only myself. I do not know. He quietly took off his hat and slowly took off his mask. At the same time as we made eye contact with the employee, the other person's smiling face quickly hardened. Li Yun. Shoo. When I quickly put my index finger to my mouth, the employee quickly covered my mouth. Chapter 140. Sorry, I'm out with friends, so can you keep it a secret? I was so surprised. The wide-eyed employee simply nodded his head. Fortunately, no one other than this employee saw my face. I hastily put on the Nalbum mask. It's bigger than I thought. I tied the rope tightly in case something unfortunate happened, such as falling off the stage. I just have to say the lines that are written on this piece of paper, right? Ah, yes. Are we going up alone? Yes. Well, the friend who served as host reads the synopsis. With instructions. I know roughly what it feels like. It looks like Panzori. The employee's eyes were still surprised, but he continued to spit out instructions as if he were reciting lines he had memorized. As I play the role of Hungbu, I will go up first, save Jebi, and receive Mr. Park. I will act surprised after discovering gold and silver treasures in the gourd. At that time, Yunjae comes up and breaks the swallow's foot on purpose, takes the park seed and breaks it. It's a story about a goblin coming out of there and destroying the house. Yes, if you show me a demonstration first, I will try to follow along. I don't think there was anything problematic said, but for some reason, the employee's expression suddenly hardened. Why are you like that? The employee suddenly went up to the stage with a nervous look on his face. The host holding the microphone shouted in a humorous voice. A chance to act with real actors. This stage is Hungbu and Nalbu. Actor Lee Min-soo, who played the role of Hungbu, and Wuri, who played the role of Nalbu. You requested to remain anonymous. Yes, please enjoy anonymous acting. The stage next to the booth was small. There were hardly any people watching. While everyone was casually passing by, Seo Gio was sitting on one of the few chairs. He must have been looking at me, so our eyes immediately met. Go for it. I laughed out loud when I saw them cheering with their mouths. The props that the staff had hastily placed on stage were so embarrassing that they could be called props. Looking at the awkward ball shape that seemed to be made of paper, I felt pleasant in my own way. Because acting has always been serious to me. It was my first time doing something so casually. It seems like it would be too much to really immerse yourself in a light drama like this, so I'll just have to bring out the flavor in moderation. Oh my, what are these gold and silver treasures? Let the world see it. Now my wife and children no longer have to starve. How could something so happy happen? The employee who plays Hungbu, actor Lee Min-soo, acted better than expected. The voice that boomed from the abdomen was strong, and the skill in capturing the attention of the audience while moving around the small stage was also good. I heard that acting in plays is different, but seeing it like this makes it really different. Unlike movies and dramas that approach people through a lens, theater requires acting that directly confronts people. I guess that's why he acts like that, giving all his attention to the audience. The movements are large and exaggerated. The angles are all tilted forward. As I watched Hungbu's 2-minute performance, my mind continued to spin. The gaze, foot movements, and tone of dialogue I had to make changed all the time. Let's just enjoy it lightly. This was not a filming location where one should not cause inconvenience to others. If you immerse yourself as deeply as usual, there is a high possibility that you can play separately. The wicked Nalbu, who was secretly watching Hungbu from behind. Nalbu, jealous of his brother's happiness, secretly makes a plan to break the swallow's feet. I went up on stage to the MC's voice, which brought out the humorous tone. I put the script down on the floor before going up. It's not even a few words anyway, so why bother? Hungbu, this bastard became rich by repairing one swallow's leg, so I will become even richer by breaking up 50 swallows' legs. Hungbujin was a representative tale of encouragement and punishment that does not require separate study. A simple story about good people being blessed by good deeds and bad people being harmed by bad deeds. The way to convey the lesson clearly is simple. So that the two main characters can be compared properly, there should be clear differences between them. Where are these damn swallows? I'll break your leg right now. He shouted much louder and more scathingly than what actor Lee Min-soo had previously done. Since his facial expressions were hard to see because of the mask, he walked arrogantly on stage with his steps even wider. In an attempt to save my greedy gaze, I looked around excessively, and the swallow in the middle of the stage. I picked up something gray that was set to. Ugh, why is it so squishy? I pretended to break a toy that was too soft to hold properly. Done. Haha. You can make money so easily. There are times when my brother is so helpful. Hurry and give me Park's seat. I shouted loudly into the air. Just like during Hungbu, it was Mr. Park's turn to roll onto the stage. But the staff must have messed up his hand, and Mr. Park rolled around clumsily. He quickly caught Mr. Park with his foot as he was about to fall to the bottom of the stage due to a failure in direction control. Without any time to think, I urgently shouted out lines that were not in the script. Seeing Mr. Park obediently come under my feet, I feel like the world is on my side. Hurry up and open this gourd seed so that I can become rich. It's hard. Broadening your voice is not as easy as you think. I felt foolish for looking down on him because he only said a few words. I need to go home and practice more. Thinking that I should spend more time practicing vocalization, I pretended to break the gourd. As the employee instructed, I pressed the button in the middle and the empty gourd opened. But the setting is that there is a goblin in here. So I was so shocked that I collapsed on the stage. The host intervened with good timing. But what came back to the wicked Nalbu was not gold and silver treasure, but a goblin. When the goblin comes and destroys Nalbu's house, Nalbu belatedly cries out. I looked at the empty backstage and acted like I didn't know what to do. Here, it is more appropriate to act exaggeratedly, like a fairy tale, rather than scream seriously. Oh my, what is all this about? I got too greedy and ended up in trouble. I should have listened to my brother. Sobbing. Did Nalbu actually think like this? I don't think I did it. Of course, it is a tale so old that the author is unknown, so it is impossible to know what the true original content is. At least the lines written in this script had a clear purpose of teaching a lesson to children. Do you think your acting suits your purpose? Even though I went right in without practicing, I still don't think my acting was too bad. So, I was able to quickly stand up when the host asked me to applaud all the actors for their hard work. However, wow, that guy is really good at acting. Mom, I want to do that too. I have that too. This must be some kind of play. Can I see it without a ticket? There were more people clapping than expected. When did people gather like this? It seems like everyone was just passing by as if they weren't interested. Before we knew it, all the few chairs were filled, and people were crowding in behind them. Only then did sweat pour down my back. I became even more confident when I saw Seogyo laughing and shedding tears below. Me? I was too immersed to say I wasn't immersed. Out of embarrassment, I unconsciously scratched the back of my neck. It was a more fun time than I thought. Wow. You are amazing. All I could say was that it was truly amazing. I understand, so stop teasing me. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Your eyes are too busy for that. Until I put on my hat and mask again and approached him, Seogyo continued to laugh. I laughed so much that I ended up squeezing the honey chestnuts when I saw the clown crying because he was in pain. It hurts. Too bad. I said it hurts. We have to catch the bus soon, right? Huh. I guess I just need to catch a taxi now. As I was about to change my seat, someone shouted loudly from behind me. Hey, it was a cry too desperate to just pass by. In the meantime, I could see that they were considerate by not calling my name, so I couldn't ignore them any longer. In the end, I hesitated and turned around. Actor Lee Min-soo was panting with a sweaty face. Sorry. Actor. Perhaps we are holding a festival until next week. Can I upload the actor's video as a promotional video? My video? I said I didn't need the video. Oh, we also need to report to City Hall, so we filmed everything for now. When parents request it, we give them the files in exchange for money. Then shouldn't we be notified in advance? I stayed quiet, wondering if there was any point in telling him that I had already filmed it, but I think he conveyed it through his eyes. I told actor Lee Min-soo, who was sweating and apologizing, that it was okay. Well, I think it would be difficult for me to make a decision here. I'll give you a business card, so could you send the video to the email address below first? I will talk to my agency and tell you. Yes. All right. Thank you. Oh, and if you don't mind, please sign. It was a request that was too insignificant to be considered rude. However, perhaps because it was on the street, people were paying attention even though I signed in a hurry. Who is this? Is he really a celebrity? When I was embarrassed by the small voice, Seogyo quickly whispered, "Should we catch a taxi quickly?" Okay. Seogyo, who had called a taxi as if he had been waiting, opened the door and told me to get in first. Perhaps because I took a taxi in the middle of a crowd of people, the car moved like a turtle crawling. Normally, I would have regretted the rising fares, but now I just looked out the window. The film festival was such a lively festival. A variety of emotions could be read on the faces of the people filling the streets. For some reason, I felt like those emotions were coming right into me. After packing my luggage, I safely boarded the bus to Seoul. After 3 hours, the express bus terminal building was visible outside the window. Jinbei, I'm waiting in the parking lot. Actor, I said I'm going by taxi. Anyway, I really don't listen. Well, I didn't install the location app without knowing this. As I was replying that I understood, I heard a low voice from the seat next to me. Seonji. Huh. Was the film festival fun? A slow tone of speech, reminiscent of its owner, reached my ears. I turned my head and looked at Seogio. His loose eyes faced me with a smile in them. Huh. It was really fun. Thank you for bringing me. How do I prove my worth? Did that happen too? Why ask when you already know the answer? If you still want to hang out with me, that's fine too. The other person responded with a smile to the calmly uttered words. I need to talk to No Bae-hyuk properly. If you're next to me, you're bound to run into Seogio. We had to minimize the risk to both of them as much as possible. While I was choosing words and sentences on how to talk to No Bae-hyuk, Seogio tapped my arm. Why? You're on the news. A video was floating on the screen that Seogio handed over. Subtitles appeared in bold font below the news anchor, who was saying something. Director Yoon Kang-yeon and Lee Yoon-jae's twins has been entered into competition at the Cannes Film Festival. Will it win an award? Chapter 141. Jeonju International Film Festival Vlog, a review of an impromptu performance with actress Lee Yoon-jae. Lee Yoon-jae's play part 432, 73,000 likes. Coordinates. But is this really Lee Yoon-jae? The tone of voice is completely different? The tone is different, but the voice is the same as Lee Yoon-jae. Really good acting. No, I don't know even if I know it, haha. The actors are different. You look like a completely different person with just one mask on. This video is the original. Every time it came up as a short, I couldn't get over it and kept watching it. My favorite part 522. As expected, the world is on my side. 120,000 likes. I'm also playing the same part over and over again, haha. How can a voice come out so different? Dan. Even ad-lib is under development. I want everyone in the world to know that I am a genius actor. Where did the ad-lib come from? Haha. At the end of the video, the actor who played Hungbu speaks directly. Please watch the video until the end. Title: When will our Bambi movie come out? It's a big hit at the Cannes Film Festival, so I just hope it's released in Korea quickly. The expression on my face just looking at the poster. Haha, I have to go see it on JoJo on opening day. Originally, director Yoon Kang-yeon's film has a dark overall atmosphere. So far, Bambi's role has been generally bright, so I'm really looking forward to it. The reason I fell in love with Bambi was because of Mission Clear Kim Soo-ho. When I look at the poster, I get a similar feeling and I'm already dizzy. Title: But I don't think I'll win the Palme d'Or again. Are there cases where it is given to the same director again? News all day long about raising Korea's status and great achievements. If things continue like this and I come back without receiving even a single award, Lee Yoon-jae's fans will feel embarrassed. Yes, there were cases where it was given to the same director twice. Happy face find out and get upset. And I'm sorry, but the Palme d'Or is an award given to the director. Even if director Yoon receives the award, the serial doesn't receive the award, right? Why should we be embarrassed if we don't get it? It's just aggro, so ignore it. Let's get sick. In the first place, I was going to Cannes as my first film debut, so it was quite an achievement, haha. Lee Yoon-jae. I got caught. Hi. Bae-hyuk. I greeted him awkwardly while hiding behind a flower bed. No Bae-hyuk, with a sullen expression, squatted in front of me. Why do you keep avoiding me? Because you keep bringing up soccer. I've had to say no with kind words once or twice, and I find it annoying. I took a moment to decide how to explain this to him. Did I do something wrong to you? I only thought about it for a moment. Questions poured in as if they couldn't wait. Is it because of Seogio? Why are you talking about Seogio? I heard you went to the film festival with her over the weekend. I saw it all on video too. So what does that have to do with this? I swallowed a sigh, wondering where on earth it all started. Bae-hyuk, calm down first. If anyone hears this, they will misunderstand that you are jealous of Seogio. The The guy looked at me sullenly, as if asking if that was what he wanted to say. I know it doesn't make sense. Either. First of all, the reason I avoided you had nothing to do with Seogyo. Then you won't go out with her from now on. That's not true. No. Why does the story about Seogyo keep coming up? That's because you've been avoiding me since she transferred to the school. Are you really serious about this? I looked at him in bewilderment, and to my surprise, there was no trace of playfulness on No Bae-hyuk's face. Oh my god. I'm serious. Bae-hyuk. Not even 2 weeks have passed since I told you that you were my best friend. It is true that I went to the film festival with Seogyo, and I will continue to go with him from now on. But that doesn't concern you. I told you from the beginning that you deserve my best friend title. But what on earth is the problem? I couldn't understand it, so I frowned without realizing it. However, No Bae-hyuk's expression was tense, as if he was upset about something. You say I'm your best friend, and the kid you hang out with has nothing to do with me? Do you think that makes sense? In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore and sighed heavily. Head hurts. It's hard to keep saying it over and over again. But No Bae-hyuk is not Seogyo. If you say out loud, there will be no problem in achieving your goal, so don't worry. They will definitely be surprised. If he hears me summarized in a sentence like that, he will avoid me, even if only because of his pride. I couldn't go on an adventure knowing that. I have to explain soccer first. Instead of talking about useless things like Seogyo, we had to dig into the core. After sorting things out in my head, I looked up, but the other person had already woken up. I have to go now? I decided to play a practice game with your class. Of course you didn't know. You weren't on the list of soccer players. The look in No Bae-hyuk's eyes looking down at me was unfamiliar. It was the first look I ever received. What is that feeling? Hey, honestly, you know that I act like a child, right? So I wasn't going to say anything. Have I ever asked you anything seriously? I was really looking forward to it. You weren't able to play soccer with me last year or the year before because you were busy filming. I didn't know when an opportunity like this would come up, so I did that. But you just avoided it with a look of annoyance. You don't mind playing soccer with me and going to the film festival with Seogyo. There was no time to respond to the words that continued softly, because the person concerned immediately got annoyed. I'm childish. Really? It's okay. Let's talk later. I'm sorry for getting angry. After saying that, No Bae-hyuk quickly disappeared. I thought blankly as I looked at the empty flower bed, as if wondering who had been standing there at any time. This is my first time seeing someone look at me like that. I finally realized it. There was disappointment in No Bae-hyuk's eyes when he looked at me, but I still didn't understand. Why are you upset? Therefore, is it because I don't play soccer? I didn't know you would be so upset about that. I didn't know that soccer meant so much to No Bae-hyuk. Well, it was just a long time ago and all, so I just participated once. It's not that difficult. I kept sighing because the situation wasn't going as planned. It's a series. What's going on? Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of rude behavior is this at a meal? I immediately closed my mouth and straightened my back. Jeongyeon waved his hand as if he didn't mean it that way. It seems like you've been zoning out since a while ago. Are you worried? As I was hesitating, wondering if it was okay to ask something like this, even though it wasn't about acting, Jinbei, who was with me, suddenly stood up. I'm going to make a phone call for a moment. Conversation comfortably. Where are you going? Please sit down. Jinbei, who tried to quickly leave the place, was really oblivious. I guess he thought it was an extension of the worries I couldn't share last time. Have I been rude to you or said anything hurtful to you lately? That was purely my problem. Both the cause and the solution are mine. However, the argument with No Bae-hyuk was not something that could be resolved by just organizing my thoughts on my own, so it was even more difficult. Still, my brothers are probably better at interpersonal relationships than me. I'll ask first, and if you're having trouble, I'll have to apologize for asking a useless question. There's something I'd like to ask those two. Speak comfortably. I explained what happened today, choosing words as objectively as possible. As they listened to my explanation, their expressions became increasingly blank. If I were to ask the kid playing soccer tomorrow if I could change it, why do you look at me like that? The two were silent for a while, then stretched out their hands at the same time. Hyunjong's hand was on my head, and Jinbi's hand was on my shoulder. Seonji, I don't think the reason Bae-hyuk is upset is because you simply don't play soccer. Then, before that, I think we should first hear what the actor thinks is the definition of friend. He patted my shoulder and stupidly answered the question asked. My friend. A friend. The guy I go with. Well, it's not wrong. So, your best friend is the person next to you the most? Is there any other meaning besides that? In an instant, I felt like I had crashed into an alien planet. I felt like I made a big mistake. It was then that Hyenjong's gentle voice returned. Xianji, no matter what your friend thinks, it's not your fault at all. It's not even established by law. That's right. Then what is the reason why No Bai-hyuk is upset? I just rolled my eyes. Jinbei answered. Did I tell you last time that the meaning of fan can vary from person to person? Yes. I think the same is true in this case. I think the conversation was misaligned because we had different standards for what we consider to be friends. What is Bai-hyuk's standard for a friend? That dashed. Jinbei, who was about to speak, suddenly closed his mouth. Then he looked at me and smiled. Wouldn't it be clear to ask the person concerned about that? I immediately glared at Jiangyan. Why are you looking at me? My older brother taught Jinbei some strange things. Puhak, why are you suddenly doing this to me? Sigh. I'm not really that sly person. I wondered who on earth he was taking after, but the culprit was here. Whether I glared at him or not, Jiangyan was busy laughing. Jinbei was looking at the two of us and smiling softly. In the end, I had no choice but to ask directly. It was a helpful conversation, even though it didn't seem to be helpful at all. I should call and ask as soon as I get home. First, let's talk about why I didn't want to play soccer. Whatever it is, we can talk about it, and then do it. Since tomorrow is a sports day, I thought I should solve it today. And I called No Bai-hyuk, but all I heard was a tone telling me I couldn't answer the phone right now. After that, I tried 5 times, but in the end, No Bai-hyuk did not accept it. Xianji, good morning. You seem very tired. After hearing Seogio's words, I briefly washed my face dry. Sorry, it was so insincere. Hi. No, because I'm not a kid. You don't have to be friendly to me. It's okay to get irritated when you're tired. I watched him roughly pull the chair next to me and sit down. At that moment, I almost asked myself if I could be really annoyed. Strangely enough, I let my guard down when it comes to this guy. So what if he records it? Come to your senses. So what's wrong? Who is bothering you? That's not right. Then did you fight? Someone you can fight with. Bai-hyuk. Meanwhile, he was quick to notice, which made me even more obnoxious. I affirmed it by not answering. Seogio, who was smiling loosely, gave a sideways glance. What? When I turned my eyes in that direction, I saw No Bai-hyuk. He must have been turning his head too, when our eyes met at the same time. No Bai-hyuk awkwardly avoided his eyes. You didn't even answer the phone, and now you're even avoiding your eyes? Heat rose to my head in an instant. It happened right away. I heard someone calling behind me, but I didn't pay any attention and just rushed forward, looking at my target. What will I do if you avoid me? I just have to go? Chapter 142. No Bai-hyuk. I tried to sing it softly in my own way. As soon as I spoke, the kids next to No Bai-hyuk started to avoid me, so I guess it didn't come out as intended. Hi. No Bai-hyuk was still avoiding my eyes. I just stared at him without saying a word. The silence continued like that for a long time. Wow. Even if you do this, you won't say anything. I called you yesterday, but you didn't answer. Did you call me? You said your acting sucks. I was about to get angry and ask where he was lying, but the face I saw looked genuinely surprised. I did not know. Sorry. Because I keep calling. I haven't separately applied for the catch call service. Who did you call? That is. No Bai-hyuk blurted out his words. My gaze wavered uneasily. It's absurd. Wasn't it you who got angry and ran away at that time? Why are you acting like the person who didn't answer the phone yesterday and avoided eye contact first did something wrong? I could feel all eyes focused on this situation as I couldn't understand it at all. I can't say anything here. I heard we have to have lunch together as a class today, so I don't think we can eat together. Oh, our class decided to do the same. Good. Then let's talk after the sports competition. I quietly looked at the guy who mumbled that he understood. No, there will be a chance to talk before then. Let's do it then. When? You finally see me. Looking at the confused eyes, I answered briefly. I'm playing soccer. We will compete in the preliminaries. Say hello later. Li Yenjae. It turned right away. I wasn't planning on turning around, but I was caught because the clothes I was wearing were too heavy. Damn dear. Antlers. Hey, why do you play soccer? One person said I would do it because his ankle hurt. What? No, you dashed. He said he wanted to play soccer with me. Wasn't that why you were sad? It's nothing like that. Something like that? The voice grew louder. I also need to calm down a little, but I can't control it. It was Beck Seojin and Seojio who stopped the two of us, who looked like they were about to grab us by the collar. Wow. No, Baihyuk. Calm down. Go to your class first. Seonji, shall we go to where the kids in our class are? I felt like I wanted to swat away Seojio's hand, which was trying to gently soothe me. No, the kids are staring. I don't know when the actions I'm taking now may lead to controversy. You can't be annoyed. Don't act on your emotions. For a moment, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Huh. Okay. He turned around without even looking in No Baihyuk's direction. The wind blew the hat with deer antlers backwards. This is so annoying. I wanted to throw away everything, including the half-sized animal pajamas, soccer, No Baihyuk, and everything else, and go home. I want to see the fog. Or even Jinbaehyang. Although he pretended to be calm on the outside, it took a long time for him to actually become calm. Fortunately, the quick-witted Seojio acted as a guard next to me, so I was able to stay still for the time being. Thank you, Seojio, for stopping me earlier. Are you okay? Are you feeling much better now? Huh. It's much better. Thank God. It seemed like he wanted to hit my hand off too. This guy is so quick that he's too quick to notice. After looking at it in confusion, he apologized and said that that was also true. Seojio laughed and asked why he was apologizing. I'll have to change into my gym clothes when I play soccer later. The hat bothers me more than I thought. As I muttered as I took off my hood, Seojio leaned his chin and smiled. It's cute, but it's disappointing. That's right. Yeonji. So cute. Look this way. Seojin. Stop taking pictures. Seojio took care of Beck Seojin, who constantly took Polaroids. I got a lot of help from him today. It was peaceful until lunchtime passed. I felt No Baihyuk looking at me from time to time, but I just ignored it. Baihyuk's police uniform suits him well. Should we have done that too? I know. I don't think that's hot. While chatting with Seojio, Beck Seojin clicked his tongue. TSK, what don't you know? Basically, you have to wear a lot of cute things when you're old enough to wear them. Don't celebrities know that? Yeonji is already a celebrity. In that sense, I was just weakly responding to Beck Seojin's request to take another photo for your fans. Guys, let's get together, people who play soccer. It's finally time. After telling the class president that I would change into my gym clothes and come back, I entered the building. Just before entering the classroom, my arm was grabbed. I wasn't surprised because it was the timing I expected. Lee Yunjae, you don't have to change your clothes. Why? I told you that someone else would go out instead of you. Why? Didn't you want to play soccer with me? I couldn't help but sigh. But if I get annoyed here, I'll just end up being the same kid. I calmly took a deep breath and spoke. Baihyuk, first of all, I'm not sure why you're upset with me. If there's anything I need to fix, please let me know when it's convenient. I'll try my best to fix it. And dashed. It's not like that. Why do you blame yourself whenever you get the chance? No Baihyuk ruffled his hair vigorously. The guy who looked at the floor for a while muttered. I didn't intentionally not answer the phone yesterday. I was on the phone with Park Ha for 2 hours. With Hone. And he told me what happened when you were in 3rd grade. No Baihyuk swallowed dry saliva. His face was uncharacteristically nervous. Sorry. At that time, my parents were getting divorced, and I couldn't pay attention to school because it was so noisy. So I really didn't know you were hurt that badly. If I had remembered, I wouldn't have so easily asked you to play soccer. I'm really sorry for acting like a child. I was going to apologize right away, but today, your expression was so scary that you froze. With apples. Are we swearing together? I looked at him. Hesitantly. I thought he was joking, but unfortunately No Baihyuk was serious. I didn't know what to do, and I sighed when I saw the eyes looking at me. For a moment, I felt immature for being angry at this kid. No, I should have explained it better in the first place. I just didn't want to bring it up at that time. I understand. And I'm sorry for constantly making fun of you for hanging out with Seojio. I was very childish. I was already going to ask that. Baihyuk, I felt you were upset with me. Especially when the topic of Seojio comes up. Can you tell me why? Do I really have to say that out loud? Then how can I find out? Mind reading? I was planning to wait patiently, But no Bai-hyuk changed the topic by saying that I had to get down quickly. Okay, then tell me when you're ready. Okay, so we've reconciled? He chuckled, looking at his furrowed eyebrows, as if it was a very important matter to him. Huh, we made up. Because it was a very important issue to me. Smart. Yes. Come on in. Actor, are you in a fan cafe? Jinbei, who was about to open the door and come in, froze. He looked surprised at the paper piled up on my bed. What are you doing? What is all this? A thesis. Yes. Since he was making a face like he was seeing all the strangest things, I answered with a feeling of bewilderment. I asked Bai-hyuk to tell me why he was upset. Then he told me to go home and read this. He said he would read it all and contact me. You're really unique. Therefore, I too am unusual, but the real No Bai-hyuk was an unusual kid. I didn't know how to explain it to you, so I did some searching yesterday. This paper will help you too. Can't it just be explained through conversation? In my opinion, this method is the best. You'll understand that way too. I was shocked, but I couldn't bear to say no to the stern face. So I returned home carrying a bunch of papers. I forgot to change my clothes and come home because of a sudden thesis analysis assignment, but Jinbei was so excited to see me that I was even more distracted. He made a fuss saying that he had an obligation to show this to Jeongyeon, so he had no choice but to take a few pictures while wearing the deer pajamas. I had just finished reading the paper after taking a shower. So what is the name of your thesis? What about jealousy and analysis that arise in adolescent friendships? From the title, it's like a thesis. Jinbei carefully picked up a paper as if looking at a bug and quickly put it down. It looks like he hates papers. I laughed at his actions that clearly showed his true intentions. The title looks complicated, but the content is simple. What is it about? When a third party suddenly intervenes in a relationship between two friends, they can experience complex emotions combined with fear and competition. That's jealousy that arises in friendship relationships. What this paper said was simple. Jealousy can occur in a variety of relationships other than romantic relationships. While some adolescents welcome new friends, others may feel betrayed by existing friends and feel anxious and embarrassed that they may be forgotten. It wasn't something that was very difficult to understand, but I didn't understand No Bai-hyuk's intention in giving me this. Then Bai-hyuk is saying in his thesis that he was jealous of Seogyo. Yes, maybe it's because he's a close friend, but he found a method that really suited the actor. Even when Jinbei said something with a smile, I couldn't laugh. Then, does that make sense? What? It means that Bai-hyuk has as much affection for me as what is written here. Are you saying we have that close of a relationship? Jinbei asked back as if he was embarrassed. Actor, do you know how many times Bai-hyuk slept over at our house? We even had meals together several times. We even had a party last Christmas. It's just... The words I tried to refute scattered in the air. What? Where did it get twisted? By any chance, actor, don't you think of Bai-hyuk as a friend? No, he's my best friend. You also have affection, right? Yes, of course. When asked what he was talking about, Jinbei asked calmly, and do you think Bai-hyuk will feel the same way about you? I was speechless. That can't be possible, right? I know that No Bai-hyuk feels close to me. I didn't know that. But isn't that just because he's a good guy? In keeping with his personality, he is being kind to me. If not, then. As I was at a loss for words due to confusion, Jinbei sorted out the scattered papers. And he handed me his cell phone. Asked directly, is the actor mistaken or not? I felt a strange sense of rejection, but I also knew that this is the correct answer. So, I pressed the call button with great difficulty. Hello? I'm Lee Yunjae. I know. Have you read all the papers? Neither of them said anything. How should I ask? As I tried to organize the words endlessly, I was starting to get a headache. I don't know anymore. I just threw up at the complexity that peaked at that moment. Bai-hyuk, didn't you become friends with me because I was famous? Chapter 143. There was only silence beyond the phone. I thought I had said it too bluntly, so I was trying to make up for it belatedly. It was like that at first. I stopped when I heard a voice that was calmer than I expected. Because you were so famous since first grade, of course I knew about your existence. But I haven't had a chance to become friends. No. To be honest, I stopped talking to you because of your rumors. I thought, why? Then when I heard that you were filming a drama, I thought, he can become a celebrity too. While I was thinking about it, it was true that I acted like I was friendly with you. It was a story I already knew and expected, so it shouldn't have been much of a shock. But really, what does this feel like? At first, I didn't think much of it. I'll just be reasonably friendly with you and manage my network. I was just thinking of doing that. I knew it too. It seemed like that. Honestly, I would have thought that too. It was so obvious. The words that followed after that were bold and fluid. It was as if he had practiced it several times. Even if I think about it, my intentions are too impure. I know what I'm saying right now may not be very convincing, but I just wanted to say that not now. It's strange. A trembling emotion could be read behind the calm tone. No Bai-hyuk was trembling with the calmest voice I had ever heard. Obviously, I didn't pay much attention to your rumors, and I wasn't particularly curious. And when you feel like asking, I couldn't bear to ask. Even when I saw it, it seemed pretentious. Whenever I get a chance to be by your side, I take advantage of it, and then I stick around like I don't know. I'm worried about you now. It's funny to say that. While listening to the self-mocking voice, I spoke softly. It's not that funny. That's because you're nice. It seemed like a joke to be told to be careful, because he was the perfect type to get scammed. The anxious feelings disguised as light laughter were read without filtering. So I felt even more strange. If he acted well, I would have doubted him at all. Can I trust you? After faith, there is only disappointment. So you shouldn't believe it. But even so, avoiding a sincere apology was ultimately just childish behavior. In the end, this was the answer I could give. Thank you for speaking honestly even now. I couldn't bear to say that I believed what you said. No Bai-hyuk must have already noticed, so he didn't say anything more. I was holding my phone silently and suddenly asked, then the reason you were jealous of Seogyo wasn't because you felt like you would have fewer opportunities? And I guess I was that kind of image to you. The voice that came back was bitter. No, it was just my feelings written down in the paper. So, you're saying you were anxious about losing your place as a close friend? I expected too much sense from you. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Are you done? When he jokingly asked me if I was feeling better now, there was a hint of self-reproach and self-loathing. It was a feeling I couldn't ignore, so I sighed when No Bai-hyuk told me to hang up the phone. No Bai-hyuk. You come to my house now. Okay. Bring your school uniform. Let's go to school together tomorrow. Hang up. I couldn't trust No Bai-hyuk. But I couldn't leave him alone. I'm just like No Bai-hyuk. Occasionally, I would sit in the passenger seat, and every time, the writing on the side mirror would catch my eye. The phrase, objects are closer than they appear in the mirror. As you read the book, there are many expressions that life does not go as planned. I thought I was clearly keeping a certain distance, but at some point, what comes to mind is ultimately human relationships. If No Bai-hyuk's explanation is correct, he was like that. And more than anything, I was like that too. It's true that my feelings for No Bai-hyuk have changed, too. Regardless of whether his purpose in approaching me was impure or whatever, he was apologized for it. And they both care about each other more than they did at first. That's enough for now. It was not a night where noble words such as faith and friendship were immediately needed. All you have to do is lie down and talk about things you've missed. Seojin. Hi. Serial, hey. You look tired. Did you not sleep? About 3 hours? Wow, how did it happen? I talked all night with No Bai-hyuk, who came in with a dejected expression, like a child who got scolded by his parents yesterday. Since I slept 4 hours later than I normally sleep, I thought the fog would grumble. Surprisingly, the fog gave me a warm hug. I miss you already. I made peace with Bai-hyuk. Wow, that's a shame. I laughed when I saw Baek Seojin's expression of genuine regret. And with perfect timing, this guy appeared. You were swearing at me. What is it? He didn't come to our class for a while. Now I'm just going to do what I want. No Bai-hyuk grinned and shamelessly sat down. It was nice to see him as energetic as usual. If the seat I was sitting in wasn't mine. Move. Hi. It's a series. And then the third person in question, Seogyo, appeared. Bai-hyuk is here too. Have you two reconciled? It was No Bai-hyuk who spoke first to Seogyo, who smiled and said that everything went well. Hey, I'm sorry I glared at you at first. I continued to act childish after that. Seogyo maintained a smiling face, looked at the hand that No Bai-hyuk gave him for a moment, and then took it. Okay, I will apologize. But I still don't like you. Geo burst out laughing at the words no Bai Hyuk said with a genuine smile. Haha. Wow. Thank God. I really don't like you either. What are you two doing? Really? From a distance, it looked like they were shaking hands amicably, but their glaring eyes stung. Above all, just by looking at the veins on their forearms, you could see how much strength they were putting into their hands. They both looked like real kids. I was shaking my head and going about my business when Baek Seojin clicked his tongue next to me. You are suffering from a disease. For a moment, I was startled by the familiar sound. Seojin. Huh. Are you still in contact with Hoon? Then, did we hang out together last weekend too? I see. Looking at Baek Seojin, who was smiling brightly, I nodded slowly. I think the two of you have a similar way of talking. Is it? Hoon's way of speaking is really lovely. Oh, did she just say that she loved me? I just laughed as I looked at Baek Seojin, who was embarrassed to say something like that out loud in front of the kids. Park Hoon. Wow, he's a very influential kid. I really hoped that Baek Seojin would not resemble Park Hoon's love of tteokbokki. Yeonji, you can change into these next time. Yes. All right. I took the clothes the staff gave me and went into the waiting room. Aren't the shorts too short? I looked at the white short-sleeved shirt and navy blue shorts with disbelief. Just looking at the bright color of the pants gave off a strong summer scent. It's still April. I thought it was too early, but I was in no position to complain. When I changed my clothes and came out, people were clinging to me. As I was getting used to the hands touching my hair and painting my face, the staff member who was adjusting my clothes shouted, there's a wound on your thigh? Yes. I got hurt a long time ago. Is this going to be a problem? No. This amount can be easily covered with concealer. Do not worry. A staff member came over and applied cosmetics to my thighs. It looks like it was lightly tapped a few times, but the fine scar was completely covered. Braided. It seems like a good idea. That's amazing. Thank you. It's no big deal. It's easy. They say that if someone else seems easy to do, that person is good at it. Even if you tell me, I don't think I'll be able to change it that way. The staff laughed and said, It's really not that big of a deal, he muttered. I was a little nervous because this was my second time doing a photo shoot, but the overall atmosphere on set was friendly. It's very different from the first one. The photographer I met at that time had such a crazy look in his eyes. Maybe he has a sensitive personality, but it wasn't nice to see him constantly getting irritated by the staff. Fortunately, the photographer I was with today was gentle and polite throughout. The photographer who was laughing and chatting with the youngest staff member approached. Yeonji, do your clothes fit well? Is there anything uncomfortable? Yes, but I applied cosmetics to her thighs, and I'm worried that it might get on her clothes. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. It's our exclusive product anyway. I'm glad. As I was getting up to take another picture, the photographer spoke. When did the scar appear? When I was in elementary school. Are you a third-year student? I'm glad it's in a location that's hard to see. Looking at what's still left, it looks like the injury was pretty serious. He just smiled softly at the worried tone, because it wasn't something to make a fuss about. Of course, I told him everything on the day I urgently called No Bai Hyuk home. I don't know how I was able to hold back so many questions, but he kept asking me so many questions that I couldn't avoid them. What kind of crazy person would throw something like that on the playground? But fortunately, the flesh didn't fall off. I'm so glad. Are you really okay now? Look, when I was in elementary school, my physical education teacher was the type of person who couldn't watch kids sitting still. The boys had to play soccer and the girls had to play dodgeball, including me, of course. I was wandering around with the intention of only moderately participating, but I tripped on something, and when I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital. It was definitely unexpected that there were construction parts in the playground. Because I was stabbed so hard by a sharp part, I had to have suture surgery. After that incident, I was banned from playing on the playground for a while, and I remember that the rumors about me became more sinister. But after that, they let me skip physical education. If you have an idea, of course you should. No. Did you get over that at school? Aren't you crazy? Baihyuk. Speak kindly. A new gym was under construction at that time. It must have either flown or rolled from there. Hey, mister, does that make sense? It was a hectic night trying to stop No Baihyuk, who was so angry that he was about to die. This case has already ended with the construction company paying for my surgery. Since I had started developing the habit of conforming around that time, I wasn't particularly curious about the cause at the time. Well, Back then, it was probably due to the unhappiness factor. I felt very fortunate to have met the fog. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been able to lie down and chat comfortably with no Baihyuk. I want to see the fog. Once the photo shoot is over, today's schedule is over. This was also my last outfit. Let's try a little harder. After checking the pose reference again, I was about to enter the filming set. Jinbei hurriedly called me. Actor. I received a call from Se-hyun Kong. Hyun. What happened suddenly? It was my first contact since the Canon phone. What happened? I asked the photographer to give me a moment and then answered the phone. Hello, Seonji. I'm really sorry for calling you so quickly, but are you available tomorrow? Tomorrow? What's going on? Singer Kong Se-hyun's voice was full of difficulty and embarrassment. Just as I was frowning too, a small voice came back. Actually, Chapter 144. It's so hot I'm dying. Apparently, just yesterday, I thought it was too early to wear summer clothes, but I need to correct that. It was steamy here now. As I slumped down in a chair and was barely breathing, someone opened the trailer door and came in. Kong Se-hyun was a singer. Seonji, it's very difficult. Are you okay? Yes. I'm sorry, but if you could take off this mask. Sorry. Singer Kong Se-hyun came up to me in a huff and took off the doll mask that was covering my head. I felt a tremendous sense of liberation. Wow, this is not normal. We have to take pictures of Zarkin tomorrow, and we desperately need your help. Last night, when I received a call from singer Kong Se-hyun during a photo shoot, I had no idea something like this would happen. Above all, I didn't know what it meant, so I stupidly asked what it was. It's an abbreviation for its own content. Our members create and upload one episode a week like an entertainment show. Have you never heard of Space On? I heard it for the first time in my life. In a sullen voice, I said I would contact you again and then hung up. After filming was over, I searched and found that the program was more popular than I thought. Basically, the number of views is over 2 million. I couldn't click through everything, but the scale of filming was comparable to that of a public broadcast entertainment show. Because the Space members are good at talking, a comment that said it was a program that other fans also enjoyed watching caught my eye. Will no Baihyuk also do something like this when he debuts? I think you need 12 bodies to become an idol. So, when I asked why they needed my help filming Space Jackon, singer Kong Se-hyun blurted out his words. It looked suspicious, but since I had received help last time, it was okay to refuse. I didn't have a schedule anyway, so I said I would understand and came to the location they told me about this morning. And as soon as he saw this placed on the chair, his expression hardened. The concept of today's shoot is to introduce citizens to space. All you have to do is put on a doll mask and go talk to people and promote us. If you don't mind me explaining why I have to wear a doll mask. The year before last, we used doll masks with the same concept. However, the writers said they had run out of material, so this time they decided to call each member's closest celebrity friend to take their place. There are 1 or 2 parts one don't understand, and I don't know where to start. Of course, it was surprising that I was one of singer Kong Se-hyun's closest celebrity friends. However, I didn't understand the purpose of calling me for a mission that required me to go and talk to a stranger. Even if it is its own content, it is entertainment. Entertainment. Basically, I wasn't the fun type. There's no one who doesn't know that. When I asked what on earth they were thinking of calling me, the answer I got was shocking. The doll's mask is a deer. Are you serious? You became a hot topic with the deer pajamas you wore at the sports festival this time. When I saw that, it reminded me of you, so I called. It was originally scheduled to be someone else, but he suddenly contacted me last night saying he couldn't do it. Really sorry. How do you know that photo? I posted this on the fan cafe. Your fans are good at business? Wherever I go, there's that picture. If I knew it would be like this, when Jinbei asked me if I wanted to post a photo on the fan cafe, I said no. I couldn't take down pictures I'd already uploaded, and I couldn't whine that I couldn't do it. I swallowed my sigh and said just one word as I put on the doll clothes. Don't blame me if your brother's entire length is edited out because of me. Still, I didn't know it would be this gruesome. Talking to a stranger was not as easy as I thought. Busy modern people passed me by without hesitation. I had just returned after wandering around the streets for 2 hours. Even though I hadn't done anything, my hair was wet with sweat. Sorry. In vain. No. I heard other people are doing well. Well. Singer Kong Se-hyun rolled her eyes. Damn. I guess I'm the only one who couldn't get the part. I know. Why did you call me? The feeling of going on stage unprepared was not very pleasant. It was even worse because it felt like I was seeing empty seats instead of an audience. Let's stop whining. First of all, I had to focus on what was in front of me. After taking a deep breath, I raised my head. I just need to do what I can do well. For your information, there was only one thing I was good at. Brother, I'm going out again. Please put on a doll mask. Yes. Sorry. Just one interview. Just do one thing and come. I'll tell the editing team well. Okay. Come out a little later when I give you the signal. Ignoring the other person who was asking questions blankly, I pondered my thoughts solemnly. From now on, I am Kong Se-hyun. Hong Ji-yeon, who wore a bandsha for the first time after joining the broadcasting station, was happy. I can't believe you're out at this hour. Clear sky. I couldn't believe it even when I saw it with my own eyes. I was supposed to be stuck in the editing room. It would have been nice to go out on a sunny day like this, but rest was desperately needed for tired office workers. I was power walking with the only thought of taking a shower and lying down in bed as soon as I got home. Suddenly, a person wearing a deer doll mask jumped out. Hello? I'm really sorry, but would it be possible for you to interview me briefly? The voice was so refreshing that even Hong Ji-yeon, who had coldly rejected numerous "do you know the Tao?" questions, was taken aback. Although it was a bit buzzy because of the doll mask, the voice itself was very bright. While Hong Ji-yeon hesitated for a moment, the deer showed cuteness. I know. You're in trouble. Sorry. Actually, I'm a celebrity. Yes. Do you see the camera over there? I'm on a mission right now. The deer reached back. It was full of cameras and people. It's a real camera. When Hong Ji-yeon turned her head with a puzzled face, the deer quickly whispered, I'm going to make a mosaic so you don't have to worry. The voice was so low that it could not be picked up by the microphone. Suddenly, Hong Ji-yeon nodded, and the deer shouted again in a bright tone. If you just guess who I am, I can get off work right away. Can you please help me just this once? I don't know celebrities very well. Even though the face I saw every day was a celebrity, I lied shamelessly. I'm sorry, but it's annoying. Every minute and every second that passed was a waste. I felt sorry for the hard-working person, but I was so exhausted. I was about to slip away with an embarrassed smile. Black, I'm a little sad. We've met before. Yes. You work at a broadcasting station. I recognized the face right away, but you don't remember me? Between us. Is this all there is to it? The refreshing voice suddenly changed like a dying tree branch. No. How should I know that you were wearing a doll mask? When Hong Ji-yeon, who was in tears for a moment, lost her words, the deer showed cuteness again. I'm really sorry for taking up your time. I also desperately want to get off work. Sobbing. All you have to do is guess my name. Please. The deer wiping its buds with the blunt doll's hands was both cute and sad. Hong Ji-yeon said, Okay. I thought. Let's guess it quickly. All right. All you have to do is guess the name, right? Any hints? Of course there is. I am a singer. The deer grabbed the microphone and pretended to sing. Even the short movements were full of charm. Singer? Looking at his age, he looks like an idol. Considering that he wasn't very tall, he was in his late teens at best. If you listen to it, I don't really know either. What should I do if the atmosphere gets cold for no reason? As worry quickly passed over Hong Ji-yeon's face, the deer smiled brightly. And I'm very famous. Are you famous? How much? I can tell you that you definitely know me. I breathed a sigh of relief at my confident posture. At the same time, the names of male idol groups flashed through my mind. It would be so easy if we sang our song, so I'll just show you one choreography. The deer made a gun with its hand and slowly grazed its waist. Hong Ji-yeon was about to spit out a word, but held back. No, your voice is too young to be called space. They are all my age. No, but that's a space dance, right? The deer laughed cheerfully while looking at Hong Ji-yeon, who was confused. Keep this in mind. There is only one chance. Only 1 out of 7 can tell. I was confident in the voice that spoke meaningfully. 7 people, that's space. Who is the youngest member in space? Was it Choi and Jun? Because the youngest ones are really cute like that, right? If it's not correct, well, I'm sorry, but it was none of Hong Ji-yeon's business. This is the last hint. I actually act. It's missing. Choi and Jun was a member famous for acting. Hong Ji-yun was about to shout out Choi In-jun with a more comfortable mind. At that moment, the other person came. Face to face. Black plastic eyes suddenly approached me without warning. And I just acted too. I copied one of our members. Since it was so opposite to my personality, I was a little embarrassed to imitate it. Haha, it's still fun. Hong Ji-yun's eyes shook. What? Suddenly the atmosphere. The bouncy voice suddenly calmed down. The hand that had been moving around exaggeratedly became calm and touched the back of the neck as if it was awkward. It felt like I was suddenly replaced by a different person. The member I just copied was so full of energy that I often felt energized when I was next to him. I spoke to him because of the mission, but he looked so tired, so I tried to imitate him in hopes of cheering him up. Oh yes. A soft apology flowed out, apologizing for pranking me for no reason. So trustworthy, yet somehow familiar. It was too. Who is it? Whose tone is this? This way of speaking sounds really familiar. It was the moment when Hong Ji-yun was on top of the remaining 6. The deer, calmly waiting for the correct answer, wiped its nose. As soon as she saw that action, Hong Ji-yun shouted loudly without even realizing it. Kang Se-hyun. You're Kang Se-hyun, right? It was certain. Hong Ji-yun grinned. How many times have I seen you wipe your nose? The person who edited the live broadcast commemorating the premiere of Hello, My Summer was none other than Hong Ji-yun. While watching the hour-long live video, dozens of times, I also learned that Kang Se-hyun has a habit of wiping his nose. If it's Kang Se-hyun, it makes sense that they met in person, and it also makes sense that they act. Because there are only 2 acting members in space, Choi In-jun and Kang Se-hyun. Unlike his cute appearance earlier, just listening to his calm tone gave off a heavy atmosphere that only a leader can have. As Hong Ji-yun smiled brightly with the excitement of getting it right, the deer also laughed loudly. It was Kang Se-hyun's unique laughing sound that was so famous that even non-fans knew about it. How did I not know this? I wondered why the tone of voice seemed familiar. Now that I see it, it was just Kang Se-hyun himself. As Hong Ji-yun looked proud, the deer smiled and pointed behind her shoulder. Back. Hong Ji-yun unconsciously turned around. Haha, hello. And behind him stood Kang Se-hyun, dressed in neat attire. OMG. Hong Ji-yun was shocked and looked at Kang Se-hyun and the deer alternately. Kang Se-hyun laughed out loud when he saw that, and the deer made the same noise. Hong Ji-yun just opened her mouth at the shocking situation. At that time, the deer slowly raised its hand and took off its doll mask. Long time no see. And her fairy, Yeonji Lee, smiled brightly and faced her. Chapter 145. Seonji. Thank you so much, really. I don't know how many times I get help from you. Thank you so much. No, you helped me, too. Now the whole filming team is talking about you. Wow, you chose the right scene. Laughter flowed nonstop from singer Kang Se-hyun's mouth. After talking for a while with the person smiling brightly, I approached the woman standing blankly behind him. I didn't greet you properly earlier. Huh. Yes. Do you remember me? I gave you the Dale band last time. The woman was a staff member I had encountered during the live broadcast of Hello, My Summer. When I asked carefully, the blank expression on my face changed to one of bewilderment. Of course I know. Bambi, no, it's actress Lee Yun-jae. Shouldn't I be asking that question? I just laughed at the absurdity of the voice. It must be a job where you meet a lot of celebrities, so isn't it natural for you to know me? I don't know what the situation is right now. Therefore, are you playing Kang Se-hyun, who plays Choi In-jun? Oh, actually, he explained that the original mission was to introduce citizens to space. I was at a loss because I didn't have the gift of conversation, but as soon as I saw a familiar face, I ran away without even thinking. If I do it well, the picture will come out. I quickly created a scenario in my head. When I finally came to my senses, I found myself talking to a woman in a voice full of charm. I tried it because the only thing I know how to do is acting, but I don't know if it would be fun. No, this will definitely be fun. Even if you edit it by foot, the source material itself is great. Huh, I'm jealous of the editing team over there. The woman spoke in a confident tone and ended on a bitter note. I couldn't understand the sudden change in tone, but I had to say what I had to say. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for disturbing you on your way home. Still, it was nice to see you after a long time. Me too. I was originally going to quit this job, but thanks to what the actor said at the time, I'm continuing to work. What did I say? No matter how much I think about it, I've never said anything impactful. When I looked at him in confusion, he smiled and said that he had become a woman. Anyway, I really am grateful. I think it will be a very special memory. Thank you for thinking that way. And actually, the woman looked around and lowered her voice. When I lowered my head naturally at the sight of him telling me a secret, a bright smile came back. I'm a fan of that actor. It's a secret. Oh. The first day I met him, I immediately joined the fan cafe. The brightly smiling face suddenly felt awkward. I mumbled my thanks and averted my eyes, and the bigger smile came back. When asked if I could sign something, I picked up the pen before answering. Then thank you for your hard work. I'll see you on set next time I get the chance. Yes. Please go in carefully. A woman entered the subway entrance with a sign in her arms. My fan. I didn't know it was you. Did I make a mistake? While I was suddenly thinking back on what I had said out of nervousness, singer Kang Se-hyun approached me. Seonji, we're going to a company dinner. Do you want to come with us? Brother, I'm really sorry, but can I say hello here? I really wanted to wash. I tried to at least set foot on the company dinner table, but it was out of the question. As I roughly brushed away my sweaty hair, singer Kang Se-hyun immediately nodded as if I understood. Huh, I faced the fan like this. I smiled and took off my doll mask. It was obvious that it must have been funny since he was covered in sweat. I'm tired. However, it was not possible to remove the amount that had been extracted at best. I thought I should quickly go home and take a shower, so I said hello to the staff and got into the car. Space on Lee Yun-jae's appearance cut, plus comparison of Kang Se-hyun's laughter. I-432 my heart stopped at this part. How on earth is that citizen still alive? If it were me, I would faint right before your eyes. Wow, but really, how does it look like that, haha? Even if you look at it, it looks like CG. I once had a part-time job dressing as a doll, but when I take it off, I just look like a sweaty rat. This is where I realized that real celebrities are different. Your smile is so refreshing. Meanwhile, the acting is crazy. So good, haha. The editing was done well in the first place. I knew who the other members' acquaintances were from the beginning, but Kang Se-hyun's acquaintance was the only one who didn't show his face, so I did something. So when I took off the doll mask, I screamed like a citizen too, haha. The sound of me laughing with Kang Se-hyun was so similar. Eternal leader Se-hyuni at Tinisahayan. It seems like Seon and Lee Yun-jae are really close. It's my first time inviting an acquaintance to Jakun, and they immediately invite Lee Yun-jae. Only true fans know about our Seon's nose-wiping habit, so I was surprised to see him imitating it. The laughing sound is the same, ha ha ha. I laughed out loud there. Looking at them imitating so skillfully, I wonder if they usually imitate their vocal cords and play with each other. You won't be able to do it right away without practicing. Sahayan believer at my_religion__Sahayan. A picture I drew after seeing Space on yesterday. Content. A series with Seon playing with each other while imitating the other person's vocal cords. It's full of delusions and fabrications, so if it doesn't suit your taste, throw it away. Cartoon 1, Cartoon 2, Cartoon 3, Cartoon 4. Ahaha, this wasn't a post someone wrote yesterday, hahaha. I can imagine it more when I see it as a cartoon, and it's cute. Your friendship will last forever. It's such a harmless combination. Our Seon is also really weird, hahaha. The first actor friend she made was a boy of the same age as her, haha. Title. Who saw episode 1 of Dogs on Leashes? Yesterday? Seriously, Lee Yun-jae is a thief? No, what kind of kid? Wow, I'm at a loss for words, lol. No, Lee Yun-jae appears, but why wasn't she used in the trailer? This huge rice cake? Thanks to this, I was really shocked and screamed while watching the live broadcast, haha. I'm tired of talking about it so much, but why is he acting so good? Our Bambi acting genius is 1 day, 2 days? Haha, but these posts are so precious. Thank you. Please keep writing. When I saw the side profile, I thought that extra was good looking, but I was shocked when I realized it was Lee Yun-jae. No, but Lee Yun-jae's acting of being a Bae Jirim, haha. It really played the role of Licorice well. It's a shame it ends like this. Title. I work in the movie industry, so I'm just writing a guess. It's April now, and it's already the 3rd time this year that Lee Yun-jae's acting has become a hot topic. Hung Byujin, Space On, and Dog Leashes. Of course, we all know that Lee Yun-jae is good at acting, but honestly, I thought it was too risky when Yoon Kong-yeon said last year that he would star in a movie with Lee Yun-jae as the lead. And regardless of the quality of the work or the number of viewers, I thought that Lee Yun-jae would become very popular because of Yoon Kong-yeon. However, looking at what's going on now, I think Yoon Kong-yeon will actually receive Lee Yun-jae's halo. The sneakers that Lee Yun-jae advertised were sold out in one day. And even though several months have passed, they are still popular on the platform. In fact, the number of fan cafe members is approaching 100,000. Has there ever been a celebrity who is not an idol, but an actor who has attracted fans so quickly, even among child actors? I'll have to wait to see the results, but I have a feeling that something big is going to happen soon. I'm guessing that Lee Yun-jae's twins will win several awards. I look forward to the release of the movie and my pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Sister, if I stop wearing it. Huh, it's a series. He's nice. Let's try this on one last time. You said that before. When I looked at him with a resentful gaze, the stylist pretended not to notice and helped me up. When I finally changed my clothes again and came out, tears poured out. I was embarrassed by that sound once or twice, but it was already the 10th time. As I walked around the office with a solemn expression, the employees clicked their tongues. It's a shame. It was cute how shy you were. When I looked at him with empty eyes, the employees averted their gaze as if they were embarrassed. If that's the case, I'd rather say it out loud. It doesn't even take a few seconds to make a shy face. I was just wondering if I had to change my clothes 10 times just to see that. But you should have tried all the clothes on. How carefully did you get this? There must have been so many costumes in your name. Did the brand send you the clothes first? Huh. They gave it to me as a gift to ask me to wear their clothes. Is there a fourth outfit? It's clothes I made for you. Currently, I was in the stylist's office doing fittings for the Cannes Film Festival. To be more precise, I was choosing what to wear on the red carpet. You even made clothes for me? I probably won't be at that level. I don't mean to be self-deprecating. Why don't you do something that doesn't help? Even if I think about it objectively, I was surprised that it really didn't seem like it would be at that level. The stylist laughed, as if the question mark was evident in his facial expression. Seonji, do you know that there are so many Korean actors your age going to Cannes? You may not think much of it, but there is no greater publicity effect than having you wear their clothes there. Is it? However, it's not like having the brand name engraved on the suit, so I wondered if it would be promoted that way. Well, it was hard to complain though. Some people are busy sorting out mountains of clothes, but taking off and putting on clothes is a big deal. How is it? Out of the 10, which one do you like best? I like my sister the most. If it were me 3 months ago, I would have jumped at that statement right away. Oh my, how can he be so sweet? You must have thought this, right? Don't give a quick answer just because it's annoying. What do you really like? It's not that it's annoying, it's that it's wise to follow expert opinions. My sister is an expert. TCH, I'll take care of it. Even though his tone was grumpy, the stylist's face was full of smiles. In my own way, it had been over a year since I had seen each other, and the conversation we had was comfortable. Sleepy. Seeing Jinbei passionately discussing with the employees what clothes to wear made me feel even more drowsy. Is it something I should worry about while knitting my eyebrows like that? I was just looking at Jinbei's eyebrows twitching nonstop. Ding dong. Wait a minute. The youngest employee ran out at the sound of the doorbell. Oh, it's going to fall. It's not the same, but it fell. I got up so vigorously that all the clothes I had put away fell to the floor. It happened right away. I feel like I'm the person with the least to do here, but I have to do at least this. While I was picking up my clothes, the commotion that started near the front door gradually spread. Just before I turned around to see if someone had come, I heard an unfamiliar voice behind me. Oh, I know you. Oh, I know who you are. Please don't. I slowly turned around. Shit, you really are a foreigner. A man who looked like a foreigner spoke with a bright smile. In English, of course. The man with blonde hair and blue eyes spoke very quickly. Among them, I could barely understand less than half. I looked at the man who was talking to himself intently and then opened his mouth. Hello. I know what that means. You mean hello, right? I know what that means. It means hello, right? Yes, that's right. Nice to meet you. I looked at the man tilting his head with a bright face. There are a few days left until I go to France. In other words, where I am now is Korea. Then you should use Korean. Chapter 146. Oh, don't you know how to speak English? I know how to do a little bit. I quietly looked at the man who kept shaking his head, asking what that meant. At that time, the stylist intervened with an embarrassed look on his face. Xianji. He was a teacher who helped me a lot when I went to study abroad. I see at first glance, he seemed like someone related to the fashion world. Even if that's the case, what difference does it make? Anyway, this was Korea. It wasn't a situation where I had to speak English. So I politely greeted him in Korean. This is Lee Yun-jae. Nice to meet you. The stylist quickly translated to the man. The man listened to the interpretation and looked at me with a smile. I know you too. These days, my son is obsessed with your old dramas. He's grown up a lot since then. Okay, thank you. I also saw it in passing from the side, and the clothes you wore were works of art. They said they were traditional Korean clothes. They gave me a lot of inspiration when designing this show. Yes, the production crew in charge of the costumes already said they made them by hand. What I'm wearing is what the crown prince wears. The man spoke in English, and I spoke in Korean. Only the stylist in the middle was busy interpreting my words to the man. I'm sorry for no reason, but speaking English is still difficult. The speaking speed was slower than before, so it wasn't that difficult to understand what the man was saying. However, speaking English directly was a completely different area from listening. I felt sorry for the stylist, but it was my best. But the other person made a strange expression. I think you understand what I'm saying right away. Are you just listening? Or are you lying and saying you don't speak English? Blue eyes filled with interest slowly looked at me. Do I gain anything by lying here? Even if it was a lie, I wondered if it had anything to do with it. But in any case, the other person was a gifted stylist. I suppressed my bored expression as much as possible and answered politely. Because I'm still learning English. It's a shame. I was curious to see you speak English. I see I really didn't know what to say in response. While I was in a state of confusion, the stylist luckily ended the conversation. Xianji, I'm really sorry, but can you come back tomorrow? Because he is a teacher. Really sorry. No, are you okay? It looks like they came without an appointment, but it's only the stylist who has to apologize that's rude. Still, I didn't think it was my business. So I said my goodbyes and left. See you next time, cutie boy. So the only way I could resist was to nod my head in response to the brightly smiling man's words. When Jinbei and I were alone in the car, the words I had been holding back came out. You are an unlucky person. As we calmly started chatting behind his back, Jinbei laughed out loud as if he had not expected it. The refreshing sound of laughter made me feel a little better. Sorry for laughing, huh? It's the first time I've seen an actor say something like that. No, but it is true that he is an unlucky person. I saw a lot of that type when I studied abroad. Did you study abroad? When? I jerked forward at the unexpected story. Jinbei smiled and said that he went there for about 2 years when he was in middle school. He told me about an episode he had experienced while studying abroad, and thanks to this, by the time the conversation was over, the unpleasant feeling had completely disappeared. How amazing! Which one? There was a time when my brother was in middle school. I don't think it was that funny, but Jinbei kept laughing because he was wondering what was so funny. I'm also amazed. I went to study abroad when I was exactly the actor's age, and I was very scared of the foreigners I met for the first time. This was even though I was already fluent in English. But the actor just looked so confident. I think you are truly amazing. Because this is Korea. I don't know what to do when I go to France. No, I'm sure the actor will do well there. What does it feel like? The feeling of being surrounded by unfamiliar races and languages. There was not much time left until departure. I obviously didn't think much of it, but my mind became confused, perhaps because of the foreigner I suddenly encountered. As I looked out the window for a moment, a friendly voice came over me. But you know, actor, right? Yes. When I turned my head, my eyes met in the rearview mirror. It's okay if you don't do well. And there I am. I will provide interpretation services especially to the actor. Gentle eyes smiled softly. At that sight, the tension was completely relieved. Yes, is there anything more useless than buying something in advance and worrying about it? Then I guess I should make full use of that service. Thank you in advance. The words he said with a smile brought another smile back. Also, did you manage to reconcile with the slave? Thanks to you for your kind words. What did I do? She has a very childlike side, so please take good care of Yanji. I smiled softly at the voice of Park Hoon coming over the phone. This time I acted like a child too. Bai-hyuk was still nice, so we didn't fight too much. Oh, well, he's nice. Although he is very playful, he doesn't swear much. When I heard that he had been like that since kindergarten, I asked him how he became friends with No Bai-hyuk. As you know, their parents are doctors. Their mom and my mom were residents in the same class, so we were close friends even before we were born. I see. Then I must have been seeing Bai-hyuk since I was very young. Isn't it strange being this far away? Specifically? Haha. I laughed at the voice that seemed to have no regrets at all. Park Hoon also smiled and acted slyly. Anyway, even if I hadn't moved, I wouldn't have been able to see it as well as before. Even now, I'm really busy studying all day. It must be hard to study all day like that. But studying itself is fun. Dormitory life is a bit harsh. Perhaps due to her mother's influence, Park Hoon was very firm in her desire to become a doctor. Even though their mothers have the same occupation, one dreams of becoming a doctor and the other dreams of becoming an idol. Why does No Bai-hyuk want to become an idol? He suddenly became curious. It's happening again. These days, I've always been full of questions. What food did Jinbei like best when he was my age? How did Jeongyeon get into acting? What song does No Bai-hyuk like best? It was harder to get used to my boring daily life being filled with question marks than I thought. That doesn't mean it was annoying. I just need to practice. But the problem is that I keep thinking about other things. Cereal. I have to go now. It's soon time for dormitory roll call. I was lost in other thoughts for a moment, but I came to my senses when I heard Park Hoon's urgent voice. Have a good day today, Hoon. You also. Are you going to leave the country now? Have a safe trip. Don't get lost when you go, and don't follow even if a stranger offers you something delicious. Am I a kid? I was nervous, but I answered in a serious tone that I understood. When I hung up the phone, my phone was full of messages. Baek Seo-jin, second-year acting class A. Don't get hurt, and have a nice trip to France. I'm already feeling depressed thinking about having to be alone with Seogyo in the classroom without you. Second-year acting class A student Seogyo. Please tell me what you think about the visit. I'll look forward to it. If anything annoys you, contact me. Happy face. Seonjin Hyung, Yeonji. I wanted to call you, but I thought you were busy, so I texted you. Of course, it will be burdensome, but don't burden yourself as much as possible. Let's have lunch together when we return to Korea. Of course, when you have time. Lee Yeonjae's real best friend, by Hyuk. If anyone sees you, they'll hit you first. Don't be discouraged. There is no one more handsome than you anyway. Don't forget to take off your shoes before getting on the plane. What the? I laughed out loud while checking the message. No Bai-hyuk was like this at the movie theater, and he's like this again. It was even funnier because I had been learning a lot about airplane boarding etiquette yesterday. Do you think I can be deceived? What does it mean to throw away first? A kid who says he's going to be an idol speaks really nicely. First, I answered everyone one by one. Then, when I looked up, I was already getting closer to my destination. It's already the airport. Yes, perhaps because it was a weekday, it arrived faster than expected. I'll park over there for now. Actor. Yes. The flight departure time to France was 11 a.m. And now it was 8 o'clock. Going abroad is not as easy as I thought. I had no idea because I had never been on an airplane before. You have to check in before boarding the plane, and they say you have to arrive at the airport at least an hour to 2 hours earlier than the time written on your ticket. And the reason I arrived 3 hours early. Actor. The driver will be arriving soon. I'm going to move to the passenger seat, and you can come out after I open the door. Yes. All right. Photos and videos will be being taken even before the door opens, so please pay attention to your facial expressions. There will probably be fans other than reporters. Still, just say hello and don't get too close. Now, promise me that you will stick close to me outside. Jinbi's stern face did not soften even after I made the promise. Originally, I was always a supportive person when it came to work. He looked even more nervous today, so I felt a bit nervous for no reason. Is it really necessary to do this? Yes. I was currently preparing for a departure photo shoot. I was already wearing the airport fashion outfit that my stylist brought me yesterday. Since it was a costume given by a professional, I had received it without saying anything, but I couldn't help but make a shocked expression when I saw the rider jacket. It would take at least 13 hours to get to France, and I thought I would have to wear these stiff clothes for that long. But the stylist burst out laughing after hearing what I said. Haha, somehow. Why did you make that face? You just need to change into comfortable clothes before getting on the plane, so don't worry about that. Huh. Then why are you wearing this? It's for taking pictures, right? I didn't ask any more questions because it was an indifferent voice, but I was still puzzled. And after looking at a few videos of celebrities leaving the country, my doubts grew. Why on earth are you filming this? I thought I was doing something special, but that wasn't the case. I just took a picture in front of the crosswalk, waved on the way in, and that was it. I can't believe you came out this morning for this. Jinbei took me there, and the staff took care of everything, so of course it didn't matter. I'm worried about reporters. I wonder if my fans are even real. I wish it wasn't there. I wish I wasn't standing outside this early in the morning. I hope it ends quickly. Soon the driver arrived, and the car entered the road. And I was speechless. Actor. Now I'm going to open the car door, so get ready. Actor. I couldn't even answer Jinbei's puzzled words. What? Was there even a festival? There were really many people. Chapter 147. A large crowd of people passed by outside the darkly tinted windows. Did someone else besides me decide to come today? For a moment, this thought occurred to me. I was curious, but I didn't have time to ask Jinbei. Without having time to prepare, the door opened, and I quickly got out. My eyes hurt. I couldn't get used to seeing flashes flashing every time. Still, the expression I had made before was already on my face, as if the practice had been worthwhile. Every time I took a step, all eyes and lenses were on me. I'm nervous. To be honest, it was burdensome, but leaving it out was disrespectful to the people who have been working hard since early in the morning. When reporters asked me to look here, I eagerly turned my head and said hello. Just like that, I entered the airport, buried between Jinbei, who was clinging to me, and the security guard. And for a moment I stopped breathing. Bambi, have a safe trip. Everyone step back. Our series, Fighting. The inside of the airport was the largest of any place I've ever been to. However, there were so many people that it felt quite cramped. Wow, this is truly a nuisance. People who have nothing to do with me come here for a trip for no reason. I wonder what kind of a fuss this is. The security guards firmly pushed away people who were approaching me. Please, everyone calm down. Fans, everyone, come to your senses. Bambi was scared. I smiled embarrassedly at the sound of a woman's voice. I wasn't scared. I won't get seriously hurt today anyway, because I've practiced enough. I'm just worried that someone will get hurt like this. At the same time I was thinking that, someone was about to fall right in front of me. The body moved before the head. I managed to catch the person who was about to fall, and Jinbei, who was next to me, quickly helped the person up. Oh, thank you. No, be careful. Actually, I could barely hold my arm, and the person who really helped me was Jinbei. I was too distracted to explain at length, so I just laughed. Even as I was swept away by Jinbei, who held me tightly in his arms, I nodded as hard as I could to the fans and reporters. Luckily, there was a barricade in the middle, so at some point people started to move away. After that, saying hello became much easier. After receiving my ticket, I kept waving whenever I could while moving to the lounge. As I entered the lounge, I let out the breath I had been holding. Whoa, actor, thank you for your hard work. Doesn't your hand hurt? I feel a little numb. Are there really this many people? I've followed this actor's overseas schedule a few times, and I think today was the most. I think there was more interest because it was the Cannes Film Festival. I see I didn't think it would be a big deal, but I felt really dizzy from the morning. I changed my clothes in the bathroom, rested for a while, and then went to board the plane. But something was a little strange. Brother, yes, you're right. Please hold my hand. I was about to ask if those people were following me, but before I could ask, Jinbei grabbed me tightly. Is this a place where only people on the same plane can be? You probably wouldn't have bought that expensive plane ticket to see me. That seemed too self-conscious. But the gaze was too intense. After managing my facial expressions like that the entire time, I was finally able to relax after entering the plane and closing the personal curtain. Actor, don't worry anymore. All the seats around us are our staff. You don't have to worry, you can just rest. Yes, thank you. Even though it was my first time on an airplane, I was certain that the seat I was sitting in was not economy class. When I get off the plane, I'll contact CEO Zhang to thank him. I didn't know the exact price, but I knew that seats like this would be quite expensive. Perhaps because I was so exhausted in the morning, I slept soundly without any problems while on the plane. Perhaps because of the fog and rolling around in bed the whole time, I felt refreshed. No one would know me in Korea or France anyway. There was nothing to be nervous about anymore. And 14 hours later, I realized I was stupid. Sionji, sister is here. This is a letter. Please take it. My Bambi, I love you. How do you feel about coming to France? As soon as I arrived at Nice Airport in France, people came in droves. Jinbei and his team of stylists gathered next to me. Wow, that's crazy. However, there were so many people that it was difficult to take a single step. The large crowd was disconcerting, but what was even more disconcerting was that most of them were presumed to be my fans, not reporters. It was crazy to see people giving me various things with such thrilled faces, as if they had seen celebrities. After getting into the car, I found myself holding a letter and various envelopes in my hands. Are there really that many Koreans in France? When I asked in a confused voice, Jinbei let out a tired laugh. I guess the actor's popularity extends to France as well. First, I will go straight to the hotel. Please fasten your seatbelt. The back of Jinbei's head was spiky, as if someone had grabbed him and shaken him. I quickly reached out my hand and gave it a squeeze. Jinbei and the staff are suffering for no reason because of me. The next day, after falling asleep at the hotel like I was dead, I met Director Yoon in the lobby. It wasn't bad to see him wearing a suit that clung to his body moderately. Hello, Director. Huh. Long time no see. Perhaps because there were many people watching, Director Yoon had a solemn expression. It was a little funny because I was so used to the innocent expression on his face, but even taking that into account, it felt really natural. Director, are you sure you don't want to act? This is just the director's passion to understand the actor. You only do that when there are people around. It felt like I was radiating. I am currently managing my image through my whole body, but I also noticed the feeling of it sticking to my body. I will have to manage my image like that from now on. So, are you ready? Yes. Are we going alone? Huh. 2 Asians would normally be perfect conditions to be ignored. You are lucky. You're coming with me. I laughed when I saw him shrug his shoulders. Yes. I dare to walk the red carpet with the director who won the Palme d'Or. Well then. Okay, let's finish this quickly and go get some food. I'm so tired. It was such a childish whining that it was hard to believe it was coming from that stern face. It was funny how they lowered the decibel level for fear of other people hearing them. The director came here the year before last. Do you have any tips? It's not as big of a deal as I thought. Our movie will be shown in a week anyway. Today, you can just take pictures and come back to the hotel. I thought this was really insincere advice, but it was real. It's really nothing. Other than the fact that there were so many people and it was crazy, I actually didn't feel very intimidated. It wasn't like everyone was paying that much attention to me to begin with. I felt that people's eyes in the direction of the lens were focused on Director Yoon, not me. Occasionally, only a few reporters who appeared to be Korean took pictures of me. We took pictures without any special issues, participated in the opening ceremony, and returned to the hotel. I thought it would be something really special. It just ended in a crazy way. That made me more satisfied, but I guess Jinbei wasn't. I chuckled at the slightly sullen-sounding voice. Director Yoon says that a week from now is our day. Let's believe it, okay? Is there anything you want to do for a week? Should we at least go outside and have a look? First of all, I chose a few movies today. Watching. I think you can do what you want to do in moderation. Then I have to stay up all night to come up with a perfect plan. Let's make our plans for tomorrow. Go to sleep quickly. It felt like I was about to turn on my laptop, so I quickly stopped it. After lying down next to Jinbei, I felt at ease. I want to go home quickly. That damn con. I think I paid a lot more attention to it than I thought I would after listening to it so much over the past 6 months. When we actually met, there was really nothing special about it. I wasn't tired at all, so it was great. Of course, team leader Wu will be disappointed. People at the company seemed to be expecting my status to increase at this film festival, but when I came here in person, I truly felt it, that I really am nothing. All day today, no one paid attention to me, and no one asked me anything. It seems like I studied English for no reason. Well, I guess I'll have to use it someday. My expectations grew that I would return to Korea smoothly. So, it wasn't long before I realized again that I was stupid. Do you know that you are currently being considered as a candidate for the Best Actor award? During breakfast, I looked at Director Yoon with a straight face when he said something flirtatious. Don't talk nonsense and just eat. What am I doing? With eyes full of mischief, what? When I snorted, Director Yoon frowned as if he was being unfair. Hey, it's true. Why do I lie about things like this? If that's not a lie, where on earth did you hear that, director? I'm telling you this because you seem to keep forgetting, but I was the one who won the Palme d'Or the year before last. Is that also the first Korean? The way you got angry and said that no one would disrespect me like you did was really childish. I wouldn't have seen that expression if I had been in the lounge instead of inside the hotel room. I have a lot of connections I made last time. One of the people who became a judge this time is an acquaintance of a friend of mine. I heard it from her. Isn't that enough? Reliability fell further. When I spread butter on the bread without answering, Director Yoon huffed. Oh, it's real? You saw the final version too. Honestly, after seeing that performance, I think it's even weirder that they don't give you an award. Yes, thank you. Would you like some jam? Ugh, let me stop talking. Director Yoon pouted his lips like a pouty child. It was just funny, knowing that that face would soon change into something pious and solemn. No matter what, I just want to go home. Still, if Twins is shown today, I can go home soon. You just have to be patient a little longer. I definitely thought so. What? Why are you all staring at me like this? It was one more time to stand on the red carpet before the Twins screening. I wore a different suit than the one I wore to the opening ceremony and got out of the limousine without thinking much. And unlike the first day, I could feel the gaze and lens on my face very well. Although he was embarrassed, his expression was still well managed. After taking pictures again, we entered the theater. I was able to breathe properly only after hiding myself between the large seats. Why are you acting like that all of a sudden? I was curious, but I had no one to ask. Director Yoon next to me was in an image management state. Let's just pay attention. Since I heard that he was the main character of a movie that will be screened soon, I guess my interest was focused for a while. If you think about it that way, there was nothing you couldn't understand. Anyway, the important thing is to start the movie. Now, I already saw the final version in Korea, but this was my first time seeing it on such a big screen. It begins. It was the first screening of my first movie, Twins. Chapter 148. Today, Twins was unveiled for the first time in the world at Cannes. There was a lot of interest as it was a new work by Yoon Kang-yeon, a renowned director whose skills were recognized by winning the Palme d'Or. The people who filled the Lumiere Theater were buzzing. The gentle noise naturally died out as the theater gradually darkened. The first thing that signaled the start of the movie in complete darkness was a sound. While the production company and distributor were introduced, the mother's screams filled the theater. A raw, ear-splitting scream continued for several seconds. After the scream stopped, a cry was heard announcing the birth of life. The screen remained dark until the newborn's whining stopped. Then, suddenly, the screen turned on and was split exactly in half. There was a thick black line in the middle, as if dividing each person neatly in half. The newborn's face and movements, split in half across the two screens, were identical as if they were one. However, the background was different. The child on the left was crying on a white, crisp bed, and on the right, on the hard asphalt. So the children grew up in different backgrounds. 3 years old, 5 years old, 8 years old, 11 years old, 13 years old. The children grew noticeably. Each time the letters at the top changed. Although only the back of the head was visible, it was clear that the skeleton had changed. While one was taking classes at school, the other was running around on the streets. When one person ate the meal prepared by the maid, the other person picked up the meat with his or her hand. While one person was studying alone in a room with a stand turned on, the other person was talking in a room full of people. Even though the backgrounds were different, the backs of the children's heads captured in the split screen were identical, as if they were originally one. 14 years old. And the moment the last number appeared, the solidly fixed black line began to move to one side. The child on the right, sleeping face down on the floor, disappeared from the screen as if he had been pushed out. As the child on the left got up from the bed, the picture naturally changed to full screen. The moment the child's face appears for the first time, and the people in the theater fell silent. Before I knew it, the boy's eyes were already dead. Jinwoo Lee quietly got up and made up the bedding. While brushing his teeth, washing his face, and putting on his school uniform, he remained expressionless. After buttoning the button neatly to the tip of my chin, I held the door handle and took a short breath. Then he opened the door and smiled naturally. Hello, ma'am. Master, are you awake? Today is your first day of middle. School, right? Yes. I'm a little nervous. Oh my gosh, I'm sure you'll adapt well. Chairman and wife have already gone to work. Have a safe trip. Jinwoo Lee politely greeted the housekeeper and then got into the car waiting outside the house. That's how it arrived. The middle school you will be attending from today. Peers of the same age screaming passed by through the window, but the boy's eyes when he saw them were emotionless. However, the boy who opened the car door and got out suddenly had a smooth smile on his face. Jinwoo Lee entered the first-grade class he was assigned to. An excited atmosphere befitting the words new school, new semester, and first day filled the classroom. Jinwoo Lee blended into the group without much difficulty. He was the class president, was faithful to class, and had no problems with his friends. It was a boring life, no different from what I had lived until now. That is, until I met my partner, Kim Jin-ho. Class monitor. Do you really look just like the kid I know? Okay. Wow, how do they look so similar? Isn't it a doppelganger? Lee Jin-woo was smiling softly as he faced Kim Jin-ho, who was flirting with excitement. However, the camera captured the saliva sticking out of Kim Jin-ho's mouth, the secretions that landed on Lee Jin-woo's school uniform, and Lee Jin-woo's fast-moving eyes. Jin-ho, I'm curious about that guy too. Could you introduce me to him when you have time? Do you want to? Then we decided to meet tomorrow. Let's go together. Jinwoo Lee smiled gently and said thank you. And that night, a new dress shirt was left in the trash can in Jinwoo Lee's room. The next day, Jinwoo Lee went home from school with Jinho Kim. You'll be surprised when you see it too, right? Oh, they say you die if you meet your doppelganger. So what if you suddenly die? Am I the only one being suspicious for no reason? Okay, but can they really be that similar? I told you so. Really perfect. They look the same. There it is. Hey, Kong Tail. Jinho Kim raised his voice loudly. What was captured by the camera following Jinwoo Lee's gaze was strong sunlight. A haze shimmered, blurring the image of the boy sitting on the riverbank. Hello, is that him? The boy's appearance was clearly visible along with his bouncing voice. The boy looked quite far from neat. Jinwoo Lee and the boy's eyes met in the air. They had the same face. Jinwoo Lee smiled softly after a very brief moment of silence. Hi, I'm Jinwoo Lee. Jinho was right. We really look alike. Unlike Lee Jinwoo, who smiled naturally, the boy had a blank face. Then he jumped up from his seat. Wow. I'm amazed. It really looks just like me. I thought Kim Jin-ho was scolding me. It was definitely the same voice and the same face. But the way he uses his facial muscles, his various facial expressions, and even his rhyming speaking style. Jinwoo Lee and the boy were completely different people. Can you give me your number? Or even a SNS ID? Jinwoo Lee asked the boy for his number, and he responded with an apology, saying he didn't have a cell phone. I'm living in an orphanage right now. That's why I don't have a cell phone. Lee Jinwoo also smiled while looking at Kong Tail, a boy who smiled without a wrinkle. Then if I want to see you, I can come here. It's tasteful and nice. Kong Tail's narrowed eyes slowly looked at Lee Jinwoo. You bastard, I like you. The same faces with different expressions smiled brightly at each other. The sound of the violin came gently like a gentle wave. It was the prelude to a tragedy. I think there's a daycare center nearby. See you tomorrow then, Tail. Okay, both of you take care. Kong Tail waved his hand widely in the alley until Lee Jinwoo and Kim Jin-ho left. After waiting patiently until their backs became very small, I entered the alley. Then I found the hidden door and opened it. Brothers, I'm here. Kong Tail, who skillfully escaped the narrow alleys that were complicated like a maze, arrived at his destination. However, the place he arrived was not a daycare center, but a Hanok house. Did you come cute? Tail, what do you want to eat for dinner tonight? I am Kalguksu. Kong Tail charged at the scary man in a pitch-black suit without any hesitation. The Kalguksu is good. Okay, then call me when you're done. No, Mansu is on duty today. You bastard, I took care of you when you got caught last time. That and this are different. Ball, if you're going to change your mind like this all the time, just throw away your ticket. Unlike his mischievous face, the swear words coming out of his mouth were very natural. Amid the friendly chatter of boys and men, a weighty voice cut in. Kong Tail, we're going to get the payment today. Oh, huh. Are you guys all leaving? I'll leave only one person behind, so you can study in your room until we come. Okay. Kong Tail smiled brightly and answered straight to what Han Xiong, the head of the Han Xiong organization, said. We'll be back around 10 o'clock, so can we make kalguksu until then? Brother Han Xiong told me to study. Huh, Mr. Puckle, Brother Mansu. Please be careful. I'll be studying hard while waiting for kalguksu. After seeing the men off with a chuckle, Kong Tail returned to his room. There were some clumsy traces left in the room for the child. Workbooks with 3 unfamiliar names written on them as if they had been stolen from somewhere, old textbooks, and even toys piled up in a messy manner. As Han Xiong said, what broke the concentration of Tail Kong, who was quietly studying, was a noise heard from outside. Let go of this. Shut up. The little thing is squeaking. Kong Tail was dragged away with his head held by a stranger with a bewildered expression. Hands struggling to grab something scratched the floor and floor. Are you going to break your left hand lightly first? What Kong Tail faced in this hectic situation was a large hammer. Along with the sound of him holding his breath for a moment, Kong Tail's surprised pupils were captured on the screen. Look at this guy. Why did it fall like this? Hey, are you scared? And at the same time as the man sneered, Kong Tail raised his eyes. What are you talking about? Baby. The man raised his hand, but Kong Tail did not look away. After the sound of flesh rubbing against flesh was repeated several times, blood flowed from the corner of Kong Tail's mouth. And the hammer went up. Wow, look at this guy's smile. It looks like you're a cub raised in Han Xiong. Kong Tail laughed. Even though his body was shaking, he didn't stop smiling. Every time he opened his mouth, secretions mixed with blood and saliva flowed out. And the moment the hammer went up once again, the people of Han Xiong returned. You bastards. While the rough battle scene continued, Kong Tail crawled to the corner while holding one hand. A man with a lot of bloodstains on his cheek ran towards Kong Tail. Tail, are you okay? Are you hurt? Why are you coming so late? My fingers almost broke. Ball, what did those bastards do? Did you hurt your hand? Ah, that's enough. But where is it? What? Kong Tail laughed heartily while looking at the confused man. Where's my kalguksu? You sure didn't forget, right? Young, you seem to be fine. A hand continued to roughly stroke my head as if I was amazed. Kong Tail continued to laugh until the noise disappeared completely. The shaking of Kong Tail's hands, hidden behind his back, was only captured on camera. What? What's wrong with your hands? Where are you hurt? This is the glorious wound that came from fighting 7:1. No, actually, I fell in the alley yesterday. Ugh, it's 7 days old. Can you get hurt like that by falling? If the blood is leaking out, isn't the injury serious? Against the background of the peaceful riverbank, Jinho Kim, Jinwoo Lee, and Tail Kong continued their conversation. The alley is a bit steep. Oh, so are you sure your homeroom teacher is wearing a wig? Isn't that a guess? Watching Tail Kong naturally change his mind, Jinwoo Lee looked down at his hand that was wrapped in a bandage. Kong Tail flinched and moved his fingers to the side. Jinwoo Lee's head rose, and their eyes naturally met. And that night, Jinwoo Lee returned home and called the manager. Director Zhang, there is something you need to find out. Yes, please speak. Young master, please first find out if there is a child named Kong Tail at Nahak Orphanage. If not, please tell me about the kid sitting on the riverbank every day at 5 o'clock. Don't get too close. It seemed like he didn't have the usual tact. Master, there must be more than 1 or 2 kids sitting on the riverbank. Li Jinwoo responded to the embarrassed voice with an emotionless face. It looks just like me. You know what I mean, right? I also wonder how serious this issue is. Yes. All right. To my mother. Do not worry. As we have done up until now, we will handle this as a secret between me and you. I will do the calculation thoroughly, so just wait 6 years. When I become an adult, I will immediately hand over some of the buildings in my name to the director. Sure, I will do as you say, master. The content and cold tone made it hard to believe that he was a middle school student, but the director was a familiar face. Jinwoo Lee was mature and not immature in reality. But even so, he was only 14 years old, a child who still lives in a small world, believing that what only he has seen is all. Therefore, I didn't even know where the director went after leaving Jinwoo Lee's room. Chapter 149. Are you here? Hello, Tail. I wore the same clothes today. Are you wearing different clothes than yesterday? Only the color is the same. Is that why the stain here is the same? If you're that neat, won't you get picked on at school? It's been 3 weeks since they met, and Jinwoo Lee and Tail Kong have become much closer. The way they spoke was clearly more comfortable than before, and the distance between them was reduced as they smiled at each other. Jinwoo Lee took a bite of the snack given to him by Tail Kong and recalled what he had received from the manager a week ago. As I briefly mentioned last time, we investigated all the children at Nahak Orphanage and those currently adopted by other families, but no one had the same face as you. Okay. Instead, as a result of investigating Kong Tail, the person involved was identified. There is a representative of an organization that runs a loan business named Kong Hansong, and according to rumors Jinwoo Lee calmly organized his thoughts. The inference the director carefully presented was the most reasonable hypothesis in the current situation. When the manager asked if it would be a good idea to deal with it, just in case, he told me to wait for now. You have to be sure. It is not too late to deal with Kong Tail after confirming whether he is really who you think he is. As soon as he gathered his thoughts, Lee Jinwoo smiled and approached Kong Tail. Tail, when would you like to go to the hair salon with me? The hair is so damaged, it's a shame to see it. It's okay. It's a waste of money. Why? I have to go anyway. Look, you can't comb it well by hand like this. That's enough. Stop your hair. Ah. Wow, I'm sorry. Jinwoo Lee gently flipped through Kong Tail's hair and pulled out a few strands, pretending it was a mistake. Kong Tail, who had a grim expression on his face, said, "So, let's go to the hair salon with me." Huh? Jinwoo Lee said, and then laughed cheerfully after getting hit. Haha. It hurts. I hit you because it hurt, so it hurts. Jinwoo Lee laughed as he secretly put his hair into his bag. It was a smile that was more natural than any smile that had ever appeared on screen, without even being conscious of it. It was that night that Lee Jinwoo, who had laughed out loud like a child for the first time, broke down. You worked hard today too. It's not easy to go to school. No. All I have to do is study. Jinwoo Lee, with a faint smile, carefully raised his head. The camera followed his gaze and captured his mother's smiling mouth. Yes? All you have to do is study. Was there anything else you had to do? No. Jinwoo Lee immediately lowered his head, and at the same time his body began to tremble. I thought my mother would like me more if I got my math score higher. That's your problem. Lee Jinwoo was startled by the sudden loudness of the shout. Her shoulders were trembling and frail, and the atmosphere suddenly darkened. Sorry, Mother. I don't even want to hear your voice. I'm so disgusted. What am I sorry for? What? The mother's screaming voice grew louder, and her kicks became more violent. While the sound coming from the speakers grew louder, the audience became quieter. I was so immersed that I even forgot to swallow my saliva. The theater was so thick that even the faces of the audience could not be distinguished. Unlike the dark plot, there has always been light in the scenes so far. There was always strong sunlight shimmering in the riverbank scenes, and even in the scene where Kong Tail was attacked, the yellow light of the hammock was strong. Dirty. It's creepy that a dirty girl like you is next to me. But now I couldn't find any light. Complete darkness. This was a signal that a famous scene would soon appear. Some spectators who were fans of director Yoon looked at the screen with anticipation. This is because he knows director Yoon's unique ability to capture the protagonist's confused eyes in the darkness that spreads like fog. Oh, I think it'll be out soon. Sure enough, the camera in the corner of the room moved slowly, quietly, like a bystander. Lee Jinwoo's eyes, which were silently trembling like a frightened animal, slowly came into the screen. And everyone watching was shocked. Clear emotions were read in his eyes. Boredom, and even the feeling of being ridiculous without any confusion. The camera also stopped moving as if holding its breath due to his intense gaze. It was the next moment that his eyes changed, as if he was lost in another thought. Jinwoo Lee's vibrating body stiffened. The gaze that had been silently looking downwards went straight up. The cool moonlight that came through the window illuminated Jinwoo Lee's eyes. Can't you please die? Please. Please. Mom is having a hard time. Unlike his mother, who was shedding tears, Jinwoo Lee's eyes were dry. Sorry. Without blinking an eye, Jinwoo Lee whispered dryly. His eyes, engraved into the audience's brains, were straight and unwavering. But ironically, it seemed more confusing than anything else in this world. The boy's expression, which overwhelmed everyone, disappeared into the darkness. "Cute, what are you doing?" "I'm cutting my toenails." As if to brighten the mood, light filled the screen, and Kong Tael's bright voice came through. Huh. Only then did the audience let out the breath they had been holding. Because hundreds of people spoke at once, the sound spread throughout the theater was quite loud. They flinched at the sound they made and, like noble cultured people, quickly adjusted their posture and sat down. Some even covered their mouths. Still, everyone couldn't come to their senses. It seemed as if Director Yoon already expected the audience to be like this, and meaningless, light conversations that could be passed over were being exchanged on the screen. Those who were trying to immerse themselves in the movie again had only the following sentence in their heads. "Who on earth is that actor?" "Older brother. There has been a movement following us for the past few days. Are you going to find out the details and report?" "I'm sorry, brother. The exact reason behind this has not been determined. Still, I think it's clear that he's from the Lee Sim Group." "Ishim Group? Why do electronic products and things we touch step on us?" "First of all, I added 2 more kids. I will report to you as soon as I find out, brother." Kong Han-song was lost in thought for a moment, then gestured that he understood. The member of the organization bowed straight and left, closing the door. "I have never had any dealings with people from the Ishim Group." Suddenly, Han-sung narrowed his brows and eliminated the suspicious factors one by one. He, who had been deep in thought, suddenly got up. And then I approached Kong Tael, who was casually cutting his toenails in the corner. "Tael, are you still playing with that kid?" "Who?" "A kid who looks just like you." Kong Han-sung ordered Kong Tael to stop watching. And Kong Tael looked puzzled, but immediately nodded. "Yes, nice." Han-seong patted Kong Tael on the shoulder and then left. Kong Tael quietly looked at his back and quietly left the hammock. Like any other day, Kong Tael's face was full of regret as he sat on the riverbank. "Are you here? How do you always know when you don't talk to me?" "I heard you smell." Jinwoo Lee frowned. "What does it smell like to me? If it grows, it should grow from you." "Oh my, I'm just leaving. Do you want to search?" It was a peaceful conversation that went well with the soft glow of the sunset. "There's a stain on your face. Is your stomach hurt? Am I showing off?" This was when the audience, barely able to escape the intense scene ahead, started laughing without even realizing it. "Tail. Okay, I can't come out here anymore." Jinwoo Lee looked at the river and spoke calmly. "Hey, are you okay?" And when Kong Tael spoke, Lee Jinwoo's eyes were captured on the screen again. The audience was confused again. What is this? It wasn't a dark room like before. Rather, it was a space filled with brilliant sunlight. Nevertheless, the boy's eyes were as calm as a corpse and as confused as a living person. Even though it was a completely different light and a completely different space, the emotions emanating from the eyes were the same. It had even become more intense. Not only was the directing meticulously calculated down to the amount of light, but the solid acting skills of the lead actors were astounding. Why? The actor playing the boy looked very young. This was true even considering that Westerners tend to view Asians as young. Looking at the breast fat remaining on her cheeks on screen, it was clear that she was young in real life. And yet you act like that? The audience's heads turned quickly, and the reporters' heads turned even faster than that. Whether they did it or not, the movie kept going. "Still can't give me your phone number?" "Okay, but aren't we a bit close now?" Jinwoo Lee handed Kong Tael a note with his cell phone number on it, and then disappeared. Kong Tael sat on the riverbank blankly, as if possessed by a ghost. "Young master, the results of the genetic test you requested last time." "That's okay." "Yes." The manager was surprised and asked back, but Lee Jinwoo didn't even care. "I already know. It says it matches, right?" "Yes, you're right." After comparing it with Mr. Master's hair, it was found to be a 99.9% match. It was the person we were thinking of. Jinwoo Lee looked at the window with an indifferent expression, as if he knew that would happen. The manager, who was waiting for instructions, did not continue speaking and asked back with a confused expression. "Young master, then shall we send someone?" "Leave it alone. Please destroy that document." "Yes?" "No, why suddenly? You've been looking for it since you were young. Now that we can handle it clearly, why on earth dashed?" "Director Jong, leave it there." It's scary right now. Yes. Sorry. I make the decision. No requests, no instructions. When told to leave, the director quietly retreated. Jinwoo Lee muttered while fiddling with his phone. I tried to kill you as soon as I met you. The bitter self-talk was followed by a faint laugh. Oh, it's really like. I searched for that child my whole life. There was only one reason why he stayed silent in this crappy house. Because his father had made a promise to him. I will let you get out of this house when you become an adult. He also promised to hand over the seat he was sitting in as a reward for holding out until then. But that was also a valid promise when his son Jinwoo Lee was alone. Jinwoo, I know you're having a hard time because of your mother. No, President, it's all my fault. If only he had paid a little more attention when your mother was pregnant. It was funny to see my father holding back tears with a face full of regret. I know it's hard, but please be patient. Your mother loves you just. It just hurts a little. She strangled one of the 2 babies born from her womb to death on the spot. I wondered if that was something a slightly sick person could do, but Jinwoo Lee nodded calmly. Postpartum depression is so. There was no such concept when you were born. If I had known, I wouldn't have left it like that. Yes, I am just grateful that the chairman cares as much as he does now. Whose son is this to be so kind? Yes, Jinwoo. Please hold on just a little longer. If you hold on just a little longer, he will hand over the chairmanship to you. I gritted my teeth and endured those whispered words for several years. At the same time, he was secretly looking for his twin brother. This is because I realized that the baby who had stopped breathing at that time was not actually dead. The only person who knew about it was Director Jong, who abandoned the baby on the street. And there were only 2 people, including Lee Jinwoo, who happened to overhear him talking to himself. If his twin brother was still alive and well, his share of the money would naturally have to be distributed to him. I'm the one who endured this hell. Why are you? Jinwoo Lee really couldn't understand what kind of blood relationship meant that he could get my share. So I found him. The moment I found it, I tried to deal with it without hesitation. It was definitely like that. It's really funny. It's funny. In the end, it was so funny to see myself so tied down by blood ties. The fact that the kid who has been looking for me for years to kill him is the only one who reads my facial expressions. That the kid who is nothing and takes my share is the only one who makes me smile. Even in this situation, I find myself waiting for a call. You look like a real idiot. It was just pathetic. Chapter 150. Kim Jin-ho. That. How is Lee Jinwoo? Jinwoo? How are you? Why? No, he's been doing something these days. I don't even come here. When Kang Tail spoke shyly, Kim Jin-ho laughed. Hey, he is different from us from birth. At first, I couldn't believe that she was here for a month, but what are you talking about? Kim Jin-ho looked at Kang Tail like he was looking at an innocent child. And I told you. In fact, Jinwoo Lee is the only blood relative of the chairman of the Lee Sim group. The kids at school don't know yet, but I found out because my mom told me. Even though I told her to get to know her from an early age, she would make a fuss and bother me to death. How did your mom know? My dad works as an executive at a Shim group. Even though they divorced, what did they say? Family is family until death. Well, that's why the 3 of us always eat together once a month. It's something that came out back then. Kim Jin-ho repeated the action of picking up stones and throwing them into the river. Kang Tail, who was staring at this meaningless action, muttered, I know. He was different from us from birth. Son, I should have told you first. Not what you expected, right? We've only been hanging out for a month, so we're not at the level where we can be real friends. Hey, what can you say when you and I are in the same position? It was an unexpected reaction that came back to the words spoken by Kang Tail, who was in tears. Kim Jin-ho, who thought he would apologize profusely or get angry and ask why he was so irritated, just made a bewildered expression. Why am I the same as you? What? Then what's different? No. Well, first of all, I have parents. Kang Tail closed his mouth at the unexpected words. Kim Jin-ho scratched his temple sheepishly and continued speaking. No bad intentions, anyway. You live in an orphanage. Honestly, it's not a normal environment. Of course, my parents were divorced. Because that happens a lot these days. In the silence that followed, Kim Jin-ho finally apologized, not knowing what to do. Kang Tail, who had been silently listening to the clumsy apology, suddenly got up. Kim Jin-ho, I'm saying this because it's the last time. Up, wake up from the dream. This is not a normal environment for children whose parents are not divorced. Don't come here again. If I see your face one more time, I'll beat you up like a dog. Kong Tail left the riverside as calmly as possible, and as soon as I turned around the alley, I frowned and punched the wall. Ball, what do you know about normal? Damn it, it's normal. With each kick, a breath filled with anger poured out of my mouth. Anger at those who use words carelessly. And it was anger towards myself for not being able to properly deny it. And at the same time, there was someone who said the same word. Chief Zhang, do you think I'm normal? Of course. Mrs. Well, I don't think so. Jinwoo Li's mother slowly turned over the documents handed to her by the director. I hit and swear at my only child whenever I get the chance. How can parents like that be normal? She's just crazy. I feel sorry for my son a lot. I have to act as a good parent when things are at least normal. My mother smiled as she turned the last page of documents. Deal with it. Speaking of processing, kill them all. Everyone involved, including the people who run the money-lending business here. What is a loan business? Don't be noble. The director swallowed his saliva and asked as she continued her elegant words. Then can we handle that child as well? My mother's eyes looked out the window. A chilly wind, unsuitable for the season of spring, entered the room. It was just this cold when I strangled her with my hands. And the director who abandoned the baby outside on that cold day remained silent. The mother faced the accomplice directly and spat out the rest of her words. He's dead to me anyway. I have never been alive. Therefore, deal with him too. Cold, meaningless words flowed out of the door like the wind. It was around afternoon when Kong Tail received a call from an unknown number. Originally, I should have gone home a long time ago, but I was just wandering around the streets to relieve my frustration because of Kim Jin-ho. The basic rule is not to answer unknown calls, so I ignored it at first. However, as the number reached 10, my consciousness began to blur due to the already built-up frustration. As soon as I pressed the call button, thinking I would at least curse at this person, I heard a familiar voice. Kong Tail, where are you? Li Jinwoo. Like a crazy person, Li Jinwoo just kept repeating the words, run away. What on earth are you talking about? Calm down. I calm down and drink. Where are you now? It's dangerous, so don't think about going to Hanseong. Just stay on the riverbank. Hanseong? How does he know Hanseong? Kong Tail's eyes wavered in confusion. The first word recognized in his frozen mind was danger. Kong Tail immediately threw his cell phone on the floor and ran. Kong Tail? Kong Tail. Jinwoo Li gritted his teeth while holding his cell phone, which did not respond no matter how much he shouted. At the same time, he glared at the other person standing in front of him with veiny eyes. Is it so? I understand. It would be more advantageous for a person like you to beg someone who has something rather than a child who can't give anything right away, no matter how crazy that person is. The director swallowed his saliva at the coldest voice he had ever heard. It bothered me that you crossed the line before, so I planted someone under you. Huh. If I hadn't, I would have found out about this too late. Okay, get out of my house right now. This is not something you can instruct. Well, that's right. Because it is still not my house, but the chairman's house. Jinwoo Li shrugged his shoulders. He laughed at the same time. So I told my father. The boy her mother killed at that time was alive. And you abandoned that live baby on the street. Before the shocked director could say anything, the door burst open without knocking. The chairman's secretary opened her mouth with an urgent look on her face. Director Zhang, the chairman is looking for you. Jinwoo Li looked impassively at the director's face, which had turned pale. After nodding lightly, the secretary and bodyguards dragged the manager out. Do you think I'll keep my mouth shut? I recorded everything you told me to do. To Jinwoo Li, none of that mattered. I bit my lip as I looked down at my phone, which couldn't connect no matter how many times I pressed the number. Please, I hoped I wasn't too late. But what Kong Tail faced was a terrible sight. A hammock that is broken into a mess, corpses strewn here and there. It didn't matter if the house was destroyed, but the dead could not come back. Kong Tail stood there blankly after seeing the dead body of the man whose hair he had messed with until morning. And Kong Hansong, barely able to breathe, shouted, "Hurry up and leave." He pushed the boy who was trying to help him up and shouted at him to get off. Your family killed my family. I don't want to see you. So please get out of here. To Kong Tail, who did not understand what he was saying, Kong Hansong repeated the same words. So get out of here, I kept screaming. Why? Why are you saying that? Brother, you are my family dash. Kong Tail didn't know Kong Hansong's feelings and just cried and clung to her like a child. Kong Hansong, who had been speaking harshly, eventually frowned. It's dangerous to stay here. I don't know who will come again. Please go. Hyung, brother. Tail, please. Remember the basic rules of our organization. Kong Tail. Basic rules. Hurry. Hearing the pitiful voice, Kong Tail took a step back, step by step. So I ran away from the spot. One basic rule of the Hansung organization is to follow what Hansung says. Following his orders, Kong Tail abandoned his family. Hey, you sis bastard. The place where Kong Tail arrived was the riverbank. Someone was standing alone on the riverbank, facing the heavy rain as waves crashed across the sky. Kong Tail hurriedly climbed up the riverbank. Even though he slipped in the middle, he raised his hand and pulled Jinwoo Lee down while he was lying down. You bastard, you knew everything. I know everything. Everything is ruined because of you. It's all done. Happy. Kong Tail grabbed Lee Jinwoo by the collar and hit him roughly on the floor. Lee Jinwoo swayed like a paper doll without once resisting. Kong Tail, whose face was distorted to the fullest, looked angry, and Lee Jinwoo, who kept his mouth shut without an expression, looked bored. The two people with different expressions were feeling the same emotion. They were miserable and helpless. Lee Jinwoo, who was staring at Kong Tail, opened his mouth. Can you just kill me? What? I tried, but I just couldn't commit suicide. I told her mother to do whatever she wanted, and she said she couldn't do it. Haha, see. Why have you been acting like that all this time? Lee Jinwoo smiled vaguely as he looked at the other person staring blankly at him. But doesn't dying at the hands of a brother seem like a drama in its own way? You crazy bastard. Kong Tail shook Lee Jinwoo roughly again. Every time the two moved, their clothes became dirty with muddy water. If you want it that way, I'll do it. Five-pronged hands wrapped around the soft neck. There is no way you are my family. Don't say creepy things. Ugh. Bloodlines appeared in Lee Jinwoo's eyes. The body's turbulent movements gradually subsided. Kong Tail muttered that his family was separate. The people you killed today? See, my real family. The voice that was shaking eventually began to cry. As he strangled the murderer, Kong Tail cried like a child. Black. There was a sound of choking. Kong Tail sobbed and slowly relaxed his hands. Jinwoo Lee coughed like crazy, and Tail Kong sat down in a daze. Why didn't you kill me? There was no answer to Lee Jinwoo, who asked in a hoarse voice. So the two sat on the riverbank for a while. As time passed, the rain and wind stopped. Tail Kong opened his mouth as he felt his clothes drying out, wondering how long he had been sitting there. You are not my family. No. Even if you die or wake up, you are not my family. That doesn't change. Still, Kong Tail's eyes gazed vainly at the river. I'm really alone without you. Jinwoo Lee quietly looked at Tail Kang's profile. Before I knew it, he had the same eyes as me. Jinwoo Lee offered awkward consolation. Father, I'm sure you'll like it. Of course, it was your mother who ordered you to kill your family. No matter how much my mother is, I can't disobey my father. Because you are the chairman. That's why Lee Jinwoo wanted that position even more. Rather than just getting away from my mother, I wanted to break her. I thought that would be possible if I sat in the position of chairman. I'm not interested at all. I am. I don't need it all. My family. Everyone is dead. But his twin didn't seem to be interested at all. Funny enough, that was also the case with me now. A moment of light passed through Lee Jinwoo's dazed eyes. Then shall we die together? What? You don't want to be alone, and I don't want to live like this. There is a way we can both be satisfied. We can die together. Let's die here. Jinwoo Lee smiled brightly. Kong Tail's eyes were shining with joy as he found the answer. This time, we'll be together until we die. Kong Tail quietly looked at him. After hesitating for a long time, his lips opened, and the moment he was about to say something, the screen turned black. The crowd remained silent. No one made a sound. As if in compensation, a warm and sorrowful violin sound was heard. And slowly, the screen became brighter as if spread by light. The sun had just risen, and the riverbank was dyed orange. The two boys were swimming. A warm light gently enveloped the two boys as if to protect them. Their faces were bright as they swam toward the depths without a destination in mind. Even though his mouth filled with water due to his clumsy movements, and he felt like he was slowly suffocating, he smiled as if he was having fun. Huh. The two boys with the same face swam. With a clean body, all mud and dirty secrets have disappeared. Smiling brightly, they finally had the same expression. Cast: Jinwoo, Tale/Yanji Lee. Directed by Ganji and Yoon. Written by Ganji and Yoon. Chapter 151. PTN reporter Kim Yeon-do stared blankly at the ending credits of Twins. Shortly after starting her career as a reporter, the first site she went to was the production presentation for The Butterfly Flower Riding a Zelkova Tree. At that time, Lee Yeon-jae gave off the relaxed vibe of an actress that made it hard to believe she had just debuted. In fact, his acting in the drama was great, and he thought positively about the actor, as the article he wrote also became more viral because of it. Even so, Kim Yeon-do was not a fan of Lee Yeon-jae. Just a good-looking child actor, a rising star, an actor with good morals, etc. As a reporter, I only knew a few keywords based on search volume. However, Kim Yeon-do turned his head and looked to the side. Everyone in the theater stood up and gave a standing ovation. The audience's attention was focused on director Yoon Kang-yeon, who produced Twins, and actress Lee Yeon-jae next to him. Aren't they really twin actors? There is only one person. I guess it really is a one-person, two-role production. Just by hearing the foreign language spoken next to them, they could tell how impressive the work they had just seen was. The fact that one person played the two main characters did not feel any different at all was possible thanks to the excellent directing, editing, and overwhelming acting skills. People stared at Lee Yeon-jae as if they couldn't believe it. Spectators from afar were on their heels and turning their heads to see the lead actor. There's a reason why he's called a truly genius actor. I only briefly watched a few scenes in which he appeared for the article, but today was the first time I saw Lee Yeon-jae's acting properly. The weight of the word genius actor that I wrote down was finally real, putting my hands on the keyboard without even thinking about it in the past. That was a really impressive performance. How old is that actor? I don't think it's even middle school. That movie must have been filmed a long time ago. It seems like it's much bigger now than it was in the movie. Oh, I can't see very well. I want to see it up close. The sound of people talking filled the gap between the ensuing applause. The boy was smiling leisurely amid the endless applause. The smile of a born celebrity, as if you hadn't been to a place like this once or twice. How long on earth are we going to applaud? I seemed to be managing my facial expressions well on the outside, but I was embarrassed. I carefully whispered to Director Yoon, who was clapping with a smile next to me. Director, how long do I have to play this? He said with a solemn face. I don't know either. It was a really unhelpful answer. Well, I didn't expect it. I guess Jinbei had a good time. There were so many people that I couldn't find where Jinbei was. However, I couldn't turn my head around with the camera in front of me. As I was clapping hard, someone from the back seat tapped my shoulder. It was really great acting. Thank you. Is this your first time working with director Yoon Kang-yeon? Yes, that's right. This is actually my film debut. Because my English skills were still significantly lacking, it was difficult to write long sentences. I was afraid it would seem rude to give a short answer the first time we met, so instead I smiled as brightly as I could. Please don't talk to me when there's a camera on. I was worried that if I continued like this, I would come across words I didn't understand or use words that hadn't yet had their pronunciation corrected. Fortunately, the person behind him responded, with exclamation and applause. So how long are you going to applaud? The question that I couldn't ask anyone stayed in my mouth. It was only after applauding for nearly 10 minutes that I was able to leave the theater. Jinbei, who was alert in all directions and only concerned about getting back to the hotel safely, jumped up as soon as he entered the room. Actor, the movie was really great. It was so good. The whole time I was watching it, I was so happy that I was here. I am thrilled to be next to the actor. Brother, I'm so grateful, but shall we eat first? Ah yes. Are you hungry? I will order room service. It was nice to see Jinbei smiling with a face as relaxed as soft tofu, but the excessive praise was also embarrassing. Director Yoon suggested that we raise a celebratory toast in his room, but we politely declined. Just thinking about tomorrow's interview schedule makes me want to run away. Despite the leisurely week, interviews were scheduled minute by minute for 3 days starting tomorrow. There were reporters from Korea, but most of them were foreign reporters, so it was not an easy schedule. I need to replenish my stamina first. Tomorrow, too, I had to wake up early in the morning and practice acting. I had a light dinner and went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep as well as I thought. It's fascinating. It was a strange feeling looking at my own face on the big screen. It felt like I was stealing into someone else's daily life, and the emotions I was acting felt soft and strange. Various thoughts came and went, but in the end, only one sentence came to mind. I hope Jinwoo Lee and Tae Kong are satisfied with their decision. Next is the Korean team. I'll start in 3 minutes. Thank goodness. As soon as I heard the word Korea, my body relaxed. Interviews with foreign reporters were a series of nerves. Of course, there was a professional interpreter by my side, so there was no need for me to answer in English. However, after receiving quality education for at most 4 months, I could not rely solely on an interpreter. It's all about money. Anyway, the company would have paid the teacher for my education, so shouldn't I have to pay for it? So, except for answers that required in-depth descriptions of the characters and plot, I tried to answer in English as much as possible. Meanwhile, seeing Director Yoon answering questions fluently in English made me cry. The thought of making me look even more foolish than that person made me angry. Regardless of whether I enter Hollywood, I must master English. CEO Jang told me that it was possible for me to enter Hollywood, but honestly, I wasn't interested. It's not that I can't act in Korea, but I was wondering if I had to go to an unfamiliar land, and more than anything, I didn't know why I had to. CEO Jang said that acting together with foreign actors is an act that proves one's class. Since that level is important to the company, I wouldn't reject it if offered, but if not, is there any need to take active action? Anyway, let's finish the interview first. It's a rush to advance into Hollywood, so I need to finish my schedule as soon as possible. I quickly got up when I saw people coming inside. As I was saying hello, the face of the woman holding the microphone looked familiar. Where did you see it? Without showing any signs of expression, he carefully tilted his head. Hello, this is PTN reporter Kim Yeon-do. The movie was really great. As soon as I heard the woman's name, an exclamation came out without me knowing. Oh, yes. Didn't you attend the production presentation for Butterfly Riding on a Zelkova Tree? Wow, how do you remember that? I smiled at the woman with a surprised expression. As it was my second time, of course it wasn't a familiar face, but I was glad to see only unfamiliar foreigners. That was the last time you asked me a question. I'm so glad to see you again. Actually, I also remember the article that reporter Kim Yeon-do wrote, but I thought it was an excessive editorial, so I stopped at this point. There was no time to say goodbye anymore. After quickly settling in, the interview began. Reporter Kim Yeon-do, who held the microphone much more skillfully than 2 years ago, asked Director Yoon first. I haven't seen any of the director's works with child actors as the main characters. Is there something that prompted you to take on this challenge? I always wanted to take on a challenge, but it was difficult to get the opportunity. As I said before, the script for Twins was already written 4 years ago, but we couldn't find the right actor, so we had to wait. I've made several movies over the years, but it's always been something that was close to my heart. Director Yoon's face was serious enough to look stern as he said that. I was shocked. You're really good at acting. Then, the moment I saw the serial, I realized it. I thought he could create the work I wanted. While preparing for filming and talking to Yeon-jae, I was constantly amazed. I thought it was already a completed script, but there were a lot of revisions made while talking with Yeon-jae. Really? Can I ask what part it is? In response to the reporter's question, Director Yoon gave me a look as if he was giving me a chance. After barely suppressing a smile on his adult-looking face, he opened his mouth. When I was preparing to film Twins with the director, I read an article on the internet. It was written by someone who was thinking about who to marry. There was some content that made me feel a little bitter. What is it about? You said you wanted the person you marry to at least be someone who grew up in a normal environment. Oh, I fully understand what the author meant by choosing those words. Marriage has a low chance of being regretted if you are sure that this person is the person you will spend your whole life with. Therefore, it is natural to consider the family environment from childhood, which has a significant impact on a person's essence. It wasn't that I didn't know that. He also thought it was a smart idea. But it was very understandable. But I couldn't help but feel bitter. A person cannot choose the environment in which he or she is born. This applies to all human beings, including those who study hard to get a decent job and those who were thrown into society from a young age for the sake of their families. No one knows what actions that person will take and what changes they will face. But regardless of the future, there was one thing that never changed. An immutable word that does not involve one's own will. A boring word that you can never escape from even after a long time. The home environment. Only he knows exactly what the normal environment he was talking about is. But this is certain. Me, who grew up in an orphanage, Lee Jin-woo, who was abused by his mother, and Kong Tae-il, who grew up with gangsters. It's probably not the normal environment he was talking about. Even if I act well and get good reviews from people around me, make a lot of money, and win countless awards, the phrase referring to my childhood home environment will not change. A child abandoned by his parents and raised in an orphanage. Whether that's abnormal or normal, I'm actually not interested. At least I can choose how much I care about what others think. It's already been decided, so whining about how sad it is useless. But sometimes it feels unfair. Seonji, you are really good at using chopsticks. When I was having lunch with Song Yi-jun, I was once complimented on how well I used my chopsticks. That was one of the habits I developed around the time I just entered elementary school, while worrying about how others see me. Proper use of chopsticks, straight back, and straight cut hair. Even back then, I didn't care what others thought of me. But I knew that if I behaved badly, the director and teacher of the orphanage who looked after me would be criticized. I hated it so much that I read every book related to it and corrected myself. Yes, there were times like that. Chapter 152. He said with a smile, suppressing his bitter feelings. I am just thankful that the director reflected what I said well in the story. Whether normal or abnormal. I wanted to convey through this film that it doesn't matter what environment you grew up in. Me too, Jinwoo Lee and Tae Kong. Everyone can be happy someday. Reporter Kim Yun-do, who had been quietly listening to me, looked surprised. Do you think the two of you have become happy? The ending? Well, there are many different interpretations. Perhaps because of spoilers, the reporter blurted out his words. He smiled softly at his genuinely puzzled face. I think they will be happy. At least it was the first choice they made. The ending of the original Twins was much darker and more certain than the final version. The scene ended with two pairs of discarded shoes lying side by side on the riverbank, and something that looked like a human being floating in the river in the distance. But I thought it was meaningful that they made their own choices, whether you were satisfied with the result or not. Director Yoon immediately revised the script after hearing my story, and it ended up with a more open ending. Whether they died or lived, it doesn't matter. No matter what, it was the first choice they made, and I think they would have been happy with that alone. You see freedom of choice as an important value in life. Well, what do I know about life after living for at most 15 years? Instead, I saw numerous philosophers and scientists write this in their books. An environment where choices are not guaranteed is easy to fall into helplessness, and ultimately, it is inevitable that you will be far from happiness. As a final question, reporter Kim Yun-do asked me, so are you free now? I kept a smiling face and did not say anything. I hesitated for a while, wondering what to say, but when the staff told me that I had to finish soon, I could only get one word out. I am happy. I have to act. I live by imitating someone. I can finally breathe when I imitate someone other than myself. It is also true that that fact makes me helpless. I can't ask anything about the fog, the misfortune factor, or the black stone. At times, I was so frustrated that I wanted to scream. But, in the end, it's just angry whining. After all, I'm alive. Unless I want to die right away, I have to keep acting in order to live like this with Jinbei, Jeongyeon, and Baehyuk. It would be difficult to see that as something I truly chose. But it's okay. I'm happy to be able to film such a great movie, and I'm happy to be able to meet my fans. Now I think that's enough. As I finished speaking, I felt that the surroundings were filled with silence. Normally I would have wondered about that, but I didn't have that luxury right now. As I was barely breathing, the reporter standing in front of me spoke. I hope it continues like this. After reporter Kim Yun-do left, Jinbei came straight up to me. It seemed like he was trying to say something, but the next team came in right away, so he couldn't talk. After that, the interview continued endlessly for a long time. Although it was fun in its own way, it was very tiring because I had to open my mouth constantly. Now there is one last team left. At loss, I let out the breath I had been holding and drank some water. Due to a separate schedule, Director Yoon had been away for several hours. This interview will also have to be conducted by myself. Still, it's the last time, so let's cheer up. As I was slowly stretching, Jinbei came closer and whispered, "Actor, are you okay? I'm a little tired, but it's worth it. I'll give you a massage when you get into the hotel. And the last team is the one I told you about yesterday." "Ah, yes. Thank you." Yesterday, I showed a video of an interview Jinbei did. It was an interview-style web entertainment show on which numerous celebrities had already appeared, and it was famous for conducting very in-depth research in advance. I recalled how Jinbei explained in advance that we could not only talk about the work, but also ask personal questions. I'm not confident in entertainment, but I'm in big trouble. Of course, I'm not a comedian, so I know there's no need to be funny. But since it's something you do for money, shouldn't there be some level of responsibility? Let's at least react well. Even so, it's not like I can suddenly become fun. The best I could do was respond as hard as I could. While I was thinking that and composing myself, only the production crew, excluding the MC, came in. Isn't it supposed to say hello to the MC before filming? Even when the cue signal said filming had started, the seat next to me was empty. As I barely managed to hold on to my shaking pupils, someone came in shortly afterwards. "Hello, this is MC Matt Dan. Nice to meet you." Not, "Hello. Haha. I guess you were very surprised." The MC, smiling brightly, was dressed in an outfit that was bound to be surprising. I looked at the woman who appeared with a deer doll mask that looked twice as big as my head. It seems heavy. I knew that the MC always came dressed in unique clothes, but I didn't know that he would wear something like that even when he came to France. He took note of his shaking pupils and gave an awkward smile. "The deer outfit suits you very well. This is the outfit that became a hot topic as the actor's sports competition outfit. You don't know how hard we worked to get this plane on board. Isn't it heavy?" Putting it down for a moment. "Ugh, I'm a professional MC, so I can sleep like this." The face that said that looked very uncomfortable. The production crew burst into laughter at the MC's words. "If you do that, the sound of laughter will be included in the footage, but it doesn't matter." "Okay, then sit down and do the interview, ugh. Please be careful." I thought he was anxious, but he barely caught MC, who was about to fall while trying to sit on the chair. I kept my eyes on the brightly smiling MC until she was safely seated. I was already planning to ask about the video of this departure as my first question, but this is related to this. When you were leaving the country this time, the fact that you caught a reporter who was about to fall like before became a hot topic. Did you? It was news she had no idea about, so she smiled awkwardly. "I didn't catch it, my manager caught it for me. I didn't do anything." "Oh." As we were preparing for this interview, the manager's story kept coming up. Reporters are even saying that they can't film actress Lee Yoon-jae without a manager. "Oh, I see. Oh, it's ruined." If it wasn't fun, I had to be good at reacting, but I wasn't even able to do that. I tried to answer as sincerely as possible, but I felt sorry for the MC who was trying hard to raise the tension on her own. As if that was evident, the MC made a puzzled face. "Actor, are you uncomfortable?" "Oh, I'm not having fun. I'm afraid it'll be boring." "Sorry." As soon as I finished speaking, the MC and staff waved their hands. "Oh my, you don't have to worry at all. You can answer comfortably. It's okay because the actor's face is funny." It was a more free atmosphere than any other interview I had done so far. Even while the MC was talking, the staff were talking about me and making noise among themselves, to the point where the MC got angry and told them to protect their image. I looked at the very friendly-looking figure and then smiled. I heard it from Seon Hyung, but the atmosphere is much better than I thought. "Mr. Seon? Are you talking about Space Kong Se-hyun?" "Yes. She said she came out before, so I called her yesterday to ask for a tip." "Oh my, you two are really close. What did Se-hyun say?" "You said you could just leave it to Mutton. But it really is." The MC gave off an atmosphere that made people feel comfortable. The meticulous consideration revealed between exaggerated actions, the comfort that relaxes people. In a languid way along with a soft eye smile. "I understand why it's popular. When singer Kang Se-hyun said that you don't have to be nervous and just answer, I didn't think it would really help at all, but it was the correct answer. When I let go of the burden of reacting and trusted the MC, the conversation actually became smoother. In a video I filmed earlier, you mentioned a watch as your most cherished possession. I found out that it was a gift from the manager. Is there a story behind it? They had researched me so much that the questions they asked were so thorough. I was even surprised to learn that he had recently moved into the same apartment as Sung-joon. How did you memorize it all? When I asked this question very seriously, the MC laughed. That's what I want to say. Since you played 2 roles in Twins, I think you must have had a lot of lines to memorize. Wow, it's such a natural transition to Twins. I was impressed by her leisurely facilitation skills while calmly answering questions. That kind of person is the MC. I heard he was a producer at a broadcasting company, but the look he gave off was more like a celebrity than mine. Oh my, there isn't much time left. Then, I'd like to do one last piece of content. As soon as the MC finished speaking, a staff member threw something that looked like a sign in her face. Just before it hit my face, I jumped up and grabbed it without realizing it. Are you okay? Wow, yes. No. Matter how much paper it is, what would happen if you throw it at someone's face? For a moment, my fever rose and I thought that if I faced the camera in this state, there would only be controversy, so I just stared at the MC's face. Fortunately, I don't think there were any injuries. Yes, but actor, just a little. Can you please stay away? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. You attacked the face so naturally. I think it would have been better to hit the sign. I couldn't understand what was being muttered, but I was glad that no one was hurt. The staff apologized, and the camera rolled again in a chaotic atmosphere. The content we have prepared is a 3-person, 3-color Q&A. If I ask a question, the actor can answer by holding up a sign one by one. The sign had my profile picture, Lee Jin-woo's poster picture, and Kang Tae-il's poster picture. He explained that when the MC asks a question, all you have to do is hold up each sign and answer according to the character's personality. You're smart. You can lighten up the movie's content without giving away spoilers, and at the same time, you can make your acting points known. After it's over, I'll ask whose idea it was. It was clear that there was an ace on that team. I wondered if there would be any use in finding out who it was. Well, there's nothing wrong with knowing. You can bring him to our company later. Isn't it natural for talented people to be coveted? Even though I was thinking back. And fourth, I smiled and answered. I'm ready. Chapter 153. Taste Point Episode 201. We went to France and captured Lee Young-jae's face in 23 minutes. Feet edited in 5 hours. The editor is dying. Lee Young-jae's fan club president and Kwon In-ah quickly put on their earphones as soon as they saw the pop-up notification. I took a deep breath as I clicked on the latest episode of Taste Point posted on YouTube. Our Bambi appears on the Taste Point. Taste Point was an interview program hosted by a taste MC who is known as the most knowledgeable person in the entertainment industry. Instead of asking the obvious questions normally asked in other interviews, he was famous for asking questions that fans were curious about. Please ask Bambi what he usually does. The chairman was desperate. Although Yeonji writes a long article like a thesis on the fan cafe once a month, he never actually talks about himself. The manager said this is the best dishwashing detergent. The air purifier filter replacement cycle is 2 months, etc. It was full of content. Since he doesn't usually use social media, there was no way for fans to know Bambi's private parts. But as expected, Mutton did not exceed expectations. I heard that the actor really likes rice cakes. How did you know that? I heard Jonghyun Lee live. Ugh, do you know that our team had a really hard time because we didn't know anything about the actor? 99% of the questions to be asked today are sourced from Lee Jonghyun's live video. The chairman silently agreed with the MC's remark about pretending to cry. Still, Bambi's embarrassingly smiling face was paradise. The chairman was busy listening to the incoming information while staring intently at the beautiful creature. Bambi's favorite flavor of rice cake is blueberry, and he usually only spends time with his manager, Lee Young-hyun, and friends other than when practicing acting. When asked what he does with his friends, he says, just talking. I do. The face he answered looked very embarrassed. I could feel the confusion beyond the pixels as to whether there was something else to it. Oh my God. I guess they don't even play games. The chairman wondered if Li Yunjae was really a fairy because middle school boys gathered together and just talked and played. I also found out that I often wear the watch my manager gave me as a gift when I sleep. Oh, then is that the watch you are wearing now? In response to Matton's question, Bambi confessed an episode in which his manager initially lied and said it was 30,000 won. It was lovely to see him talking about this and that to Matt Dan, as if he were giving instructions to a teacher. The way he looked at the manager every now and then, or even the way he subtly glanced to the side, was crazy cute. Good night. With this, the watch controversy will die down. There was a lot of controversy in the beginning because of that damn watch. This is because the price is generally high for children of that age to wear. Above all, there was a lot of talk because Yunjae lived in an orphanage. However, Bambi did not add any additional words. She honestly seemed uninterested. Fans were shocked by that indifference. But was there anything they could do? I had to choose to keep my eyes as blurry as possible and ignore it. I also heard a rumor that they won't even accept watch sponsorships because of this. Wow, you really don't know anything. Bambi's eyes widened and he laughed lightly. Rather than not accepting sponsorship, we are discussing taking other things slowly first. This watch is too good for me. I don't think it would be a waste to drive it every day for 10 years. Oh, and these shoes too, Bambi said and pointed to his feet. The sneakers were so white that you could almost believe they were new. This is my fan last year. Rain. It was given to me by rain lovers. The sight of Bambi smiling while stuttering his words. It turned. It was unbearably lovely. Oh, but it looks a little small. My feet have grown in size over the years. So, unfortunately, I couldn't wear them a few times, but today I wore them to show them during the interview. No, it's Bambi. The chairman sighed. Then please accept the gift. If you give it back in the current size, won't all problems be solved? In the meantime, I was moved by the fact that he took the shoes that didn't fit his size all the way to France to show off. What should I really do? Because it's so lovely. But it would be difficult to do business with this. Bambi was very cute, cool, and beautiful, but she definitely didn't have a sense of entertainment. Basically, the episodes featuring actors were too subdued compared to the episodes featuring idols, so the number of views was low. It will be difficult to attract newbies with a full video, so I have to sell my face through capture. Even though the chairman was in the midst of trembling, he made a cool-headed decision. This video will be a video that only fans will watch separately. But after watching the scene that followed, I immediately threw my thoughts in the trash can. The content we have prepared is a 3-person, 3-color Q&A. If I ask a question, the actor can answer while holding up a sign. The first question Mutton asked was, what if I had 300 million won? Yunjae calmly answered while holding the Lee Jin-woo sign in her hand. I guess I can roughly see the seasoning. Yes. The amount is too small to do something properly, so I think I can use it to give a reasonable amount of trust to the people on my side. The voice that said that was very neat. His calm and collected expression changed as soon as he held up the Kong Tail sign. I'm going to buy beef for my brothers. The corners of his brightly smiling eyes were twisted mischievously. Brother Cheolwoo, I'm going to buy you some Yukho, and Brother Hansong likes cars, so I'll buy you a cool Wanda. He seemed like a completely different person from 10 seconds ago as he smiled brightly, as if he was happy just thinking about it. His facial expression and tone of voice changed quickly, as if he was suffering from multiple personality. After the scene where Mutton opens his mouth in a daze, a full cut appears for a moment in which the entire production team is silent. Meanwhile, Yunjae held up the last sign without paying any attention to the others. He looked at his profile picture for a while and then spoke with a familiar expression that the chairman knew. Well, I don't know. I think I'll save up for now. I don't really have anything to write about. Mutton. Yanji seemed to have finally noticed the silence surrounding her. In an instant, I thought, what did I do wrong? Seeing Bambi's expression change, Matt Dan hurriedly clapped. And, acting. You're really good at it. I feel even weirder, maybe because I saw a movie yesterday. I got goosebumps even though I didn't know what the movie was about. At the cheers of the staff that followed, Bambi was confused but mumbled that he was grateful. Mutton, whose face had the subtitle "Calm Down with Difficulty," asked the second question. If you could make just one wish, what would it be? In response to that question, Jinwoo Lee blurted out, it's payback, with an indifferent expression. With an excited puppy-like face, Kong Tail answered, I will be with my brothers for the rest of my life. Yanji Lee hesitated for a long time. Then he said this in a low whisper. I hope the people next to me don't get hurt. It seemed like he was really making a wish, so I was like, huh, for a moment. But Yunjae immediately smiled softly, and the awkwardness was alleviated. Health is the best, because money can't buy it. I hope my manager, friends, seniors, and agency staff are all healthy. Oh, that's right. Health is best. So, actors, you need to take care of your health too. Think of yourself as a national treasure and take responsibility. If the actor gets hurt, Baiyun will suffer, but more than anything, it will be a national loss. Bambi laughed quietly at Mutton's comment, which was full of entertainment. The chairman looked blankly at Yanji, who gave him a polite, closing greeting. The screen turned black, but the video wasn't over yet. Immediately the screen turned on again and Matdan reappeared. The surrounding noise was noisy, as if the photo was taken in a hurry in the hallway. Everyone, twins will be released in Korea soon, right? Please come back to see this video after watching the movie. Then it will be even more creepy. The video finally ended with Mutton whispering in a meaningful tone. The chairman looked at the dark mobile phone screen and quietly opened the search bar. I knew it well because I had already searched it a few times, but I was just wondering. Twins Korea release date. Sir, there are still 2 weeks left. What do you do if you are the fan club president? This is the first time I can't even watch a movie with an actor I admire. The chairman played the video again while thinking crazy thoughts about how he should have used his annual leave to go to France. And the idea that only Lee Yunjae's fans would look for this video was, like the president's judgment, a truly rubbish idea. Title: Taste Point Lee Yunjae's episode, haha. If you haven't seen it, go see it now and don't get spoiled, just watch it. Trust me, I'm serious. There are coordinates in the comments, so if you're busy, be sure to check them out. I thank you, writer. When I heard that Lee Yunjae was appearing, I thought about quiet ASMR and turned it on, and almost tore my eardrums. Delicious laughter, hilarious. The face was attacked by the delicious Lee Yunjae, and the dumbfounded expression on his face made me laugh haha. This place is also a delicious restaurant, and the production team's tiki-taka. It was also funny to see the production crew criticizing Lee Yunjae for having Matdan all to herself. I assent that the front wall, not the back wall. I'll taste point I always liked it, but I liked it even more because it was my first time seeing our Bambi being interviewed so comfortably. Thank you so much, even though the serial is adult-like, he is still a kid, but in this episode, he always appears together, and it's so cute. I'm crazy. But didn't the last act really come? Why doesn't everyone mention that? Title: I'm going to go see JoJo as soon as Twins comes out. It's not a movie viral post, I'm just writing it like a diary. Don't fight about it. Originally, I wasn't that interested, but when I saw the taste points, my mouth suddenly started drooling. I also really enjoyed Seol Sung-joon's multiple personality movie last year. There hasn't been anything released about Twins' story yet, but just looking at Lee Yunjae's brief appearance in Taste Point, it looks like it's going to be an average hit. If you write it in your diary. Why bother posting here? You rethinking to yourself, why bother commenting? And I wasn't a fan of Lee Yunjae either, but the short interview video with the 3 people kept popping up, so I ended up watching the full video. But it was really amazing. The voice itself didn't change much, but the tone and eyebrow position changed quickly, and it felt like I was seeing some kind of magic. Is there anything coming out of this? Some recommendations. I think you've already caught it. Title: Bambi's departure meme that needs to be seen again at this point. Photo 1, Photo 2, Photo 3, Photo 4. Ha ha ha. It gets funnier and sadder if you watch it in succession. As time passes, the color of the arm becomes more and more red. I know. How much do you have to shake for your hands to turn red like that? Watch the video. Wow. I can't see my hands. And in the meantime, Yangon is crazy, and may the person who put Bambi's rider jacket on live long. The red carpet suit picture was good, but I personally think the departure fashion was poor. Eyebrow scratch plus rider jacket plus sneakers combination. Title: Lee Yunjae. Why is she good at English even though she can't? I wrote it too, but I don't know what it means. But it's really strange. I can't speak English, so why am I good at it? Maybe it's because I've seen so many kids who speak fluently, but they definitely seem clumsy in some way. So why do I feel like they studied abroad? The speaking speed is a little slow, but the grammar and word choice are appropriate. It's not like I can't speak English. It's not that I'm bad at English, but isn't it a bit much to say I'm good at it? When I saw the interview, I heard that everything except the simple ones was handled by an interpreter. But I heard this is his first time going abroad. Plus, I grew up in an orphanage. If fans are offended, please tell me and I'll delete it. So isn't that normal? Above all, the pronunciation is wrong. This time, Yanji wrote a post on the fan cafe and said that she had been taking private English lessons for the past few months. I said it was clumsy because I learned it in a hurry, so don't look at me too negatively, but look at me kindly. Well, it's the same for the series and for us too, so you don't have to hide or embarrass me about the orphanage and delete it. And when I came back after watching the twins' standing ovation video, I heard a conversation with a foreigner behind me. If you can free talk, it doesn't mean you can't, right? It's not that I can't do anything with thank you ha ha ha, isn't it? Children like those above can't say anything when they stand in front of foreigners. Byonkyum. Amidst the enthusiastic community response, the day has finally arrived. Can Film Festival Awards Ceremony announcing awards. Chapter 154. When are you going home? On the 10th day since I came to France, my head was filled with only this thought. I know I shouldn't complain, but my head wasn't working the way I wanted it to. Are you in any pain? Does the food suit your taste buds? Huh. I'm having Korean food for all 3 meals through room service. Still, since I went all the way to France, I had to try snail dish. I laughed out loud when I heard No By-hyuk's voice giggling. A kid who can't even eat whelk is a snail. Oh. The cell phone went silent for a moment, as if he was remembering how he had ignored the whelk somen and salad that was served for lunch not long ago. So, when are you leaving the country? When are you coming? I'm bored to death. I held back a laugh as I heard the guy's voice hastily change the subject. I'm going tomorrow. Just be patient. Didn't you fight with Seogyo? Hey, don't say anything. He says it's completely different when you're there and when you're not there. When you're around, he walks around smiling. But when you're not around, he doesn't even look at me. He really seems like a psychopath. No By-hyuk grumbled for a long time about how unlucky Seogyo was. After listening to a few more words, I hung up. Actor, are you ready? Yes. It's a good thing you called. Your expression has become much more relaxed than before. Is it so? After listening to Jinbei, I looked in the mirror, but my eyes looked the same. Perhaps because No By-hyuk's voice continued for 10 minutes without stopping, I stood up and touched my slightly itchy ear. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to call. Shall we go now? Yes. Director Yoon is also waiting in the lobby. Today was finally the closing ceremony of the Cannes Film Festival. I was on my way to attend the closing ceremony red carpet. Due to the nature of the Cannes Film Festival, where only award winners are invited to the closing ceremony, our attendance meant that twins would win any award. Director Yoon kept joking around by mentioning the Best Actor award, but I just wanted to go home. Now I just have to last one day. Then let's go home. With that thought in mind, I suddenly smiled on the red carpet. In the midst of all the chaos, I just followed Director Yoon and sat down in my assigned seat. Every time the award presenter called the winner's name, thunderous cheers went out. Most of the people who came up to receive the award were faces I didn't know. Until now, I mainly watch Korean movies and dramas, so I really didn't know anything about foreign actors. Still, I clapped hard and secretly hoped that the ceremony would end quickly. So, when a somewhat familiar name was called as the winner of the long-awaited Best Actor award, that was why people stood up and applauded as if it were someone else's business. Congratulations, baby. What did I say? I just woke up because everyone else was waking up, and suddenly Director Yoon hugged me. I wondered why this person was like this, but it wasn't until I saw the camera coming closer to my face as if it was going to eat me that I noticed something strange. What? Go up quickly. I have to go and get the award. While I was still unable to understand the situation, Director Yoon pushed me on the back. People I didn't know shook hands and congratulated me. After receiving directions to Eoyongbang in a dazed state, I raised my head and before I knew it, I was on stage. What? I just blinked foolishly. As I was doing that, the presenter handed me a trophy and a flower. I stupidly received it again. Wake. No, but you need to know what the situation is to come to your senses. Is it true that I just won the award for Best Actor? Really? The trophy had an unfamiliar language written on it. Pre-de-interpretation masculine. What is this? I couldn't continue like this, so I opened my mouth. Hello? This is Lee Yun-jae. When I said hello in a daze, my interpreter was next to me. The man holding the microphone interpreted. In that short period of time, many thoughts were going through my head. She closed her eyes for a moment. What should I say? You never thought you would win an award? I don't know if I deserve this. Why did you give me this award? Oh, please come to your senses. Complicated thoughts swirled around my head as if it would explode at any moment. I took a short breath and opened my eyes again. It seemed like it was in slow motion as the interpreter returned to his seat. I stood in front of the microphone, trying to open my eyes as clearly as possible. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who helped bring this film to the world. He expressed his gratitude by mentioning the production company's CEO, fellow actors, staff, director Yoon, his agency, Jinbei, and the fans. The interpreter continued speaking smoothly, probably as expected. As time passed, my head became calm. There was no need to be confused about what to say. I just have to say what I have to say. Whatever award this was, it wasn't something I received because I was smart. I just took the opportunity to publicly express my gratitude to the people who made it possible for me to come out well. In that sense, there is one more person who should be mentioned. I stood in front of the microphone again and looked straight at the camera in front of me. There is an actor who worked with me so that I could play two characters. Senior Nam, In Who. Thank you very much. This is an award we both received together. The interpreter deliberately cut off each letter in the hope that his name would be preserved. As if the few days of collaboration had not been completely useless, the interpreter smiled and interpreted my intention perfectly. I have nothing more to say now. I was at a loss as to how to end it, and then a sentence I had practiced to kill time a few days ago came to mind. Before I could think about anything, I put my mouth to the microphone. Then have a good night. As I smiled and stepped back, the interpreter looked at me with a surprised face. After slightly bowing my head in greeting, I came off the stage. What? Do you speak French? I shook my head at the interpreter who was urgently following me. Of course I can't. I just memorized a few basic sentences. No, but the pronunciation. Did you take separate lessons? When I told him that I was just following along on my own, I was met with suspicious looks. If you look at it that way, it's true. How do I teach myself French? There may be people who can do that, but it wasn't me. When I was studying English for a while, I was bored and briefly glanced at French, but that was not an area that a person could do. There were errors in the middle, so I only memorized a few sentences. I didn't know I would use it like this. No one told you, but your pronunciation is so perfect. Why is this person overdoing it like this? What you just said was short. The problem isn't that it's short, but how to pronounce it. Interpreter. Shall we talk about it later? First, I calmed down the overly excited person. Come on. When I returned to my seat calmly holding the trophy in my arms, Coach Yoon greeted me. At the same time, I whispered in a very low voice so that no one else could hear. What did you say earlier? Have you seen it? That's blowing, right? Yes. It means have a good night. This guy is crazy. When did you learn French? What do you learn? All you have to do is memorize a few sentences. I should just say thank you. I just did it because I was in a good mood, but I thought I was doing it for no reason. I felt a little regret. And after the awards ceremony, when the interpreter was asking endless questions, I truly regretted it. No, actor. I'm not saying this for nothing, but because I think it would be good to learn properly at this time. I heard earlier that your pronunciation was perfect. I majored in French, so I don't just say I'm good at French. All right. I was wrong, so stop now. At this time, Jinbei took care of the interpreter who asked me to seriously learn French. Actor, I'll tell you the truth. The interpreter shouted even as he was being dragged away by other staff members. I smiled and looked back and whispered, Bonne soirée, on the way back to the hotel room. In the elevator, I stared at the trophy in my hand. I really won the award. Does this make sense? It still didn't feel real. Rather than feeling happy, I just felt dazed. When I looked at the trophy somewhat unfamiliarly, as if I was holding a cloud in my hand, Jinbei Hyung answered quietly. I think today is the happiest day. I immediately raised my head when I heard a slightly wet voice. I wasn't sure if I was mistaken, but there were real tears in my gentle eyes. What? Why are you crying? Of course, I know that the actor doesn't attach any meaning to this award, but I'm just so overwhelmed. Sorry, I overdid it too much. I was shocked to see her grit her teeth and hold back her tears, probably because she was worried that she would be a burden to me. To be honest, it was a little funny, but I was more surprised and quickly stopped it. What do you mean? Of course, it's meaningful to me too. Really? Yes. What does it mean? I hesitated for a moment as he asked me a question with moist eyes, and then I stupidly answered. Because my brother likes it? I don't think it was a very bad answer, but it must have been bad. I couldn't help but sigh as I looked at his hurt eyes, wondering how he could say something like that in Trophy's ear. Someone will think that my brother gave birth to a trophy. I was shocked, but to comfort him, I patted him and told him not to cry. But it really doesn't have much meaning. My brother was right. He received an award, but I didn't feel any appreciation. Just received an award this much. Are you sure you don't have to attend the after party? I'm not interested. Oh, you can go alone. I will quietly stay in my room. No, I do not want. If the actor doesn't go, I won't go either. This time, instead of a trophy, I smiled at Jinbei, who was acting like he gave birth to me. Whatever it wasn't a bad thing to receive an award. At this point, my refusal of director Yoon's offer to go to a party with me just to manage my network had nothing to do with my feelings. If I were to be specific, it had something to do with physical strength. I'm so tired. After being in front of cameras and so many people all day, my whole body ached. But if I could get on a plane right now, I wanted to endure it even if it was a little difficult. It means that I wanted to go to Korea to that extent. Right now, my heart was so big that I was even more indifferent about receiving the award. But even so, do I need to hear this? Hey, cheeky guy. As soon as I entered the hotel hallway, I slowly turned around at the words I heard. Is that all you reacted to when you received that award? Really? I thought you were going to act cool and flirt behind my back, but that's all your real reaction was? Are you kidding me? What is this guy again? A boy with blonde hair and blue eyes was grinning with anger on his face. Can't we just quietly move on for a day? I was truly tired. Why can't you speak? You can't speak English at all. You can't even understand this. Hey, Wadeda stopped the outpouring of words. Noisy. If you want to talk, speak slowly. If you talk that fast, I won't be able to understand. Chapter 155. I sighed, looking at his furrowed brow as if wondering what he was talking about. I opened my mouth, choosing English words one by one in my head. Speak slowly. I'm not good at English, so conversation is difficult. Really? This is ridiculous. Aren't you embarrassed that you won that award, even though you can't even speak English? What does not being able to speak English have to do with receiving an award? I didn't understand for a moment, so I looked at him blankly, and he started fuming as if he was even angrier at my reaction. At the same time, they were saying something, but I couldn't understand half of it. I told you to speak slowly. I thought he was just a kid who wanted to grab someone and start a fight, so I listened to him quietly for a while. The kid who was scolding me to the point where his face turned red screamed. Why aren't you saying anything? You said I couldn't speak English. I sighed, wondering what the hell was going on. I told you, I'm not good at English. If you speak that fast, they won't understand you. I didn't even rap, but can't you understand this? If that's the case, then there's something wrong with your ears. Do you really think you have what it takes to win that award? Why does he keep giving praise and praise at the end of every word? Do you want a trophy? To be honest, it was so annoying that I thought I would just give it away. However, I held back because I remembered that I had to take a commemorative photo holding the trophy in front of reporters when I arrived in Korea. I'm tired. I didn't have the strength to deal with him anymore. Whether I responded or not, the other person's words continued endlessly. Don't be mistaken. Honestly, someone else should have gotten it instead of you. So I just said one thing. Are you racist? What are you saying? What are you talking about? His voice got much louder, as if it was just a joke. You've been making fun of me for not speaking English earlier. Aren't you discriminating against me because I'm Asian? There is a difference between saying you can't speak English and being racially discriminatory. Cancel that statement immediately. The boy became furious as if he had received an intolerable insult. Amazing. They say that if a foreigner starts a fight, just say this. It's really straight. By the way, now it was time to really say goodbye. I frowned and asked, where do you think you are right now? What? Where am I? When I asked without hiding my irritation, the guy flinched. Well, what are you talking about? This is France. If you say something about not being able to speak French, you can understand. Your English and my Korean are the same foreign language here. Of course, I know that English is the world's most common language, but this was France. Why do fellow foreigners have to make such a fuss? There was a lot I wanted to say, but due to language limitations, I couldn't say it fluently. This is why people have to learn. I wanted to speak English better than ever. You, Mr. Lee. When I looked at him as if I was pitiful, he ran towards me as if he was in tears. At the same time, Jinbei stepped in front of me. In an instant, my eyes were filled with the black color of the suit. It's surprising, but this guy is really big. Please step back. What are you again? Jinbei didn't say anything. Silence followed. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear sounds. He hesitated. He took a step back and the sound of the carpet being pushed away was heard. What kind of expression is he making? At the same time that I wanted to see Jinbei's expression, a new voice appeared. I wonder where our troublemaker has gone. What are you doing here? Dad. The boy ran straight away. The new voice was an adult male with the same blonde hair and blue eyes. And it was a familiar face. Huh? You see the cutie, right? The man was a foreigner whom I had seen at the stylist's office. I really couldn't believe it. Wow, you can be this tired. This is my son, Noah. I think they've already said hello. Well, there were plenty of greetings. As I looked at the boy without saying anything, he hid behind him. First, we said hello. Hello? It's been a while. Oh, I see you can speak English now. It's better than speaking in your native language. Why don't you just keep speaking in English? Now I see that I just learned it from my father. I finally understand. As I watched quietly, the man laughed. I told you last time. My son is your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Dad. In an instant, the boy's face turned blue. Yes, why? Be quiet. Why am I a fan of that? What are you talking about, Noah? You've been watching only dramas featuring Cutie Boy for months. The day you watched Twins, you didn't even sleep. Stop talking. Hey, Dad is lying. Don't believe it. I understand, so stop yelling. I felt like my ears were bleeding. In the midst of all this, a boy who was said to be Noah or something was screaming so loudly that the goal rang. Anyway, it was nice to meet you. I'll go in first. There was no longer a need to be polite to rude people. As I grabbed the hem of Jinbei's suit, a large hand immediately wrapped around my back. He said something more from behind, but he ignored it and entered the room. Are you okay, actor? No, I was so tired. As he pressed his temple, Jinbei patted his shoulder. If you come back after washing up, I will give you a massage. Yes. I trudged into the bathroom. Even though I washed with hot water, instead of feeling better, I got dirtier. Why are there so many rude people? The unpleasant feeling did not get better as easily as I thought. I didn't want to ruin Jinbei's mood just because of me, so I stayed in the bathroom for a while. Let's not show it as much as possible. When I thought I had calmed down a bit, I took a deep breath and opened the door. As I entered the room, I saw something in vain. Our genius actor. Thank you for your hard work. I guess I'm really tired. I think I even hallucinate Jiangyan sitting on the bed. As I was putting my clothes away without responding, I heard a confused voice. Is it Yanji? What? When I turned my head again, I still saw Jiangyan. I rubbed my eyes hard. Oh, if you rub it like that, it will hurt your eyes. What's the matter? Are you sick? Are you really Zhang Hyun? Haha, did you expect anyone else? I looked at the gently folded corners of my eyes and took a step forward. As I took a few steps closer and stretched out my hand, I felt a solid body. It's true. No, my brother is here. Why is it there? It still didn't feel real. When I finally asked, the other person laughed and whined that it was too much. I flew for 13 hours just to see you. And that's all you responded? Sorry. It's a joke. While I wasn't able to see him, his face got hurt a lot. I heard from Jinbei that you met a strange person in the hallway earlier. A hand continued to gently stroke my head. After being quiet for a while, I asked again, are you really Zhang Hyun? Huh. The person who paused for a moment smiled and grabbed my cheek. Huh. Jung Hyun is my brother. Hyung, I really missed you. Did you miss me? He slowly opened his mouth in response to a playful question. Of course. I missed you. You call that a question? No. But how did a busy person get here? Brother, you are busy filming right now. Huh. Suddenly there was a puncture and I was out for 2 days. As soon as I heard the news, I immediately boarded the plane. It took more than a day round trip to go from France to Korea. You lost half of your precious vacation just because of me? I was scratching my head, wondering if this was making sense, but the other person grabbed my face. Soft Eyes met me. Congratulations on the Best Actor award. It's a series. Jinbei went out briefly to buy lemonade. It will be here soon. It's a small party, but just for us. Jiangyan stopped while speaking, because I rushed right in. My brother, who was confused for a moment, smiled and hugged me. Yanji, you've really grown bigger than when we first met. Now my arms are full. Even back then, I wasn't that short. Then our series is the tallest. The way he spoke to comfort a child was amazing. So this laugh is definitely a laugh. The corners of his mouth, which had lost control, went up endlessly without stopping. Just wait a moment. Because I will be taller than my brother. I kinda don't like that. Can't we grow up slowly? In a truly regretful voice, I asked how tall my brother was. Me? Maybe it's 187? When I answered that I couldn't remember because I measured it a long time ago, I kept my mouth shut. It's still a long way away. Why are there only tall people around me? It was difficult to say, even jokingly, that I would definitely be taller than my brother. When I didn't say anything, Jiangyan laughed as if he thought even that was funny. Every time my brother laughed, my body that was touching me trembled slightly. The vibration was cozy. What? Aren't you crazy? Director Yoon shouted with a grim expression on his face. Fortunately, Jinbei covered my ears in time, so it wasn't noisy. Director Yoon's temper tantrum that started like that continued for a long time. Anyway, foreigners are so arrogant. I also saw all sorts of things at the party yesterday. There are so many rude bastards in this world. Director, calm down and eat what you ate. How do you calm down? How could you bear it after hearing that sound? What? You shouldn't have won the award? What kind of crazy person would say something like that on their first meeting? I said quietly while looking at Director Yoon, who was making a fuss. But it was still better than asking my parents about abandonment in the first meeting. Director Yoon calmly lifted his spoon. Thanks to this, a calm breakfast continued. At loss. Sorry. After a while, Director Yoon muttered. No. It's already happened, so I'm sorry for bringing it up again. Do not do that. Even if you say this hundreds of times, I have nothing to say. Why do you do something like that? I chuckled as I watched him stir the soup with a pale face. All right. But you really don't need to apologize any further. Maybe I should change the subject. If you had come a little earlier, you could have seen Jiangyan. I drank too much yesterday, and it took me a long time to come to my senses. To be honest, I'm still crazy because of the hangover. Hyunjong left as soon as dawn because of his flight schedule. It was only for a moment, but the three of us had a conversation with Jinbei, and the unpleasant feeling disappeared as if it had never happened before. Even after I finished eating with Director Yoon, I stayed in my room the whole time. I was afraid that if I went out, I would see rude people again. Actor, the car is waiting in the lobby. Yes. As soon as Jinbei spoke, he stood up immediately. The clothes had been worn a while ago. Finally, we're going. Korea. To be honest, I felt like I was going crazy because I really wanted to go home. I saw enough unfamiliar places and unfamiliar people to get sick of them. I was worried that I might run into people I saw yesterday, but fortunately, I was able to board the plane without incident. I looked out the window of the plane taking off slowly. It was the end of the Long Can Film Festival. By the time Lee Yunjae had forgotten that she had won the award, Korea was in an uproar. Chapter 156. Serial Day at Yanji_Day. Grand. The first actor I helped make was his first movie, and he was the first Korean to win Best Actor and the youngest ever to win. Is this real, or am I dreaming? Gam Gong Hee at Ball_Hi. Winning the Can Best Actor award is a different thing. Is Korea in such a mess? Am I the only one who is not interested in Best Actor? There are so many Best Actor awards to look at, but I don't understand why everyone is so crazy about only one Best Actor award. Professor Please at Daehagwon Sing. Oh, I'm so mad. It's the Best Actor award, it's a joke, and it's none of my business. What's wrong with Lee Yunjae? I'm going to ask Professor Beckper tomorrow with a gentle face. Why on earth do you have worse pronunciation than a 15-year-old? Tiva, I'm already in tears. Actress Lee Yunjae's acceptance speech in French. Bonsoir, shall we practice it together? Plus tips from current instructors. Teacher's progress is too fast, 28,000 likes. The difficulty level contrasts with the smiling face. Thank you. I wanted to learn French because of Lee Yunjae, so I was looking for some videos, but my interest completely disappeared. Thank you so much for stopping me from making a sudden move. 90,000 likes. Me too, haha. I cancel my order for French textbooks, haha. Title: Guys, a boy of the same age as me keeps flirting with me. What should I do? It's difficult to keep making eye contact. First of all, his specs are the youngest ever to win Best Actor, and his looks are heavenly. He's even good at foreign languages. She seems to have a nice personality and is nice. What do we do? I wish you would stop looking at me first. It's embarrassing because every time I see you, I make eye contact. But I don't know why it's only on the TV. Are you very shy? Please come to your senses. But I also got hit a little this time. Haha. Lee Yunjae's smile and greeting in French was short and intense. I watched it without much thought and stopped at that part. The voice is also lower than usual. They say that the tone of your voice changes a bit when you speak a foreign language. How loud is Korean? That's a little different. Title: I think it's about time. Yeonji, isn't it time for you and Lee Young-hyun to film a movie together as father and son? I'm still waiting. I think now is the right time. Grandma, stop. She's been here for 2 years already. Shut up. I know, but aren't they 16 years apart? At that level, I think he's more of a younger brother than a son, haha. Why do you keep treating me like a son, haha? Today, Lee Young-hyun start by looking at the photo posted on Star and talking about it. How can those eyes be the way he looks at his younger brother? The way he looks at his son? I came to see it because of the above comment. But the sincerity in your eyes is really sweet, ha ha ha, Mr. Jong-hyun. Did you give birth to Lee Yunjae? Title: What Lee Yunjae has achieved since filming her first movie. Kang Gi-yoon's top appearance in work. I had the longest standing ovation ever achieved at the Cannes Film Festival. A Cannes Film Festival red carpet awesome suits look selection, based on me. I first Korean/youngest person in the world to win Best Actor award, new. I recognition of the award for the coolest French ever, new. I think there's something strange mixed in the middle, teacher. Is he 15 years old? Isn't there something wrong? I was digging my nose when. Lee Yunjae, is it true that she mastered English and French in 4 months? They say they are currently receiving a lot of casting offers from local sources. Is it real? No, it's just incitement and fabrication. When will Twins be released in Korea? Haha, I'm dizzy. Actor, there are 30 minutes left until the next schedule. Please take a nap. Hyung, how long does it take to get there? I hesitated when I heard that it would take about 10 minutes. I'm really sorry, but can we just rest for 5 minutes and then leave? I don't want to be immature, but I was so tired. Even though I don't tend to get motion sickness easily, the speed wasn't great as I had to travel from place to place for several days. Jinbei immediately said he understood and pushed my chair back. Sorry, actor. I already told the company yesterday. The company just said there was nothing they could do right now. It's not your fault that you have a busy schedule, so why are you apologizing? Don't do that. Of course it's my fault. It's my job to take care of the actor's condition. I covered my mouth because I felt like I would apologize endlessly if I left it like this. Fortunately, Jinbei didn't say anything more, and I closed my eyes and rested for a moment. I want to rest for just one day. It's been a week since I returned to Korea. It was as if rolling around in France with nothing to do was a dream, and I was distracted by the torrent of work. In fact, on the first day I entered Korea, I was fighting at the airport. Bro, why are people like this? There wasn't a small crowd when I left the country, but there were several times more people than back then. Even public broadcasters came to interview me, and I had to hold a microphone in the middle of the airport and even present my thoughts. Is this something that needs to be done to this extent? Of course, we know how great the history of the Cannes Film Festival is. I do not mean to disparage the value of the Best Actor award. How dare I say that? But to be honest, the endless praise as if I was a national representative felt a little burdensome. I don't know how the meal with the president ended. A hectic week passed as I was invited to various dinner parties and interviewed. Meanwhile, I was even more tired because I had to wake up early in the morning to practice acting. I came all the way to Korea that I had hoped for, but I couldn't even stop by my house. Let's not complain. You shouldn't whine. Whatever it is, I'm in Korea now. If I were still in France, I wouldn't have received this message. Lee Yunjae's real best friend by Hyuk. I brought honey to the table at your house. They say it's good for recovering from fatigue. When I get home, I drink it with water. After all, Bai-hyuk is the only one, right? Nung nung. I laughed when I saw the message that arrived with my selfie. Brother, I'm okay now. Let's go. As I spoke while putting my cell phone in my pocket, Jinbei started the car. But you will be able to rest well after 3 days. Team leader Wu said he would unconditionally clear my schedule for that day. It's good. Shall we go for a drive then? I love it so much. Until then, just cheer up a little. Actor, I raised the corners of my mouth at the powerful voice. Yes, I like Korea as expected. 3 days later, as soon as I finished practicing early in the morning, I left the room. I had breakfast with Jinbei and went for a drive just. The two of us. My brother and I were quiet, just looking at the scenery without saying anything. The silence was so peaceful. When I returned home after having lunch at a nearby bakesuck restaurant, No Bai-hyuk was there. While chatting with a guy who was acting fussy for a while, No Bai-hyuk got angry when he mentioned that his body was feeling stiff. Do you want to go to the Oriental Medicine Clinic together? There is a place to put acupuncture in front of my house. There would be no one there at this time. Oriental Medicine Clinic? Okay. Sometimes, if I mess up while practicing dance, I get acupuncture. The effect is really good. That's interesting. I thought I couldn't get hit by needles because they were scary. You were braver than I thought. So I went to the Oriental Medicine Clinic with No Bai-hyuk. I went into a room with 2 beds and lay down side by side, and an Oriental medicine doctor, who looked quite old, came in. No Bai-hyuk got acupuncture mainly on his legs, and I mainly got acupuncture on his shoulders and neck. Hey, you really look like a hedgehog when you do that. What? When I answered with my eyes, he giggled. In the afternoon, we invited people to our house and had a meal together. Young Hai and I was busy filming, so he replaced it with a video call, and only Nam In-hoo, Song Yi-jun, and No Bai-hyuk were there. The moment I was quietly watching Song Eun-jun and No Bai-hyuk talking, I felt a sign of popularity next to me. Seonji. Huh. You mentioned me in your acceptance speech this time. Thank you so much. Nam In-hoo's eyes were slightly red as he whispered softly. Although I was embarrassed, I did not show it as much as I could and answered in a whisper. Of course I had to say it, but what? I'm sorry I went alone. Why are you talking such a fool? You are the main character of the movie. No negative emotions could be read on the face that said that. So I was able to say my next words with a more comfortable feeling. Let's go together next time. Oh, I really enjoyed acting with my brother this time. I think it would be better if the two of us act together in the next work. After a long time, Nam In-hoo finally opened his mouth. I like it too. It was a thirsty voice. Unlike the 2 people in front who were constantly talking, the place where Nam In-hoo and I were was quiet. But it wasn't awkward. While the peaceful and hectic days were repeating, a job came in. The company's reaction to this incident was fierce. Team leader Wu, Jinbei, and all the employees were in the same position. Never, not even if I die. I'd rather throw dirt in my eyes. Those bastards forgot that the drama became a hit because of you. And thinking about what they did at the last minute still makes me jump out of my sleep. I responded awkwardly to team leader Wu's harsh voice. I'm sure it wasn't a big hit because of me. If it weren't for you, it definitely wouldn't have been that big of a hit. I'm not protecting you because you're my baby, but I'm saying this based on objective data. I wondered when I became team leader Wu's asshole, but I just laughed. How can I convince you of this? I was embarrassed. Because I was positive. I was hesitating about what to say at the beginning, but Jinbei spoke first. No way, actor. Do you want to do it? It was an unbelievable voice. At the same time, team leader Wu and his employees turned to look at me. I laughed awkwardly while receiving several people's heated gazes. It's only a one-time shoot anyway. It's just a cameo. Did you forget everything they did at the last minute? It's the same in your vlogs and during your live performances. I didn't forget. Just calm down first. Manager. The usual bleak image was gone, and I barely managed to stop the excited team leader Wu. Yes. Currently, we were talking about an offer to film a cameo in Season 2 of Hello, My Summer. It is said that Season 1 was a bigger hit than expected, so Season 2 was aired as a cable drama. Since it featured completely new actors, it had nothing to do with Season 1, except that the drama title was actually the same. However, there was a suggestion, no, a request, that Kim Ho-yoon and Jong Han-na would make a surprise cameo appearance at the beginning of Episode 1. What a humble request you made. You probably did that after hearing the news about the Best Actor award. It's normal in this industry, but it's funny. That's right. I also thought about this every time I saw the messages pouring in on my phone. After winning the award, I received congratulatory messages from numerous people. Also to the main producer of Dogs on a Leash, who appeared as an extra at Song Ye-jun's request. He said he really congratulated him on the award and asked if he could appear in his next work, but his words were full of caution. It was a completely contradictory attitude to what I had seen before. It was both funny and bitter. Do you seriously want to film with him again? I scratched the back of my neck at the tone of voice that said I sincerely did not understand. Actually, I don't want to film with those people either. I hate being portrayed in an easygoing image. However, then, when people asked me why I was doing that, I answered awkwardly. The fate. I think people will like it. Chapter 157. Even with a quick look at the internet, it was easy to see that there were many fans who liked Kim Ho-yoon, who played the role in Hello, My Summer. It was like that at the fan meeting too. Even when we did content reenacting lines at fan meetings, the amount of Kim Ho-yoon was overwhelmingly high. Above all, didn't Kim Ho-yoon and Jong Hana end with an open ending? I thought that fans would like it if the two appeared as a couple, even briefly, as cameos. Team leader Woo looked back at his employees and said, it was a lamenting tone. See, did I tell you? If I talk to him, I feel like I'm being exorcised. I was puzzled by the way people spoke as if I was some kind of Satan. Maybe I was the only one who didn't understand, but the other employees just nodded quietly at what team leader Woo said. Actor, you've had a hard time these days. Why don't you just pass this time? Jin Bei seemed unable to criticize me, so after hesitating for a while, he finally said one thing. TSK, it's hot. I couldn't just insist on doing something when people at the company were so opposed to it. Actually, it wasn't something I was very attracted to, because I don't want to look like a pushover either. All right, then I won't do it. As soon as I finished speaking, there were sighs of relief from those around me. Team leader Woo jumped up and said he was going to call production right away. Everyone was very angry. To be honest, it was so long ago that I don't have any feelings left. Of course, I was still angry that the daycare center almost got criticized because of the vlog. Through the fog, we had already confirmed that the culprit in disseminating the video was a production person. But anyway, isn't this an incident that ended well? I didn't have a bad relationship with the staff except for a few general managers. It's a shame. Some of the scripts sent by the production side were full of sweet lines, as if they had been dipped into a romance vat. I've never acted like that before, so I was curious. Let's stop here. Since I decided not to do it anyway, thinking about it further would only be inefficient. That's how I organized my thoughts. She definitely did. It was the very next day that I received a call from team manager Woo. Seonji, can you come to the office now? Now. At first glance, it was a very embarrassing and difficult voice to hear. What? This feeling of discomfort. But strangely, there seemed to be a mixture of different emotions. I felt a strange good feeling in a higher tone than usual. Let's answer first. I was curious, but there was nothing to do anyway. So I tried to reply that I would go right away, but the other person spoke first. Oh, that's right. I know you're busy. Yep. So roughly when will you have time? What? I was dumbfounded for a moment. Manager. 3 hours later? Okay. Yeah. Don't push yourself too hard. No. Why are you doing that? No. Don't worry. Just finish your business. Everyone in Korea knows that you are busy right now. It was absurd. Team leader Woo just said what he had to say and hung up the phone. I was stunned for a moment, wondering what kind of phone etiquette this was. It was only after reading the messages that came a few minutes later that I understood the situation. Team leader Woo Hyun-woo. Yunjae is amazing. Right now, haha. Oh, I want to take a picture and send it to you. Team leader Hyun-woo Woo. A group of production kids came and are waiting in the conference room right now, haha. Team leader Hyun-woo Woo. When I asked him if he was here to suggest it again, he insisted that it was absolutely not, haha. Even though it is late, I want to apologize for what happened in the past, haha. Now all of our kids are laughing and laughing. Team leader Hyun-woo Woo. Oh, I'm so relieved. I'm dying, haha. Come back in about 4 hours. You must come with a very tired face. Got it. I'm so excited. I can't believe someone who doesn't seem to fit the word is sending me a message like this. Even though the letters were not moving, I felt an uncontrollable burst of laughter. After laughing, I went to the office 4 hours later, as team leader Wu said. It wasn't difficult to make a tired face. Hello. Oh my, Yanji. As I entered the conference room, the general manager, who looked like a criminal who had sold out his country, came straight up to me. Thank you for coming out despite your busy schedule. Really? No. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Ugh. What are you saying? We just came here without saying anything. The sarcastic tone during the video distribution incident was nowhere to be found. The eyes that moved quickly as if trying to please me weren't very pleasant. Why is everyone like this? All kinds of thoughts came to mind, but I tried not to think about it as deeply as possible. I've already heard that this industry is like this, and it's something I can't change. The reason we came, I think I unintentionally hurt Yunjae a lot during season 1. Because I didn't finish well, I'm so disappointed. The end of the long speech was, we were really wrong, and we will do better this time. So please come out just once. When I showed no response, the other person's voice wavered. I just turned my eyes and looked at team leader Wu. After confirming that he was nodding slightly, I opened my mouth. Yes, thank you for your apology. Well, then maybe we could make a cameo appearance. I don't mind appearing. However, my schedule is not something I can do as I please, so I think you need to discuss it with the company. After finishing speaking, people's eyes turned to team leader Wu. My words were answered by a face that was much more stiff than usual. I already have a schedule, so I will check and get back to you tomorrow or the day after. I think we need to discuss the conditions. Let's go in first today. Due to the clear tone of the voice, the person on the other end couldn't say anything and walked out hesitantly. Team leader Wu's face was still stern as he politely saw him off. But it was too clear to my eyes. Would it be that good? Team leader Wu was so excited. I suppressed a laugh at the childlike appearance I was seeing for the first time. A person like that is called a team leader in the entertainment industry. It was amazing to see him fully enjoying the duality of the entertainment industry. As expected, people were very diverse. Hello. On the day of filming Hello, My Summer Season 2, I got out of the car and said hello. However, Yanji, are you here? Oh my, it's been so long. How have you been doing? You've become even more handsome. I came to see twins yesterday. I'm such a fan. The producer and staff came rushing over. There were familiar faces, and there were also faces I had never seen before. I was in a dazed mood and was busy answering my thanks. I felt strange after seeing that the person who looked at me like a cute younger sibling just a year ago was now looking at me like an unfamiliar celebrity. What? I need to get used to it. It was a somewhat complicated feeling, but I knew it wasn't something to blindly view negatively. In a way, it was natural. For now, let's focus on filming. If this feeling continues even after filming is over, you can talk to Jinbei Hyung. After gathering my thoughts, I also said hello to the main actors of Season 2. As I changed into an unfamiliar school uniform and received styling, a familiar face soon arrived. Hi, it's a series. Is your sister here? How come you become so handsome every time I see you? It's getting dazzling. Han Se-young said something playful with a more mature face than anyone else. In the past, I would have been at a loss as to what to answer, but now it is not difficult. Because you know what the other person wants to hear. My older sister is prettier. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to keep up with you. Tooth. Not funny. I used to be shy. Even though he said it grumpily, his face was full of smiles. Right. What have you done this time? I heard the pay was too high for a cameo. I was surprised. To Han Se-young's question, he smiled and answered. We have a capable team leader. Uh-huh. That's right. I think I heard that too. There is someone famous by chance. Well, thanks to you, I also received a lot of money. Please tell me thank you. Huh. I will. Then I'll change my clothes and come back. I had already filmed with Han Se-young several times, so I felt even more comfortable today. Han Se-young, who came dressed in the same school uniform as me, was very cool. I had my hair slightly wavy, and Han Se-young had hair extensions. Both of them had a different hairstyle from Season 1, giving them a more mature feel. We will start filming soon. Yanji and Xiao, I'll focus first and continue the conversation before we hang up in front of the cafe. Everyone, please check your movements again. The filming location was a park full of green trees. You can sit on the bench and have a sarcastic conversation with Jong Hannah for a while, then go into the cafe right in front. The cafe was where the male protagonist of Season 2 worked part-time. The filming ended with us entering a cafe and the point of view naturally shifting to the male protagonist. Wow, the weather is really nice today. I know. There was a blue sky above that made you feel refreshed just by looking at it. Unlike the noisy staff moving filming equipment, we quietly looked at the sky. While leisurely enjoying the scenery, Han Se-young tilted her head to the side. But is something strange? Huh? Why are you so relaxed? Aren't you nervous? Should I be nervous? Han Se-young slightly furrowed her eyebrows, as if a question mark appeared on her face. Isn't this your first time filming skinship? Huh? But is that really the only reaction? Han Se-young suddenly muttered in vain that her pride was hurt. As I laughed silently, Han Se-young looked around and whispered softly, "Do you have a lover?" "No, I've never dated anyone." "Then have you ever had skinship?" He shook his head and said lightly, "Now I'm going to do it with my sister." "You really need to be careful." "Huh? And, wow, I'm hooked. What would I have done if it had been someone else instead of me?" "It's perfect for misunderstanding." "What are you talking about?" When I didn't understand, Han Se-young laughed out loud. "It's okay. Oh, you too. Born to be. Anyway, it's surprising that I'm not nervous. When we filmed our first kiss scene, I brushed my teeth and ate candy all day. We're just kissing each other lightly on the cheek. Can you smell something just by putting your mouth on your cheek? I don't know because I've never tried it." Han Se-young waved her hand as if telling her not to worry. "That's right. Anyway, please don't intentionally publish NG in our series." "Got it. Huh? Don't worry. I will do my best to finish it in one go." "Okay. To work hard. Do your best." Before I could question the muttering about how nothing was changing, I heard the producer's voice saying that filming would begin. "I'll start filming." 1-2 dashed. I closed my eyes for a moment and thought of Kim Ho-yoon, the first girlfriend I ever met. She still has an awkward air, a tickling feeling, a corner of your mouth that you can't control. Action. I opened my eyes and tapped my feet for the first time in a long time. Chapter 158. Kim Ho-yoon. Is this better? Or is it better to be down there? I like both. Could you please answer a little more sincerely? Really, it was good to watch any movie. No, to be honest, it didn't matter. Because I like seeing your face better than watching movies. It was an embarrassing thing to say out loud, so I swallowed it. I was just sneaking a peek at the profile of Hannah, who was intently looking at the movie poster. Hey, rather look at it openly. My face will be pierced. Hannah cleared her throat as she muttered something. You ugly girl. Anyway, he was surprisingly quick to notice. What? So it was good. Then let's just look at this. Good. This time. There are 2 hours left. Should we go to the cafe? First. Good. You can only like it. Huh. I like Jong Hannah. Done. Let's not talk. Hannah awkwardly avoided eye contact. The flustered eyes were so adorable that I could barely hold back my laughter. Oh, it's really cute. This is my girlfriend. Even after a few months of dating, I still couldn't believe it. She was also awkward. Honestly, would it be easy for me to express affection to my best friend, whom I have known since kindergarten? However, at moments like these, Hannah was very irritable, so I tended to try to express myself more, at least on purpose. Jong Hannah, give me your bag. I will carry it. It's okay. It's not that heavy. They say you don't feel heavy carrying so many workbooks. Give it to me quickly. I said it's okay. Hannah resisted giving the bag away. Ah, they look so much like a couple when a man carries their bags. Huh, we're a couple, right? It was so absurd that I snorted. I was a little nervous, so I put a lot of pressure on my hand. Perhaps the timing was wrong, but not only the bag, but also Hannah followed the force I gave them. Both Hannah and I froze as our faces grew closer in an instant. At the same time, Hannah's plump cheeks caught my eye. My head moved without even thinking. Sighed. There was only silence, as if time and space had stopped. Even though I had done something, I was speechless because I couldn't believe it. It was Hannah who opened her mouth first. Hey, you crazy guy. Sorry. I was so surprised too. You were so surprised that you kissed me? Does that make sense? I mean, it can't be done. But it was truly a force majeure event. I apologized awkwardly, looking at Hannah's red face. Are you upset? I'm really sorry. I didn't even know. It's okay. Let's go to a cafe. I looked at Hannah packing her bag with her head down and spoke carefully. Hannah, I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional. Are you very upset? Hannah was speechless. I guess this won't make a difference. I became nervous for a moment. I bit my lip without realizing it, and was about to apologize again when Hannah raised her head. Hey, I like you too. Me too. I told you. Last time, I said I liked you. So let's date. Couple kissing each other. You can do it. Why are you apologizing so much? Since you were so sorry, he continued to tell me that he felt strange and that he should stop apologizing. He looked blankly at his bright face and said, Then can I do it one more time? Is that okay? What? You crazy guy? It's out of here. It's society. Then at home dash. Evil. Why are you hitting me? Shut up and let's go to a cafe. Hannah's face was so red as if it was going to burst at any moment as she slapped my back. When I saw that, I couldn't help but laugh. He put his arm around Hannah's shoulders as if she was hugging her from behind as she walked with the strides of a woman. I'll buy you iced chocolate. Let's go quickly. I have an earlier birthday than you. Usually, if you're good looking, everyone calls you Appa. Did all the handsome guys freeze to death? Everyone is dead except your boyfriend. So, when I whispered in his ear not to cheat, Hannah got angry and pushed me away. We arrived in front of the cafe, bickering like that. It was a happy moment that I hope will never end. Cut. I came to my senses with PD's voice. After blinking a few times, I immediately raised my hand. I wiped Han Se-young's cheek with my hand. Thank God. As expected, there was no saliva on it. Seonji, how is it? How did you feel about your first kiss? When I was Kim Ho-yoon, I was in a daze. I don't have any thoughts right now. When I just shrugged, Han Se-young grumbled that it wasn't funny. After that, the same scene was filmed from various angles. He placed his mouth on Han Se-young's cheek about 4 times, but it was actually a skinship that could hardly be called a kiss. In reality, they almost barely touched each other, and the sound was scheduled to be recorded in hindsight. Maybe that's why I really didn't think much of it. Rather, I think my emotions were stronger when I filmed the scene in Twins where the hammer touches the hand. With that in mind, I finished filming safely. As I was saying hello to the staff and thanking them for their hard work, Han Se-young, who had changed her clothes, approached me. I'm going to see the twins tonight. Okay, thank you. Isn't this reaction a joke? I didn't want to be spoiled, so I turned it off right away, but it kept popping up every time I did something, and I couldn't stop watching it. It was late, but I also heard a light congratulations on the Best Actor award. As expected, I smiled softly at the sight of him shrugging, saying that his eyes were not wrong. It was fun filming today. Sister, me too. Contact me often. Han Se-young left coolly. I couldn't help but laugh because I was a very different person from Jong Hannah, whose back didn't seem to have any regrets. Criticism. Twins. The existence of twins cannot be proven by their identical faces. The film written by Yoon Kang-yeon has always been an ambiguous work that seems to be shrouded in fog. It is a work that can only be enjoyed in its true meaning by looking at each scene slowly, as if chewing the cud. His movies always felt like poetry. However, the new work, Twins, is closer to a novel than a poem. The movie, which unfolds from the perspective of the 2 main characters, unfolds smoothly along a relatively clear storyline. The message, which always felt ambiguous, was composed only of scenes that did not confuse anyone who saw it or where it went. This change is evident from the title. Twins, what a blatant message this is. In the story, there are no scenes where Kang Tae-il and Lee Jin-woo wonder if they are twins, and there are no ambiguous lines or hidden twists. However, there are also scenes where a more implicit meaning can be captured from the clearer dialogue. Kim Jin-ho, played by Song Joon, says, "Anyway, you live in an orphanage." Honestly, it's not a normal environment. Kang Tae-il and Lee Jin-woo had identical faces that made them suspicious that they were doppelgangers. However, no one around them suspects that these 2 are twins. No, to be exact, they don't even put in the effort. At first, I thought it was improbable. No, they look exactly like that, so there's no doubt that they're twins? One of them even came from an orphanage, right? Isn't this a great contrast to the realism that has been overly emphasized in director Yoon's work so far? While I was lamenting for a while, I realized it late. Kim Jin-ho is not a stupid person who cannot even make logical guesses. Although it is an inference that anyone can easily think of if they think about it a little, he does not doubt it until the end. He simply makes a choice to say, your environment is not normal. You can understand the director's intention in that part. The fact that Kong Tail is not worthy of making such inferences was expressed in clear and certain lines. Even though they have the same face, the two can never be twins as long as Kong Tail sits leisurely on the riverbank wearing old clothes. That is the way we modern people view twin brothers. Even though we have the same face, our lives are treated differently depending on our environment. It's a very bitter thing. But at the same time, I was relieved. People who have seen this movie can now choose. Will you live by seeing only what you see like Jin-Ho Kim, or will you face the hidden meaning within it? Title: Anyone who has seen twins, come in, spoilers included. Come and watch the taste points again. It really brings tears to my eyes. Kong Tail. Isn't it too much to make a wish to be with my brothers for the rest of my life? It's too much for an otaku. Please don't throw in elements that will make you overly immersed like this. Am I the only one who was hit more by Jinwoo Lee? The wish is to pay back. See, how much must that child have suffered? At least Tail spent his days happily. Jinwoo died after living in pain his entire life. Oh, what is the above? Jinwoo is not dead. It's an open ending. But even if I didn't drown there, I don't think I would live very happily. Shut up, what do you know? Lee Yanji Rabbit of Confidence Award at Yanji_Taki. Guys, it's an emergency. Article: Hello, My Summer Season 2. Lee Yun-jae and Han Se-young confirmed for cameo appearances. It's crazy. You should watch episode 1 live. Wow, I love it so much. Serial Day at Yanji_Day. No, guys, it's not a joke. It's a real emergency. Bambi's kissing scene is coming out. It doesn't make sense. My world just fell apart. I can't do it. Grandmother Bambi, my heart breaks. Title: Anyone who knows what this complicated feeling is. My age is 27. Our Bambi is now a flowery 15. I don't have any romantic feelings. I can't even joke about it. I seriously think it's a crime. And I really, really love serials. Only as an actor. However, why do I feel so strange when I hear that they filmed a kissing scene? LOL. How would you feel if your son told you he had a girlfriend? This isn't how I heard my son was dating. It's how I felt when I found myself kissing my girlfriend in a local room. Oh, that's right. That's exactly how I feel, haha. I'm not saying I'm jealous, but something strange, haha. If I had liked Bambi since I was in elementary school, I couldn't help but like it even more. At that time, anyone could see that I was really a baby. But aren't you still a baby? You're still in middle school, but you're already filming skinship scenes? Title: Guys, let's calm down as a group now. Of course, my hands were shaking because I couldn't calm down earlier. I immediately calmed down after reading the post Bambi just posted. Reporters, if you kiss someone on the cheek, you should clearly write cheek kiss. I was surprised because I thought they were already giving skinship to a 15-year-old. Anyway, the first relief comes from a cheek kiss. Second, stabilization from the fact that the serial posted the article right away. Now everyone calm down. Okay, I know. I was really surprised when a reporter wrote the title First Kiss earlier. Our Bambi is still a baby. What kind of first kiss is this? I scream like this. I was also surprised by the reporter's fuss. Thank you so much for posting Bambi on time. But isn't Bambi's way of speaking funny, haha? Still, it was my first skinship with the opposite sex. But just looking at the text, it seemed like he was kissing an inanimate object. That's right, haha, even if I kissed my hamster, it would be more affectionate than that. But honestly, I feel at ease because of this way of speaking. Happy face, I strongly agree with Hoyen and Hannah being a couple, but I think it's too early for Bambi to start dating. No. Still, it's more important for us to be happy, Bambi. No. Still, don't date. What is my real heart? Lee Yun-jae's fans were busy picking up the pouring rice cakes and eating them. Of course, this was limited to Lee Yun-jae fans. Naturally, people who were not interested in Lee Yun-jae or the movie were indifferent. However, an issue arose that made even these people's eyes pop out. This is the first time Twins coach Yoon has posted a post himself. He had never used social media in his life, so writing the article itself was surprising, but the content of the article was even more surprising. The first sentence started like this. When I first met Yanji, I was asked the following questions as a test. Like that. The internet was in an uproar. Chapter 159. Title: No Poetry Yoon. Kangyan, has anyone seen what I just posted? Seriously, what did I just see? And as soon as I read the article, I immediately cursed at reality. They asked me about that in the first meeting as a test? What would happen if I came and apologized now? Our Bambi must have been hurt by you, crazy. Hey, I received the entire text. What if I post an apology now? I'm so mad. My stomach is boiling and I'm going crazy. While watching interviews, I thought he was one of the better movie directors. But I can't believe he was such a thoughtless person. Me too. I want to boycott the movie, but... Also, Yanji said she already forgave me, so I wonder what I should do. Just, after hearing that question, I was depressed all day wondering how the series felt. Subject: Hey, did you see the post posted by the twins' manager? Lee Yun-jae said that when they first met, they asked her questions like, were you happy at the orphanage? And what were you like when your parents abandoned you? As a test. Aren't you crazy? Lee Yun-jae's fan cafe is going crazy right now. Even if it were me, I would be mentally broken if I found out that my celebrity was treated like that. Eva. Lee Yun-jae was 14 years old when Twins was filmed. Kids grow up so fast these days, so at 14, they're just kids. I just entered middle school. Is it right to ask a question like that to a child who has already had a difficult life? I just look like a guy with art disease. I may say this, because I am not a fan of Lee Yun-jae. I still think it's good that you apologized, even if it was belated. Of course, I'm not trying to defend that harsh statement. However, I already apologized to the person involved, and in a way, the incident is over, so there is no need to talk about it publicly like that again. That's right. So I wondered if it was posted intentionally to promote the twins. It was already a hot topic after winning the Best Actor award, but it felt like it added more fuel to the fire. Well, only Yoon Kong-yeon knows the real intention. As someone who has read the entire article, I think you are truly reflecting on it. He didn't just apologize to Lee Yun-jae, he also apologized to all the actors he had tested so far. And the last sentence was impressive, saying that he would not repeat the same mistake when taking pictures of his work in the future and that he would not treat rudeness as art. There's no need for it, and I hope Bambi doesn't have to work with a rude director in the future. If only my baby was with friendly people. The fact is that because of that rude director, he became the youngest person in the world to win the title of Best Actor. Dirty World. Are you okay? I asked Director Yoon as soon as I met him. Okay. Are you okay? It doesn't look okay at all. There were all kinds of chocolate wrappers scattered on the studio floor. Director Yoon opened a piece of new chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth. I uploaded it with all my preparedness anyway. The face that said that looked quite calm. Of course, I could see from my trembling hands that my true feelings were different. Why did you make that choice? I didn't understand. Because it was a choice that could not have been good for my image. I don't know what Director Yoon's actual personality is. In the meantime, he showed me various sides of himself. Innocence, seriousness, solemnity, anger, etc. However, in front of the public, he has always maintained the image of a philosophical and high-quality film director. That person himself posted such a post. Why? No matter how much I was reflecting, I couldn't help but say something because of the content. In fact, social criticism against Director Yoon was intense. Even I, who don't use the internet very well, can feel it. I was going to ask why on earth he did that, but Director Yoon spoke first. I thought I was a pretty good person. Yes. I knew I often acted like a jerk, but I didn't think I was that bad of a person. Until I listened to you. Director Yoon's eyes were glued to the floor. When we first met, I asked a lot of rude questions. I knew it was rude, but I thought it was okay. The purpose was to test it, and I thought it was an issue that could be resolved by apologizing after it was over. So far, we've done it every time, and all the actors have responded that it's okay. If you hadn't told me then, I would still have thought it was okay. So you apologized to me then, and I accepted it. Then isn't it over? As I looked at him quizzically, Director Yoon shook his head. Honestly, the apology I made back then was close to averting the situation. Of course it was sincere, but it wasn't even a proper apology. The more I film with you, the more I edit scenes with you. I felt more sorry. Now I realize that the lines and scenes I always considered art are reality to some people. That's why we had to be more careful. The voice that followed was immersed in despair. That's why I posted an apology. To sincerely apologize to you and the actors who have worked so far. And I don't want to do the same thing again. His shaking gaze slowly turned towards me. Sorry. It's a series. I'm sorry for hurting you with my harsh words back then. Why are you so serious? I felt embarrassed and scratched the back of my neck. I'm fine. As I said then, I also gained something in the process. Anyway, you apologized right away, and you've apologized several times so far. I'm really fine. Seonji. A stern voice cut me off. Stop saying you're okay. Yes. The words I said back then were words that could not help but be hurtful. Just saying a few words of apology doesn't mean the hurt you received will go away. Director Yoon jumped up from the sofa. And then, without paying attention to the falling chocolate crumbs, he came straight towards me. It's okay even if you're not okay. You don't necessarily have to finish the job in good condition. You can't dismiss the hurt you suffered as something that never happened just because you received an apology. Saying it's okay doesn't make it really okay. But I just said it was okay because it was okay. I tried to joke about whether he was just hoping that I wouldn't be okay and that he was planning on brainwashing me. But it's strange. When I saw those serious eyes, the words got stuck in my throat. As I kept quiet, Director Yoon apologized again. I'm sorry. No words came out saying it was okay. I stood in silence for a long time. Director Yoon looked at me calmly, like a prisoner waiting for his death sentence. All right, Director. I won't say it's okay. Still, thank you for your apology. I'm really worried. Why are you thankful for something you take for granted? You live your life being treated like a hustler. I also didn't like being seen as easygoing. But isn't it just courtesy between people? Expressing gratitude to people who truly care about me. If that seems like a hog, I don't have anything to say. Then, don't be a fan of it, okay? Don't worry, I won't do anything to lose money. Okay, you will do well. Still, Director Yoon hesitated. If you feel uncomfortable seeing my face, please tell me. I will avoid you from now on. Where on earth are you going, Director? Don't exaggerate. Don't take yourself lightly. Don't accept everyone who is so clingy. There are so many mean people in the world. Cut out those who need to be cut. Of course, that's not what I'm going to say. That's okay. It's not uncomfortable to look at the director's face, so let's stop talking about this. Above all, you shouldn't say things like that. Then you have to get the chess horse again. So what happened to what I asked you to find out? When I started talking naturally, Director Yoon answered right away. Oh, that. I roughly compiled a list. But why do you need that? I shrugged my shoulders with a puzzled look on my face. Why would you need a list of newspaper companies? I have something to report. What are you going to report? Looking at the puzzled expression, I answered calmly. It's a picture of actor Seol Sung-joon doing drugs. Okay. I have a photo of actor Seol Sung-joon and his gang doing drugs. There are also pictures of him drunk driving. Why is that to you? No, then you can just report it. Why are you reporting this? After Seol Sung-joon, there is Park Yi-hee, the youngest daughter of Sung-hee Group. If I reported it for no reason and the incident was buried at the Sung-hee Group level, the matter could have ended in vain. Director Yoon's face became even more blank at my explanation. Is that why you asked me for a list? A list of newspaper companies similar in size to Sung-hee Group? Yes. Directors, too, can end up in danger if they step on their tail, so please choose the best place among them and deliver it to them. A place that ensures the protection of reporters. You know, right? What the? I understand. Director Yoon shook his head as if he was shocked. I heard him muttering, what on earth am I dealing with? But I ignored it. I wonder if I would have done something like this because I was born with a big liver. Even now, I was worried that something might go wrong. That's why I prepare more thoroughly. But at least this will end well. Coach Yoon was great with his chess pieces. I don't know if it was to protect his own image, but he was a person who knew all the reporters' contact networks. In the meantime, I watched Director Yoon's daily life closely through the fog, and I also confirmed that he didn't bring up my story every time Seol Sung-joon came up. Now that I have confirmed that I have a heavy mouth, there is no need to delay work any further. I hope you go to jail quickly. I know best how evil Seol Sung-joon is. Isn't it unfair that a person who harassed so many people should live a luxurious life in a villa and then die? While I was picking up the chocolate wrappers with that thought in mind, Director Yoon raised his voice once again. No, but if this was going to happen, you shouldn't have reported it then. Why does it have to be now? I answered in confusion because I wanted to ask such an obvious question. At that time, it was before Lee Jun's drama aired. What should I do if noise arises for no reason? The Dogs on Leash's drama ended exactly last week. Now Seol Sung-joon just has to pay for his crimes. It was a clear answer, but Director Yoon just responded with an expression of confusion. You really? I don't know whether I know it or not. Yes. It's okay. I want to eat more chocolate. Buy me brownies. The director buys it himself. Then he waited an hour. Too bad. I looked at Director Yoon, who had lost his solemn, adult-like face and had returned to being a whining child. It's amazing, it's amazing. I feel like this is all I can think about these days. People's personalities really are diverse. After a few more words with Director Yoon, I returned to the company. So, I asked when they were going to teach me how to manage my image, and the only answer I got was that I needed to prepare myself. Well, actually, I didn't have time either, because I had to choose my next project. You can choose between these. You can take it home, so take your time and let me know. When I arrived at the company, team leader Wu, who looked like he was about to die, handed me several scripts. Are you okay? No, I'm going to die. But what can I do? I have to do this to raise the world's youngest best actor. Team leader Wu, whose dark circles reached the corners of his mouth, smiled in satisfaction. It was the 250th time I heard, "What's going on in the world? Is it that good?" After laughing, I calmly returned home. And then I decided on my next project. In 20 minutes. You already chose it? Team leader Wu's voice on the other end of the phone was startling. Yes. If you don't mind, I'd like to do that. Of course it's okay. Those are the best conditions. But it's surprising. I didn't think it would be your taste. You saw it correctly. It wasn't a script to my taste. But it didn't matter. Because the actor I'm co-starring with is this person. Then I have to let Jong Hyun know as well. He'll like it too. Yes. I'll tell you now. Yes. This next work will be done with Jong Hyun. Chapter 160. Prosecutors indict Seol Sung-joon on charges of administering and selling LSD and Philippon. Was panic disorder an excuse? Netizens are shocked by Seol Sung-joon's drug report photo. It has been revealed that there are more than 20 celebrities involved in the drug incident, also known as Seol Sung-joon's gang. Where is Korea, a drug-free country? Why don't druggist celebrities disappear? Seol Sung-joon bows his head in a perfect look, from bleaching to hair removal, and fans in front of the police station sob. Title: No, they said there was no one to trust. Are drugs that good? Seol Sung-joon is really shocking. Honestly, among celebrities of that age, there is no one with a clean image. Hey, don't make a title like that. There are children here. What should I do if they become interested in drugs? That's right. Never do it, even if you are curious. If you do it once, you can say that your life is ruined. No matter what you do, you get no stimulation and you live a life where you can't live without it. But it's truly shocking. There are 20 people. Now, the list is going up one by one, and I'm embarrassed because there are people I didn't even think about. What is a minor again? In the meantime, the fact that I bleached my eyebrows was really cool. Why didn't you just shave your head? Subject: Hey, did you see the article posted exclusively on PTN? Seol Sung-joon has been such a mess all this time. Wow, I'm crazy. I was really too innocent. I guess you shouldn't believe celebrities as they appear. How have you been in the entertainment industry so far that you have so many reported photos? Slapping the staff and throwing water on them. What is a recording file again? I'm truly shocked. This time, I feel like PTN is really clinching LOL. I knew it was a place that didn't look at celebrities, but I was surprised when I saw the length of the article. I have a reporter among my acquaintances, and he said Seol Sung-joon was famous for being notorious. LOL. PTN just posted it for the first time. From now on, reporters will be distributing information they receive one by one. Haha. It will be fun to watch for a while. And it's so creepy that he acted like that, and not a single thing was known until now. If PTN hadn't been arrested for drugs this time, they wouldn't have posted an article like this. But I really have doubts. How did something so trash not blow up? Did you hear about Seol Sung-joon? Is that what you said as soon as you arrived? I've been listening to that for 3 days now. Why? I have no one to talk to because you are my only friends. Even if you're tired, just hold on. The bar where celebrities gathered was noisy. A celebrity who had just come in was flirting. So why did the deal suddenly explode? Seol Sung-joon didn't do drugs for more than a day or two. His sponsor also went to hell. Now that there is no one left to protect us, we reap what we sow. Sponsor? Oh, Park Hee-hee? Why is he? What's going on? I don't know either. I heard that he was sent abroad to study. What is studying abroad like at that age? It was just abandoned by Sung-hee Group. The words that filled the room were loud. Seek Jun Kim, who was sitting in the corner, shook his head. Let's change the subject. I'm tired of talking about Seol Sung-joon. Kim Suk-joon, didn't you get slapped by Seol Sung-joon too? Are you not feeling refreshed? Something like getting slapped. Something even worse happened when I was unknown. It's been a long time since I forgot. Kim Sik-jun smiled and poured alcohol into a glass. A celebrity sitting next to me took the bottle and poured it to me, asking why I was making it myself. I guess I moved up in grade. Kim Sik-jun thought as he received a drink politely poured by the person next to him. He showed off his potential by playing the adult role of Yohyan in the butterfly flower riding on a Zelkova tree. After that, he took on the role of a romantic male lead for the first time, and the response was also good. I shot a lot of commercials and made a lot of money. Originally, I was going to retire as soon as I earned this much. What I just said wasn't bluff. Being slapped by Seol Sung-joon was something that could be brushed aside. When I was unknown, there were people who told me to take off my clothes during auditions, and there were also people who made fun of me by looking at my body. Every time, I gritted my teeth and told myself that if I made enough money, I would leave this place right away. However, it seems like you really like acting. Okay, it seems like you like acting. That damn kid. Sik-jun Kim sighed. He could feel the celebrity next to him looking at him. Hey, what's wrong? I do not feel good. No, sorry. Let's have a drink. Kim Suk-joon tried to shake off thoughts of Lee Yun-jae and then raised his drink. However, the effort was in vain as that damn kid became the topic of discussion. I heard that Lee Yun-jae is joining the lead role in Netflix this time. Sik-jun Kim paused. Wow, really? I envy you. When will I play the lead role? But he's really good at acting. I've seen twins 4 times. Sik-jun Kim asked quietly, as the words floated in the air. What kind of work are you entering? I don't know either. There hasn't been any resolution yet. But I heard you came out with Lee Jong-hyun. Lee Jong-hyun and Lee Yun-jae are appearing together? Wow. Even if I can't do it, I'll give it a try. That's why everyone is lining up right now to get in at least a small role there. Oh, I'll have to check out the agency tomorrow too. Lee Yun-jae and Lee Jong-hyun. It was a combination of crazy people that I never wanted to see again. If you were to act next to him, you would definitely get paid less than if you played the lead role. Even if I tried, there was no benefit. However, it was strange. I'm greedy. Sik-jun Kim's eyes turned to his cell phone. It's over. After checking all the articles about Seol Sung-joon, I turned off my phone. Just possessing drugs was a punishable crime. Since there were already so many evidence photos, there was no hole for him to escape through. So, why did you come to Korea? It would have been difficult to arrest him if he had stayed in Rome, but Seol Sung-joon was frustrated and whined to Park Yi, asking if he could go back to Korea. I'm glad the timing was right. Now Seol Sung-joon is truly finished. As I stretched out feeling refreshed, team leader Woo approached me. Seonji. Then, I will report this to the CEO as a final report. Yes. Do I not have to audition separately? What about auditions, are you kidding me? You are the youngest leading actor in the world. All right. I was wrong. I immediately closed my mouth in response to team leader Woo's, what the hell is going on in the world attack? I can't say anything. Team leader Woo smiled in satisfaction and then made a puzzled face. But it's really amazing. When we had a meeting, we said this was best, but I didn't know you would choose it. I don't think it's your taste. It's not my taste. Then why did you do this? That's because Jeonggi and Hyung appears. It was an awkward thing to say out loud, so I just laughed. Killing Horn, which was decided to be my next work, was a Netflix original drama. Award-winning director and talented writers. Plenty of capital. In the words of team leader Woo, it was a safe work that could not fail. Jong-hai and I were scheduled to appear as the 2 main leads in this drama. I want to take a picture right away. Perhaps because of his title as the youngest best actor, he received a small number of scripts from Hollywood as well. That's because all the roles are full of stereotypes. The roles range from a supporting role of a Korean who was good at math to a quiet foreign student that the queen of the wrong school had a crush on. CEO Jang said that it was a positive sign that Hollywood sent him the script first, and that his next work should be one that can target both foreign and Korean markets. Based on that standard, Team 1 selected the script. After several meetings, and I chose the work in which Jong-hai and I had decided to appear. It seems like I'm being too selfish. Acting is all fun anyway, so it didn't matter what kind of project it was. Anyway, It's something I do for money. But personally, it stings me that it serves my own selfish interests. Still, it doesn't really matter because even if you go anywhere, you only have to go to Seoul, and experts also recommend this scenario the most. And the pricked heart melted away as soon as I saw Jeongyeon, who was so happy. You're crazy. I can't believe I'm filming with Yeonji. Ugh. Sick. Sorry. I can't control my strength. Oh my god. So good. Jeongyeon was really, really happy. I was so excited that Jinbei had to stop me in the middle. Zhang and I looked so insignificant as he was suddenly lifted and carried by a 192 centimeters man. Why is it so cute? Brother, calm down. You don't like it with me? Why are you so calm? No, I did this because of my brother. I couldn't take my heart out and show it, and all I felt was frustration. Only after Jinbei and Zhang Haiyan took turns calming down Zhang Haiyan did anything that could be called a conversation begin. You decided to go to the same action school as me, right? Then, can I just stay here for a while? It's easier if we go back and forth together. It's fine as long as Jinbei is okay. Of course I like it. Jinbei also brightened his eyes as if he liked it. I observed him closely, to see if he was holding back something he didn't like, but he seemed truly satisfied. To begin with, I heard that my parents were busy with work since I was young, and that I was the youngest with a large age gap with my older sister. I was glad to hear that people said it was good to do complex work. So, on the day that Jeongyeon Hyung packed up his belongings and came to live with us for a while, I called this guy too. The house is spacious, so it's comfortable even when there are a lot of people. No Bai-hyuk muttered as he looked around the guest room that had been transformed into Zhang Haiyan's brother's room. Okay, so it's me, Jinbei Hyung, and Jeongyeon Hyung. There are only 3 of us. Perhaps because there were so few people compared to when I stayed at the orphanage, that statement sounded even more strange. However, No Bai-hyuk's expression looked strangely dark as he looked around the room, so the words came out without me realizing it. Then you come in too. Okay. Even if one more person comes in here, it will still be comfortable. Are you serious? With a puzzled look on his face, he just shrugged his shoulders. The guy who I thought would just laugh and pass it by surprisingly thought about it for a while and slowly shook his head. Ugh, no. Why? Because of my parents? No. Those people will only find out a month later if I run away from home anyway. But I have a training camp. There was tension on No Bai-hyuk's face. I heard that the debut group will be decided soon. Already. Huh. Well, since I'm still in middle school, there's no need to debut this time. If we don't do it this time, it will be pushed back 3 years. Because I don't know what will happen then. His voice became anxious, like someone who was about to audition. Uncharacteristically, I patted his back lightly, wondering why he was like this. If that happens, I'll be the kid who debuts in 3 years. Don't worry too much. Let's go to my room and lie down for a bit. I'm tired. You haven't done anything, so why are you always tired? You lack exercise. Stop nagging. Bai-hyuk. Anyway, it was ironic to see him come back to life with just a little encouragement. That was also this guy's advantage. When I entered the room and laid down on the bed, he sat down next to me. I came to see the twins yesterday. You acted really well. Thank you. I still can't forget the last scene. I'm going to go see it one more time this weekend. How did you feel when Jinwoo Lee was strangling you back then? No, Kong Tail. No Bai-hyuk talked a lot. I asked, looking at the excited expression on his face. Bai-hyuk. Okay. So are you really going to keep playing with me even if I'm no help to you? The guy was silent. Then he raised his hand. Oh, perfect. I looked at the guy who hit me on the forehead with bewilderment. Why are you hitting me? I'm human too, right? I get upset if I keep hearing things like that. Why are you upset? No, and if you're upset, you can just say it with words. It was absurd. Chapter 161. Is it so unfair that I hit you on the forehead after you pinched my side so many times? I couldn't refute it because it was true. When I quietly kept my mouth shut, the guy ruffled his hair. Then he looked at me. It was a lamentable look. What on earth should I do with you? Why are you looking at me like I'm a problem child? You're a troublemaker. It's because it's quiet. What on earth is thinking in this little head? While muttering that, I removed the hand of the guy who was poking my head. I asked first, so answer me. So, are you really going to keep playing with me like this even if I don't benefit you? I think so. Why do you keep getting angry from earlier? Oh my god. I'm dying of frustration. Did you forget that I just said I was sad? So why am I sad? When I made an expression that I didn't understand, the guy was so frustrated that he almost died. Hey, it's cheesy, but I'm telling you because they won't understand if you say it the other way around. Huh. I love you. He says he cares for me more than I thought. I heard that your manager and actor Lee Young-hyun like you, just like I like you. So that's what I'm saying. Jinbae is my manager, so he cares about me. Jeonggi and Hyung likes me because I'm good at acting. Why do you like me? Because we're friends? Is friend such an invincible word? After clearing my complicated mind, I asked, Baehyuk, I have fun being with you, but I'm not the fun type. I'm actually a little anxious because I don't have anything to help you with other than fame. Why is that unsettling? Then you can leave me at any time. But I didn't want to say it so directly. I also have something called pride. As I hesitated, he sighed. You said it. If you don't tell me, I won't know. I won't know what you're thinking unless you tell me. It is true that I had an impure purpose when I was flirting with you in the beginning. But I made it clear that not now. But if you keep talking like that, I get upset. Then it looks like I'm a guy who has no intention other than to get something from you. Then what are you thinking? Driving me crazy. No, Baehyuk was now trying to rip off his own head. He hurriedly stopped him. Baehyuk, you're an idol, an idol. All right. Thank you. The guy hastily relaxed his hands. Yes, you need to be careful about hair loss. Phew. Be patient, be patient. I'm your first real friend, so I have to handle this. No, Baehyuk muttered that, and then took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, I have no purpose in talking to you. From now on, memorize the whole thing like this. Now follow me. What? I can't explain any more here. You know I'm not good at studying. What more do you want? I looked at the guy frowning and asked, curiously, why are you studying here? You're good at everything else instead. Okay. I like that you were so kind. Okay. No, it didn't work. You must be thinking to yourself, then you won't like me if I'm not affectionate. It will be like this. This guy is really a mind reader. Today, I was embarrassed because I felt like my insides were being read so clearly. No, Baehyuk took a deep breath and soon calmed down. It's okay. It's just a matter of time anyway. We won't be seeing each other for a day or two, so there's no need for me to be nervous. Just follow along. I have no purpose in talking to you. I want you dashed. No, you should do the opposite. You idiot. While being called an idiot by No Baehyuk, I was able to get free after shouting the sentence, No Baehyuk has no purpose in talking to Lee Young-jae 20 times. It was a tiring day. But strangely, I wasn't just tired. Today was my first day going to action school. Killing Horn was a science fiction drama full of action. Like Dogs on a Leash, in which Sung Ii-jun appeared, people with superpowers appear, but there is more realistic action than that drama. Even though there was a stuntman with me, I had to do basic action practice as the lead actor. It was my first time performing dynamic acting, so I was quite excited. It was even more so when I was in the car with Jeonggi. Seonji, are you continuing to practice English? Yes. It was useful when practicing. Vocalization. CEO Jang was very confident about entering Hollywood, and I also had no complaints because it was fun to learn something. More than anything, it really helped me a lot when practicing vocalization. Compared to Korean, English requires good use of resonance to produce accurate pronunciation, so it was basically suitable for practicing chest voice. So, is there anything you are taking separate lessons from other than English? What about acting lessons? Well, the CEO has already asked me to tell him if I need it, but I'm not sure yet. I have no intention of being arrogant. It's not like I'm really an acting genius, so of course I should take the necessary lessons. But actually, most things are available on the internet, and you can even take classes at school. Above all, if there was anything I was confused about, I could just ask Jong-hyun. I think it's better to practice alone right now. Good. Because the right method is different for each person. Hyun Jong said that, and was smiling softly. But action isn't something you can do alone. It is very important to find the right teacher. The place we're going today is a very famous place. I told you separately, so take this opportunity to learn the basics well. Yes. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's so cute I'm dying. I just answered, but Jong-hyun, who was pinching his cheek and making a fuss, accepted his familiar hand. Then, before I knew it, I arrived at action. School. Why are you here? But an unexpected person was standing in front of the building. I guess you didn't hear me. I also joined the killing horn. Actor Kim Suk-joon, with a sullen expression, responded to Jong Hyun-i's words. He was also the actor who played the role of Yoo-hyun with me in The Butterfly Flower riding a Zelkova tree. This is my first time seeing you since the awards ceremony. We haven't had a single text message since then, so it's been a really long time. Hello, brother. Long time no see. I know. Congratulations on winning Best Actor. Thank you. The conversation, which had been going fairly dryly, reached an unexpected turning point. I'm taking this picture because of you. Yes. I turned down a romance as the lead role and came here as a supporting actor. So, what are you saying? As I stood there blankly, not knowing how to react, the other person chuckled. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. Anyway, please take care of me this time too. Yes. When I answered vaguely, actor Kim Suk-joon entered first. You two get along well. Is that so? Jeongyeon, full of laughter, answered his brother's words and went in together. After saying hello to the teacher, I changed into the training clothes I had prepared. It was my first day, and I was told that since I was in my growth phase, they wouldn't train me too hard. He suggested that we do a light test and basic physical training first, so I got into position. About an hour passed like that. I'm dying. Even though I didn't take it easy, it was much harder than I thought. I tried to catch my breath so as not to show my shortness of breath as much as possible. If you actually want to do action and act, you have to manage your breathing in advance. Acting is truly an endless field in which to learn. As I was wiping off my sweat and taking a sip of water, the teacher was whispering with Jin Bae with a serious expression on his face. Actor, can you come by for a moment? As Jin Bae approached his cautious question, the teacher with a hard face said, I just asked the manager. Do you do any exercise separately? Yes. I exercise lightly 3 or 4 times a week. Focus on cardio. I just heard that too. But is that really true? So what do you have? When I looked at him blankly, the teacher asked back seriously. You really don't do any special exercise? Don't lie. You can't show off here. What on earth is the point of bragging here? I didn't understand, but I answered faithfully. Yes, I really don't do any exercise. I see. Can I touch your body for a moment? I nodded in response to the teacher's question asking for an excuse, and the teacher sighed as he carefully examined my arms and thighs. Why are you like that? What's the problem? Why are you doing this? I'm annoyed. Yes. Like this, we are losing stunt talent to the actors again. The teacher sighed. Basically, you have good sense in using your body. It seems like you already know how to stimulate the muscles. Do you usually like exercising? Do I like exercise? I shook my head after thinking about whether I could like something other than acting. Well, you're truly gifted. How about learning proper stunt training? If you learn it formally, it will be better when acting. You can film it yourself without any stunts. It was a sweetly enticing voice, as if giving candy to a child. I wondered what kind of situation this was, but I had only one answer. Then, please talk to the company first. I'm going to do whatever the company decides. I didn't know exactly how intense training meant for stunt training, but I was certain that it involved using my body. Using your body means there is a chance of getting hurt. Of course, since I'm practicing for hours to avoid misfortune, there's no chance of me getting seriously hurt. Anyway, my body was not completely mine. Half of it belonged to the company. Then what if I get a wound on my face? Isn't there a reason why stuntmen exist in the first place? I didn't want to ruin everything just because I could or wanted to do it. When I explained calmly to avoid any misunderstanding, the teacher clicked his tongue as if he was disappointed. That's right. Tisk, it's still a shame. If you exercise just a little, you will quickly gain muscle. Then it won't work anymore. Fans told me not to bulk up. Well, I don't know why. If the fans say no, it's not true. Still, I feel refreshed after using my body for the first time in a while. There was definitely a difference between lazing around at the gym alone and receiving one-on-one coaching from a teacher. I felt my muscles being stimulated in real time. Because I followed along as best as I could no matter what I asked, the teacher's expression became increasingly dark. Please, just think about it one more time. I will tell you with all my sincerity so as not to hurt you. That's fine then. Teacher, please calm down. Why are there only strange people around me? Jinbei took care of the teacher who was persistently clinging to me as if I had missed out on a talent. What should we eat? I like everything. We decided to go to an after-party and dinner with actor Kim Suk-joon, Jong Hyun-I, and Jin Bae. As we were standing side by side in front of the action school and choosing dinner menus, I felt a vibration in my pocket. Director Yoon Kang-yeon, Yeonji. I just received a call from a reporter I know, and he said something will explode soon. I heard someone posted this. Look at this. It was a message from Director Yoon. I clicked on the URL that was sent with many typos. Then, a post written anonymously by someone appeared in a community. The title was like this. Do you like Lee Yoon-jae knowing that she was a bully who was bullied in elementary school? As I was calmly reading the full text, Jinbi's cell phone rang. Hello dash. Yes? Yes. Yes. As soon as I answered the phone, Jin Bae immediately turned to a serious expression and looked at me. A night. I looked at the furrowed eyebrows calmly. It's about to explode. Chapter 162. He's really amazing too. Sung Yoon-oh is truly amazing. Right. I was referring to Oh Sung-hyun, who pushed me onto a 4-lane road when I was in elementary school. I was purely amazed as I remembered that crazy guy. How stupid do you have to be to live like that? I thought as I looked at the fog floating on the ceiling. Sung Yoon-oh was sitting in front of the computer in a crouching position. I saw him giggling and writing about me. Do you like Lee Yoon-jae knowing that she was a bully who was bullied in elementary school? Wow. Lee Yoon-jae looks completely different now that I know she's a dick. Looks very dull. Why were you bullied? There must be a reason. I feel like my nature is trash. It was shocking to see people commenting on their own posts by simply changing their IDs. What is the reason for being bullied? You're talking nonsense. It was so unbelievably stupid. They are doing this without even changing the IP address. Why are you carrying your head? As I was seriously considering it, the fog that had been quietly holding me in my arms screamed. I really hate that person. Huh. Me too. I hugged and patted the grinning fog. Mist grumbled, rubbing her face against my chest. Really? Why do people like that live? I hate it so much. I don't want to see that. Are you okay? I'll figure it out. Relax. Not once or twice, but you keep harassing Yeonji. A person like that won't change no matter what he does. I just want to disappear from this world. It's a little scary to say that with Song Eun-jun's face. It's fog. He soothed the fog that casually said he wished Oh Sung-hyun was dead. That's true. Because people are not rewritten. I didn't even think about fixing it in the first place. It was for the same reason that Jin Bae thought it was very wise when he immigrated Oh Sung-hyun's family. As the fog said, you can't really kill him, and it's easier not to see his face. But it's really amazing that you can do that even when you go abroad. How could that happen? Because of him. Both his parents lost their jobs and were kicked out to an unfamiliar land. Unfortunately for them, both were working in the legal field. Jinbi's parents were running the largest law firm in the industry. I heard that it was a very small industry, but it was surprising that people could be fired in an instant. Well, Jin Bae was surprising too. I didn't know that Jin Bae, who smiled with a gentle face in front of me, had a knack for torturing people so viciously. Oh Sung-hyun's parents were forced to immigrate after losing their jobs in an instant and having a red ticket put on their house that looked like something out of a drama. On the condition that I never returned to Korea again. I often checked Oh Sung-hyun's memories just in case, and I often saw his mother crying. I also saw Oh Sung-hyun sobbing in front of his mother, who was crying because she missed her family. Okay, I'm sorry. Mom. It's all because of me. No. Sunghyun. Mom, it's okay. I'm sorry, Mom. And Oh Sung-hyun went straight back to his room and wrote about me with a smile. Isn't he really a psychopath? From an idiot to an unfilial son, he is very busy taking care of his titles. What should I do with him? I think I thought about that for a long time while I was with the fog. But surprisingly, the problem was solved easily. The next morning, as soon as I woke up, CEO Jang called me. As soon as I arrived at the representative office, words poured out. From tracing the IP address to finding out the author of the post, to directly contacting Oh Sung-hyun's father. However, the explanation of how to handle Oh Sung-hyun was a bit unkind. Well, I roughly handled it. This is something we discussed with her father. They will live normally without having anything to do with us from now on. It all ended well. I asked back curiously at the low muttering. So what did you say to Oh Sung-hyun? You don't need to know that. I don't feel like talking to you. Yes. Anyway, you will never see a boy named Oh Sung-hyun or hear his name in your life. I bet my life. And my company on it. CEO Zhang's eyes were full of confidence as he said that. Please understand that I cannot say more. Actually, I wasn't going to tell you about this, but your manager made a fuss and said I should share this with you. They said you would feel safe that way. I laughed awkwardly at CEO Zhang's words. Jinbei said all sorts of things, but it was true. Yes, that's right. Thank you for speaking up. You also solved it neatly. So I don't know what I did or how. Anyway, we'll find out when we see the fog tonight. In response to my thank you, CEO Zhang waved his hand with an indifferent expression. This is my job, okay? The role of a manager is to take care of the celebrities under the company. So if you can't solve this problem, why am I charging you a fee? That and saying thank you are different. I thought about it all night, but it was resolved thanks to the CEO. Thank you. CEO Zhang quietly looked at me and smiled. Okay, are you busy juggling school life and acting? I heard you're going to action school now. Yes, I went there for the first time yesterday. Learn well. As I said last time, if you need anything, please let me know at any time. Just as the conversation was about to end, CEO Zhang quickly spoke up. Right. Go see Team Leader Wu before you go home. I scheduled several interviews. Team Leader Wu will explain in detail. Interview. I'm embarrassed to say this out loud to you. The word outcast doesn't really benefit celebrities. That's right. He looked at my eyes and obediently agreed to what I said carefully. Even now, you are all over the world dashed. CEO, I'm sorry, but please leave out that word and just talk afterward. Okay. Anyway, that's what makes you hot. So you need to sort out any negative words well in advance. This interview is like that. I understand. I nodded my head calmly at the next words. I thought about this as I left the representative office. You really do a good job. Where is here? This was Oh Sung-hyun's thought as soon as he opened his eyes. I vaguely remembered suddenly feeling a huge shock to the back of my head while walking down the street during the day. No matter how hard I turned my head, I was in an unfamiliar room. I wanted to scream, but no words came out. It was natural, because there was tape tied around his mouth. The hands that were bent backwards were tied to something, and the legs did not move either. Great fear. Oh Sung-hyun's pupils dilated in fear. After a few minutes of shaking with fear, a man burst open the door and came in. The man who found Oh Sung-hyun cowering clicked his tongue. Tisk, are you awake? Town dashed. Good timing. I came to wake you up just as the photos arrived. The man approached without hesitation with long strides and crouched in front of Oh Sung-hyun. At the same time, the cell phone was held in front of Oh Sung-hyun. There was a photo on my phone. Now, here's a picture of your funeral. It's real time. Do you see your mother here? You cry a lot. Well, even if it were me, I would be very sad that my first son died. Still, since I have a second son and a husband, your mother continued to say kindly that she would endure it well. Your body was disposed of so that only your father could see it. So the only person who knows you're alive is your dad. Your mother and your brother don't know anything. I tried calling your dad. He was a really good person. The man's expression became bitter. If I had a father like that, I wouldn't have lived such a gutter life. What kind of person do you have as a father? Are you kicking your luck with your feet? TSK. The man talked about how distressed Oh Sung-hyun's father was, how long the crying and crying continued over the phone, and how many times he said he was taking good care of Oh Sung-hyun. Then I noticed something and screamed. AC. Hey, what if I pee? You don't even have a change of clothes here. Sigh. Oh Sung-hyun just trembled. The tears streaming down his face soaked the tape covering his mouth. Every time Oh Sung-hyun cried, the sound of the tape cracking was heard. But the man just looked annoyed. Ugh, I don't know. I don't know how long you'll last here anyway. After work is over, wash and wear it yourself. Town. Okay, you bastard. I have an impatient personality. I'll take it off now. All right. The man removed the tape with an inconsiderate hand. Although he regained his freedom, Oh Sung-hyun could not easily open his mouth. The man took advantage of that opportunity to spit out words one after another. Well, the rules are simple. When the notification rings, I wake up, eat, work, and sleep. This is your room, and the bathroom is shared. Oh, when you go out into the hallway, there are nails sticking out in the middle. Be careful. I get tetanus. There is no doctor here. If you're going to die, it's better to die right away. Isn't it terrible to die from tetanus? The man chuckled and said something that wasn't funny at all. Oh Sung-hyun barely managed to utter a word while his body was still trembling. This place, where? I don't know either. Maybe it's from Russia? Yes. It doesn't matter anyway. We won't go down to land until we die? Here on the boat. Oh Sung-hyun held his breath at the man's blunt words. Only then did I feel nauseous. It didn't seem real. Why am I here? Dad, why are you? My head was dizzy from the sense of unreality. Hearing Oh Sung-hyun's muttering, the man's eyebrows rose. I heard that, but you're really shameless. Oh. Hey, let's talk about it frankly. How many people have been harmed because of you? Honestly, do you think your dad will feel comfortable? He said he would rather die. Oh. TSK, but I guess this would have been best for your dad. Besides you, I have 2 other family members too. Take responsibility for. Even if it's your son, how can you raise a murderer? I'm not a murderer. He didn't die. The man burst out laughing at Oh Sung-hyun's mumbling. The sound of boisterous laughter filled the empty room. Did you adjust that and push it onto the road? He was a talented person. It's so amazing. If you had agreed to immigrate, you should have lived a new life. So why are you posting something that doesn't even seem like a statement? I wonder how difficult it must have been for your father to hear from me again. Whether Oh Sung-hyun had a blank expression on his face or not, the man continued talking regardless. All right, and if you're going to commit suicide, just fall into the sea. If you die alone in a corner, you will really die. Disposing of corpses is hard work. I was wrong, I did it. Sorry. Okay. I was really, really wrong. I will never play pranks again. Sorry. Look at him. Why are you apologizing to me? Meanwhile, they say it's a joke. It was a joke on you. Despite the man's absurd voice, Oh Sung-hyun apologized with tears in his eyes. This time, the tears were not fake, but genuine. But the opponent was wrong. Hey, wake. You're dead already. I heard it's all registered on paper. Black. Huh. Oh Sung-hyun was breathing heavily and burst into tears. The man grinned as he faced the other person who was finally aware of what had happened to him. He's much weaker than I thought. We had high expectations because we heard he was a bastard who tried to kill people in broad daylight. I apologized for everything. It's all over. So why did you write it? It should have been moderately tense. Anyway, the man gave me a good word and said that I should live well until I die. Sung-hyun blinked. Tears fell freely. That's how real hell began. Chapter 163. Next question. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it so much, but I still can't help but ask. How do you feel about becoming the youngest person ever to win Best Actor? I gently raised the corners of my mouth. It's hard to believe. Actually, everything is hard to believe. It still feels awkward for me to appear on TV. Oh my, you can't still feel awkward. But it's been a while since you debuted. The woman being interviewed was cheerful throughout. It was after he looked at the script in his hand that his bright face became disturbed. The woman paused for a moment and made an embarrassed expression. Next question. It's about the actor's elementary school days that recently became a hot topic on the internet. Oh, sorry. Are you having trouble? You can move on. I shook my head at the other person who was crying, with a light smile as if it was no big deal. I heard it too. There is a rumor going around that I was bullied in elementary school. It feels a little bit distorted, but it's not like it doesn't exist at all. Really, I've been injured a lot since I was young. Little. To the point where it's strange. I answered calmly, recalling the words I had prepared in advance. Perhaps because it was an interview created at CEO Jang's request, it felt like everything was planned out and scripted. You're really good at your job. CEO Jang's ability to handle things was truly better than I expected. I heard that the woman in front of me right now is famous for being a gentle interviewer. She actually still had manners. But how on earth did they deal with Oh Sung-hyun? As soon as I fell asleep, I found the fog. The guy who immediately hugged me, as usual, stopped when I asked him to show me Sung-hyun's day. When I tilted my head in response to the unexpected reaction, the fog pursed its lips as if in trouble. What's the matter? Why are you acting cute? It's not cute. Then why are you doing this? That? Yeonji. It worked out really well. It's so neat. Just like the representative's human horse. You can trust me. So can't we just know this far? Why are you doing this too? How did you handle it? Cruel? After that, I tried to persuade him, but the fog never showed his memories. When asked why on earth, he said, I will protect you too. The only thing that came back was, I can do that too. It's frustrating, but I don't know. I guess I handled it well. Honestly, it was okay even if Oh Sung-hyun wasn't handled well. What can he do anyway? Even if I write on the internet, it has no meaning to me. I wonder if the fans care. I wondered if fans would be disappointed because bullying didn't suit Bambi, but it was a useless worry. In the fan cafe, as usual, there were a lot of words written saying I love you. Looking through the community, I didn't see anything unusual. Let's stop worrying. It's a little uncomfortable, but I can trust CEO Jang's skills now. This is the end for Oh Sung-hyun. After organizing it in my head, I nodded. Just then the woman asked the next question. There was an uproar because of director Yoon Kang-yeon's post a few days ago. This is the actor's first interview since then, so I think our subscribers will be really curious. If you don't mind, may I ask director Yoon how you feel about his writing? I smiled at the voice that was carefully handed to me. I was honestly puzzled. The director definitely apologized right then, and apologized repeatedly several times after that. But I didn't know he would post separately like that. Oh my, then the actor must have been very surprised. So I went straight to the director's studio, and he apologized again on the spot. So I begged him to stop apologizing. I laughed to keep the atmosphere as light as possible. The woman also seemed to have sensed my intention and laughed along with me. As someone who has read the article, I think I understand why the director said that. Still, I feel relieved that the actor looks fine. I think fans will have less to worry about. Good. It was perfect timing. I suppressed a satisfied smile and said what I wanted to say all along. I am happy and healthy now. There are many people around me who care about me. More than anything, Bayan is by my side. That alone makes me really happy. So, if anyone is worried, I was trying to say that I hoped it wouldn't happen, but I hesitated because it seemed like a very negative tone. After choosing my words for a bit, this was the sentence that finally came out. I wish you would love me more instead of worrying. The surroundings were quiet. I closed my eyes. Sorry. Foot. No, huh? You're so cute. What I said was wrong, yes. Edit this. It won't work, right? The woman smiled brightly and answered that it would not work. It's ruined. My ears felt hot. The thought that no matter how much strength I put into my hands, I wouldn't be able to cover my red ears made me bleed even more. After a few questions, the interview ended. An additional interview conducted on the same day was also smooth and peaceful throughout. However, after returning from work, something completely different was waiting for me at school. Seo-jin, I think the kids are only looking at me. Am I mistaken? I wondered if I had celebrity disease again, so I asked again, but unfortunately, Baek Seo-jin shook her head. No, everyone is only looking at you. I see. Why do you do that? Even when I returned from the Cannes Film Festival with an award, I never received attention like this. There was a distinct sense of distance in the gaze I received from the kids at school. In some ways, it was similar to a feeling of awe, as if looking at a different race. But now, I was filled with a feeling of something impure. Why are you looking at that person from earlier? In particular, the stares from some of the bigger guys were annoying. I'll just ask why you're looking at me. I needed to know the reason, and I was about to get up because I was so frustrated that I thought I couldn't do it. Baek Seo-jin sat me down with a thoughtful look on his face. Seonji, I know you're upset, but first, let's not clash as much as possible. Huh? Why am I angry? I asked this out of genuine curiosity, but Baek Seo-jin suddenly made a solemn expression. If you step up, things get bigger. They can write, too. You never step out. I'm sorting out the bad guys anyway. Seo-jin, I don't understand now. I asked him what on earth he was talking about, but Baek Seo-jin just repeated the same answer. For now, you stay here. I'll swear at him and tell him to stop messing with me. No dashed. Before I could say anything, Baek Seo-jin jumped out like a bullet. The way he went up to the kid who was staring at me and started yelling at him made me look like an angry Maltese. The kids who were caught off guard by the momentum naturally dispersed. As I stared blankly at the incomprehensible scenery, Seogyo, who had been quietly next to me from earlier, laughed. It's because of your rumors. My rumor? Huh. There is a rumor that you were bullied in elementary school. That's basically what kids our age are like. I'm thirsty for gossip. There is nothing we can do about it since most of them are immature. Seogyo muttering like that was truly unbecoming of a middle school student. He's a really young guy too. I asked back curiously. What does the fact that I was an outcast have anything to do with them? It doesn't matter. However, there will be children who view you more leniently than before, And there will also be children who feel sorry for you. Isn't it funny? As if they had become something. It was funny. Everyone really has nothing to do. Are you okay? Well, different people can feel different emotions. It was funny to look at him like that, but there's nothing you can do with your eyes anyway. I brought it up in that sense, but Seogyo frowned slightly. Seonji, I think you tend to think about others too much. Huh. This is society. It's up to you to feel your emotions, but it's not normal to show off like that. Don't try to embrace kids like that. He was obviously smiling loosely, but he looked strangely fierce. There are too many people who say things out of their mouths as if they were excreting without thinking. Regardless of age, that trend seems to be getting worse these days. There's no need for you to be nice to rude people. Seogyo looked at the children gathered together as if he were looking at trash on the side of the road. He really has the same personality. I was shocked by the cruel gaze, but I answered anyway. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Stray cats can only survive if they think about themselves rather than others. If you're too altruistic, you'll lose your own bed. Suddenly, it's like a stray cat. I just turned my head away at the nonsense. There was silence like that for a long time. Seonji. Do you know that Seojin is being bullied? It was a sudden remark, but it wasn't an entirely unexpected topic. Were you being bullied? I just thought you didn't have any girlfriends. I knew that Baek Seojin rarely talked to the kids except me, Seogyo, and No Baehyuk. But was that what it meant to be bullied? Of course, everyone has different standards for bullying, so it may not be what you see. Do you look like that? At least Seojin seems to feel that way. As far as I know, Baek Seojin has never been exposed to any violence, including verbal violence. There are 3 of us, so we have someone to eat and someone to talk to. In that sense, you can't file a lawsuit for school violence. Bullying is a different story, right? I was also bullied in elementary school. I slowly nodded as I realized this again. After listening, I think you're right. It must be very difficult for Seojin. Anyway, one girl goes around with 3 boys. I think that's why words are being exchanged. What does that have to do with them? I asked out of genuine curiosity, and Seogyo burst out laughing. I just said it too. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But it's easier to think that people like that just don't have a brain. I told Seojin to think like that too. What did Seojin say? He said he understood. Basically, I'm not mentally weak, so I'll be able to handle it well. At first glance, it sounded indifferent. But considering Seogyo's personality, it was an excessive amount of interference. It seems like you two are really close. But I wasn't particularly curious about how or why the two became friends. Baek Seojin didn't directly ask me for help, so what help would it be if I interfered? So I just said, I hope it works out well. It's a series. This might be annoying, but can I ask one more question? What? Seogyo asked after a short pause. What do you think would have happened if I had brought up that Baehyuk was being bullied instead of Seojin? Baehyuk. At that moment, I almost dropped the Sharpie I was holding. No Baehyuk is treated like that. What can I do? We have to catch the ringleader and put an end to it. As I was thinking that, Seogyo, who was looking intently at my face, muttered, It's a lot different than I thought. Difference? Even though I gave him a puzzled look. Seogyo just stayed quiet for a while. Then he suddenly fell down. Seonji. Seogyo looked up at me, rubbing one cheek on my desk. I said politely, I'm sorry, but can you change your posture? I don't know why, but I feel a little uncomfortable. No, I'm trying to be cute. I think that's why it's unpleasant. I thought I may have expressed it too euphemistically, but I was trying to be clearer. Seogyo laughed loosely. Seonji, can you please look at me kindly? What are you talking about? I love you. To be more precise, you're acting. So what should I do? Chapter 164. I frowned, wondering what he was going to say again all of a sudden. You like being honest. That's why I'm saying it. I still want to benefit from your fame, but I also want to watch your acting from the side. I see. It was information that I was not particularly curious about. The reason I nodded without emotion and then stopped was because of the words that continued softly. You are the type of person who is curious about someone's intentions when they approach you. Me too. So I recognized it at a glance. Seogyo grinned. The reason I immediately revealed my intention in approaching you was because I thought you liked being honest. That's right. I like being honest. But you refused. I'm sorry for not being able to accept that and tormenting you for a week. I'm sorry for being such a bother even now, but I don't regret saying I wanted to take advantage of your fame. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. The voice that came out was solid. As I looked quietly, Seogyo also looked at me. Of course I know it's not good. They say they take advantage of people, so obviously it's not good. Sorry about that too. But what can I do? I'm not that good. Amazing. Seogyo's tone exuded both confidence and self-loathing, and I felt a struggle to survive somehow. Why is he so desperate? So I asked, are you this honest with other people too? No, it's just for you. Seogyo smiled. So, even if it's not that good, can't you just look at it? Can't you just stay with me? I quietly looked at his narrowed eyes. And then he slowly opened his mouth. Huh. No. The guy who paused for a moment immediately burst into tears. Why? Because I'm not that good? I never thought you were that good. Of course, I never thought it was good. I shrugged my shoulders, and Seogyo whined and asked why I did that. It was an expression and voice full of charm. Then why are you doing that? I don't want to be taken advantage of just because I'm famous. Huh. I didn't care before, but I hate it now. It's not okay. The well-built smile collapsed in an instant. Seogyo looked like he had been hit. What you said is correct. I also believe that there is always a purpose for people to reach out to others. No Bai-hyuk said that. There is no purpose in talking to me anymore. I vaguely understood it in my head, but it still didn't sink in. Before I met the fog, no one talked to me for no reason. But thanks to Director Yoon, I learned this one thing. It's okay even if you're not okay. You don't necessarily have to finish the job in good condition. It doesn't necessarily have to be okay. So I spoke to Seogyo, who was looking at me with a confused expression. Instead of you using me, I could get something from you. If I benefit like that, I don't lose anything either. It was okay in the past, but I don't want to do that now. Actually, I hate to admit it, but this guy and I are quite similar. I thought we only had similar tastes, but even our way of thinking is the same. What is the difference between me using Director Yoon as a chess horse and him trying to use my fame? If both parties are satisfied with the price, what's the problem? I was still confused. I was also confused about what I wanted to do and what was the right thing to do. But looking at it right now, it was clear that being openly taken advantage of was not okay. So I only said certain things. From now on, I will use you in front of people. Don't say it out loud. No matter how honest I am, I don't think that's the case. If you do so, I will accept it as you wish. Seogyo nodded absently. I added a word there. And don't act like you did before. Apologizing with a pitiful face while trying to get what you want. That's classic gaslighting. When I told him not to use his appearance unnecessarily, Seogyo paused. Does that mean I'm handsome? TSK, I can't come to my senses. I sighed and finally took a nap. The guy smiled, even though he touched his forehead in pain. I understand first of all. I'll do as you say. I must have felt bad, but thank you for speaking calmly without getting angry. Why on earth do you want to be famous so much? If you just want to become famous, why not become a tuber? I think it's quite possible. Seogyo burst out laughing again at my words. Why do you keep smiling from earlier? I don't just want to be famous. I want to become famous as an actor. I don't want to just be famous, and I don't want to just act as an actor. My goal is to be a popular actor. So why on earth? The guy who read the doubts rising over my face laughed. I didn't tell anyone because it was a heavy topic. I want to impress you, so I'll tell you something special. No, then even if you don't dashed. My mom left home when I was 12. She wants to become an actress. Shit. It's such a personal story. It was obvious that if I heard something like this, it would be a pain in the ass. But I couldn't tell him to stop talking because I wasn't curious. I understand. When I finally caught him, he only said one thing. What? How can you say that to a kid with a face like that? Gio. I want to be an actor more than a mother. Seogyo's face was full of laughter. I expected it, but it didn't turn out as well as I expected. It seems like I don't even go to auditions at all these days. So I really want to become a popular actor. I want to make you regret it. When we meet again, I'll be sure to tell you that I did it before you. Seogyo, smiling while saying that, looked as if he was crying. It's difficult. After hesitating for a while about what to say, I just raised my hand. As I patted Seogyo on the back, one of his eyebrows rose. Then do your best. The corner of the guy's mouth froze and stiffened, but then went up. A soft laugh wasn't a bad thing. Until he said this. You really look like a cat. Now that I see it, it looks like Dash. Oh, TSK. I hit the honey chestnut hard again. You just don't open your mouth. Fortunately, the school kids' interest faded away after a while. Baek Seojin was so loud that he tried to discipline the kids, and I reacted indifferently, so it must have been no fun. Above all, public opinion was well organized. Lee Young-jae's words to fans worried about rumors of bullying, the true dignity of a celebrity. Current affairs column, youngest actor Lee Young-jae, how he changed those around him. A calm confession without a single tear. Why are we comforted by the words of a 15-year-old boy? Our agency certainly does a good job. Before I met the Fog, the rumor was so bad that it was so famous that even if I tried to say it wasn't true, it would only be a case of turning a blind eye. The sentence, when I think about it, I think I was an outcast, but now I'm so happy thanks to my fans that I don't have time to worry about it, has become my image. The endless content provided by the agency has clearly left an impression on the public. As public opinion quieted down, the kids followed suit. At times like that, I often thought of Seogyeo's words. It sure is funny. It wasn't a bad thing to know that there was a child who had similar thoughts as me. It seems like he's a bit twisted, but that was the same for me anyway. I don't think it's that bad to live in moderation like I am now. The same was true for Baek Seojin. It's okay to not get along with No Bae-hyuk, but he was too good of a kid to break up with after exchanging a few words at school. So I was really embarrassed when Baek Seojin said this. Guys, I'm transferring to another school. No Bae-hyuk and Seogyeo's spoons, including me, stopped at the sudden topic. The person who threw the bomb had a surprisingly calm face. Is it because of what we talked about last time? Baek Seojin chuckled at Seogyeo's question. No, I don't want to change schools because of the kids whispering about me going to school with you. If you're jealous, you can either talk to them, or you're boring kids and they don't interest me. If Baek Seojin truly had a hard time because of those kids, he gritted his teeth and said that he couldn't transfer to another school even if it hurt his pride. Then what is it about? When I asked carefully, Baek Seojin shrugged his shoulders. I don't think acting is my path. Did that suddenly occur to you? I originally didn't think anything of coming here. Even though people around her say she's pretty, they tell her to be a celebrity. She can't sing. I came because I thought it would be better to act. The voice that said that seemed relieved, like someone who has already made a decision. But when I came here and saw you all, I felt so immature. Haun is already studying hard to become a doctor. No Bae-hyuk, you live really hard too. Thanks. No Bae-hyuk, who suddenly received a compliment from Baek Seojin, who had always been sarcastic, responded in a dazed way. Baek Seojin continued to say that or not. I felt frustrated every time I saw Yeonji and Seogyeo acting. I don't even want to practice acting that hard. It's more fun to take care of myself now. Putting on makeup and buying clothes. Wow, now that I'm talking about it, it looks even more pathetic. Seojin, stop. There was self-loathing in my voice, so I quickly cut him off. The age we are now is a time when we feel such confusion. In order to know what you want, you have to constantly try and challenge yourself. They say that if you don't wander enough during this time, you will be hit harder when you become an adult. Your worries are natural and good. Seonji, you're reciting exactly what you read in the book. How did no? For a moment, I was speechless. When I couldn't say anything, No Bae-hyuk giggled and continued. Where would Lee Young-jae go? But I also agree with what he said. I have had a strong dream since I was young. How many kids our age are not sure what they're going to do? If you contact your friends from elementary school, they say you just go to school, eat, and sleep. I'm working so hard because of personal reasons. If I haven't decided on a dream, I don't think there's any need to run. I immediately agreed to what Seogyeo said. That's right, Seojin. Life is long. It's just the beginning. And if you just run without thinking, you'll only lose direction. Seonji, stop saying what you read in books. No, why are you saying this only to me? I tried to stick out my lips, but it seemed like a misty action, so I quickly put them back. When I kept quiet, the remaining kids chatted amongst themselves. So are you going to a regular middle school? Okay, but it's nothing to make a fuss about. It's right next to here. Let's meet often at the right time. Seogyeo, I will visit your house often. You don't have to do that. I'm not going to see you anyway, right? I'm going to play with your little brother. No Bai-hyuk raised his eyebrows at Baek Seojin's words. Does Seojio have a younger brother? I thought you were an only child. I have a younger sibling. One girl and one boy. They're even twins. Did you just turn 2? Very cute. No Bai-hyuk, come visit later too. Wow. At 2 years old, you're a real baby. I really like babies. When can I go? Oh, then do you want to get together this weekend? Next to No Bai-hyuk, who nodded with a bright face, Seojio muttered bitterly. Guys, I have plans for the weekend. I'm not going to see you anyway. I will tell your father in advance. Why do you keep contacting my dad? That's why dad keeps calling you daughter-in-law. Am I going to be your father's daughter-in-law? Not with you, but with your brother. Didn't you say she's 2 years old now? In response to No Bai-hyuk's laugh-filled words, Baek Seojin hurriedly shouted, Cancel, cancel. At the same time, we all burst out laughing. The warm midsummer sunlight enveloped the 4 of us beyond the window. It was the same lunch menu as usual, but I had the illusion that it tasted even better today. At the same time, I feel like I will never feel it again. I also felt a strange sense of regret. A few days later, I woke up early in the morning and got into the car. Today was finally the day of my second commercial shoot. Chapter 165. Huh, isn't it really too much to do? The man's grunting voice filled the room. How much harder do I have to call Faye? How many more calls do I have to make before I get over here? Is there anything else? If you ask me, who the hottest celebrity is right now? Out of 100, 100 will say it's Lee Yoon-jae, right? I know that. It's worth getting over this. A man with a very tired face sighed. I don't even remember when I went home. He works at an advertising agency and has been cooped up at the company for several days. This happened because the advertiser insisted that Lee Yoon-jae be brought in at all costs. See, then you just have to pay a lot of money. There are a lot of companies that don't have money and are very greedy. How are you going to recruit Lee Yoon-jae with that money? I guess the man hasn't realized yet that in general, companies without money have no conscience. The sentence referring to Lee Yoon-jae in the advertising industry today is simple. The one and only actor who won the Cannes Best Actor award for his screen debut. He was also the first Korean to win Best Actor and the youngest in the world. It was difficult to even roughly tell how much Lee Yoon-jae's ransom had increased. Well, that's how I got it from the first advertisement. It must be terrible now. We can't talk about Lee Yoon-jae's first and last advertisement. Look, sneakers. After rumors spread about how much Lee Yoon-jae received, the industry was in turmoil for a while. Even if you're a rising star, don't you think you get paid too much? Even though everyone was whispering, I was immediately convinced by team leader Woo Hyun-woo's words that he cherished Lee Yoon-jae. So how much should I offer? I contacted Wooyeon Entertainment several times, but was rejected before I could even get to the level of team leader Woo. I was imagining a man holding the advertiser's head and screaming, If you want Lee Yoon-jae so much, please spend your money. Suddenly another employee swore. See, hey, it's hot. What? The game is over. Choi Eun-suk has already asked about Lee Yoon-jae. What? Are you doing it with them again? The employee held up his cell phone with a vain expression. The man who rushed over read the message on his phone screen. Trot. Team leader Choi Eun-suk was in charge of an advertisement for Myung-woo Company this time, right? Myung-woo's company asked for Lee Yoon-jae to be the lead. He is already meeting with Lee Yoon-jae right now. After a while, the man slumped down in a chair and muttered. What do you say to advertisers? The employee next to me answered bitterly. Just say you took it from Myung-woo Corporation. They are not in a weight class that can compete with the Myung-woo Company, but if they had a conscience, they would listen and give up. Ugh, yeah, it was better. There is some good news, though. We can go home now. Looking at the employee who was trying hard to smile with a not at all happy face, the man let out a laugh. Okay, anyway, let's just go home. But I'm really jealous of Lee Yoon-jae. If they took that much money from the first ad, how much more will they get from the second? Therefore, we might be surprised, but he'll take it for granted, right? That's right. You must be familiar with it. Ha, I'm jealous, I'm jealous. The two people trudged out of the office, saying that they would go out and have a drink with soju among poor citizens. Little did he know that Lee Yoon-jae was so shocked that she had trouble sleeping when she heard about the cost of her casting. Today was the day of the preliminary meeting before signing the second advertisement contract. As I entered the meeting place, I saw a face I hadn't seen in a long time. Hello, Team Leader Choi. Actor, long time no see. The polite face smiled softly. I messaged you at the time, but congratulations on winning Best Actor. Thank you. How much time will have to pass before I stop hearing about that award? Thinking about that, I bowed my head deeply. It's not yet a contract, but I am very happy that I was able to plan the actor's advertisement twice. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. No, please take a seat first. The person in front of me was team leader Choi Eun-suk, the advertising agency's head of advertising planning. I first met him through an advertisement for the sports brand Look sneakers, and this time I met him through an advertisement for a newly launched bed by Myungwoo Enterprise. We've already worked together twice. I heard that the actor likes lemon tea, so I placed an order in advance. If you want anything else, please feel free to let me know. Everything is possible. Yes. Thank you. Team leader Choi became much more polite than the last time we met. I felt a little comfortable at the time. I know it can't be helped, but I felt a little strange and bitter. However, it seems that people who have worked in the entertainment industry for a long time are different. Team leader Choi's eyes, which were quickly scanning me, suddenly widened. Actor. Actually, I don't care if this contract doesn't work out. The goal has already been achieved. Yes. Team leader Choi smiled and whispered, as if telling a secret. If I say this, it may seem like a pretense, but I am satisfied just by seeing the actor's face today. I saw the twins 5 times. Number 5. Yes, I'm going to see it again tonight. Team leader Choi laughed when he saw my surprised expression. Usually, when I'm interested in something, I just keep watching it. But the more I watch Twins, the more I feel differently. The lingering feeling when the ending credits roll is also very nice. I don't know how many times I told my girlfriend to watch it too. Team leader Choi talked for a while about the twins and his own personal life. It wasn't a meaningless sentence meant to flatter me. The words mixed with half-sincerity fully achieved the purpose that team leader Choi had intended. Amazing, amazing. I was shocked. How did I recognize at once that I was uncomfortable? And how did I find a way to solve it all at once? I suppressed a laugh and nodded to indicate that it was okay now. Perhaps because team leader Choi was incredibly quick to notice, he immediately stopped talking when he saw my nod. It seems like you need that level of management skills to work in the entertainment industry. By the time all the teacups had been prepared and it was time to start talking about work in earnest, all the strange discomfort had disappeared. Let me explain the advertisement first. This is a plan that has been confirmed by Myungwoo Corporation, so please open the second chapter first. I felt this last time too, but the skill of going back and forth between the businesslike line and the friendly line was good. It made me laugh to see him politely unfolding the paper outside the line, as if he had become familiar with the line. He's a good person. It was my personal favorite humanoid. So, I started the meeting feeling more relaxed. And after 10 minutes, my face became completely frozen. Actor, do you have any inconveniences? I spoke after hesitating at the other person's cautious words. I'm sorry, but I don't want to do it. Yes. Team leader Choi's face instantly turned pale. Why? If the conditions are unsatisfactory. No. You can discuss the conditions with the company. I'm not interested. Team leader Wu and CEO Zhang must have done a great job. Do I really need to worry about people who are good at their jobs? In fact, the amount proposed by Myungwoo Corporation was unimaginable by my standards. But that's what it is, and this is this. Team leader Wu's permission has already been received. There are advertising proposals from famous brands like Myungwoo Corporation, so if you don't like the plan, you can reject it. He looked at team leader Choi, who was frozen, and spoke calmly. The product we are advertising now is a bed. This is a story about a person who used to sleep on the street wearing old clothes, got help from someone, changed his clothes, ate delicious food to his heart's content, and then slept in that bed. I looked down at the plan. On a cold, dark night, a boy wandering the street collapses. The place where the boy sat was the stairs of a house. People inside the house opened the door without hesitation. The light coming from inside the house clearly illuminates the boy's face. The boy eats the food shared by strangers, changes into clean clothes, and lies down in bed. There is a close-up of the eyes of the boy lying on the bed. You can read his inner thoughts as he asks, "Can I enjoy this kind of luck?" A black screen continues immediately. The copy below appears in white font. End your day with luck. From Myungwoo. It was an obvious advertisement. In other words, it was classic. However, I did not reject it because the plan was not novel. This was just an advertisement that made no sense. Myungwoo Corporation is famous as a good company that donates a lot. I know the Morin Orphanage, where I grew up, well, because it was sponsored by Myungwoo Corporation. The drama A Tale, Tracing the Trace, in which I first appeared as an extra, was also an opportunity one got through a visit from Myungwoo, the director of the company. In a way, I became a celebrity thanks to the help of Myungwoo Corporation, so telling a story about the behind-the-scenes story would work well. I understand what your intention was. In fact, she is indirectly talking about how a child who grew up in an orphanage was able to live a new life through her support. The bed seems to be nothing more than a bridesmaid, and ultimately the purpose seems to be Myungwoo's corporate branding. Is that right? Yes, you're right. My eyes were busy. They seemed worried that I might be uncomfortable, but I wasn't offended at all. That's true, but what? It's not like I'm embarrassed that I grew up in an orphanage. But, manager, what's important is the advertisement, not me. Yes. Will there be people who see this advertisement and sympathize with it? Anyway, I am now a person who eats well and lives well. Regardless of whether she grew up in an orphanage or not, Lee Yun-jae is one of the actresses who is currently quite popular. That title doesn't mean anything to me, but it might be different for other people. No matter how difficult it was in the past, I don't think it would feel sincere if a child who now hangs out in an expensive house wearing expensive clothes films such content. I think some people might find it rather uncomfortable. In severe cases, you may feel miserable when comparing it to your own reality. Bayan may feel that way. My head became cold in an instant. I'm sorry, but I don't want to film with this plan. I think it would be best to find someone else. So I spoke firmly. I felt sorry inside. A kid who doesn't know anything about advertising was talking arrogantly about this and that. Since you complained about it in front of the person you planned it with, the other person would definitely feel bad about it as well. With that thought in mind, I raised my head. Why is that person's expression like that? Team leader Choi gritted his teeth and held back his body, trembling from the excitement. See, you're talented. I wish I had a kid like this under me. It's such a shame I'm dying. I am confident that I will be able to easily become an assistant manager within 3 years. Why is he an actor? Team leader Choi was so happy that he didn't realize that it wasn't important that she was an actress, but that it was more important that Lee Yun-jae was 15 years old. Everything the actor said is correct. Team leader Choi nodded obediently. Originally, the content he had planned was different, but he had to change everything at the advertiser's request, so it ended up in this mess. Still, I thought that if I added a heartwarming OST, people wouldn't criticize me for being boring. I can't believe I got this kind of feedback from the actor. He was a real talent. I felt like I was going crazy wanting to have him as a team member right away. I suppressed my greed and asked the important question first. Is there anything about the advertisement that the actor has in mind? I tried not to have any expectations, but my excited voice was full of anticipation. Even though it was a burdensome question, Yeonji Lee just grinned. Does the bed have to be in the room? Chapter 166. Monster. After a 4-hour meeting, Choi Eun-suk defined Lee Yun-jae as follows. Lee Yun-jae was not a talent that could be brought on as a member of one's team. He was just a born genius. I regretted it for no reason. Team leader Choi clicked his tongue inwardly. That was not an area he could handle. He talked almost alone for 4 hours, but his young face showed no signs of fatigue. You even seemed to have good physical strength. It's crazy. It felt like I was encountering something that was not human. Team leader Choi smiled, naturally covering his bulging arms. Thank you for your hard work today, actor. We will reflect what you said and present it as a new plan. Thank you for signing with us. Yes. See you next time. Please go in carefully. The boy with a neat face even gave a neat greeting. Team leader Choi tried to engage in small talk by asking if he was going home and resting now. But the answer that came back was shocking. Yes? No. I have to go to practice. What kind of practice? Lee Yun-jae responded with a look on her face as if asking an actor something like that. Acting practice. Yes, you should be an actor. Be an actor your whole life. Team leader Choi politely sent Lee Yun-jae off without raising his head until the car she was in left, expressing sorrow over the fact that a genius born in all fields only loves acting. A few days after the preliminary meeting, we received the final plan from team leader Choi and set a shooting date. On the day of filming, I woke up early in the morning and got into the car. Today was finally the day I went to shoot my second commercial. Actor, are you wearing your seatbelt? Yes. Then we will leave. It will take about an hour. Please get some sleep. No, I do not want. Yes. The voice was filled with embarrassment and was mixed with a whine. Through the rearview mirror, I encountered a pair of shaking pupils. I suppressed my laughter at Jinbi's puzzled expression. I heard you're not supposed to sleep next to the person driving the car. They say it's manners. What kind of book were you reading again? Actor. He must have realized that I was joking, and his frozen face relaxed. It is polite not to sleep in the passenger seat, but this does not apply to the back seat. So go to sleep quickly. I responded, calmly to the voice that patted me as if praising me. I closed my eyes without playing anymore, but sleep did not come. I want to go to the filming location right away. I've been feeling tight in my chest for a few days now. I wondered why on earth he was doing that, but as the meeting with team leader Choi repeated, my heart pounding grew stronger. I only realized this the moment I saw the words that came out of my mouth being turned into type and put into a plan. The emotion I am feeling right now is excitement. Are you ready as I requested? Team manager Choi, who nods his head saying it's true every time I say something, even made me attend the meeting with the planning team. Of course, I received compensation for participating in the project. To be honest, I wasn't interested in money, because it was so much fun. To begin with, the brand Myungwoo company itself has an ambiguous position. It's a good company that donates a lot, but the products they sell are all expensive. Yes, the actor is right. How many times have I said the same thing now? Anyway, if you're going to film an advertisement, you have to film it properly. You have to be clear about the purpose of filming the advertisement and then rewrite the story. Myungwoo Corporation responded that it has no intention of lowering the price of the bed. In other words, we need to create advertisements that maintain the image of a good and kind company while selling expensive beds. To do so, I had to utilize my image appropriately while also benefiting from it. Throughout the preparation period, I had a series of worries that made my head feel like it was burning out. Nonetheless, it was fun. I want to take pictures quickly. Even with my eyes quietly closed, I could feel the pulse around my neck beating loudly. If I had felt like I was just dipping my toes into an already prepared filming set, the feelings I felt now were completely different. Actor, I'm here. Wow, that's really cool. Right. I got out of the car and quietly looked around. The moment I saw the filming set filled with everything I requested, from the background to the props, my whole body felt numb. It felt like the muscle pain you get after exercising too much the day before. In some ways, it's muscle pain. Not only did I soak my ankles, but I also scooped up water from the water tank and filled it myself. This was the filming location I created. I flinched, my fingertips tingling. The tickling feeling in my heart didn't stop there, and eventually made it go up to the corner of my mouth. I felt alive. Parachute Kim Min-hyuk easily won the title of Director of Myungwoo Company through blood ties. Director, they say filming will start soon. Oh yeah? Wait a minute. Min-hyuk Kim hurriedly got up from the sofa when he heard his secretary's words through the door. While lying down, I checked my hair in the mirror to make sure it wasn't messy and smiled with satisfaction. As expected, he's handsome. The man nodding his head in the mirror was awesome. The liver was very weak. After that, I spent a long time in front of the mirror shaking off all sorts of bad things, then cleared my throat and opened the door. Okay, let's go. Yes, Director. The secretary bowed her head politely. Guided by his secretary, Min-hyuk Kim gracefully entered the elevator. Currently, Min-hyuk Kim was on his way to the filming site of a newly launched bed advertisement by Myungwoo Corporation. Celebrity connections aren't bad. The celebrity in charge of this advertisement was Lee Yun-jae, who is hot these days. My friend told me it was a trend these days, so I watched the movie Twins despite the inconvenience, and the lead actor looked somewhat familiar. I muttered for a few days about where I saw that actor, and it wasn't until my secretary told me about it that I realized it. This is the child I ran into at the orphanage I visited just a few days after receiving the title of director. The naughty kid I saw a few years ago has now become an actor that attracts attention all over the world. Life turned out well. To be honest, I didn't want to admit it, but Lee Yun-jae doesn't look bad in her own way. Of course he's uglier than me. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Min-hyuk Kim steadfastly maintained his thoughts. After all, people should look good. For Lee Yun-jae and himself, it was an easy world to live in if you were good-looking. At this point, I got out of the elevator thinking that I should become friends with good-looking people. We arrived at the filming location a few minutes later, and she was amazed without even realizing it. And what is this all about? The filming location was very large. No, not only was it wide, but it was also very long. The long filming location was filled with just one set. What is that? This is a set produced separately for this advertisement. For one-take filming. What is one take? This is a shooting technique in which shots are taken all at once without interruption. When I reported it a few days ago, the director said about the cost. All right, I guess that's why a lot of money was spent. Min-hyuk Kim nodded. See, stop talking to people. The secretary gritted her teeth and smiled softly. Kim Min-hyuk looked around, not knowing that his secretary was suppressing a homicidal impulse. Just looking at the set, where many devices were intricately intertwined, was large in scale. Somehow, this is why it costs so much money. I wondered if it would take this much money to film just one advertisement, but there was a reason. There were even so many people, from filming staff to extra actors wearing various clothes. Ugh, I'm crazy. I hated all crowded places except clubs. Kim Min-hyuk looked around, thinking he should quickly get Lee Yun-jae's number and run away from here. Fortunately, I didn't have to search for long. Among the many people, there was one who shined. Min-hyuk Kim, who was about to approach, paused for a moment. Is this the kid I saw a few years ago? Min-hyuk Kim was embarrassed. Where was the little kid who could barely reach his solar plexus? In those few years, a boy stood among the people who had grown so tall that the top of his head touched his shoulder. The boy was smiling sweetly and talking to people around him. So cool. My dream is to work at a company when I grow up. Puckle, hey. I even dream about it. The voice I vaguely remember was clearly young and young. But now, hello, director. My name is actress Lee Yun-jae. Yes. Hello. The boy who saw him and approached him said hello first. When Kim Min-hyuk, with a blank face, barely responded, Lee Yun-jae smiled softly. I said hello to you at Morin Orphanage about 3 years ago. Do you remember? You might not remember because you were so busy at the time. Oh, I remember. I remembered it. It is an honor. Speak comfortably, director. Yes, yes. Min-hyuk Kim responded awkwardly. Although his voice clearly did not belong to an adult man, it seemed more mature than what I heard back then, making it awkward. What is this feeling? Kim Min-hyuk was embarrassed and couldn't even properly respond to what Lee Yun-jae said. Despite this, Lee Yun-jae did not lose her smile and continued her gentle conversation. Min-hyuk Kim's secretary looked at that and thought, as expected, it's a snake. Since he also attended the scheduled visit to Morin Orphanage, he remembered it clearly. The kid who met Min-hyuk Kim at that time was very bright. She was smart too. The boy who was drinking hot chocolate and smiling had disappeared, and a boy with a soft smile was standing there. He shines brighter than Kim Min-hyuk in a full set. Lee Yun-jae, wearing only a white t-shirt, looked brighter than Kim Min-hyuk, who was dressed in a double suit and had his hair done at the hair salon in the morning. Kim Min-hyuk must have felt it too, as his expression was rotting in real time. I can't do this. Although he was a bitch, he was also a guy who paid his own salary. The secretary, who had the duty to guard his own purse, intervened at just the right time. Director, I think I'll have to move quickly because of my next schedule. I caught up with a busy person too much. It was nice to see you again. No, see you again. Please take care of today's advertisement. Kim Min-hyuk, who smiled shyly, naturally fell in love. Lee Yun-jae returned to her seat at the manager's call. TSK, I was curious about filming. However, the secretary said she had a schedule, so holding out any longer was a shameful thing to do. Min-hyuk Kim dragged his feet on his way outside, taking as much time as possible. Ruler, let's start filming now. I'm going to film it with the mindset of trying to guess for now, so don't put too much pressure on everyone. Lucky. Min-hyuk Kim pressed the corner of his mouth that was about to rise and spoke politely to his secretary. The schedule is not urgent, so let's just watch the first filming. Yes. All right. Director. Min-hyuk Kim, who was sitting in a place where others could not see him, smiled. In some ways, isn't his life a great success because of me? Honestly, if she hadn't gone to the orphanage, the photographer wouldn't have gone to the orphanage, and if that had happened, Yeonji Lee wouldn't have been cast. It was around this time that Kim Min-hyuk had the odd thought, I should write this down later when I write my autobiography. We are starting to film. 1, 2, action. As the staff shouted, a red light came on the camera. Lee Yeonjae, who had her eyes closed, opened them at the same time. What? Min-hyuk Kim opened his mouth, forgetting to control his facial expression. Neither the condolences I had met at the orphanage nor the actress Lee Yeonjae, whom I had just greeted, were there. There was someone he didn't know standing there. Chapter 167. Nothing has really changed. I felt the eyes of the director of Myeongwoo Corporation looking at me from the corner. A gaze full of bravado, reactions as light as an empty card, and even the tone of voice that a director should have. He wasn't a difficult person to understand. Then and now. Actor, are you feeling okay? It's the best. Fortunately, the filming is somewhat difficult, so don't overdo it. No matter how good the actor is, filming cannot be completed in one go. You know, right? Yes. I won't overdo it. Jinbei gave me a light massage and told me to fight, then left. The first space on the set I entered was an ordinary student's room. I lay down on the bed in the middle of the room. The camera hanging from the ceiling showed my messy hair and makeup-free face. Now I'm playing an ordinary student. This time, there was no need to worry about deep immersion or emotional portrayal. It was a one-take shoot where it was more important to properly express the appearance of an ordinary student and to enter at the right timing. Literally a battle of timing. If there was even one mistake in the middle, we had to start filming again from the beginning, so we worked with the actors all day yesterday as well. This is my first time seeing acting like this. The more you do it, the more fun it can be. Even though I wondered if it was okay for me to have this much fun, I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from rising. Shooting begins. Come on, come to your senses. I lay on my side on the bed and close my eyes. 1, 2, action. The cell phone notification next to the bed rang with the sound of action. I immediately frowned and quickly turned off the notification out of frustration. Take a breath here. I let out a breath full of frustration and then stood up. As soon as I got up, I grabbed my school uniform shirt at the end of the bed. I quickly got dressed as I opened the door and went out into the second space, the living room. I was only wearing a shirt over the white t-shirt and navy blue pants I was wearing. Tada, school uniform complete. Several cameras followed me along a preset route. Without paying them any attention, I ran straight to the shoe closet and put on my sneakers. The actress who played my mother slapped me on the back and nagged me. I'm going to cover it all up with music anyway, so there's no need to say anything. I responded with an annoyed expression and opened my mouth to eat the rice roughly wrapped in seaweed. With my cheeks puffy and crinkling, I lifted the bag from the sofa. Then I opened the door and went out into the third space, street. It was full of adults going to work and students going to school. I quickly escaped, dodging people. I almost collided once during this time. An extra actor came in at a prearranged timing. I made a surprised face and barely avoided getting hit. Even as I quickly said, "I'm sorry," my feet moved without stopping. So we opened the door again and arrived at the fourth space, bus. It was an unrealistic structure where a different space unfolded as soon as the door was opened, but I was now acting as an ordinary student. In other words, this was everyday life for this student. I turned my head to find an empty seat with a nonchalant expression on my face, and when I found the one remaining seat, I went straight to it. Although it was a set, its structure was so ordinary that it could be mistaken for a real bus. Of course, this is different from being ordinary. I sat down naturally after giving the camera a moment to capture what material the seat I would be sitting in was made of. Now you exhale for 2 seconds and stand up after 3 seconds. My head was busy, and my body was moving even faster. My body woke up at the right time before my brain could even give the command. I hurriedly rang the bus bell and opened the next door. And the fifth space, classroom. As soon as I came in, I greeted the boys who rushed towards me and found my seat. I pulled out the chair in one go and sat down. After making an expression that said, I barely avoided being late, I stretched out. The camera captured the material of the chair I was sitting on. After seeing it out of the corner of my eye, I woke up naturally. Next was the playground. I took off my shirt with one hand, opened the classroom door with the other, and went out. As soon as I arrived in another space, a basketball was thrown at my face. I caught the ball unconsciously. You threw it too hard. Originally, I should have thrown it around my waist. The actor who threw it also seemed to have hardened for a moment, wondering if it was intentional. Let's go without stopping the flow. I smiled and said, "You almost died." "You bastard," he shouted. "It doesn't matter what you say because pop songs will be over the video anyway." Bang, bang, bang. He slammed the basketball on the floor and ran quickly. Stop and jump at the point that is finally marked with tape. Hey, as soon as I confirmed that the basketball went into the goal, the actors playing my friends came running to me. I laughed and pushed away the actors who were clinging to me as if they were going to crush me, then picked up the school uniform shirts that were lying on the floor, and then opened the door again. This time, a new street appeared, and I ran blindly. My head was gently swaying due to the fans installed everywhere. I smiled as I felt the cool breeze. She smiled and kept running. I thought, where on earth is there a student who smiles while running? Well, advertisers want a lively feeling. I ran at such a fast pace that I was slightly sweating and opened the last door. And the place I saw before my eyes was inside the house. But it was completely different from the house we first left. The same props were placed in the same location, but the floor supporting them was different. I stepped into the living room, which was filled with bed sheets instead of floorboards. It's tough. There's definitely a reason why it's expensive. The mattress was hard, so it felt heavy every time I jumped on it. Still, the image I have to show is lively. He jumped up and down with excitement, like a child jumping around. I went through the living room as if I was flying and returned to my room. Jump on the bed again. Ugh, huh. I took a deep breath and looked at the camera hanging from the ceiling. The camera lens showed my hair slightly disheveled and my face flushed from running. I closed my eyes, feeling my pulse pounding loudly like a fish I had just caught. 55 seconds to hear. You have to secretly laugh at 58 seconds. Even as I was busy catching my breath, the timer in my head kept running. 56. 57. 58. He closed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. It was a busy, ordinary day. Cut. And it's crazy. What? Wasn't this passed all at once? Oh my God. Yanji was really amazing. Screams came from all directions along with the sound of the director's cut. I did the same thing to the staff member who gave me a thumbs up. I need to exercise more. I was too out of breath. I gasped while drinking the water that Jinbei handed me. Are you okay? Actor. It's really hard. Haha. I can't believe it when you say it with that face. You did really well yesterday, but today you really hit the nail on the head. I didn't know if I would succeed in one go. I know. I didn't know if this would actually happen at once. While Jinbei was wiping away my sweat, I calmly caught my breath. The product I am advertising this time, the Myungwoo Company bed, had quality commensurate with its high price. Isn't it such a shame to only use such a nice bed for sleeping? So, parts of the bus seat, school chair seats, the floor under the basketball court, the living room floor, etc. were converted into beds from Myungwoo Corporation. In other words, it was an advertisement depicting a day in the life of a Myungwoo Company bed wherever you go. I think I practiced well yesterday. Thanks to you, I succeeded in one go. Jinbei smiled and shook his head at my words. No, of course, practicing would have helped, but I think the difference is whether there is a camera or not. Yes. As expected, actors come to life more when the camera is rolling. It was nice to see Jinbei smiling brightly like a child. It's cute. It certainly is. It was a very difficult shoot, so we put it together all day yesterday, but it wasn't as perfect as it was just now. I turned my head and looked at the camera. There was a time when that red color seemed like bait to attract deep-sea fish. I thought with a chuckle. Now I can't even think about a life without acting. Team leader Choi Eun-suk sighed as he saw Lee Yun-jae smiling. Is there no word to beat the monster? At this point, even the word monster was too weak. What? There's a kid like that. Are you really 15 years old? Didn't you lie about your age? Choi Eun-suk groaned and fell into thought. The point of this advertisement was to bring out the chewiness through the one-take filming technique. One version edited to 15 seconds for TV transmission and one full one-take, 1-minute version. The plan was to make a total of 2 versions, but Yoon-seok Choi was confident. Most people who see the 15-second advertisement for the first time will search separately and view the full version. For Koreans living in busy busy modern society, even 1 minute is a long time. But the last minute was disappointingly short. If you edit it more tightly here, it will be more enjoyable to watch. This was all possible because Lee Yun-jae was good at it. Planning and acting. You sure use your body well. I've been hearing about people learning action skills lately, but I didn't know it would be to this extent. I knew that he was an extraordinary actor because I saw him dancing in person during a sneaker commercial. It's creepy that it's progressed further from there. The form that allowed him to finally adjust the angle of his legs, as if he was floating on a cloud while running on a hard mattress, was a work of art. He's a real talent. What Yeonji Lee said when she attended the first planning meeting was also surprising. Looking at the price of the bed, I don't think the target audience is the general public. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Actor. But more ordinary citizens watch TV. If you want to maintain a good image with the public, I think you shouldn't create advertisements that exclude some people. Choi Eun-suk was impressed by that sharp point. In this way, the plan changed from a fairy tale story to a realistic concept. In fact, since the price of the bed was the same, not everyone could still afford it. However, like the bus seat that Lee Yun-jae sat on, bed sheets were everywhere in everyday life in the advertisement. In other words, it indirectly conveys the message that everyone is lucky enough to enjoy this bed. People are treacherous. Even though I know it's a price range that's difficult to buy, I become generous when I subconsciously feel like I'm not being excluded. In that respect, using Lee Yun-jae was a good choice. Because the handsome face that can't be seen anywhere plays the role of an ordinary student. Lee Yun-jae did not overly pretend to be a student or create an artificially bright expression. An ordinary student who gets annoyed at having to wake up early and spends a hectic day bumping into many people, but eventually returns home. Unlike the beginning, when the face started out with an irritated face, the increasingly lively face made the viewer feel better. The timing of the last laugh was perfect. The last plan was like a fairy tale, a story about luck that is specially given to only a few people. However, Lee Yun-jae said she wants this luck to be granted to everyone. Therefore, the advertising copy that appears at the end also changed. May there be good luck in your daily life. From my own you. An ad where everyone can enjoy good luck, or at least be fooled into thinking that's the case. A 15-year-old made this. Team leader Choi looked at the boy who was smiling softly. That kid. That actor was a genius. Chapter 168. Seonji. Ugh. As soon as I opened my eyes, I barely held back the fog that rushed towards me. Hello, fog. I really enjoyed filming today. It was so much fun. Did you? Thank God. Serial seems like a true genius. How can you keep the time right like that? Thank you. Shall we sit down first? Today, I finally calmed down the excited fog and calmed it down. Unlike usual, the Myingwoo bed commercial film today was filmed without immersing oneself in a specific character. In other words, from Foggy's perspective, there was no time to see my energy except during the early morning smoke time. But why do you like it so much? I asked while gently brushing away the fog's hair. Didn't you see my energy during this shoot? Huh, I didn't see it. But why do you like it so much? The fog tilted its head. Because Yeonji acted. The reason I like acting is because you can see my energy. Huh? What are you talking about? I was also confused when I saw the confused fog. What are you talking about? I just like the series because it does it. I looked into his brown eyes and quietly raised my hand. Did you? Since when? Huh? From the beginning? I see. I didn't know. I answered softly and gently brushed my hair, and the mist purred like a cat. I said as I looked at the fog rubbing its head against my palm. Thank you for liking me. It's fog. Huh. But Yeonji likes me too. That's right. I like you. When I opened my mouth without hesitation, the fog laughed. I had a strange feeling. As I was thinking about why I felt this way, I realized that this was the first time I said out loud that I liked him without acting. Yeonji also has pretty fingers. You are prettier. I looked at the mist playing with my fingers. I see. You are my first love. It's fog. Huh. I like you. Me too. Likewise. I slowly raised the corners of my mouth as I listened to the answer that came back without a moment of hesitation. Yeah, you Kai or whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. At this point, I couldn't afford to worry about the presence of the fog. After admitting it, I felt more at ease. After that, we chatted for a while about the fog and nothing, and then I asked, But why are you looking like Baek Seo-jin today? Huh? Just. Originally, you often appeared as Bae-hyuk or Song Yi-juan, or Jin Bae-hyung. Perhaps it was strange that I was asking more questions than usual, but the fog wrinkled my forehead. From the corner of his narrowed eyes, I could see him thinking, why do I ask this? I didn't think anything of it. Why? You hate this person? Should I change it to another human being? I think it would be a good idea if it's okay with you. Because there are physical differences between women and men. Whenever I hugged the fog that resembled Baek Seo-jin or Park Ha-eun, I felt uncomfortable even though I knew it was fog. Okay, is there anyone you want? When you ask me that, I don't know what to say. After thinking for a moment, I just shook my head. No, you just can stay like that. It's you anyway. After a moment of silence, the fog smiled and changed its appearance. It was an image of a 4-year-old child that I often saw in the past. Seonji, hug me. Why are you hugging me even though you didn't answer? Still, I didn't scold him and just hugged him quietly. The warmth in my arms was warm. Even the unique, fleshy smell that comes from a baby was still there. Sleepy. I didn't think I was that tired. My eyes were unusually closed today. Seonji, I really like you. I remember laughing softly at the voice I heard in my blurry vision. So I fell asleep without realizing it. Woonim. Actor. The cautious voice that was whispering in my ear grew louder for a moment. My eyes widened at the sound of a loud voice, as if it were thunder. What? When I turned my head, I saw Jin Bae standing next to the bed with a worried face. Sorry. No matter how many times I knocked, there was no answer, so I came in. Oh, are you okay? Shall we go to the hospital right away? Yes? Huh. I tried to tell him what he was talking about this morning, but his voice was completely locked. Only then did I remember Foggy's words that if I woke up today, my body would be quite achy. It's stronger than I thought. My vision was blurry. I had no strength in my eyelids and kept closing them. When I couldn't answer properly and mumbled, I heard Jin Bae take his car keys and say, wait a minute. Brother, hee. I don't want to go to the hospital. Yes. I have some medicine for body aches that I bought as an over-the-counter medicine. Please give me that. I'll take my medicine and lie in bed for about 2 hours. Actress. It's not because I don't want to go to the hospital. I take care of my physical condition. If, after 2 hours, it still hurts, I'll go to the hospital. Jin Bae hesitated for a while and then nodded with a deep sigh. It was the sigh of someone who knew they wouldn't be able to defeat me in the end. But you can't go out without even practicing acting. My condition was definitely worse than usual, but it wasn't to the point where I couldn't act at all. If you lie down and immerse yourself for about 2 hours, all of today's unhappiness will disappear. When I casually extended my hand, Jin Bae hesitated and gave me the medicine. Well, good night. I will be by your side until you fall asleep. I'm sorry, but I want to be alone. We'll just talk for 2 hours. I'll go out to the living room. Since he is such a delicate person, I was worried that there might be some strange misunderstanding. So I spoke as softly as I could, but it sounded rough, perhaps because of my voice. For some reason, the more I bring it up, the worse my expression seems to get. If you don't come out after 2 hours, come in right away. All right. If anything happens, please call me at least quietly. Jin Bae slowly closed the door and walked out with an uneasy expression on his face. My neck is in bad condition. It was a typical form of body aches and muscle pain. It wasn't something to overdo, and usually it would be better if I took a deep sleep. I can't say I'm idle. There must be a lot of unhappiness attached to me right now. You have to do your job and rest. As I was thinking of the character I was most likely to immerse myself in at the moment, I realized that I couldn't even say hello to the fog properly. It's a shame. It wasn't the first time I fell asleep while in the fog. There were times, like now, when I came right back to reality, and there were times when I was still in the fog. In any case, now I know that we can meet again tonight. But why do I miss you so much? Although it was just my feeling, it was really amazing. I looked blankly at the ceiling. It's fog. Are you watching now? I miss you. A whisper left my mouth, not expecting an answer. As expected, there was no answer. I love you Hoyoon at Hyen Sanjiopseum. Hello, my summer 2 Kim Hoyoon and Jong Hana Cut. Video. Now watching for the 2,754,568th time. Someone please stop me. My life is legendary as I put off all my assignments and just watch this video and grin. Serial day at Yanji_day. How can people do this? How can one person go from playing twins living miserable lives to a handsome guy with a new girlfriend in an instant? Forever little baby Bambi at little_Bambi. He writes in such a stiff tone on the fan cafe, but when we actually meet him, he says, "Meeting you all feels like a dream." It's time we came up with a German word for baby Bambi, who talks like this. Title: Hoyen, how did I forget you? How could you do this to me? Now stop appearing in my life. I also have to live in this life. Hello, my summer 2 Hoyen capture 1. Hello, my summer 2 Hoyen capture 2. Hello, my summer 2 Hoyen capture 3. Yeah, I'll take care of my life. Keep showing up. Kim Ho-yoon live forever. Aha ha ha ha. Alsania's behind-the-scenes video has also been uploaded. Go watch it, haha. Wow, thank you so much. Oh, I watched the video too, and the difference between Kim Ho-yoon versus Lee Yoon-jae is so clear that it's hilarious, haha. Why is it so funny that he changes to a blank expression as soon as he hears the cut sound? But as a non-lover, I am struck by the difference. Happy face. Our Bambi does a good job and looks good, all-round genius. Yeonji, eat this part. It's the most delicious here. Thank you. Song Ijun picked up the part pointed to with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The light fish flesh melted as soon as it touched the tongue. I was dumbfounded for a moment. It's really delicious. I was surprised that it tasted better than I expected. Song Eunjun's face brightened as he saw my reaction. Thank God. It's delicious here too. Thank you. You eat it too. I come here often. I usually eat a lot. You eat it all. Today is your first time here. Eat quickly. Despite my encouragement, Song Ijun insisted that you eat first. I took out new chopsticks and moved the fish fillet to Songjun's bowl, but after I looked away for a moment, it was back on my bowl. I heard he's really stubborn too. It seems like there are only stubborn people around me. Well, I'm also stubborn. That's why there's a saying that we're all together. I stopped saying the same thing and quietly put the fish flesh in my mouth. It's good. How about learning action these days? Fun, huh? It's worth going. Thank God. If your muscle pain is severe, tell me. I'll lend you the steaming machine I have at home. Thank you. Since it's what I used, it might feel uncomfortable, so dashed. Brother, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Hurry up and eat first. I stopped Song Ijun, who was about to rush forward. Anyway, even though he spoke slowly, he only got faster when he gave me something. I comforted Song Ijun, who couldn't concentrate on his meal because he was busy talking. Take another bite of that. Yes. I felt strange because I was being forced to eat every time I said a word. It seems like you're raising a child. Song Lee-jun was 2 years older than me. Same age as Han Se-young. However, perhaps because of his gentle face, slow way of speaking, and watching eyes whenever something happened, I felt like he was my younger brother. It feels the most similar to Fog. I looked at Song Jun, who was drinking water with a gentle expression on his face. What's on my face? I didn't bury it. By the way, brother, do you have any plans to go to school? It's good that he has a nice personality, but I was worried that he was so withdrawn. Since we defined ourselves as close friends, he has been extremely clingy to me. I think I need more friends. I said this because I thought it would be a little better if I went to school, but Song Eun-jun immediately shook his head. No, I am. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Okay. Sorry. It's a series. You must have said that out of concern. No, I said that without thinking too much. I said it for no reason. The child's face turned pale. I immediately turned to another topic, but the white face did not return. In this case, it is better to ask directly. Is there a reason you don't want to go to school? If you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk. When I asked with an indifferent face, the other person hesitated for a while before opening his mouth. When I was going to school in the US, nothing special happened, but when I transferred to Korea, it was a little. Something happened. When I was in elementary school, kids bullied me a lot. That was the problem. I nodded right away. I see. Thank you for telling me. He even added that there was no need to say more. Song Eun-jun stayed quiet for a while after that, and when he got up from his seat, he whispered softly, Seonji, thanks for listening to me. I'm sorry for saying something unnecessary. Where is that word? Thank you, though. I really enjoy talking with you. So do I. A bright smile returned to my answer. I patted my back and thought about the gentle face that reminded me of Fog. Don't worry. you can make it a friend. If there is a problem, there is always a solution. That's how this Sungjun friend-making project began. Chapter 169. Say hello to each other. This is Seonjin Hyung. This is Seogyo. Hello. Hello. Bro, I'm the same age as Yeonji. Please speak comfortably. Seogyo smiled loosely and answered, yes. I heard from Yeonjae that she's an aspiring actress. Yes. We became friends because we were in the same class. Hyung, this is the first time I've been introduced to someone by Yeonji. Really? Song Eun-jun's face lit up at Seogyo's subtle words. I could see Song Eun-jun's mouth softening easily as if he had never been stiff. The atmosphere is nice. Seogyo was basically a guy with excellent skills in dealing with people. Song Eun-jun, who had been on high alert, suddenly became lethargic. I also like director Beck's movies. I've met him in person and he was so kind. Really? Wow, I want to see it someday too. I watched the conversation between the two people and intervened in the middle. In just 1 hour, Song Eun-jun was completely relieved. Guys, I'll take a quick phone call. Huh. Bye. Song Eun-jun woke up with the happiest face in the world. If you were a game character, you would have friend +1 floating above your head by now. After making sure he disappeared from sight, I looked at Seogyo. Thank you for coming out today. No. Thank you for introducing me to a famous actor. Seogyo laughed slowly. But it's surprising. I know roughly what kind of place it is. I didn't know you were going to introduce me. Isn't a guy like No Bae-hyuk better for that type? I already know Bae-hyuk. However, my schedule with No Bae-hyuk did not match, so it was difficult for the two of us to meet separately. If I wasn't at school, it would be difficult to see No Bae-hyuk face to face. It's still hard to see your face like this now, but I won't be able to see you anymore once you debut. My appetite was bitter. Is it because it's green tea? As I put down the teacup and raised the glass of water, a soft word came back. But I'm still puzzled. Why did you trust me when you introduced me? Of course I'm worried. Lee Jun, you have to be the most careful with people like you. Song Lee Jun is the perfect type for people with malicious intent to play with. Seogyo could have done that if he wanted to. Haha. It's true, but it's too filterless. Seogyo, smiling languidly, seemed to have no intention of denying it. But I wasn't particularly anxious when I saw that. But you can take care of it. If you get greedy for no reason, you could end up losing both Lee Jun and me. I don't think you would do something stupid like that. Seogyo, who was quietly looking at me, smiled. Is not it? Don't worry. I won't hurt you. He's a good brother. Be nice. Anyway, when you work in the entertainment industry, you are bound to encounter a variety of people. You will encounter people who are much more sophisticated and have worse tendencies than Seogyo. It is better to expose people little by little as a preventive measure. It's an area I can control anyway, so I'll just have to look carefully. For the time being, please do not contact or meet each other alone. I will. Seogyo answered calmly and touched the teacup. But why do you care so much about me? Just whatever. I care because I care. I answered indifferently, but the guy didn't back down. I know you're a lot sweeter than I thought, but I think it's a bit too much right now. He's even older than us. What does being old have to do with it? I'm just asking you to be good friends. Of course it doesn't matter. But that's usually the kind of worry parents have. I sighed at the immediate rebuttal. Why are you so persistent today? So what's the problem? What is your intention in saying this? I was so annoyed for no reason that a nervous question came out. Seogyo looked at me for a moment and said, Seonji, I was just curious why you cared for that brother so much. There was no intention. Sorry, I was sensitive. Haha, no. Seogyo smiled broadly. It was a refreshing laugh that did not fit the situation. I understand too. Same thing as you. Even if it's a light word, find the intention first. Even if I tried not to, it didn't work out the way I wanted. Well, I know I'm the only one getting tired. Is there anything else? It was an ambiguous voice as to whether he was speaking to me or to himself. I thought calmly while listening to Seogyo's muttering. Let's admit it. Seogyo was comfortable. When I talked to this guy, I felt something inside me. It was a completely different kind of comfort from the comfort I felt when I was with No Bae-hyuk. Because that guy is so kind, sweet, and gentle. He's too good for me. Maybe it was because I kept thinking about it like that, but it was also true that every time I saw No Bae-hyuk, apart from feeling comfortable, I felt more frustrated. An unconscious compulsion to show only good things to this person. No Bai-hyuk has no purpose in talking to Lee Yun-jae. You said so. I really like to think so too. I really want to think so. More than anyone else, really. But what if it doesn't work out? Even though I was laughing and talking with no Bai-hyuk, I always felt anxious when I lay down on the bed to sleep. How long will you last by my side? That feeling of anxiety rose up my throat and dripped from the tip of my nose. I shook my head as I felt the sinking sensation in an instant. Seonji, what's the matter? I feel a little. I guess it wasn't the green tea that made me feel bitter. I was staring blankly at the glass of water I had already drank, but Seogyo filled it with water. You can swear when you're annoyed. If you cut it, only vases will form. Swearing won't really change anything, but it's still better than not doing anything. Then do you swear when you're annoyed too? But I only do it in my room, without anyone knowing. I laughed out loud as the words were whispered as if I was telling a secret. Thanks for the tip. Thanks to you. I think my temper will become dirty. Although he seemed offended by my words, Seogyo smiled brightly without hesitation. Isn't your nickname Bambi? Why does that suddenly appear? When I asked him with an expression, the guy smiled and continued. Why do deer have horns? They're there to attack. Use as much as you can. I looked at Seogyo quietly. It's a really indifferent tone. That's odd. You're kinder than I thought. I'm glad you feel that way. But no matter how I look at you, I think you look better as a cat than a deer. That damn cat, Taeyong. When I turned my head with a tired look on my face, his laughter got louder. Yeah, it gets worse every time I turn my head like that. As soon as the kid I fed him finished eating the tuna, he turned around and left. Maybe if you just stay quiet, you'll stay still. Wow, that's right. How did you know? The guy joked about whether it was possible for cats to interact with each other, so I ended up saying goodbye. Just say the first verse, just the first verse. I shook my head and drank some water. Before I knew it, the bitter feeling disappeared, and all I could feel was the bland taste of water. Actor, are you ready? Yes. What about Jeonggi and Hyung? They said they came separately because of their schedule. Let's go first. Following Jinbi's instructions, I quietly got into the car. The engine started smoothly, and the car moved. I guess summer has definitely arrived. The sun is shining even at this hour. Right. I could feel bright sunlight beyond the darkly tinted windows. The blue sky was refreshing just to look at, but there was no time to admire it. I immediately lowered my gaze to the script I was holding. Let's do well. Today was the script reading day for Killing Horn. Flix's generous investment, a talented production team with at least 10 years of experience, actor Lee Jong-hyun's next film, and a series of other famous actors appearing in the film. It was also the first drama in which I played the lead role. I'm a bit nervous. I practiced to the point where I got sick of it. I'm confident I won't make any mistakes, but why am I so nervous? I tried taking deep breaths, but my pounding heart did not calm down at all. Brother, do you have any Chongsimwon? Yes. There is. Jinbei made a blank expression for a moment, like a robot that misunderstood a command. I quickly took out the Chongsimwon from the console box and handed it over. Thank you. Actor, are you really nervous? I think so. Jinbi's eyes, seen in the rearview mirror, were shaking. It was worth it. I wasn't this nervous even when I went into the director Yoon Kang-yeon's work as the top choice. It feels different now than it did then. At that time, I had a strong desire not to make mistakes. I don't want to be a bother to anyone, so I am determined to do well. But now, I really want to do well. You'll do well, actor. I chuckled at the words that came out right away as if they were formulas. I said thank you and closed my eyes. I want to do well. It wasn't for anyone. I wanted to do well. Complex emotions that could not be described in words covered my entire body. Still, I arrived at the reading location without making a difference. There are so many people. Perhaps because it was so large, the reading location was on a different level. The room, almost as large as a playground, was filled with people. It came out pretty early. Maybe I should have come out sooner. I stepped in with the thought that I should first say hello. But before I even walked a few steps, my body started shaking. I held my breath in surprise for a moment, but the familiar scent eased my tension. Only then did the unfamiliar hand holding my waist and lifting me feel familiar. Brother, I was really surprised. Sorry. I'm so happy to see you. With a soft laugh, Jiangyi and Hyung dropped me off and hugged me from behind. I ended up laughing at his actions, which seemed like he had no intention of letting go. You did great today. Our series. Yes. I stopped by the shop. When I answered right away, Hyunjong laughed and said that wasn't what he meant. So what else is there to say? My ears were tickled by the low sound of laughter. Brother, can you please let me go now? It wasn't frustrating, but I had to say hello to people. The gaze that had been focused on Jiangyan from the moment he lifted me up grew stronger as we whispered. But Hyunjong just laughed. Yes, I'll let you go when you calm down. As soon as Jiangyan's words were interpreted, he turned his head. As soon as I made eye contact with Jinbei, I glared at him. My brother awkwardly avoided eye contact. Anyway, I sighed and patted the hand on my stomach. Thanks to you. I forgot how nervous I was. Please let me go now. Oh, my, that's a shame. Jiangyi and Hyung made a squeak and slowly let go of me. When I turned around, I saw a familiar face. My in-laws are talking about me. You look cool today, too. Oh my baby. What came back from the simple words was a familiar welcome. Jonghyun touched and stroked my cheek, and I accepted him appropriately and said hello to the people. After saying hello to the director, actors, and staff, there was only one person left. Aren't you even nervous? How can you both act like crazy people today? It was actor Kim Suk-joon with a tired expression. He seemed to be much more of a celebrity than in Butterfly Flower riding on a Zelkova tree. He looked a little more playful back then. It was 3 years ago, so I don't remember clearly, but it certainly wasn't that stiff during the Zelkova script reading. The trembling steps had disappeared, and a much more serious face had taken its place. Okay, the reading will start soon. Everyone, please sit where your name is written. People moved at the shout of a staff member. I also moved to my seat, and actor Kim Suk-joon followed me. Hey, do you remember what I said last time? Yes. I chose this because of you. So I wondered what on earth they were going to do, but actor Kim Suk-joon grinned. It was the playful face I knew. So let's do our best. Let's have fun taking pictures. Yes, please take care of me. I don't know what it means, but I also had the same desire. To do well. After answering calmly, I sat down. After everyone said their greetings, the first reading began. I quietly closed my eyes in silence. Deuteronomy 1:1. The first appearance of Hunt, and then I opened my eyes to the staff member's voice. Chapter 170. Reading the script took over 5 hours. After the interview was over, it was already evening. Actor, thank you for your hard work. Yes. I leaned against Jinbei, who gently massaged my shoulders. It's hard. They say the company dinner is next time. Shall we go home right away? What about Jiangyi and Hyung? This actor said he has a photo shoot in the early morning, so I think he will move separately. Perhaps because Jong Hyun was a very busy person, it was difficult to see him even though we lived in the same house. But now that filming starts, we'll be able to see each other often. The name of the character I play in the drama Killing Horn is Horn. At first, I wondered how to save this cheesy name, but when I actually received the script, it wasn't that cheesy. In the first place, most of the characters were not called by their proper names. He's a superpower. Soul was a supernatural being born with abilities that humans cannot possess. Having grown up in an institution since childhood, the boy is full of vague fantasies about society. And the drama begins with the scene where Horn leaves the facility for the first time and handles his first mission. In other words, the action starts from the opening. There is still quite a bit of time left until filming. Until then, I decided to attend action school every day. The daily routine of reading scripts with Jong Hai and I, or collaborating with actors at action school, was repeated. School life was the same. Seonji. Next is physical education. Let's change clothes. Huh. I responded to Seogyo's words and picked up my gym clothes. Quiet. After Baek Seojin transferred to the school became much quieter. Today again, No Bae-hyuk met with letters instead of his face. Lee Yunjae's real best friend Bae-hyuk. I don't think I can go to school today either. I practiced all night yesterday too. Lee Yunjae's real best friend, Bae-hyuk. They're announcing the first debut member next week. Wish Bae-hyuk good luck. Ugh. Lee Yunjae's real best friend, Bae-hyuk. Hey, but don't be too close to Seogyo without me. Daily life without the noisy guy was boring. As time went on, the number of days Songjun and Seogyo met together increased. Fortunately, Cogio did not try to coax Song Eun-jun or say anything with a subtle meaning. Sometimes I felt empty because the surroundings were so quiet, but I felt much better after seeing Song Eun-jun talking with an excited face. And so, before I knew it, this schedule had arrived. Seonji, let's try that suit on too. Sister, please save me. August is the hottest month of summer. It was also the month when the country's most famous film award ceremony was held. And I've been going to the stylist's office for several days. He's nice. Come on, let's get up. Oh my, you're so kind. Thanks to the stylist's coaxing, I woke up again with a half-dead look on my face. I wonder how many times I've changed clothes. I couldn't even count after 10. I asked seriously, looking at the stylist who was unusually sincere today. Sister, even when I went to Cannes, I didn't choose clothes like this. At that time, I didn't know you would win the Best Actor award. The stylist responded indifferently as she prepared the next set of clothes. This is your first award ceremony, winning Best Actor. This is even my first time attending a domestic award ceremony. Is my actor being ignored in a place full of other celebrities? I hate even thinking about it. I somehow end up finding the best fit. Who on earth would ignore me? I was about to say that no one would be interested in the first place, but I swallowed it. When I saw those crazy eyes, I couldn't bear to say anything. Let's save our stamina while we're complaining. I tried on suits from many brands over the course of a few days, and in the end, only 2 clothes remained. Seonji, how is it? What is better in your eyes? I am dashed. If you both say it's okay, you'll get scolded. I quietly turned my eyes to the words of blocking the source. They both look the same. Just because I'm not interested in fashion doesn't mean I'm disparaging the field. It's just that I'm completely blind. Is there a reason why we have experts? So, I wanted to leave it entirely to the expert stylist. Without any choice, I chose the less flashy one out of the 2. I have this. Oh, that's the brand my Yunsa recently launched. Oh my, the teacher will really like it. Teacher? I frowned slightly and asked. If you are a teacher, are you the one I ran into a few months ago? Blonde hair and blue eyes. Huh. Fit dashed. Then I want something other than this. As soon as I saw the stylist nodding, I immediately changed my choice. The other person's expression was dumbfounded. Why all of a sudden? I was about to elaborate, but I just said it honestly. I met his son in France, and he said something rude to me. So he's not very attractive. Impertinence? What did you say? They say I shouldn't have won Best Actor. I spoke in a deliberately indifferent manner. In an instant, the office was filled with silence. Everyone looked at me. Among them, the stylist's gaze was the hottest. If you're talking about the teacher's son, you're talking about Noah, right? That guy, no, he said that to you? Yes. Jinbei also heard it. Sorry, bro. Jinbei's eyes widened when his name suddenly came out. But I was more desperate for help than ever. I wanted to avoid getting involved with that rich man in any way. The stylist, who saw Jinbei nod, took a deep breath with a red face. And then it exploded. Aren't you crazy? Her immense anger. For a moment, I was taken aback by the decibel level, which was loud enough to make my body tremble. Sister, calm down. What does a crazy person say? Isn't it a dog? Alex, this bastard can't even educate his son properly. So how can he say something like that to someone else's actor? The stylist boldly eliminated the title teacher. His name was Alex. It was unnecessary information. I immediately put it out of my head and consoled the stylist. Sister, it's okay. It's not okay at all. That's right. It's not okay. But I'm really fine now. I think I'll look better if I don't wear those clothes. The stylist's eyes widened and he got angry, asking why he said such an obvious thing. I touched my ears as I watched him order the employee to take that thing out immediately and burn it. I don't know why, but I didn't feel too bad. For no reason, a fuzzy feeling tickled my ears. It's crazy. I'm so mad. I can't do it. For now, let's leave the remaining ones as candidates and accept a few more. Cancellation. In an instant, my blood became cold as if it had dried. With a pale face, I quickly stopped the stylist. Sister, I'm really fine dashed. Quiet. The stylist's anger continued for hours afterward. After much trial and error, I decided on the suit I would wear 3 days later. It was 3 days that felt like 3 years. Wow. Our cereal is so cool, isn't it? On the day of the awards ceremony, Jong Hai and I, whom I had not seen in a long time, approached me smiling. Thank you. What? Are your eyes out of focus? Are you okay? It wasn't okay. Jiangyan looked around at his older brother and closed his eyes. I want to go home. Because of the awards ceremony, I woke up early in the morning, got a massage, and even did my makeup and hair. In the meantime, I took a half-body bath to brighten my complexion. After doing this all day, I was already exhausted even before the meal started. It's really not normal. I haven't attended many award ceremonies, but it was a feeling I felt every time. Brother, I guess I'm not the type to go to awards ceremonies. Haha, so do I. Let's just hang in there for a little while and go home together. Jiangyi and Hyung smiled and lightly pinched my cheek. It didn't hurt, but I quickly bit my face when I saw my makeup staff's expression change for an instant. Huh? What? Because of that makeup? Oh, sorry. Oh my, I guess I'll have to do it again. Sorry. No, are you okay? A staff member who smiled and responded to Zhang Hai and I, who was apologizing, approached me. I was dazed as I felt something being dabbed on my face. When will this end? I know that for some people, even attending this event must be a dream. Everything I am currently enjoying without much thought might be someone else's lifelong dream. It's still uncomfortable. What should I do? I am a person who has more fun practicing acting alone than attending events like this. As the blonde-haired boy said, I may be deceiving someone by not attaching much importance to the trophy. But honestly, is that my business? It's not like I show it on the outside. There was no need to feel guilty about how I felt, as long as I didn't offend anyone. In other words, my feelings were an area where no one could say anything. These were my feelings. I was uncomfortable and tired now. The hair held tightly in place with wax, the fancy suit that fits the body perfectly, everything. But that didn't mean it was unbearable. Actor, look here. Brother, you took enough pictures earlier. That was a photo to upload to Star, and this is a photo to post to the fan cafe. Oh, then take that mirror. As soon as Jinbei finished speaking, I jumped up. I immediately thanked the staff who brought me a mirror and then checked to see if there were any eyes or unclean spots. Xianji, it's really cool today. Oh my, it's cute. It's great. Actor, I'll take one more picture from a different angle. I'm sorry, but please take a picture quickly. The endless praise from my brothers was enough to make me feel embarrassed. Still, I heard the fans like it. I heard that there are many fans who like the suit I wore in Cannes. In fact, I also saw several photos and videos posted on the fan cafe. That's enough. Surprisingly, it was sincere. As soon as I posted the photo taken by Jean Bei on the fan cafe, numerous comments poured in. Each and every comment was lovely, as if it resembled the owner of the letters. When I looked at the friendly-looking letters, the discomfort disappeared in an instant, as if I had never been tired. Actor, you need to go outside now. Yes. Since I posted this post in a hurry using my cell phone, I was concerned that the number of characters was smaller than usual, but I couldn't help it. I stood on the red carpet frantically, and the awards ceremony began. And won a prize. The long-awaited Best Actor award is actress Lee Yun-jae of Twins. Congratulations. In fact, I was not surprised because I had been informed of this in advance the day before. After politely greeting the people next to me, I came up on stage. Hello, this is Lee Yun-jae. It was the first time for a film to win an award in Korea. He expressed his gratitude to director Yoon, the staff, fellow actors, and fans who made it possible for him to enjoy that honor. Normally, I would have just said this and left. I had something to say today. Finally, I would like to use this opportunity to say something privately. I looked at the camera facing me directly. The transparent lens of the camera felt strange today. Perhaps because of the bright lighting, they looked like human eyes. It's fog. The sight of myself reflected on the camera was unfamiliar. Even without looking in the mirror, I could feel that I was smiling. I'm finally telling you this. I raised the corners of my mouth as I looked at the dim light like fog. Happy birthday. Today is August 20th. It was the Fog's own birthday, and the day we first met. Chapter 171. Notice, this is Yanji Lee. I took a picture in case you wanted to see it. Hello. It's a serial. The awards ceremony starts soon, but before that, I'm posting this because I want to show Bai-in the suit I wore today. Actually, I was debating whether to post it or not because it's a weird time, but I'm sorry if you were busy doing something else. I heard from the chairman that when I post, non-relationship members will be notified, so next time I will post at the usual posting time. Photo 1, Photo 2, Photo 3, Photo 4, Photo 5. The photo was taken by my manager. The hand slightly sticking out on the left in the last photo is Senior Lee Jong-hyun's hand. Actually, my senior was so cool today that I wanted to take a picture with him, but I didn't get the chance. My stylist told me that the clothes I wore today were made by designer Sun Hyun-ju. Thanks to you, I wore pretty clothes. Thank you. My older brothers and older sisters often complimented me on how well I got along with them, and I hope Bayan sees it that way too. And there was incorrect information about how to remove grease stains that I mentioned last time. I think mixing baking soda and water in a 1:2 ratio is more effective than mixing it in a 1:1 ratio. My manager said he has to go now, so I guess I should say hello at this point, but I'll study this part more carefully and tell you later. Well then, thank you for your hard work today. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you. And I'm tired of the fit of our Bambi suit. Congratulations in advance on your award, Yanji. Take care. I thank you for always thinking of us first. Slightly smiling face. No matter how busy you are, don't skip meals. I thank you so much, designer Sun Hyun-ju. I never thought I would live to see Bambi wearing a three-piece suit. Bambi does whatever he wants. I know, everyone ha. Why is it so funny that they lightly ignore the method of removing oil stains ha? LL, now I can pretend not to see that much LOL. Even though you only know how to remove grease and use a dishwasher, I still love you. The feelings of those above are my feelings. We love you. But it's okay if you don't have to explain it next time. Happy face. Just upload more pictures, please. For some reason, I think I took more photos than this. I trust Jonghyun. Please upload more pictures of our Bambi. Because of Bambi, I also followed actor Lee Jong-hyun on social media, LOL. Hey, me too, ha. Let's wait for a few hours. Anyway, it looks like Jeongyeon will upload a photo taken together without Yeonji's knowledge. My baby is so cute, I'm going crazy. Lee Yeonjae's fan club president, Kwon. In aside, her mouse moved quickly. As the mouse cursor moved, Lee Yeonjae's own text and photos of her suit taken by numerous reporters appeared alternately. Is it possible to be this cute and cool at the same time? How can a creature like this exist? The contact that did not go through the brain was intense. The chairman's eyes moved quickly to capture Lee Yeonjae's appearance. The community response is good, and there doesn't seem to be any need for a PDF. Fortunately, there were not many people who disliked the serial despite its topicality. Of course, there were anti-things. However, a celebrity without antipathy cannot exist anyway. When you think about it, serialization is fine. I also tend not to make controversial statements. To begin with, it doesn't seem like there's anything else you're interested in other than acting. Other than my manager, a few actors, and friends from school, I don't see anyone. So I told reporters that they had given up on sticking with me. But that kind of kid showed something he didn't do at the awards ceremony. It's fog. Yeonjae's eyes, captured directly by the camera, sparkled. The eyes, where a tiny bit of light slowly appeared and then disappeared, looked particularly black. Happy birthday. I don't know who the fog was, but as a fan, it was a tone filled with affection that made me jealous. The love I had for the other person was so full that I could feel it overflowing. At the same time, the internet was in an uproar. Who on earth is the fog? No, even if I think of my partner in my past life, I don't think I would feel that kind of affection. Who calls an acquaintance so vaguely in an acceptance speech? And I don't think it's a person's name, but is it the name of the animal you are raising? But I don't think I've ever heard of them growing anything. Or maybe it's a nickname. Maybe it's your girlfriend's nickname? But if it's your girlfriend, your image will be ruined, haha. Lee Yeonjae probably doesn't have a girlfriend, LOL. A classmate posted a post the other day, and it said that he's going to be a tough guy. It's almost like a confessional reflex machine. It was common for celebrities who won awards to mention acquaintances, parents, husband, wife, friends, children, etc. Rather, it was the custom in Korean acceptance speeches to list the names of so many people that it would seem strange if they were not mentioned. But the series hasn't been like that until now. Even when she won her first award for Zelkovitry, she gave a very simple speech. Even when he won the Best Actor award for his debut film at the Cannes Film Festival, he only said a few words before leaving. I couldn't help but think it was strange to see such a child wishing a happy birthday sincerely with such a sad face. So who is the fog? Several posts were posted on fan cafes, but without word from the person involved, it was only speculation. As he was an actor who never mentioned anything about his private life. Many speculations arose. Even Han Se-young, who had a skinship photo shoot this time, was mentioned, so Chairman Nolan hastily deleted the post. I wondered what would happen if things got worse, but fortunately, Yunjae posted a post right away that night. Notice, this is Yanji Lee. The fog mentioned in today's impressions is a dear friend of mine. In the article, it says, the fog is a friend who helped me sleep a long time ago, and, unfortunately, we are no longer in contact with him, but I clearly remember being happy when I think of that friend. I wanted to say thank you at least once. It said, I hope my heart can reach that friend. For your information, since I am an ordinary person who has nothing to do with the entertainment industry, the article ended with a polite ending, asking that you refrain from writing speculative articles. Fans quickly agreed. Recently, I was embroiled in bullying rumors, and since I knew that Yunjae lived in an orphanage, I couldn't dig deeper. Rather, it was an atmosphere of relief that Bambi had such a precious friend. The work was completed smoothly with quick feedback, clear explanations, and polite requests. The chairman also agreed, but was still curious. Who is such a precious friend to Bambi? So, his thick eyebrows were frowning. Who is the fog? No Bai-hyuk frowned and glared at me. I exclaimed as I looked at the lines that did not match my cool impression. Bai-hyuk. Wrinkle. That's right, thank you. So who are you? Why do you keep talking back? When did I change my mind? It's still spinning now. Who is the fog, and wishing you a happy birthday? Even at the awards ceremony. I sighed and answered the endless questions. I heard you were a childhood friend. I don't even know how to live now. When was the last time you saw him? Before entering daycare. No Bai-hyuk closed his mouth at the answer he had prepared in advance. I originally said this with the thought that people around me would be curious about it. My personal relationships can be counted on one hand, but I suddenly spoke up at an awards ceremony, so of course it would look suspicious. But I didn't regret it. It was even more so when I remembered the expression on the face of the fog I met in my dream last night. It's Fog. Did you see me today? Huh. Did you? Where were you then? Right in front of the series. I thought so. The fog had an expression I had never seen before. I said happy birthday once again to the guy who made a strange face and fell into my arms. The fog continued to be held in my arms without an answer. I bruised myself unconsciously, thinking about the warmth, but came to my senses when I heard No Bai-hyuk applauding. When I debut later, please say happy birthday to me too. Are you a kid? When I looked at him pitifully, he yelled at me to stop looking at him like that. Okay, debut quickly. When is the next second announcement? A month later. Until then, I'll assume you're dead. Huh. I just wish we could talk about it all at once. I feel like I'm bleeding for no reason. Would a kid who was one of the first debut members say something like that? It seems like he doesn't trust himself as much as he looks. No matter how blind the CEO is, wouldn't he choose No Bai-hyuk? I clicked my tongue as I looked at the guy who was causing me unnecessary worry. If you don't debut, who will? Don't worry, eat more of this. No, gaining weight. You won't gain weight with just one dumpling. Jinbei picked up the golden fried dumplings and brought them to his mouth. The guy refused a few times with his hands that didn't have any strength at all, and then pretended like he couldn't win and accepted it. The guy who had finished eating a bowl like that woke up with a grunt. I'm going to practice now. Welcome back. Take nutritional supplements. Watch your back. Watch your ankles. Call me if you're sick. Yes. Mom. No Bai-hyuk answered roughly and put on his hat. As I was seeing him off at the door, No Bai-hyuk, who seemed ready to run out at any moment, came back. That's right. Didn't you say you had plans this afternoon? Huh. Now we have to leave quickly. What was it? Interview. What if it's an interview? Will you follow along? I smiled and said to the guy who was asking me everything. No, a hair salon. When I arrived at the hair shop I always went to, the director immediately came out to meet me. Seonji, you were right. What's going on? As soon as I got tested, they said I had varicose veins. I got goosebumps. Have you also received treatment? Huh. I got the injection that very day. How did you know? After hearing what you said, I couldn't believe it. It's similar to the symptoms I saw in the book. I'm glad I found it in time. I'm glad I said this just in case. When I asked if the treatment was effective, the director said he was happy that the quality of life had changed. Another staff member who was listening to the conversation asked, Director, what are varicose veins? I also found out about it for the first time thanks to this serial. It's a disease that appears in people who stand for long periods of time like us. If your leg swelling is severe, please go there. Oh my, director, is that why you took your annual leave this time? Huh. Yunjae kept telling me to go to the hospital, so I just went there once. Wow, how are you so smart? I smiled shyly when the director said that I hope my son reads as many books as you do. After chatting about trivial things for a while, I was finally able to sit down. I felt very comfortable perhaps, because it was a place I had been going to since my debut. The representative director, who treated me more kindly today, smiled. Aryanji, are you ready for an unprecedented transformation today? The color doesn't come out with just one bleaching anyway, so you have to do it a few more times. Yes. Are you okay? I just laughed when another staff member scared me and told me to be prepared because bleaching hurts a lot. No matter how much it hurts, it will be less than when my head was broken. Then let's go wash our hair first. Yes. As I followed the staff to the shampoo room, my black-haired self made eye contact through the mirror. I'm curious. If this black hair turns white, will you look different? You won't know until you try. The first preparation to become a soul began with bleaching my silver hair. And after a few hours, I realized that the staff member's words were not just a scare. Chapter 172. Jinbei in thought. It's strange. Her actress, Lee Yunjae, was having a conversation with the hair shop owner. A calm face, no different from usual, came into view. The more I looked at it, the more my doubts grew. Who the hell is Fog? Jinbei was confident that he knew almost everything about his actors, even things that happened before I met you. Of course, I felt sorry because this was a background investigation without the actor's consent, but there was nothing I could do about it. He was born in a family familiar with such investigations and was raised that way. Still, he pledged not to abuse the information he learned, but to use it to protect his actor. However, among all those documents, there was no mention of Fog. This is a friend I knew briefly before entering the orphanage. It was so long ago. Do you remember that time? Of course it doesn't work out. I just said that because I think her birthday was around this time. The actor responded with a face that said it was no big deal. If we take that literally, it was a simple and clear situation. Because you can't find out all the relationships you just passed by through a few investigations. Above all, it was not information that was necessary to protect the actor. But Jinbei could not get rid of his doubts. I'd say the actor's personality is quite impressive enough to be mentioned at an awards ceremony. Above all, he had heard the name Fog once. Last year, I was on my way home after a photo shoot. It's Fog. I asked you to take it down. I clearly remember the actor talking in his sleep while I was driving to the car, hugging the actor who looked particularly tired. The voice was much sweeter than usual, so much so that even Jinbei paused for a moment. Xianji, how is it? Can you bear it? I feel like my head is on fire. Haha. Lee Yunjae responded to the director's words with a calm expression. People laughed at the facial expression that was so different from the content of the words. The actor was like usual, gently raising the corner of his mouth in response to people laughing. However, it was not usual at the awards ceremony. Happy birthday. Shaking eyes, trembling corners of the mouth, and a slightly subdued voice. It was too affectionate to be seen as a person wishing a happy birthday, and at the same time, it seemed sad. Just like you do to someone you will never see. Did you miss your friend that much? It was around this time that I thought about whether I should try to find that foggy person by any means possible. A staff member approached Jinbei and told a joke. Manager, you were worried about bleaching your hair for the first time, but now you can feel at ease. The response is better than I expected. Although the words were full of playfulness, Jinbei swallowed a bitter smile. Well, he was a person who was very used to being patient. He wasn't the type of person who honestly said he was in pain. In response to Jinbei's ambiguous response, the words came back. Anyway, I can't stop you from being overprotective, manager. You know that. He was really overly protecting the actor. I knew long ago that I had crossed the line where I could interfere as a manager. I just wondered what it mattered. I should pay more attention. Even if it seemed excessive to others, he had to constantly pay attention to the actor and interfere more. Otherwise, Jinbei managed his facial expressions, recalling what a psychiatrist said about actors a few years ago. Just thinking about what the doctor said at that time made me feel sick. Still, it's a lot better. Recently, The actor has been showing a particularly relaxed side. There were many times when I leaned on him when he said he was tired, and when he got irritated, he showed it off, or even pouted sometimes. It was proof that all efforts had not been in vain. It was fortunate. Actor, your head hurts a lot. No, are you okay? As soon as I approached the actor and spoke to him, a machine-like response came back. As I looked at him without saying a word, the actor avoided my gaze and muttered, "It's bearable. Wouldn't it be better to wear a wig now?" Brother, the story is already over. The company also gave permission. I get it. I was just complaining once. I'm acting more like a child. Jinbei played with the actor's dull hair with an upset face. It was half sincere and half intentional. Because the weaker the other person was, the more friendly he became. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the actor started rolling his eyes. Brother, it doesn't hurt that much. Yes. Fortunately, Still, it seems like your hair is better than you think, right? I thought it would be awkward since it was my first time dyeing my hair, but I think it turned out pretty good. How is your brother? Jinbei had to hold back laughter at the way he spoke, deliberately trying to lighten the mood. Does the actor think I'm a 5-year-old child? Even with that thought in mind, and Jinbei naturally whined. The actor also naturally accepted his cute expression and patted his back. The staff members who were watching the strange sight from the side could only mutter indifferently. Both of them are very strange. So, they fit together like that. Leave it alone. Let's mind our own business. Okay. Teacher Hyun-young, please do the finishing work. The office workers started work, leaving the two people whispering and talking as if they were alone. At loss. The day I had been waiting for so long has come. Actor. Safety belt dashed. Yes, I did it. When I spoke urgently, Jinbei suppressed his laughter and replied that he would leave. Whether my brother was laughing or not, I could barely stop myself from shaking my feet. I want to film it quickly. Today was the first day of filming for Killing Horn. Since most of the scenes in which I appear are large-scale filming, I heard that the minor filming began last week. From the first filming, I was half nervous and half excited because it was a battle scene. Actor, I am embarrassed to say this after I am so opposed to it, but your hair really suits you. I burst out laughing without realizing it when I heard something that came to me a long time after I got behind the wheel. Thank you. I want to quickly show it to my fans. You'll have to endure for a while because of spoilers. Even if you feel stuffy, wear a wig and a hat. Wow, that's a shame. The silver hair, which I thought would look excessive, turned out to be much better than I expected. Even when I looked in the mirror, I didn't feel like my facial features were different or that anything special stood out. I think the fans will like it too. I wouldn't know if it only looked good to my eyes. Since everyone else's reactions were good, I thought about the tragedy even more. At the same time, I also thought about No Baihyuk. How do idols bleach their hair all the time? My current hair was so white that it was almost transparent. It wasn't an easy process to come up with this color. My hair definitely became duller than before I dyed it. Of course it will get worse here. I was told that I would have to continue bleaching my hair every week from now on. It wasn't pleasant to have to go through that process again, but it was okay, because it suits the development of the work better. Seoul, who had a bright and mischievous personality, was scheduled to become increasingly darker towards the end of the drama. As your hair becomes rougher, your mood will improve accordingly. Anything is great as long as the work comes out well. Hair is bound to grow later anyway. However, Killing Horn was filmed only once. Actor, we will arrive at the filming location soon. My heart, which had been pounding at Jinbei's words, beat even faster. I wanted to jump out of the running car and run to the filming set. Let's calm down. I took a deep breath calmly. Of course it didn't calm down. I resisted the urge to run right away and quietly got out of the car. As soon as I looked up, I saw a huge set. And a large building large enough to hold a concert filled the field of view. I think it's the biggest place the actor has ever filmed. Right. I turned my head and looked around. The set, standing tall in the middle of a flat farmland, looked huge. And I thought, a boy who has lived his whole life in such a large building. Was it frustrating? Horn was an experimental subject created through the H Project. A child who has human genes, but also genes that humans cannot have. In other words, a non-human being grew up among humans. There is no way he could have understood all the emotions he must have felt in just a few days of practice. But when I saw the huge building, I got a vague sense of it. It must not have been frustrating. He was a kid who had no interest in the world outside the building to begin with. Even if we know that space exists outside of Earth, not all humans want to wear a spacesuit. The soul I thought of was not that kind of person, at least until I leave the building. Because every day was fun. I stared at the huge set. In a few hours, I will become a soul and take my first steps into society. I leave the facility for the first time in my life and enter a new world. For a moment, my heart ached. Actor, shall we go in now? Yes. Before I knew it, the excitement of playing a new character had subsided, and my heart was racing with other emotions. It was easy to find the reason for feeling this way. This was a feeling of guilt. Sorry. I know you're ending. I know what you're going through next. But I had to take a picture of your smile today. Before entering the building, I quietly closed my eyes. I felt a variety of confusing emotions and sorted out my complicated head. Sorry, but I'll still do my best. No matter what ending comes in the future, this moment is the one that will never come back. And I'll play you, who doesn't know anything yet. Xianji, I hope you enjoy the filming. I laughed at what the PD said and replied that I could ask for better things. Before I knew it, the styling was all done. I woke up wearing clothes that were reasonably tight to my body. Actor Kim Suk-joon, wearing a similar outfit as me, approached me. Why? Yes. You and I have the same clothes. But why do I feel like I'm the only one who wears them? I responded calmly to the words that seemed genuinely puzzling. You should bleach your hair too. Oh my, what kind of big problem is going to happen? Get negative. I never bleach my hair. I almost died when I did it before. Actor Kim Suk-joon was disgusted and asked if he was making fun of people. I didn't say this to make fun of you. The clothes that actor Kim Suk-joon and I were wearing were the clothes worn by special agents. The heavy color unique to the combat uniform made of bulletproof material made it easy for the face to become dull. I styled my hair to match my silver hair, so it will look relatively less dull. As I calmly added the explanation, actor Kim Suk-joon grumbled that I was talking to you for no reason. You're grumbling a lot today. The person who had been wandering around the filming set like a zealot during the time of the Zelkova tree was now circling around the same spot, muttering to himself. I sighed as I pondered what to do with the clearly visible pattern. Seek-jun Hyung. Why? Hyung, your eyes are really sparkling right now. Okay. The face that had been replying insincerely suddenly became dumbfounded. He looked at the other person and asked indifferently what he was talking about. I told you this last time when I was filming the Zelkova tree. You can tell that he likes acting just by looking in his eyes. It shines brighter now than then. On the one hand, it became more serious, and on the other hand, it became more lively. Actor Kim Suk-joon was blank for a moment and then scratched the back of his neck. What? It's embarrassing. So stop being nervous. With my brother next to me, I get nervous too. Why are you doing this if you're going to do well anyway? Hey man, when did you say I was nervous? Actor Kim Suk-joon screamed. With good timing, the staff shouted to start filming. Let's start filming. Actor Kim Suk-joon muttered 3 times quickly that he was not nervous and then returned to his seat. That as it may, I too stood in my place. It's our first time, so let's go with the feeling of working together. Now ready. I stood at the spot marked with tape and closed my eyes. And I thought of you. Action. Immediately, the corners of his mouth went up. Chapter 173. Wow. It's really spacious. Step back. Wow, did you see that? It's crazy. Is that tree alive? And this is my first time seeing a living tree. Calm down. I said it earlier. If you don't follow the instructions properly, you will be sent back. TSK, too bad. I puffed out my cheeks and sat down on the floor. I did it because I found it fascinating. No. Calm down though. It's your first mission. If you get excited and mess up, your brother will be disappointed. Are you disappointed? I chuckled at Agent Jang Yosuk's words. No way. My brother is not disappointed in me. He didn't get angry when I broke the new machine I brought in the other day. Yeah, you're handsome. Sit quietly until the mission begins. Agent Jang Yosuk picked his ear as if he was not interested. That's too much. Amazing. The fresh air flowing through the surroundings, the rising sunlight, and the dense forest. I had already seen and felt it countless times in the virtual space within the facility, but the real thing was definitely different. I clenched and unclenched my fists. There was nothing I could grab, but I really wanted to take some air with me. But the Leisure time was very short. The mission begins. Huh. As soon as I heard Agent Zhang's words, I immediately stood up. Agent Zhang pointed to 3 people in the distance. Target 3. The 2 in black suits are the heads, and the 2 in white suits are the legs. Okay, keep this in mind. Never hesitate. The moment you hesitate even a little, everything is ruined. Okay, I wondered if there was any reason to hesitate, but I answered calmly. Anyway, Agent Zhang is so tight. He shook his head and took out his gun. He raised his gun, took aim, and narrowed his eyes. Take a deep breath, and bang, bang, bang. A loud gunshot filled the forest. In an instant, the targets fell to the floor one after another. I was worried for no reason. Hi, I did well. Your brother will praise you. Of course, I shot it so well. Even when viewed from a distance, it was a clean process. The 2 targets aimed at the head were lying down quietly, while the target aimed at the legs was screaming in pain. Aya, oh my, that must hurt. Are you going to explode now? No, in 5 minutes. Explode it right before you die. Ugh, it's absolutely disgusting. It's a request from the client. This is an unusual client. Why did they tell me to kill that person? For a moment, I became curious. Even if you ask my brother, he won't tell you anyway. 5 minutes have passed. Blast it. Huh. He smiled at Agent Zhang's words and raised his hand. Let's do a finger snap with your thumb and middle finger. Puck. The person lying down exploded. From the leg where the bullet was lodged to the head, everything. It burst cleanly. Wow, I feel praised. Aren't you disgusted? I looked at Agent Zhang curiously, who had a tired expression on his face. That's gross. Is that gross? What? Done. Never mind. Mission cleared. Go back to headquarters. You always ignore what I say. It came out for the first time. I was a little disappointed because I wanted to stay outside a little longer. But my brother told me to listen carefully. I immediately got up, remembering the friendly face. Yoziak Hyung. I followed Agent Zhang quietly and spoke to him. Immediately sharp words came back. I told you not to call me that. TCH, okay. Agent Zhang. Then can I blow up the remaining 2 and go? Do whatever you want. He laughed at the blunt remark and repeatedly snapped his fingers. Every time my finger clicked, the sound of something exploding was heard in the distance. Loud, cheerful sound. I want to be praised by my brother right away. It's your first mission, but you did it so well. My brother will really like it. Thinking of my brother's face smiling softly made me feel good. As I was walking along excitedly, my vision suddenly turned white. At the same time, a huge explosion sound was heard. Cut. Oh, I love it. The PD's voice slowly brought me back to my senses. While I was blinking a few times, the PD hurriedly came running towards me. Why do you 2 work so well together? Wow, that really gave me goosebumps. The PD looked genuinely surprised. Actor Kim Suk-jun, who played Agent Jang Yo-suk, answered with a smile. Thank you. Thanks to the series, I was able to become more immersed in it. You 2 work well together. It's different because we filmed a drama once. That's because we've never filmed together before. I had doubts, but I just smiled calmly. I ask you both to continue like this. I'll wait 5 minutes and then refilm the series as a standalone cut. All right. The scene just filmed was right before the bomb exploded in front of Agent Jang Yo-suk and Horn, who were trying to return to the facility. This scene was scheduled to be completed within the morning, and the battle scene after the bomb exploded was scheduled to be filmed in the afternoon. It's gonna be fun. I was trying to control my facial expression for fear that my strange anticipation would show, but actor Kim Suk-jun approached me. Hey. Unlike the grinning appearance in front of the PD, he had a strangely bad expression. Have you ever fired a gun? Yes. Have you actually fired a gun? What are you talking about? Brother, you went through the same training as us. That's why I'm asking. We haven't even touched a real gun. But how can you shoot like a real gun? Because I practiced. It's my fault. I asked for no reason. Seek-jun Kim shook his head and said that he had become an actor. Why are you like that? I thought this person was really strange, but I ignored it. Right now, I'm more concerned about maintaining a firm posture. I don't know if I'm doing it right. The gun I was holding right now wasn't real. It was fake. It was natural. This is Korea, and this is filming. However, drama viewers are not obligated to take that into consideration. Ultimately, it has to look like a real gun. Easier said than done. It's harder than I thought. I had to express the strong recoil that made my body bounce around with just my movements. Although I received action school training, I felt like something was lacking, so I practiced separately for the past few days. Fortunately, PD's expression isn't bad. The soul's ability was hidden within his body. His blood. There was tremendous energy concentrated in the soul's blood. And when the soul wanted to, he could burst where his blood was. In other words, with one snap of Horn's finger, his blood can explode anywhere it touches. Using bullets made by mixing soul blood had the advantage of not only killing the enemy, but also controlling the timing of death. A useful feature that allows you to make the opponent die purely from pain and ensure a final confirmed kill. As a bonus, it's good for me to act too. With my current body, I cannot show refreshing action acting like adult actors. In order to feel exhilaration, rather than cringe from action acting, a certain level of persuasion is needed. Until I had that kind of physique, using these unrealistic abilities actually made it more realistic. Ugh, I guess I'll have to go home and practice some more. Regardless of PD's expression, I wasn't satisfied. I did a little bit of that and was stretching my tight shoulders when Jinbei came up to me. Actor, would you like me to relax your shoulders? Ah, yes. Thank you. Jinbei massaged my shoulders with his familiar hands. This is your first time doing action acting, but you're really good at it. I haven't done anything properly yet. Just now I just pretended to hold a gun and shoot it a few times. There was more work to do during the afternoon fight scene filming. You may be thrown into an unexpected raid by an enemy, and you may have to defeat the enemies one by one. While I was once again recalling the action chemistry I had coordinated with the actors in advance, I heard a low voice. Still, I'm glad. Actor. What? Killing Horn is a drama that cannot be viewed by teenagers. There are many cruel scenes. I thought the actor might have had a hard time filming. Fortunately, the scene is okay. That's right. I heard that all scenes where bodies explode or heads fly are done with CG. In reality, all the actors had to do was fall at the right time. Wait for a sec. Brother. Yes. Well then, I asked hesitantly. Can't I see Killing Horn when it comes out? Jinbei paused for a moment and then laughed embarrassingly. Well, first of all, officially, I have to say I haven't seen it. Even at drama previews, actors have to stay out in the middle. Okay. Right. That's right. I slowly nodded to the words that were understandable. Jinbei, who was looking at my expression, hurriedly added another comment. But you can watch it secretly at home. But it was so cruel. Actor, then I will collect and show you only the parts in which you appear. How about that? No. It's okay if you don't see it. What needs to be protected must be protected. That's what I was talking about, but I guess it wasn't very persuasive. I changed the subject by comforting the other person who was crying. And I thought to myself, I'll have to watch it secretly with the fog. Isn't the place with the fog not the real world anyway? Then, I'm not watching videos in Korea, so it's not illegal. I feel like trash. I felt like I was finding loopholes in the rules and doing bad things. But it's not wrong, right? The same thing happened when I told others about the fog. Zhonghai and I, Jinbei, and Bai Hyok all asked about the fog. And I was also curious about Bai-in. I did the same to the previous 3 people, but I especially didn't want to lie to Bai-in. So I spoke as honestly as I could. First, the fog helped me a long time ago. Second, unfortunately, we are not in contact at the moment. Third, when I think of the fog, I only remember being happy. Fourth, he is an ordinary person who has nothing to do with the entertainment industry. Although the second sentence is somewhat ambiguous, it wasn't a lie by real-world standards. Unless I'm sleeping, there's no way I can see the fog. I still miss you like this, but I can't hear your voice even once. I just wait for the moment to fall asleep. Every night, every day. Actor. Now we start filming again. Yes. Wait a minute. I quickly took out my phone and opened the notepad. It's fog. See you later. I'll do a good job filming. After hesitating, I added something more. I miss you today too. I waited about 30 seconds and turned off my phone. Of course, I deleted the notepad. You may be wondering if this is some kind of one-way communication, but I wonder if there is at least something possible like this. I miss you. How can my heart grow like this every day? It was amazing. I wanted the fog to be next to me when I opened my eyes. I wanted to show others that fog actually exists. I also wanted to prove to myself that I did not have a mental illness. It didn't matter what it looked like. It's just fog. I wish it existed in my reality too. Yes? What did you say? Jinbei immediately reacted to the small muttered words. He laughed and said it was nothing. Jinbei patted my head and told me to cheer up a little. Even though I received a careful hand, I felt somehow lonely. He's such a sweet person. But Jinbei was not a fog. That was a little difficult today. Chapter 174. The day after the first filming of Killing Horn, I arrived at a studio I had never seen before. As soon as I rang the bell, the door was opened right away, so I came in right away, but there was no one at the front door. Hello. As I greeted the air, a loud sound came back from far away. I'm here. I'm sorry, but I'm right now. Come in now. The usual calm tone was gone, and the voice became frantic. I took off my shoes, organized them neatly, and slowly went inside. The studio is really big. Didn't you say that you would paint in a small space? As expected, I couldn't trust what celebrities said. The paintings were displayed one after another in a long hallway, almost like an exhibition. This is the picture I saw the other day. It seemed like everything had been moved here after the exhibition. As I looked through them one by one and went inside, I finally saw people with bright lighting. I'm here. I'm sorry I couldn't meet you. What are you doing? That is, I cooked because you said you were coming, but it was my first time. Singer Kang Se-hyun blurted out his words. He himself seemed embarrassed to say that the burnt thing in front of him was food. It was fascinating how on earth one could come up with a result like that. You paid a lot of attention to me coming. I will eat well. No, don't eat this. I can't eat this. I'll order food. Delivered. You can just take off the burnt part and eat it, okay? After speaking indifferently, I washed my hands first. When we sat down at the table that had already been prepared, Singer Kang Se-hyun sat down hesitantly. But why are you alone? What about the manager? Jinbei has a meeting scheduled. They say they're coming to pick you up in the evening. Uh-huh. You're busy. I heard you also had your first filming yesterday. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for inviting me. I will eat well. Pasta. He picked up something that looked like a fork and put it in his mouth. As I ate without reacting, Singer Kang Se-hyun hesitated and ate the same food. Ugh. And spit it out right away. It's like food waste. 3 seconds later, the other person muttered in vain. I looked at his shocked face and responded calmly. It's not that bad. No, you spit it out. Why are you eating that? Stop eating. When I put my fork to the food again, Singer Kang Se-hyun immediately stood up and took the plate away. I just let him take it without any effort. To be honest, I didn't have the confidence to eat it twice. Do you like pizza? Should I order pizza? Yes. I can eat most things. Still, I felt sorry for the sincere person who prepared it, so I picked up what looked like a finished pickle and ate it. It's delicious. I ordered pizza. They say it takes 30 minutes. I must be hungry. Sorry. I cooked for no reason. Don't do that. The fact that this is my first time means that I am not someone who usually enjoys cooking. I was surprised that he invited me here, but I couldn't believe that he even tried to cook for me. Don't you hate me? I looked at Singer Kang Se-hyun, who was flustered and asking what he should do because he was hungry. Clearly this person knows that I am not an ordinary middle school student. Director Yoon, I just know who is behind me. However, Singer Kang Se-hyun was given an MP3 that cannot exist in the world. That was impossible even for a person with a lot of experience. Isn't it normal to feel creepy, strange, or even reluctant? But why are you being so friendly? Brother, aren't you uncomfortable? Perhaps because it was so fascinating, a question popped out without me even realizing it. I'm surprised that you treat me so comfortably. It's quite understandable for you to feel uncomfortable. This was my first time here. In a situation where Singer Kang Se-hyun did not know what was installed, it was difficult to mention clear words. So I said it back, but luckily it seems to have made sense. The other person's nervous face as he looked at the delivery time changed to a strange expression. I'm not uncomfortable with you. Well then, I'm glad. I was about to pass it on, but the other person added something more. I know you're not an ordinary kid. At first, I thought about many things, but after a few days, I wondered if it was algebra. Anyway, it's true that you saved me. I just helped you. To say that I saved you would be a bit odd-dashed. No, it's true that you saved me. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be talking like this right now. The face of the person facing me was calm. If it weren't for you, the school violence controversy couldn't have ended. After that, I wouldn't have been able to film a drama or hold an exhibition. I just have to think about that. I told you not to ask about the rest anyway, so I'm just not going to think about it. Singer Kang Se-hyun shrugged his shoulders. So, I hope you treat me comfortably too. If there is anything I can help you with, I will help you at any time. I'm still comfortable with you. Like the manager? For a moment, I was speechless. The other person smiled brightly, saying, "Look at that. Of course, I haven't done much for you, but it's greedy to want that much. But I'm greedier than I thought. I'm hoping for that much." "Why are you greedy for that? How can I expect you to be someone who is comfortable with me?" I asked because I was genuinely curious, but the other person laughed out loud. "Everyone around you is like that, right? I'm just the same." It was a clear explanation, but the question was not resolved. When I made an expression that I didn't understand, Singer Kang Se-hyun said that the expression you were making right now was the reason. I didn't understand anymore. What on earth are you talking about? I didn't think anything would make sense if I talked further, so I just ended it. Still, I'm glad you're not uncomfortable. In that sense, I have prepared something. The timing is perfect. Singer Kang Se-hyun, who was still smiling cheerfully, suddenly stood up. Then he handed me a canvas wrapped in thin paper. It was so large that it was difficult to lift with one hand. "Can I open it?" "Then, that's yours." "Mine?" At those words, my hands became more careful as I opened the wrapping paper. I slowly removed the tape one by one, afraid that something might go wrong. After some time had passed, I was able to look at the canvas. It was a painting filled with various paints without any form. This. It's me. It was me. It didn't have a human shape, but it was immediately recognizable. Singer Kang Se-hyun smiled brightly, as if he knew I would notice. It's you. I've seen everything you've done for the past few days. Actually, I started drawing because I was impressed by watching twins, but people can't help their feelings. As I was drawing it, I started thinking more about Hello, My Summer, which we filmed together. The picture contained many colors. A heavy texture reminiscent of the dark riverside in Twins. A bright brush stroke reminiscent of the refreshing sunlight of Hello, My Summer. What were you thinking while filling this wide canvas? I couldn't say anything because I felt strange. For a moment, after staring at the picture aimlessly for a few minutes, I belatedly said hello, wondering what kind of rude behavior this was. "Thank you, brother. Thank you so much." I'm glad you like it. I wondered if I could receive a gift like this. I felt uncomfortable, as if I had received a gift that wasn't suitable for me. The funny thing is, I don't want to let go. When I didn't let go of the painting in my hand, as if someone was going to take it away, the other person laughed. "Seonji, let's put the picture down and eat the pizza first. You can just take it with you when you go home." "Then should I leave this at the front door? Because I might forget it." "Puckle, yes, let's do it." As soon as permission was given, I ran to the front door. It was a bit difficult to put it on the floor, so I looked around and carefully placed it on the table. The pizza is delicious. I know, right? And the pizza I ate was very delicious. Singer Kang Se-hyun laughed the whole time he was eating pizza, wondering what was so funny. I didn't even have time to ask why I kept smiling. My mind was filled with only the pictures I had seen earlier. I can't wait to take it home. Singer Kang Se-hyun's studio was quiet. There was no TV, no radio. In a quiet living room with no music, all we could hear was the sound of each other eating something. Even in that calm silence, my body floated. It was an unfamiliar feeling, but one I feel a lot these days. A few hours later, singer Choi In-jun also arrived at the studio. "Our Bambi, how are you? A long time." "Hello. The suit you wore at the last award ceremony was so cool. I even made it my phone background." Space's youngest member, singer In-jun Choi, was still the same. "It looks like a dog." I don't mean that in a bad way, but it really looked like a big dog. It was Si-in-hyung who stopped singer In-jun Choi, who was wagging his tail like crazy. "Stop, Choi In-jun. You decided last time to do it in moderation." "All right. Sorry. Are you okay?" I met singer Choi In-jun often after the conversation that ended awkwardly. I was confused when he apologized for hurting me, but later I realized that it was because of what he said at the Hello, My Summer dinner party. "When did that happen, and you keep it in your heart?" He said he was immature because he was treated as the youngest and that he would be careful in the future, so I told him not to worry. The reason I felt confused when singer Choi In-jun and Se-hyun looked like family was purely my problem. At the time, looking at the two of them, I thought of No Bae-hyuk and Jin Bae. and wondered why they were like this, but now I know that I was jealous of singer Choi in June. That's why I should be more sorry. We talked a lot after that, and I felt much more comfortable with singer Injin Choi. When he couldn't stand his fandom for me, and it got too much, Si and Hyung decided to stop him. But it was actually okay at this level. If you think it's a secret. Rather, I should be thankful. It was said in that sense. Would you like me to send you another photo from the awards ceremony? Except what I posted on the fan cafe. OMG. Well, thank you so much. Wow, thank you so much. Singer Choi in June's expression brightened. While I was sending him a photo as a message, I heard something unexpected. Bambi, did I see your friend? Baehyuk. Really? Huh. It was nice that the child was so friendly. I didn't realize how much time passed between the two of us talking about you. Singer Choi in June smiled brightly. I'm glad. I suddenly felt better. Baehyuk really likes space. I also listened to a lot of his brother's songs next to Baehyuk. Please look at it kindly. I smiled softly on purpose. Okay. I said I would buy you food next week. Thank you. He likes dumplings. Okay. Then I'll have to look into a Chinese restaurant. A friendly conversation was taking place, but Sahai and Hyung intervened. Truly, anyone who sees it will think you are his mother. Baehyuk said that too. I gave a rough answer to the joke. While the three of them were talking like that, singer Injin Choi suddenly tilted his head. But Bambi, aren't hats stuffy? You can take your clothes off here. Oh, it's a hat attached to a wig. Huh? Wig. Singer Choi in June's expression became more suspicious. I thought it was too difficult to explain in words, so I just raised my hand. When I took off the hat that was attached to the wig, it slipped away and my real hair popped out. I dyed my hair for this role. Because of spoilers, fans are still. Brother, are you okay? Singer Choi in June's expression was pale. I was surprised and tried to get closer, but the other person took a step back. And 3 seconds later, a huge scream was heard. Chapter 175. Have you calmed down a little now? No. Yes, it seems that way. I sighed as I looked at the half-dead singer Choi in June. I didn't expect you to be this surprised. Sorry. No. You didn't do anything wrong. Just because it's so beautiful. Here we go again. Yes. Thank you. Stop it now. I didn't have the confidence to listen any further, so I covered my mouth. Singer Choi in June screamed when he saw my head and made a fuss to himself. From the silver-haired prince to the white deer blah blah blah. The raw cries tormented me. I tried to think of it as Bayun's words, but I couldn't stay sane even after hearing, it must be the reincarnation of an angel. I'm exhausted. It wasn't burdensome, but it was difficult to listen to with a clear mind. Unlike the two of us who were exhausted, Sahayan, who had a fine face, touched my head. I would have had to bleach a lot to remove it to this extent. Didn't it hurt? It hurt. I also had red hair during my last promotion, and it was really hell. Ugh, I don't even want to think about it. Sahayan Hyung's body trembled. Even at that age, bleaching seems difficult. What should Baehyuk do? As expected, nothing is easy. Singer Choi in June finally calmed down after 30 minutes. I was so shocked I thought I was going to die. Me too. So stop it now. Fortunately, singer Injin Choi did not continue speaking. It seemed like he didn't have the strength to do that. Sahayan scratched his eyebrows as he looked at the two of us, just breathing as if we were dead. What do we do? I'm planning to do a video app after you leave, but he's in a bad state. The app? What is it? I was puzzled for a moment, but after hearing the explanation, I understood. That's what idols do. I looked up some videos because of No Baehyuk. Do you usually do this impromptu? Without staff. When we were rookies, we got separate permission to turn it on, but by our time, we can do it whenever we want. The fans like it, and we miss them too. I envy you. I also want to see buy-in. My birthday is too far away. We decided to hold a fan meeting on my birthday next year as well. In other words, it is a long way until we see the faces of our fans. Then I'll go and see. Injin, please start once you calm down. Aside from feeling envious, I couldn't ruin other people's schedules, so I jumped up. Sahayan was the one who caught me as I got dressed and tried to leave. Seonji, do you just want to take a picture together? Me too. Why? I think space fans will hate it. Seon and I came to see singer Choi in June, but I thought it would be unpleasant to see a boy I didn't know out of nowhere. Sahayan Hyung chuckled and shook his head. My fans like you too. The last time I did a broadcast, he asked how I was doing with you. But you probably don't like participating in the broadcast yourself. Anyway, We do a lot of joint broadcasts with other people. Well, it's my first time working with an actor. When I was told that I didn't have to if I didn't want to, I hesitated for a moment and then nodded. I want to do it. If the mood is bad, I'll leave midway. Don't worry. It's not that big of a deal. Then I will post that it starts in 30 minutes. Hey, Injun Choi, come to your senses and wash your face. Seon's older brother hit singer Choi In-jun's butt. As I watched the two people bickering, I made a solemn promise. I'll have to talk to the company after it's over. Maybe I too can communicate with buy-in in this way. If I finish the broadcast now, I will be able to make more confident requests to the company. Let's do well. Although it is a live broadcast, there will be no special content as there is no special content. If I just stay still, I'll get there at least halfway. I smiled, thinking that I should call team leader Wu as soon as I finished. It was a meaningless smile that never occurred to me that the mess that would unfold 30 minutes later. Hello, ounces. This is my studio. 30 minutes later, Seon Hyung turned on the broadcast. Space fan's name is Ounce. Why Ounce? Out of curiosity, I asked the person sitting next to me, and singer Choi In-jun whispered, "Our cheering slogan is Space On. Just take the last two letters and call it Ounce." I see, cute. How is such a name decided? Out of curiosity, I asked a lot of questions. Still, I was aware that I was broadcasting from the side, so I whispered into singer Choi In-jun's ear, but the other person felt embarrassed. "Bambi, you are really cute." "Yes, thank you." I could now easily overlook comments like this. While the two were whispering for a while, the time had come. "Is there anyone next to me?" "Yes, I brought a special guest for the Ons. It is now." The moment Sahai and Hyung winked, I went in at the right time. "Hello, this is Lee Yun-jae." I thought the greeting was too short, so I hesitated for a moment and then added an afterword. "Nice to meet you. Oz Field, is this what you call it?" It was a little awkward, so I blurted out my words without realizing it. This. It must have looked very rough. I regretted it in my mind and looked straight ahead, but the chat window underneath my phone had stopped. And a few seconds later, the chat exploded. What is this crazy thing? Oh my god, we still keep in touch even after the drama ended. You guys are so cute. Oh wow, I'm tired. You guys debut like this. I'll pretend not to notice. Guys, let's kidnap Lee Yun-jae as the youngest member. The chat was so fast I couldn't read it. Unlike me, who was absent-minded, Sahayan and singer Choi In-jun talked naturally. "I ate pizza with Yeonji today. OMG. Why are you leaving me out? You had a schedule. I'll tell you anyway. Did you and Bambi eat pizza together without me?" The two of them were talking next to each other, but I couldn't join in on the conversation. I wanted to read the chat in case space fans felt left out. You have to see something to read it. As I was alone in the corner looking at my phone, Sahai and Hyung chuckled. "Seonji, what are you doing?" "Oh, the chat speed is too fast. Our ounces are fast at typing." "I see, but why does he look proud?" I was curious, but I just ignored it and read the chat. But there was a message that immediately caught my eye. "Bambi, I'm buy-in. I came running after hearing the news from my friend. He is my fan." For a moment her face jumped forward. "Hello, buy-in. Long time no see." The chat disappeared in an instant, but the laughter did not disappear. Without realizing it, I laughed like an idiot. "Wow, I'm so happy to meet you. Really, I missed you. I really missed you." It feels different from seeing it in a cafe post. It felt like something tickled me more. It was so amazing that I kept laughing. I was watching carefully to see if the word buy-in would appear again, but for a moment I felt silence next to me. "Why do you look at me like that?" "No, you're really kind to your fans." He said something obvious, so I answered curiously. "Your brothers are also kind." "Okay, we're friendly too, but I don't know. Why do I feel strange?" Sahai and Hyung scratched his forearm, thinking he was strange. "Why are you like that?" Meanwhile, singer Choi In-jun was grinning next to him. "Our Bambi. Really, why are you like that?" First of all, neither of them are normal. I boldly decided to turn off my mind and turn my attention back to my phone. But in that short period of time, my fans came flocking to me. "Hello, Ons folks. Excuse me. It's been a million years since I've seen Bambi's face. I'll borrow the chat window. Sorry. Yeonji, you really are so pretty today. Did my baby eat? I show our sweet face more often. Sorry. I will write more in the future. I know. Please show me your face, not the text. Yes. I will take a lot of videos. The response was hotter than I expected. I really need to contact Team Leader Wu as soon as this is over. I thought it would be great if I could do a live broadcast like this. First of all, the current broadcast is for space fans, so we had to finish it quickly. I will tell the company and see you again as soon as possible. For now, let's meet at the fan cafe tonight. Fortunately, Bai-in quickly realized my intention. I suppressed my laughter at the rapidly decreasing chat frequency. Whose fan is this? He was really smart and lovely. I could barely contain my laughter when a chat caught my eye. But Li Yunjie wears her civilian clothes in a rather rough manner. I thought she would wear something cute. You dressed in all black. Do you like black? My Anjuni also likes black. Oh, the clothes. I see. Everything is black. It wasn't intentional, but the wig, hat, tee, and pants were all black. I think it's because I just came wearing something that was tied in my hand. I was worried for a moment that it would look too dull, but fortunately the reaction wasn't bad. After all, if you're handsome, there's no such thing as personal color. The face shines. Black Bambi, who will swallow everything. Xianji, how about joining space as the youngest member? We'll treat you well. Yes, it's nice that Injin is a middle school member and refreshing when he graduates as the youngest member. There's something strange about these people too. It felt like there were 100 Choi Injin singers gathered together. I tried to laugh, feeling dispirited in an instant. Fortunately, the live broadcast went smoothly after that, and before we knew it, it was time to end it. I think I should turn off the broadcast now. Don't go? We'll see each other tomorrow, so don't be sad. Ounces, I'll take you to Yanji and turn on the broadcast again from the practice room. See you in 2 hours. The two weren't normal, but they were definitely skilled. I could see him, dealing with his fans in a familiar way. Will I be able to be like that someday? As I was contemplating the future that felt so distant, Xian Hyung tapped me. Xianji, you say hello too. Yes. It was nice to see you today. Ounce people. Thank you for allowing me to talk to Bai-in. Still, since it was the last time, I felt like I should bow properly and say hello, so I got up. Then Xian, who was holding the cell phone, slapped his brother's hand away. Fortunately, I caught him right away, but the problem was that singer Injin Choi came running to me, saying he would help me. I saw singer Injin Choi reaching out his hand towards me in slow motion. Ugh. It hit right. When I came to my senses, I found myself face down on the floor. No, what? Is it a rock? The area where it touched hurt as if I had hit it hard against a rock. Unfortunately, I hit my head and couldn't recover and just lay down. Bambi. Sorry. Oh my God. I'm really sorry. Where are you looking? Are you okay? Brother, my head is pounding. You really hit it right. When I came to my senses, my eyes were full of moisture. As I wiped away the tears that had flowed without me realizing it, singer Injin Choi covered my head with a pale face. Oh my God. I'm really sorry. Sorry. It's Bambi. I'll die. What are you talking about? Sahayan gave his brother a look asking him to do something about this person and roughly took off his wig. I quickly took it off because I felt like something was flowing, but fortunately, it wasn't blood but sweat. I need to change the character I play at dawn. It looks like I'm slowly becoming resistant to this too. Maybe it was because I was mainly practicing with the characters I always played, but I didn't seem to be able to properly shake off today's misfortune. It was time to click my tongue and brush my sweaty white hair. Sahayan Hyung spoke hesitantly. Hey, Yanji. Yes. I still felt a dull pain, so I answered with an unconscious frown. Xian Hyung, who was facing me, smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry yet. The camera is on. I just turned my eyes away. I closed my eyes while looking at the camera pointed exactly in my direction. Ruined. Chapter 176. Title: Do you know the Baekrock Dam legend? Yes, you are talking about the lake at the top of Hallison Mountain in Jeju Island. There are various stories related to Baekrock Dam. It is said that a long time ago, there was a filial son who served his elderly mother. After hearing that feeding deer blood would cure his mother's illness, the son wandered around Hallison Mountain for several years. Then I finally found a white deer, but the moment I was about to shoot the arrow, the whole place was enveloped in fog. The white deer disappeared in an instant, and only the pond remained in its place. The son gave up chasing the white deer, scooped up water from the pond, and gave it to his mother, and his mother's illness got better as if it had never happened. There is a story that the pond came to be called Baekrock Dam after that. Why did you suddenly bring up this topic? Space underscore live capture underscore 1. Space underscore live capture underscore 2. Space underscore live capture underscore 3. Because yesterday, I became that dutiful son. Space underscore live capture underscore serial front 1. Space underscore live capture underscore serial front 2. Iced coffee, okay. We faced the reincarnation of White Rock yesterday. This was possible because we all served Bambi with hearts full of filial piety. Let's all serve yesterday's broadcast with a holy heart, happy face. And you can't go crazy in a nice way, right? I will join you too. I believe it. Great Bambi. They say Baycroc is only visible to people with good hearts. Let's all focus more on training our mind and body grinning face. Are we all going crazy as a group? Title: Why are Lee Young-jae's fans? Do you think everyone is crazy? Since there was a fuss about silt in the article, I also saw the photo, right? I admit it right away. I understand why Lee Young-jae. But when I looked at the fan cafe, I saw that they were playing around like this. Baycroc damn text.jpg. It's a little scary when it gets to this level. And what I'm saying haha seems a bit fanatic haha. I feel like Lee Young-hyun's fans haha. Her fans are also famous for being crazy. I think Lee Young-hyun's fans are closer to the idol fandom than the actor fandom. Does Yeonji, Lee seem to be feeling the same way? I guess it can't be helped since they have a father-son relationship, slightly smiling face. Hey guys, ignore the comments above. Another fanatic has arrived. My only actor at Yeonji underscore only. Ons folks. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to the space members as well. I hope you are doing well in everything you do and may you live long and prosperous. Although it is too small compared to what we received yesterday, we will repay this favor by streaming on space 24 hours a day. Thank you. SMAM certification meme. Serial day at Yeonji underscore day. Bambi's gray hair is also gray, but am I the only one who likes that frown? In the meantime, in private situations, she always had a soft and gentle expression. Don't call it expressionless. But when she wears buy-in lenses, she looks like soft tofu. Winky face. But when she frowns like that and looks at the lens, under. It's really hard for me too. Young-jae, did you hit the mark this time? A low voice was heard mixed with mischievous laughter. Jeongyeon laughed helplessly when he saw his brother, who was very excited about playing pranks. Is it that good? Yes. After all, not everyone can do live broadcasting. Haha. Still, it came out pretty. Look at this. You captured it as soon as you saw it. Hyunjong took out his cell phone and showed it to me. The phone screen showed a picture of me frowning and looking straight ahead. No, why do you have this? Erase it. No. It's mine. I shook my head as I looked at my older brother, who was smiling. Mischievously. Done. It's okay. It was ruined anyway. What would be the meaning of deleting that one photo? News of my hair dyeing has already spread all over the internet. But team leader Wu didn't scold you, right? I calmly answered Jeongyeon's question while stroking my head. Yes. He didn't say anything in particular. I didn't get scolded. All I was told was to inform the company in advance if I were to do a live broadcast suddenly like this in the future. It was a cooler reaction than I expected. It's a good thing that the response is so good. Is that so? Since I made a huge spoiler, I contacted the production team to apologize for causing them any inconvenience. But so did the production team. Everyone just smiled and said it was okay. The atmosphere is still good. I wondered if they were watching because I was a kid, but when I came to the filming set, the atmosphere wasn't really bad. I apologized once more, just in case, but all I got back was that I didn't have to worry about it. Thanks to you, the article went viral. It became such a hot topic before it aired, but it actually did well. Hyunjong said quietly and laughed. Originally, articles were published on purpose a few days before the broadcast. Maybe he was thinking of doing that this time too. The timing was a little early, but the response was so good that I really didn't have to worry about it. Yes, thank you for saying that. You're this pretty, so who can say anything? Even now, everyone is only looking at your head. I just smiled shyly as his hand played with the ends of my hair. I definitely felt the gaze of other people strongly today, but it's comfortable because I don't have to wear a wig. I wondered if there was any point in getting caught, so I was bareheaded. Fortunately, today's filming was a scene with many extra actors, so there were a lot of faces around me that I had never seen before. Anyway, I'm glad I didn't hurt anyone. Even though it's a bit haphazard, I've achieved my desired goal. I also told Bayan that I dyed my hair, and also did a live broadcast for the first time. I also have some concerns, so I'll just have to hold on for a little while and wait a few days before bringing it up with team leader Wu. Xianji, shall we take a few selfies of you before we start filming? Yes. Will you take it, brother? It was a question I heard often, so I answered it casually, but Jiangyan shook his head. The curved eyes were full of laughter. No, your fans keep leaving me comments. Please take a proper picture and upload it. To my brother? Why is Bai Yun looking for Zhang Haiyan? Not me. For a moment, I frowned slightly due to a strange feeling, but quickly relaxed it. Yes, take a picture. Brother, can I upload the photo? Then, of course. Look here, wow, it's pretty. Zhang Haiyan took the photo with great skill. The composition was as if I had taken the picture alone. With the camera, your brother is definitely good at taking pictures. I recently found out that Bai Yun wanted my selfie photo, so I tried it a few times, but it was so awkward that I stopped filming it. If I had known that Jiangyan would go to Hyung and leave a comment, I would have just taken a picture. Let's go home and practice. Is there anything that can't be done? If you practice, everything will work out. All I had to do was practice so that I could take natural pictures like Jiangyan and show it to the fans. I just sent it. It was filmed so well. I see. Thank you for taking the picture. After saying thank you to Jung Hyun a few more times, I immediately logged onto the fan cafe. While I was selecting several photos and typing one letter at a time, Hyanjong played with my head. Xianji, are you going to cover it in black as soon as filming is over? Well, I haven't thought about it. Now that you've bleached your hair, how about trying a different color? I think pink would look good too. Why? I thought about it, but I replied that I would think about it. First of all, posting was more urgent. A few minutes later, I sighed after confirming that the post had been uploaded safely. Phew, I uploaded everything. Good job. It seems like the time it takes to write is getting shorter and shorter. Is that so? Huh. Okay. Jiangyi and Hyung kept smiling, wondering why he was so satisfied. Although I didn't understand what my older brother was saying when he smiled and said, I'm glad. I also smiled at him. I'll go stand by. Everyone, please get ready. The peaceful atmosphere was soon broken by the staff's call to start filming. Ugh, I have to go now. It's a shame. It was just right. Let's do well today too. I had to do better, especially today, because it's been a while since I filmed a scene with Zhang Haiyan. After carefully checking the route, I took my seat. Haiyan Zhang, who was wearing a lab coat, looked at me and smiled. This is the first time we've filmed together like this since Tales, right? Yes, that's right. It's a completely different character from then to now, but please take good care of me. Today again, the friendly face smiled softly. Looking at that, I also gave a small answer. Please take care of me too. The other person laughed silently at my whisper. If it weren't for this person, I wouldn't be standing here. I wouldn't have been able to be surrounded by cameras. I wouldn't have had my hair done like this, and I wouldn't have been able to meet someone like Jinbei. And there would have been no rain. Amid the chaotic noise made by the staff, I quietly looked at Jiangyan, the person who changed my life. The reason I can breathe here right now is because of the fog, but the reason I can continue acting is thanks to Zhang Haiyan Hyung. And today, I become a different person and am captured in the lens with my brother. Okay, let's take a picture. 2 to 4, Suk's first appearance. 1-2 dashed. I didn't close my eyes this time. It wasn't a difficult feeling to immerse into. The way Han looks at brother Suk. Action. Because the way I look at Zhang Hyun will be the same. Brother. As soon as I entered the facility, I smiled brightly at the familiar face I saw. As I ran down the long hallway, Suk smiled and hugged me. It was our first mission today, and we did very well. Did you see it too? I exploded 3 in a row. Then I saw it all. My brother is watching everything. Huh. My brother is amazing. Suk patted my head. Next time, it will be the back. Also, I burst into laughter as I felt a warm, large hand touch my back. Suk smiled softly. From now on, you just have to do this for every mission. Got it. Huh. I think I can pop 5 more today. Really? Then do you want to go to the lab now? Oh, I'm a little tired. Before returning to the facility, there was a sudden enemy raid. Although I was embarrassed, it wasn't much different from the training I had received so far, and with Agent Jang Yo-suk, I was able to defeat the enemy easily. Still, it was my first time going outside, and it was a day with a lot of things going on, so I wanted to rest now. Still, if Suk says so, I have to go. I laughed heartily and grabbed my brother's robe. Are you going to go with me too? Then let's go. Then, of course, let's go. Together. Leave me alone. Ah, I told you not to call me Horn. Everyone calls me H. But why do you call me childish? That damn Horn. My kind brother, who listened to everything I said, never changed my name. When I got irritated, Sook patted my head with a gentle hand. Your name, Horn, means horn. It's so heartwarming and so nice. I didn't like H because he seemed unloving. But I'm the one with the H. Ganji? Where did you learn that word? Yoziak Hyung, no, Agent Jang used it. Sook Hyung muttered that he should punish Agent Jang Yo-suk instead. I laughed because the friendly face and the words, I'm going to scold you, didn't go well together. Anyway, my brother is so kind. Chapter 177. There is a saying that seems like truth to employees working in facilities. That is, the soul needs a river stone. Sook Kong was a scientist who was brought in from the latter part of the H project, a young man who has proven his skills through numerous research papers. Project H was the first successful project after hundreds of millions of failures. But even in the early days, it was somewhat difficult to describe it as a success. This is because the test subject Han, which was barely obtained, was extremely hostile towards the facility staff. Even if I tried to get even a little closer to the boy with white hair, he would start a fight, so I couldn't even start a conversation, let alone experiment. But after Kong Sook came in, everything changed. Hi, I'm Kong Sook. Feel free to call me Sook Hyung. I know you understand me. I heard you have linguistic abilities. As soon as Kong Sook entered Han's room, he approached without hesitation. Towards the man who was approaching with great strides, Soul made an unintelligible animal sound. Kuh. Since Horn's hands and feet were tightly bound with restraints, it was the only thing he could do. It was not a positive sign by anyone's standards, but Kong Sook did not give in. Other people say you act like this because you're scared. I'm confused because I don't understand everything right now. But I think differently. There was a chair in the middle of the room, but Kong Sook ignored it and went straight towards Han. And after going in front of the horn, he collapsed on the floor. Do you understand what's going on right now? That you were created as an experiment. Kuh. There's no need to make animal noises like that. We're not filming any kind of drama right now, so let's not lose energy for no reason. Kong Sook calmly shrugged his shoulders. I heard that when you made it, you put in movies, dramas, and all sorts of unnecessary things. They said the purpose was to increase understanding of humans, but it seems like they only confused you for no reason. Let me make it clear. There is absolutely no need for you to imitate the perplexed human reaction right now. You're smart, so I'm sure you'll understand. Even if you did that, nothing would change. At first glance, these were cold words that seemed indifferent, but it had enough logic for Horn to understand, and it worked. The soul stopped making animal noises or engaging in violent acts. Of course, that doesn't mean that we let our guard down right away. Do you want to eat this? It's cream bread. Of course, you know that. Isn't it time to stop staring? Don't your eyes hurt? Han clearly understood Kong Sook's words. Even if you commit a violent act, you will only tire yourself out, and the situation will not change. And I came to realize that there is no problem in talking to the person in front of you. This was all possible thanks to Kong Sook. Go to the side. It's so narrow it's killing me. Kong Sook stayed with Han all day. Literally 24 hours a day, all day long. He did his paperwork, ate, and slept in the room where the soul was. Even though the room was not small, Kong Sook went out of his way to lie down next to Han. Han looked at the man blankly, and the mouth that had been closed the whole time finally opened. You can go to the side. It had been 247 days since the soul was created. Scientists observing with cameras outside wondered if they had heard wrong. On the other hand, Kong Sook smiled and responded calmly. Look at this. You? There is no courtesy between people. I'm not human. What are you talking about? A guy made from human DNA. Then, you too are human. I know everything, but I'm trying to pretend I don't know anything. From now on, call me brother. Horn just looked at the man who smiled cheerfully, saying, even though I'm older than you, I'm much older. After that, Kong Sook lived with Han. The soul said, Sook Hyung, or the day of living with Hyung-ah, came sooner than I thought. The boy who was just breathing with dull eyes disappeared. Horn grew up with a lively personality, unable to sit still for even a moment and chattering loudly. starting with Kong Suk, the soul that opened its heart to humans willingly committed to the purpose for which it was created. He obediently participated in all kinds of experiments and worked harder than anyone else to make the experiments successful. There were many times when I got seriously injured during repeated experiments, but it didn't matter. Are you okay? Because there was a man running straight towards me. After looking at Kong Suk's forehead, which was sweating profusely from running, for a moment, Han said, "Humph." He turned his head. "It's too late. What are you doing now? Next time, do you want to come when I die?" Someone younger than me says all sorts of things. Why are you dying? I have it. After hearing the friendly conversation, Han had to hide the corners of his mouth that turned up. That's right. As long as you are here, I don't have to die. No, you don't need to. All Han had to do was do what Kong Suk told him to do. Afterwards, warm hugs and kind compliments were sure to come back. You just have to listen to what my brother says. Most of the work my brother did was difficult and painful. Sometimes it was so painful that I vomited blood. But she was okay. As long as the experiment was successful, my brother would hug me tightly. Days filled with just that were enough to gradually fill my daily life. Brother, we are all full of strength today too. A few years later, Han completely gave his heart to Kong Suk. It was unavoidable. I didn't even intend to do that. In this way, the experimental subject began to live for a human being. Xianji, it's nice today too. As soon as I got out of the car, I laughed and responded to what Zhang Hyun said. You too, brother. Oh my, when did my baby grow up like this? I only said one word. The response that came back was so intense that it was undeserved. While Jiangyan was accustomed to hugging me, I heard a shaky voice next to me. What is the relationship between you two? Seokjun Kim was an actor. With a tired face, he muttered, I see you every day, but why do you act like I haven't seen you in a month? Jiangyan Hyung answered those words with a smile. Why are you asking what you know? He is my son. Really? Huh. I gave birth with my heart. That's it. That's enough. It's my fault for telling you. Actor Kim Seokjun shook his head and turned around. I was the one who caught him as he tried to leave. Seokjun, you came out today too. There is no filming today. Even when he was a Zelkova tree, he was a very sincere person. Actor Kim Seokjun laughed at what I said. You don't do that either. I just came to see. I'm the same. Lie. I'll just leave the script in my hand. Just looking at the script in his hand, it looked old. I was holding a script with lots of stains on it, as if I had practiced it for a long time. Actor Kim Seokjun made up a leisurely expression. I came because it was the same whether I was at home or here. You're a kid who goes to school, so if you don't have filming, you should take a break. Why did you even come here? I don't think that's what your brother would say. Wow, you're just talking nonsense. Actor Kim Seokjun laughed and tried to hit honey chestnuts on my forehead. Jiangyan Hyung naturally blocked that hand with a smiling face. Okay, let's stop now and go in. I'm actually the one filming, but it seems like the two of them are more excited. Can't you even eat honey chestnuts? Only you can hit your child, right? Why are you hitting a kid who has nowhere to hit? Stop talking nonsense. Actor Kim Seokjun and Jong Hai and I bickered every chance they got. I don't know if our relationship is good or bad. It didn't seem like their conversation would end, so I went into the filming set alone first. When the camera was turned on, the filming location, which would become the room of the soul, was very large, and there was nothing there. I looked around the large room filled with nothing but cameras. It's not a good upbringing environment. Regardless of whether the soul is an experiment or a human, isn't it true that it is a lover? It may have been the production team's intention, but an empty room without any toys did not look very good to the child. It's perfect for being gaslight. Having grown up alone in a room like this for several years without other children my age, it may be difficult to make rational decisions. In the meantime, if you meet someone who treats you kindly, you have no choice but to change blindly. I looked around quietly, then went to a corner and sat down. There's still a long way to go before filming starts, so it won't be a hindrance. As I sat alone like that in silence, even after just a few minutes, I felt lonely. But this wasn't my feeling. It must have been very lonely. When Kong Suk was often away, I could vividly feel the emotions that Soul must have felt in this large room. I understood even more why Han became so obsessed with Kong Suk. TSK. My mouth was bitter. Children need to grow up like children. If we're going to do the experiment, Let's get another person our age to do the experiment. It was a time when I was sitting quietly thinking about why I left my child alone. Excuse me, hi. Someone poked my shoulder. I turned my head and saw a boy standing there. Not only did he have a youthful face, but he also had a small physique that made him look like he was about 8 years old. There was no one around but me, and more than anything, he stabbed me in the shoulder, so I answered first. Hi. Are you here to act too? Huh. It bothered me a little that the little kid said, you, but I just answered because I was wondering what the kid would know. I'm here to act too. I see. I don't think it was anything special, but the boy's face brightened. Then he sat down right next to me. What is your name? I'm Luke. No, I'm Han Haram. You can call me Haram. I'm Lee Yunjae. It's a pretty name. Thank you. You're pretty too. When I spoke calmly, the boy smiled brightly. I was a little nervous because there were only adults here, but I'm so glad you were here. I'm glad. The boy was more talkative than I expected. Even if someone next to me gave a light answer, I would talk loudly to myself. The pronunciation is a bit awkward. There seemed to be a high probability that he was a foreigner. Even though he looked Korean from the outside, we already know that there is nothing more foolish than guessing nationality based on race. Seongjin is also American, so what? He was initially introduced as Luke, and judging by his slightly lost Korean pronunciation, it seemed likely that he was a foreigner. You really stood out. As soon as I came in here, I saw you at a glance. Is this a compliment? Of course. You are so cool. What did they say? Shine. It's like a star. Thank you. So I just let him talk comfortably. They say foreign kids don't care about age. It's true. It was amazing how they casually called each other, you, even though everyone could see the difference in their physiques. It was around this time that I was watching a child giggling alone, wondering if this was a cultural difference. Haram, what are you doing there? A woman screamed hysterically. At the same time, the boy who was talking with a flushed face turned blue. I told you not to mess around on set. Sorry. Mom, can't you even wait a moment to say hello to the director? What kind of kid can be so impatient? The gaze of a woman approaching me with a frown on her face fell on me. The woman paused for a moment. Her eyes widened for a moment, and her expression immediately changed. Oh, aren't you actress Lee Yunjae? Oh my, I guess you were already talking to our Haram. Ho ho. The woman smiled brightly, as if asking when she had frowned. I thought, looking back and forth between the pale boy and the girl. Why are you making him act? I think you can do it yourself. Chapter 178. Our Haram is now 8 years old. Are you 6 years older than the serial actor? 7 years old. Please speak comfortably. Oh my, how do I speak comfortably? Oh my, I heard you have a good personality, and it turns out it's true. The woman's artificially curved eyes trembled. Why are you smiling like that? It was an unnatural smile. Well, it was still a well-made expression. I really think I can act. I woke up with that thought in mind. When I jumped up, the woman looked at me and fidgeted. Where are you going? No matter how busy you are. No, I'm going to see my manager. Ah, if you're not too busy, can I ask you a favor? The woman smiled naturally. At the same time, I pushed the boy who was very intimidated towards me. Can you please watch our Haram act just once? I'm going to start filming a little later, but I don't have enough kids. Mom. Haram. How did your mom tell you to behave outside? The boy's small muttering was immediately lost in his sharp words. I looked at the boy standing stiffly with a stern face and nodded. Yes. Okay. Anyway, all I had left was time. The woman got angry at my words. Oh, you are so kind. Thank you so much. Haram, I practiced with my mom yesterday. I'm sorry, but can me and Haram do it together? I interrupted the woman as best as I could without feeling rude. When he smiled softly and said, I'm very shy, the woman, who was momentarily embarrassed, laughed. Sure, do whatever you feel comfortable with. Haram, listen carefully to what the actor says. Mom, are you going to talk to your uncle over there? Yes. Han Haram remained frozen for a long time after the woman left. I looked at it quietly and then sat down. On the floor again. As I remained silent, the child began to look at me. Don't your feet hurt? Huh. You can sit down. Just like before. As I casually threw the words away, Han Haram hesitated and sat down next to me. The way he sat with his legs crossed made him look like a child. I wonder if I was this small when I was 8 years old. As we sat side by side, the top of Han Haram's head almost brushed my shoulder. It's really small. What are you doing? Oh, sorry. I was stroking my head without realizing it. The fog took on the appearance of a child so much that my hands moved unconsciously. Sorry. I felt bad. When he immediately withdrew his hand and apologized, Han Haram shook his head awkwardly. Are you okay? You can do it. No. I touched you without permission. It's really okay. Han Haram rolled his eyes here and there and looked at me. I had a vague idea what he was thinking, but I waited in silence. Han Haram, who could not stand the silence, was the first to open his mouth. I'm really fine. What? Huh? Tell me straight what's okay. And there are other expressions other than just okay. Something more clear. At my blunt words, Han Haram kept his mouth shut. I wondered if it was because Korean was difficult, so I told him that he could speak whatever language he wanted. Han Haram asked back with his eyes wide, as if the words were unexpected. Really? Can I speak English? Yes. I was already learning English. That's a good thing. But my mom told me not to use English here. His eyes were busy trying to momentarily check where the woman was. Looking at that, I answered indifferently. If you want to do it, do it. There are only two of us here anyway. Han Haram looked at me for a moment and then slowly opened his mouth. It was a bit frustratingly slow, but the meaning of the words spoken was accurate. You can touch my head. It feels good to touch me. Okay. As soon as Han Haram finished speaking, he brought his hand back. I don't know if she was groomed separately or if she was born with it, but her hair was so soft that it felt like flowing waves. Good job. Speak clearly like that from now on. That way the other person will understand. Huh. Han Haram barely nodded. Although he looked strangely shy, he touched his head without giving in. Studying is worthwhile. More than half a year has already passed since I started receiving English education. I definitely felt that my speaking skills had improved compared to the Cannes Film Festival. I felt proud, and I quietly stroked it because it felt good to the touch. It was Han Haram who broke the silence that had lasted for a long time. Excuse me. You said your name was Yanji, right? Huh. Can we call it a series? Well, it doesn't matter though. I'm fine. But your mom won't like it. Really? Why? In Korea, you don't usually call older people by their names. Instead, call me brother. All right. Brother. That's right. Han Haram nodded eagerly as if he knew. Then, brother? Can I call you brother? Okay. When we're alone, call me whatever you want. Han Haram seemed to have a very bright personality. He laughs like that every time he ends something. You're so nice. It looked like a star earlier, but now it looks like the moon. I wasn't sure exactly what it meant, but I thought it was a compliment and said thank you. As we exchanged a word or two like that, we even started talking about today's filming. The scene to be filmed today was a past scene where older brother Jong Hai and I, who plays the role of Kong Suk, and younger Han are having a conversation. In other words, Han Haram was scheduled to portray Han's childhood. So this is your first time acting? Yes. I've only done a few small photo shoots, but this is my first time on a set this big. So I'm so nervous. What if I make a mistake? My mom will be so angry. Han Haram, who chose English, spoke at a jet-like speed. It was so fast that I barely understood it before answering. It's my first time at a filming location this big. You're not the only one like this, so you don't have to be nervous. If you've practiced enough, there's no reason to be nervous. It was with that intention, but fortunately, it was well understood. Han Haram smiled with a brighter face and looked confident. Yes, I'll do my best. Okay, now use Korean. Your mom is coming. Oh yes. The woman arrived soon after and was thanked for talking to her son. I wondered what kind of bullshit that was, but I pretended not to hear it. Even as he walked around holding his mother's hand and saying hello to the staff, Han Haram looked in my direction whenever he got the chance. I barely ignored that young gaze. Did you say it's Haram? I think that girl looks a lot like you. Is it so? Huh. The eyes are very similar. Jeongi and Hyung smiled and stroked the corners of my eyes. I think that's exactly what you looked like when you were 8 years old. I'm curious. When I was 8 years old? Huh. I wish I had known from then on. I quietly watched him make a sound as if he was truly disappointed. In the past, why are you curious about that? You may have had your doubts, but now you understand. Because Jonghyun and Hyung likes me. I like Jeongi and Hyung. I was curious about why my brother started acting, what he would have liked when he was my age, and the process that led to such a sweet smile. Every time I take a breath, a question arises. I guess my brother is similar. I nodded my head slightly at the words that made perfect sense. At the same time, I wanted to answer my brother's curiosity. So, I wanted to talk about some of the things I remember from when I was 8 years old. At the same time, I was out of breath. No. I gritted my teeth for a moment. Cannot be done. At least not here. I couldn't panic in front of someone who was going to start filming in 5 minutes. Are you okay? Just breathe slowly. I gathered all my strength and clenched my fists. I felt my body shaking. Fortunately, I don't know how many seconds, how many minutes, or the exact time, but it felt like an eternity to me. Whoa. I slowly opened my fist. As my eyes fell to the floor, I saw a red palm with fingernail marks. Thank God. I was really glad. I safely returned my breathing to normal without anyone noticing me. If the staff hadn't been talking to Zhang Hai and I, or if Jean Bei hadn't left the room to buy lemonade, they would have been caught right away. So, why are you reminiscing about old times? It's foolish. I shook my head vigorously. I vigorously shook off the memories that clung to me like leeches. Xianji, why are you doing this all of a sudden? Are you okay? Something got in my eye. Okay? It's fine now. He smiled, avoiding the gentle hand that said he would take care of it. It's a shame. I even said I was curious, but I was upset that I didn't have any good memories to share. I moved my mouth to say something, but finally got one word out. But wouldn't it be a little difficult to say that Haram resembles me? I think he's very different from me. Which part? The kid is so gentle. Jiangyan looked dumbfounded for a moment and then laughed out loud. What are you talking about? I don't think there's a kid as gentle as you. It's true. If I felt like I was ignoring my surroundings because it was annoying, Han Haram was different. Rather than ignoring his surroundings, he seemed overwhelmed. So it bothered me, because it felt like watching someone being crushed by a building in real time. It can't be helped if you live with someone like that. I looked at the woman who was whispering something while holding Han Haram's shoulder tightly. I don't know exactly what he was talking about, but just looking at his face, he didn't seem to be in a particularly good mood. I'm worried. I was even more bitter knowing that there was nothing I could do about it even if I worried. But it's not like I'm going to live with him, so what can I do? Thinking like that, I tried to ignore it on purpose. Anyway, I'll only see him today. Let's ignore it, she said with all her might. But anyway, isn't this the case? Cut. The filming was cut off due to the producer's nervous voice. At the same time, the large filming location was filled with silence. I'm going crazy. As the PD sighed deeply with an annoyed face, Han Haram's mother quickly approached him. I think it's because our Haram is too nervous. Okay, so my sister stays behind. You obviously did well yesterday, right? If you try it one more time, I'm sure. Oh, I told you to stay out. The PD was truly irritated with the woman. The woman had an expression of hurt pride for a moment, but immediately relaxed her face and gently comforted the PD. When I saw the phrase, if your uncle acts that scary, our Haram gets scared, it seemed like Han Haram was the PD's nephew. Han Haram stood stiffly among the adults who were full of frustration and anger. Zhang Hai and I was seen smiling sweetly and talking to Han Haram, but Han Haram's already frozen ears seemed to be unable to hear anything. We're in trouble. In my opinion, the PD's irritation was justified, because Han Haram's acting was truly the worst. Even though I didn't expect much, it was quite shocking. I think it would be difficult to use that as is. Sure enough, the PD shouted with a dark expression on his face. Let's take a 10-minute break and then start filming again. The woman disappeared along with the producer, who nervously left the place as if he was going to smoke a cigarette. So the child was left alone. How will we do it? I felt strong hesitation. I got the feeling that if I interfered even a little here, I would get caught up in something troublesome. I also felt like something couldn't be undone. If I can't take responsibility, I shouldn't intervene. It wasn't difficult to understand. Can I take responsibility for him? There wasn't. So she had to stay still? I definitely thought so. Han Haram. Shit. Are you crazy? I regretted it as soon as I called. But I couldn't swallow the cry that was already coming out of my mouth. I couldn't ignore the kid who was looking at me with those googly eyes. I sighed and waved my hand. Come on. Han Haram paused for a moment, then immediately ran towards me. Ugh. He barely managed to hug Han Haram, who was running towards him as if he was charging. I had picked up the rushing fog like this a few times before, so my posture was stable. She looked calm as she held the child, who was crawling into her arms like a cicada, with one hand, and comforted her by patting her on the back with the other hand. But I was tired. It's heavy. The baby was heavier than I thought. A lot more than you think. Chapter 179. I don't think the fog was this heavy. Of course, when I held up the fog, I always looked like a 4-year-old child, so I know it's inappropriate to compare her to 8-year-old Han Haram. Still, I didn't know it would be this heavy. Hyung Jin Bae. I looked as calm as possible and called Jin Bae. Ah yes, actor. Jin Bae responded with an uncharacteristically embarrassed expression. For some reason, the people around me who had been dazed also came to their senses. While everyone was doing their own thing, they were glancing in my direction, so I was a little embarrassed, but I took out the business first. Can Haram and I stay in the car for a while, and then come? I guess there was something on my face. First of all, the numbness in my arms was more urgent right now. Sure. Would you like to hold me for you until you get to the car? Jinbei looked at Han Haram in my arms and asked. I almost nodded without realizing it. To be honest, I was desperate for help. But as soon as Jinbei started speaking, Han Haram snuggled further into my arms. My arms gained more strength. Please stay still. No. Please just open the car door. I couldn't get over the kid being like this, so I just endured it. I left the set with Han Haram in my arms. And I thought I must have parked nearby. It's really crazy. Each step was a difficult step. I finally got to the car when my arm was so numb that I thought it would be better to cut it off. Jinbei quickly opened the car door, so fortunately, I didn't have to cut off my arm. Producer, I will knock when you come back. Until then, rest easy. Yes, thank you. I thought as I sat down on the soft car seat and relaxed. I will never again take the weight of an 8-year-old lightly. You're really heavy. Am I heavy? Huh. You must be very tall. Without even realizing that my arm was about to fall off, Han Haram was quietly being held in my arms. Haram. Huh. You can rest assured now. There are only 2 of us. How long do you plan on staying in my arms? I was outright telling you to go down, so I set it back, but I guess I was euphemizing it too much. Instead of coming down, the guy snuggled deeper into my arms. Thank you for calling me earlier, and I'm really thankful that I'm hugging you. Right now, you're so sweet and warm. It's so amazing. I've never seen someone like you before. It's like seeing an alien. Thank you so much. I feel like I'm dreaming. Han Haram whispered constantly in English. Looking at him muttering to himself even without responding, I felt like he was still out of his mind. I need to calm down first. I thought that if I touched his head like before, he would feel better, but it didn't work out that way. Because I was wearing a white wig for filming, the wig got tangled every time I moved my hands. Do you want me to touch your hair? Should I take off my wig? The voice coming from below was full of anticipation. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. Then the stylists have to work twice. Let's take off the wig after filming is over. Even though I couldn't see his expression, I could feel Han Haram's disappointment. Instead, I offered to pat him on the back. Raising a child is really not normal. I often looked at No Bae-hyuk and thought he looked like a kid, but when I actually saw him as a kid, I felt a clear difference. Bae-hyuk was mature. I'm sorry for no reason. After that, I patted Han Haram on the back for a while. While he was rubbing his face as if whining, I thought, how can I solve this? Now that I'm involved, shouldn't I tie the knot? Rather than end it with a pat, we had to find a solution somehow. First of all, I lacked the basic skills. Han Haram's acting that I just saw was the worst. There was no way that my skills would suddenly improve with just a few minutes of teaching. Even if it increased from there, it would be average. Still, isn't it better to be average than the worst? After thinking deeply, I opened my mouth. Haram, am I heavy? Shall we go sideways? No, are you okay? More than that, I'd like to talk about your acting. Can I ask you a few questions? Han Haram hesitated for a moment and nodded. I was afraid that he might be intimidated, so I spoke as softly as possible. Did you encounter any difficulties while practicing acting? Rather than being difficult, it was just a little hectic. Han Haram looked at me and cautiously opened his mouth. To be honest, I still don't understand the story. I don't know why Han reacts like that. I especially don't understand the part where he talks to Kang Suk. I received the script yesterday and read it several times dashed. Wait, you read the script yesterday? Huh, are you kidding? I barely managed to straighten my expression, which almost crumpled for a moment. So it was the worst. He wasn't a kid with any acting experience to begin with, but they gave him a script the day before filming. Does this make sense? Of course, Han Haram's appearance itself wasn't much. All we had to do was film the scene where the young soul shows hostility towards the facility staff, the scene where she first greets Kang Suk, and the scene where she gradually begins to relax towards him. There were 2 lines at most. You can just go to the side. I'm not human. That's the end. It wasn't a difficult act in that there were almost no lines. Of course, this does not mean that acting facial expressions is easy. However, the difference in difficulty between acting with and without lines was clear. The intensity of speech, the height of the tongue, the tremor of the voice, the opening of the mouth, etc. Because even a little bit of what you need to worry about disappears. But it's not a scene where beginners can be put in right away. I wanted to look into the mind of a woman named Han Haram's mother. How stupid you must be to push forward with something like this without even thinking about it. Not only did it affect the filming, but the problem was that the person acting wasn't happy either. Only Han Haram is in trouble. I almost clicked my tongue unconsciously, but I barely held it in because it was in front of my child. Anyway, I found out why Han Haram's acting was the worst. Now all we have to do is find a way to solve this. The good thing is that I'm not shy about standing in front of the camera. Perhaps because I had experience shooting photo shoots, I didn't feel awkward standing in front of the camera. Han Haram literally. It just seemed like he didn't understand the story at all. Of course, since I don't understand why Horn speaks and acts like that, I can't help but have no idea what kind of expression he should make. What should I do? While I was racking my brain, I heard a knocking sound. Actor. They say they're ready to film. Yes, I'm going out. After answering Jinbei, I lowered my gaze. I asked, looking at Han Haram who had become sullen again. Haram, can you do what I ask? Huh. I made a promise while facing an incomprehensible expression. Don't worry. I'll solve it. And Jinbei patiently waited for the car door to open. I kept a blank expression because the staff was watching me, but inside I was full of doubts. Did the actor like children? Even after moving in with him, the actor went to the orphanage at least once a month. As on Jinbei also followed the actor. He has seen the actor smile sweetly at children countless times. But this was the first time I had seen something like this. Han Haram. At that time, the actor's expression showed clear emotions that anyone could recognize. Obvious anger. A single emotion filled the actor's face. I thought, maybe they knew each other, but that couldn't be possible. This is because, through whispering among the staff, I heard that Han Haram's casting took place yesterday. Wow, you're my nephew? So the girl she was originally invited to was suddenly replaced? This floor is all like that, well? But Han Haram's face is better than the original actor. You look similar to Lee Yun-jae. Then what do you do? Even if you can't act, you're not good at it. Did you see? PD Kong gets so upset. He was the one who recruited me in the first place, so what can I do? But he wasn't really good at acting. Her face was okay, so I was kind of hoping it wasn't all the worst. Even if you recall your memories, there was no point where Han Haram and the actor could be connected. So today is the first time I saw them both. But that doesn't mean the actor had a deep view of Han Haram. And Jinbei shook his head after making various inferences. He's not someone I can easily understand. All he had to do was stick to his role of helping actors live safely and act happily. If the actor cared for Han Haram, it was a matter of him acting in the same way. While I was organizing my thoughts, 2 people came out of the car. Brother, thank you for waiting. No. Actor Han, are you okay now? Yes. Perhaps because of his size, Han Haram answered awkwardly. Unlike when I got into the car, seeing my feet on the ground made me feel like I was definitely better than before. Jinbei glanced at the actor who was holding Han Haram's hand tightly. Brother, I have something I want to ask the PD. The actor requested to speak with the producer. Jinbei was able to answer right away because it was something he had already expected. Yes, I told you about it earlier. He'll be waiting by the trailer. Thank you. The actor smiled and looked at himself. The black eyes contained a sense of trust, as if looking at a strong ally. Jinbei really liked that. The actor returned to the set after exchanging a few words with the producer. The PD who came back together shouted loudly to the staff. Now, everyone, pay attention. It is said that Yun-jae will act out the scene so that Haram can get a feel for it. Since I'm going to use it as a behind-the-scenes video later, I'll proceed with the recording and microphone movements as if it were an actual shoot. Everyone, get moving. Also, and Jinbei nodded slightly. He's such a sweet person. Is there anyone who can be that kind to someone they just met for the first time? I felt proud that I was serving such a great person, but at the same time, I felt bitter. The kindness one person possesses makes people around them feel calm, and warmth spreads along the warmth. It was an element that was no different from a blessing in the world, but in order to provide kindness, you had to be considerate and concerned about others. In other words, it was a factor that forced one to cut off one's own flesh and eat it. But I'm sure you'll do well as an actor. Your actor will definitely do it. As you are a wise man, you will find a way someday. You will find ways to be kind to yourself as well as others. And until that day comes, all he had to do was quietly fulfill his assigned role. Haram. You can think of it as the same as when taking a photo shoot. Just as you looked at a reference and posed, you look at my acting and copy it. Got it. The voice that came to him was friendly, but Han Haram was still scared. So I spoke in a voice that trembled uneasily. It's a series. I'm not confident I'll do well, so what should I do? Even though he did this, he was afraid that he would ruin it. I couldn't even care about getting scolded by my mom. I was more afraid of the future in which the other person would be disappointed by my own mistake. It was the first time I had tasted kindness, so I felt even more scared and greedy. Han Haram swallowed his saliva out of nervousness, but what came back was a confident voice. Then have confidence. I know it's stressful, but we're already here. The quickest way to get rid of the pressure you're feeling right now is to finish filming properly. The indifferent-looking black eyes met Han Haram affectionately. It's possible if we two work together. At least I think so. What about you? Can you do that too? Han Haram nodded after a moment of hesitation. Yes, I will. I'll try. I'll do a really good job. It was amazing. The harder she nodded and the more she spoke, the more confident she became. A person named Lee Yunjae smiled sweetly and entered the filming set to demonstrate. Ready, action. And the moment the camera's red light turned on, Lee Yunjae disappeared. As the acting was unbelievable even when seen with one's own eyes, Han Haram's acting became more stable as filming continued. It was a few hours later that Han Haram found out that Lee Yunjae, whom he had been seeing all day, was the youngest actor to win the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival. Chapter 180. Whoa. I sighed inwardly and opened my mouth again. It's fog. Look at me for a second. No matter how much I tried to coax her, the fog covered in blankets never showed its face. What do we do? I kept sighing out of embarrassment. It's fog. You're not going to show your face? You have to tell me why you're upset so I can apologize. Me too. A mumbling voice was heard through the thick blanket. I tried to wait calmly, but as soon as I heard a small sob, I pulled the blanket over me. Perhaps it was unexpected timing, but the blanket under which the fog had hidden my body was effortlessly peeled off. At the same time, our eyes met the fog, and we both froze. The fog had the appearance of Han Haram, and that too with tears falling. Why does it look haram? Cereal? I think I like this person. What the? I didn't know you could be jealous over something like this. I felt a little dumbfounded, excited, and embarrassed at the same time. I hid my various emotions and soothed the crying fog. Then why are you crying? Come on. I'll give you a hug. As soon as I finished speaking, the fog rushed into my arms. It was a similar warmth to when I was actually hugged by Han Haram, but the feeling was different. This is my first time seeing you cry. It has already been more than 3 years since I came face to face with the fog every day. Foggy, who was so inhumane that you might have thought he was a psychopath when you first saw him, has been showing various emotions at some point. The change was slow and massive, like not knowing your clothes would get wet in a light rain. It was always nice to see the fog make various expressions, but crying was a different matter. Did you hate it that much when I hugged Haram? No, it's not like that. Then, are you jealous of an 8-year-old child? It was cute in its own way, but I didn't expect it to make you cry. The reason I stopped while trying to laugh at the absurdity was because of a small whisper. Me too. I want a body. So next to you, I know you're a fool. I know it's nonsense. The fog cleared. The anxiously shaking voice was like a candle about to go out. The voice gradually quieted down and disappeared completely, and instead I felt moisture in my chest. The fog cried silently. The quietly shedding tears soaked my short-sleeved t-shirt. The tears barely wetted a part of my heart, but I felt them like a river. Sorry. It felt like my heart was pounding and falling apart. Jing dash. The tinnitus continued for a long time in my ears. I barely raised my hand and hugged the small, trembling body. Sorry, fog. Aye. Are you thinking like that? Sniff, no? Sorry, I was so foolish. You don't like this kind of thing. What are you talking about? I like everything you do. Do not say that. Foggy tried to say more, but he just hugged her tightly. I definitely wanted the fog to be real, and I thought the fog might be thinking the same thing. But since I heard this from the person involved, I stuttered in a dazed state. It's fog. I'm really sorry. But can you do me a favor? What is it? I asked while listening to the young voice that was still full of tears. Don't cry. Please don't cry. Even if you cry, there is nothing I can do for you. It is different from Han Haram. There is no way I can solve the fog problem. I can't even be curious about you in the first place. How long will you be by my side? And how long will this imperfect meeting last? I had a lot of questions, but all I could do was pretend not to know and smile. But if you cry because of a problem I cannot solve, I don't know what to do. I felt like my heart was breaking. It was my first time feeling like this. When I played Yuhyun's crying in the butterfly flower riding on a Zelkova tree, and when I played Kong Tail sobbing when he saw his family dead and twins. It was a feeling I had never felt before. It was such an excruciating feeling that even breathing was painful. It's a series. Don't cry for me. What if you cry? I know. Everything seemed distant beyond my blurred vision. Wanting to hide my blurry vision, I buried my head in the fog. The fog patted my back without saying a word. A thought suddenly occurred to me. If this were a book, I would have opened the last part first. Perhaps dreaming of an unrealistic ending where the fog and I are smiling at each other in reality. I could have known the ending of my life with just one gesture. But this wasn't a book, it was reality. In reality, I just had to endure extremely vivid emotions. Here's the most crappy part. Even this wasn't fucking reality. So the fog and I held each other until the dream ended. Because there was nothing else I could do. I was scared to even check the facial expressions the other person was making, so I spent my time like that. Our series. Lee Yenjae. Oh yes. Sorry. What did you say? No Bai Hyuk frowned. You're strange these days. Whenever he gets the chance, he just blanks out and doesn't even seem to listen to what I say. Sorry. Because I couldn't sleep. I didn't think much of it while watching the thick eyebrows twitch. To be precise, I couldn't afford it. Look at this. You're dazed again. I came to my senses again when a hand poked my cheek. What's going on? Say it. It's no big deal. I'll decide if it's not a big deal. Tell me quickly. I'm dying to know about Bai-hyuk. It's even scarier because he's acting cute in a voice that doesn't have any hint of cuteness in it. I chuckled as I saw the guy glaring at me with a mean look on his face today. If I tell you what, will you solve it? What if it's something I can solve? Then it's simple. This is something you can't solve. Okay. So, I was just about to say that we should skip this topic. No Bai-hyuk shrugged his shoulders. It's a shame. Then, instead of solving it, I'll listen to it. Do you know anything? If we talk about it, will we come up with a solution? You're not going to get better just because you're suffering alone. The voice that came out indifferently was solid. When did they grow up like this? Maybe it's because my life as a trainee wasn't that easy, but I felt like I was growing a lot every time I saw it. You seem to have grown taller again. Wow, you're talking so unnaturally. Even if you praise me, I get upset. What's going on? Is Bai-hyuk so untrustworthy? If you tell Jinbei about this, I'll get really angry. I laughed because the guy clung to me and said he wouldn't go home until I told him. Jinbei doesn't know either. I don't know. It's a bit difficult to say. I didn't want to be taken to a mental hospital anymore. So I smiled and said the best I could. When I can speak on your behalf, I will tell you first. Okay, I'll skip that for today. No Bai-hyuk naturally snorted and picked up his fork. I thought it was time to put a bowl full of dumplings in front of him. Eat quickly. Jinbei just baked it too. Congratulate you on your debut. I don't know what will happen later. Debut is something you shouldn't let down your guard until right before you stand on the showcase stage. But anyway, you are now the final member. Who knows what will happen in the remaining half a year? It could be cancelled, Or I could be the only one left out. Okay, eat this. No Bai-hyuk put a dumpling into his mouth. The guy glared at me because my mouth was so full of dumplings that I couldn't speak, but I ignored it. At that time, Han Haram, who was talking to Song Ijun in front of the TV, approached. Seonji, can I eat this too? Huh. Would you like me to get you a fork? No? I'm really good at using chopsticks. I always use chopsticks at home, even in America. Okay. It's a lot, so eat slowly so you don't feel hungry. When I stroked Han Haram's head, he laughed. As Han Haram took a seat next to me, Song Ijun also came to the sofa where No Bai-hyuk and I were. Is there a reason why they are crowded together like this in this large living room? I didn't understand it, but both Song Eun-jun and Han Haram looked happy. Haram, are the dumplings delicious? It's so delicious. Lee Jun, Hyung, eat this too. Ah, it's a series. Can I give Lee Jun this too? Huh. Do whatever you want. As soon as I finished speaking, Han Haram smiled and handed the dumplings to Seonjin. I looked with satisfaction at the two people who were screaming that it was delicious. Of course, the more friends you have, the better. Today's Seonjin friend-making project was also going smoothly. As I looked at the two with a proud feeling, No Bai-hyuk whispered softly, "Hey, but why is he always here these days? It seems like it's there every time I come to your house." I'm teaching acting. Performance. I nodded roughly at the shaky voice. Approximately 2 weeks have passed since the day I first met Han Haram. Since Han Haram was no longer available, we did not have to run into each other, but I contacted him separately and said that I would like to meet him. Han Haram's mother brought the child out with an expression like, "What the heck?" And I told her, "I want to meet Haram often so we can talk about acting." For 2 weeks, I took Han Haram with me to the filming set, to my home, and wherever I went. Of course, I've never taught acting. Unless Han Haram says he wants to learn acting, I have no intention of forcing him to do anything. Still, reducing the time I spend with my mom will help right now. It was the only way I could do it. To stay by Han Haram's side until he can free himself from his mother's influence. There is no clear evidence of abuse, so I cannot file a lawsuit to deprive him of parental rights, and he is not related to me by blood in the first place. After briefly explaining the situation, No Bai-hyuk looked at me intently. "Why do you look at me like that? I'm starting to feel it." "Now, what?" "You're especially weak to Song Joon-hyung. But now that I see him doing the same thing, I understand. You have a weakness for faces like that." What is he saying now? Even though I blatantly ignored him, No Bai-hyuk remained undeterred and muttered to himself, "It's not. Then shouldn't you be kind to yourself too? Your face is just like that. Is it because I don't look in the mirror often?" "Bai-hyuk, come to your senses. I'm serious. Aside from being serious, I tell you to come to your senses. I couldn't give honey to a grown child, so I just gave up. Do Lee Jun and Haram look like me?" Instead, I asked. No Bai-hyuk answered with a look that asked if he was asking something obvious. "You're looking at the three of us like this now, right? They're like brothers. First, second, and youngest. Is it that much?" Of course, in Zelkova, there was a setting that Hyeon, played by Song Ye-jun, and Yoo-hyun, played by me, had similar faces. That way it makes sense to change it. Han Haram also played the younger version of the character I play, Horn, in Killing Horn. Song Ijun, who must have been listening from the side, spoke with a flushed face. "This is my first time receiving such a compliment. Thank you. Thank you too." When Han Haram expressed his gratitude, No Bai-hyuk teased him by telling him to speak in Korean. "It's peaceful. Since I've been so busy filming Killing Horn for the past 2 weeks, this tranquility felt even more relaxing." Even when No Bai-hyuk alternately pointed at me and Han Haram and said, "Lee Yun-jae in white, Lee Yun-jae in black," we just laughed quietly. It was then, "Wow, Yeonji." Song Ijun, who had been looking at something intently while holding his cell phone, raised his head. As I was looking at something, Song Eun-jun shouted in an excited voice, "I saw that you filmed an advertisement." "Advertisement? Oh right, that. It's finally come out. The bed advertisement filmed with Myeongwoo Corporation has finally been released." Chapter 181. Myeongwoo. Wow, this was filmed in one take. It's really crazy. I was impressed as soon as I saw it. It's surprising to hear Lee Yun-jae say she's good at acting, but how does she act like that? Why don't I feel like I'm acting? That's right. How can someone at that age have that kind of expressiveness? I'm the same age as Lee Yun-jae, but I think it's just natural. All I can say is that I was born with it. Hello? My name is Bayan, and I live in Japan. I'm using a translator, so I'm sorry if my Korean isn't correct. It was a video that showed Bambi's love growing bigger. Thank you for sharing the good video, so people can enjoy it. Slightly smiling face. Lee Yunjae's smiling scene in the advertisement, 427. Other Lee Yunjae smiling parts, including smiles. 221, 326, 431, 445, 6, 12, 835, 842. What is above that madness? Title. People who saw Lee Yunjae's bed advertisement. I first saw the 15-second version, but I was so shocked that I immediately searched and found the full 1-minute version and all the behind-the-scenes videos. But when I looked at the comments, there were a lot of people like me, haha. Lee Yunjae's smile is so refreshing, the song is exciting, and the timing is perfect, haha. I keep watching because I'm tired of the pleasure. It would be a shame to call this an advertisement. A trendy song, unique direction, and realistic acting. Everything is great. I think the people who planned it, the people who acted, and the filming staff all worked hard. How much practice did it take to succeed at that in one go? The quality and acting are so perfect. And I felt a bit like watching a musical. I wish they would do a Bambi musical. Is Lee Yunjae good at singing? I don't know. But our Bambi is a genius, so he's good at everything. Title. Crazy guys, this deal was planned by advertisement Lee Yunjae, not aggro. No videos on the official channel. Come and see. And no, I'm a bitch at first. It seems like the agency made a mistake this time. After doing this, I watched the video until the end and was speechless. Aren't you crazy? Ha ha ha, isn't he 15 years old? He's the same age as my younger brother. What's wrong with him? Even if it's acting, what kind of 15-year-old can speak so clearly in a crowded place without getting nervous? I think that looks like smoke too. Could it be that someone wrote the script and filmed it? Pretending to be in a meeting? It seems like the actor lied to create a buzz by saying it was planned. I thought so too at first, but the testimony of the staff is now being posted as a story. I'm uploading pictures I took myself, but I'm posting them one by one saying it's not cool. Title. There is something about Lee Yunjae. I am not a fan of Lee Yunjae, but a fan of other idols. Verification possible. I think there's something about this guy. Feeling somewhat iconic? He has a handsome face, but there is something that cannot be expressed with that. Do you think you'll be mesmerized when you see the face? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyway, there is a feeling of something pulling me. I've looked into many celebrities, but when I see famous people in person, I feel an aura. But should I say that you can feel the impact just by looking at the photo? Something is strange. Oh, isn't it the same reason that whenever Lee Yunjae does something, it becomes a hot topic? But the fact that I don't even use social media is a good point for me. Hey, I heard that you are very quiet at school when you look at what your classmates are posting. It doesn't seem like he has the personality of a follower. But ironically, that seems to attract more attention, haha. They say that there is a specific purpose for a celebrity. It seems that Lee Yunjae would have become a celebrity even if it was late in life. I see. I think I would have lived better if I hadn't become a celebrity. I think that suits my personality better. When I watched the video of him planning, he spoke clearly and clearly. Just looking at it, it's an award for doing a good job. Even if I was just an office worker, I would have been stalked and tired because of my face. It would be better for kids like that to debut. Seonji, you came out so pretty. Han Haram spun around in a circle in front of the TV. Thank you. But should we sit down first? I'm going to get motion sick. I'm okay. You're really good at acting. You're so cool. It's a different feeling from when we filmed it back then. You're such an amazing and wonderful person. I understand, so calm down. After that, I tried to stop him several more times, but he showed no signs of calming down, so I just left him alone. At that time, No Bae-hyuk, who was quietly watching the advertisement next to me, spoke. You really had to be a celebrity. Suddenly, it was unexpected, but I thought it was a compliment, so I said thank you. No Bae-hyuk muttered blankly, as if he couldn't even hear me. It's really amazing. How can the kid over there be the same as the kid next to me? Here we go again. Even when Twins was released, I had already heard this many times, so it just fell into my ear. As Han Haram and No Bae-hyuk were ignored, Song Ijun spoke up this time. Yeonji, I had a hard time filming the commercial. It came out well, and you will be proud. Huh. I saw the final version a few days ago, but it's even better seeing it on this big screen. Originally, it was better to watch the video larger. It's a little embarrassing, but when I monitor my work, I always watch it on a big screen. Song Jun said shyly. I wondered if that was something he would say so shyly, but he answered with a smile. Then when do you want to watch twins together? So good. This time, I created a viewing room at my house. It's a well-soundproof place, so you can turn the sound up loud. It's okay whenever you have time. If it's okay this week dash. Brother, eat this first. Town. I fed cherry tomatoes to Song Jun, who started talking faster again. Anyway, this guy is really amazing. Even though he spoke slowly, he always sped up at odd timings. There are only unique people next to me. There's a saying that people play with each other, so maybe I'm special too? While I was thinking about asking Jinbei, Han Haram approached me with a tired face. It's hard. It's hard to run like that. Come on. No, sit here. As I opened my arms to give him a hug, I remembered the fog and quickly hit the seat next to him. I wondered what I would do if Han Haram asked me to hug him, but I sat quietly as if I didn't have the strength to hug him. Xianji, I have a question. Han Haram looked at him with bright eyes. I was about to answer and ask comfortably, but no Baihyuk intervened first. I'm more curious. Why don't you call Li Yanjie Hyung? Only Li Jun and I call him Hyung. Xianji said it was okay to do that. You just don't have to do it openly in front of people. Well, aren't we human? He pinched No Baihyuk's side as he asked in a playful voice. After telling him with his eyes to stop teasing the child, he looked at Han Haram. What are you curious about? What does Yanji think about when she acts? Thought. I just do it. What are you thinking? Just? Can I just do that? Han Haram tilted his head and spoke again. Then can I do that too? You can do it if you want. Do you want to act? I don't know. But it was really fun when we filmed it 2 weeks ago. I didn't understand it until Yunjae told me about it. But you were so kind enough to tell me. You're a really kind person. The question that made me wonder if he was worried about his career ended with my praise again. The way he spoke gibberish was so typical of an 8-year-old that I just laughed. Thank you for saying that. I stroked Han Haram's head. I heard No Baihyuk grumbling, asking why he was speaking in English so that only he could understand. I naturally ignored it, and Han Haram seemed to have gotten used to it by now, just looking at me and speaking again. But I still don't understand the Killing Horn story. So Kang Suk is a bad person? Well, I was speechless. How many people can you definitively say are bad people? He said while slowly stroking Han Haram's head. Kang Suk is probably protecting his soul in his own way. But the purpose is clear. Because you are being kind to the soul so that it obeys what you say. Then you're a bad person. That's right. It could be seen as typical gaslighting. From the moment he recognizes that Han trusts him, Kang Suk uses Horn in all kinds of experiments. Even if he vomits blood or gets hurt every time he experiments, the soul forgets everything and smiles when Kang Suk says something about his concern. You can't say that someone who roasts and boils someone like that is a good person. But, still, he will be a good person to honorable. I think so too. Why? If it weren't for Kang Suk, Han would still be alone in that room. Wouldn't it be better to be taken advantage of, rather than spending the day alone with no one around? In that sense, Kang Suk was absolutely necessary for Han, even if it leads to some kind of ending. Are you here for the series? Haram is here too. As soon as I arrived at the filming site, Zhang Hai and I approached me with a smile. Just 2 weeks ago, Han Haram, who had been paying attention to all the adults, greeted me cheerfully. Hello, brother. You look great today too. Haram is cool too. Since they are holding hands like that, they are like brothers. I think I'm a little jealous. Jiangyan chuckled as he watched his Hyung playing cleverly. Did you enjoy the photo shoot? I got scolded because I missed you. Well, I want to stop flying now. Oh, I brought you a souvenir. I'll give it to you later at home. Thank you. Zhang Hai and I was very busy as a successful star. It was difficult to see their faces to the point where I wondered if they were living in the same house. If it weren't for Killing Horn, I wouldn't have seen it anymore. When I thought about that, I thought that I did a good job filming this drama. Jinbei decided to take charge of Han Haram, who was running around, while Zhang Haiyan and I prepared for filming. While I was looking at the script and meticulously matching my lines, Zhang Haiyan suddenly looked at me blankly. What's on my face? Just, it's nice to be acting like this with you. It was a sudden, unexpected timing. However, I couldn't do much when it came to words that made me happy beyond just being good to hear. Laughter came out without me knowing. Me too. I'm so glad I filmed with my brother. When we first met, I didn't know we would continue to see each other like this. Life is so amazing. After that, while watching you act, I thought that I would like to film together properly someday, and I got really lucky this time. Looking at his gently smiling face, I also smiled. That's right. I'm really glad that the script that my brother chose came to me as well. Huh. Jiangyan frowned slightly, looking like he didn't understand. Why are you acting like that all of a sudden? Why are you doing this? Xianji, you can't believe it. Did you choose this because of me? Of course. I frowned, wondering what he was talking about. But Jiangyan jumped up and shouted. What? Really? You said this was filmed because of me? What? Of course. Why are you acting like you didn't know? No, how do I know? You didn't say anything, really? Zhonghai and I was very surprised. As if hearing something unexpected, I widened my eyes and asked again. I was even more surprised by that sight. Why are you so surprised? Why didn't you tell me? I think you. Wow. I never thought you were filming because of me. I don't understand why you're so surprised. Of course I did it because my brother was coming. I appreciate that feeling. I'm happy. However, we've never talked about it before. I won't know unless you tell me. That's right. But this is different. My brother looked dumbfounded, but I was just as confused. It was so obvious, I didn't know if I should say it. Huh. I started acting thanks to my brother. Without my brother, I wouldn't be here right now. To me, it was such an obvious fact, like a truth. As if everyone knew that the earth is round. I didn't think it was a fact that needed to be said out loud. If it weren't for my brother, I would have lived a useless life. Before meeting Li Zhonghaian, Li Yunjie was a nobody. Of course, thanks to the fog, I knew how to shake off the unhappiness factor, so I wouldn't have lived an unhappy life. But he would have barely survived. A useless life where you just breathe alone, unable to properly reach out to people. Because you changed my life. Of course I thought you would know. When I apologized for surprising him, the other person's expression was blank. My brother stared at me with a blank expression, as if someone had hit him, and only after a while did he open his mouth. Xianji, you. Chapter 182. Xianji, you. Zhonghai and I fell into a deep sleep. Do you really think that? Do you think you would have lived a useless life without me? Yes. Why are you doing this? The sudden serious expression on my face made me feel scared. I was about to apologize for offending him, but Jiangyan quickly raised his hand. Xianji, I'm not angry, and there's no need to apologize. Yes, but I'm very upset. Upset? Really? I'm so upset I feel like crying. At first glance, it seemed like a foolish voice, but it was a very bitter-sounding voice. Why are you upset? While I was hesitating, wondering if there was some context I had missed, Jiangyan Hyung continued. Xianji, did you say you were happy for me? What do you mean? You would have lived a useless life without me. As if he was trying to control his facial expression, he looked at the other person who was trying hard to smile and asked back curiously. No, I just said it because it's true. Did that make you happy? No, I said I was upset. I'm